After returning to the palace, the emperor followed Zhao Yuan and went to Chaoxiao Palace to meet Lu Hanwan, and then was urged to wash and eat. The emperor and Lu Hanwan also ate together and talked. Then they rested. Zhao Yuan's return was definitely not silent in the capital. As soon as he appeared, he announced his existence to everyone. After a year of absence, the emperor's favor for him did not diminish at all, and even became stronger. He took the 9th prince with him wherever he went. In fact, Zhao Yuan said that this was not surprising. His father had not seen him for so long, especially when he was on the battlefield before. His life might be in danger at any time, and he encountered an epidemic. Now that he finally came back, it was normal for his father to be rare for a few days. After a while, when the novelty wore off, it would be fine. But even though he understood, Zhao Yuan himself hadn't seen his parents for a long time. He missed them just like them, and wanted to be with them all the time. At night, the second prince's mansion. In the study, the second prince listened to the report of the person in front of him, and slowly pulled a cold smile on his face. You mean, the Ling clan doctor followed the 9th prince to the capital? Yes, the subordinate said. Her current place of residence is Xinghua Lane in the east of the city. Haha. The second prince laughed out loud. His eyes became more terrifying. East of the city. A Ling clan doctor who didn't care about worldly affairs actually came to the capital. And it was such a coincidence that the doctor came to find Xiaojiu not long after he came back. It is impossible to say that this is just a coincidence. The second prince has always known that the reason why Chu Ming had his hands and feet broken was because the Ling clan's female doctor brought a poisonous snake into Chu Ming's tent, biting Chu Ming and almost killing him. So Chu Ming was angry with him. The second prince knew that the incident was most likely the calculation of his good 9th brother. But he certainly would not forget the female doctor, the culprit, so he had people monitoring the female doctor's movements. But he didn't expect that the other party would come to the capital. In this way, no one would believe that the female doctor had no relationship with the 9th prince. He said word by word, I didn't expect that she would fall into the trap before I found her. Go. Let someone catch that damn bitch. Yes. On the other hand, a few days later, after Zhao Yuan had been busy, he finally couldn't help but prepare to go out of the palace to have a look. He also has a lot of industries in the capital. He has been back for so long, and it's time to take a look. Besides, he missed the capital for so long. It's time to go and see his former friends. Now that he is so old, if he wants to leave the palace, he doesn't have to report to his father like when he was young. And then, he has to follow a string of people arranged by his father to protect him. Now, he only needs to take his guards and go out directly. After leaving the palace, not long after, Zhao Yuan received something from the people below. Your Highness, this is a female doctor holding a token, and said she wanted to give it to your Highness. Zhao Yuan frowned when he heard this. Hearing this, he immediately thought of the female doctor from the Ling clan. But how did she get here? He took the thing in the man's hand, which was a box. Did she say anything else? No. The man replied, the girl just asked when she could see His Highness. And this subordinate didn't know. So the girl said to give this thing to His Highness. Zhao Yuan hummed and opened the box. There was a purse inside. He thought, could this be made by the female doctor herself? There was also a note inside. Sure enough, the purse was indeed made by the female doctor herself, saying that some medicinal herbs were stuffed in it, which had the effect of repelling mosquitoes and calming the mind. And then it also said where the female doctor lived now. Every word seemed to be filled with the girl's thoughts. But Zhao Yuan didn't pay any attention to these. He was just thinking that the appearance of the female doctor in the capital was not a good thing for him. The female doctor was involved in the matter of the second prince's disability. If someone discovered the connection between him and the female doctor, it would inevitably bring him trouble. He didn't want his father to know that he was plotting against the second prince. Previously, his father concealed the fact that he had taken action against the 10th prince and others. At that time, he could feel that his father was extremely unwilling to stain his hands with the blood of his brothers. He even hoped that they would be friendly and respectful to each other. Zhao Yuan closed his eyes, got into the carriage, and ordered, go to Xinghua Lane in the east of the city. On the way, Zhao Yuan was thinking about how to send the doctor away. But when he arrived at the place, he found that what he thought was a bit redundant. Obviously, someone had discovered the existence of the doctor before him. There were obvious signs of fighting in the place where the doctor rented, as well as blood, and the corpses of snakes, insects, rats and ants. Judging from the signs, she should have been caught not long ago. Your Highness. The guard looked at Zhao Yuan worriedly. Zhao Yuan's eyes were calm. The second prince. There is no doubt that the one who would pay so much attention to the doctor must be the second prince. The doctor asked someone to send a letter to Zhao Yuan on the day she arrived in the capital. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan was in the palace all the time, and the letter he gave to the doctor was not an important contact point, so it could not be directly delivered to the palace. He did not expect that the other party would chase him directly to the capital, so he did not leave the palace during this period, and the news was not delivered to him. Go ask the second prince. He knew very well that with the second prince's state and the hatred between them, the female doctor would suffer if she fell into the second prince's hands. He just didn't know whether the female doctor had given him up, even if she would give him up in front of his father. At noon that day, the result came out. The female doctor was captured by the second prince's mansion the night before. Zhao Yuan had a headache. Even if he went directly to the second prince's mansion, he might not see anyone, which would only cause trouble for the female doctor. After thinking about it, he called his subordinates to give some instructions. At night, before the second prince went to bed, he learned that his mansion had been robbed. The second prince asked hurriedly, "Is the female doctor still there?" Reporting to the second prince, "The people are still there," the guard replied, "but we have suffered a lot of casualties." The second prince heaved a sigh of relief and sneered. This Yuzhou is really not as simple as it seems. The people he used to guard were all his elite forces. He had only arranged this subconsciously, but he didn't expect it to play such a big role. At this moment, he couldn't sleep, so he simply got up, put on his clothes, and went to the cell where the female doctor was imprisoned. Of course, this cell was set up by him privately. There was no such thing in the general prince's mansion. But in fact, there were many people who secretly set it up, and no one investigated it carefully. When he got inside, he saw that the mysterious and beautiful female doctor of the Ling clan was now hanging on the wooden frame, dying. The second prince felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. After approaching, he said, "What do you think? Are you still unwilling to explain whether it was Shuzhou who instructed you?" Hearing the noise, the female doctor opened her eyes weakly. "I have already said it. I hated Chu Ming for killing my people, so I couldn't help but attack Chu Ming. It has nothing to do with the ninth prince." The second prince sneered, stood in front of the female doctor, clapped his hands and said, "Look, you are really affectionate, but I don't know how much return you can get from Xiaojio for your affection." He laughed. "Do you think that just your tough talk is enough? From the moment you appeared in the capital, you and him are inseparable. This prince just wants to get more clear evidence. But I don't think I can do anything to you." The female doctor's face seemed to turn a little paler when she heard this. It was she who harmed the ninth prince. The second prince patted her cheek. "You should have heard the noise tonight. Right? Someone is coming to save you. But unfortunately, I will not give you that chance. Tomorrow, I will take you to see my father. If you tell the truth, you may be able to save your life. But if you refuse to change, don't blame me for taking action against your people. You don't want to harm the lives of your people because of your so-called love. Right? You?" The female doctor glared at her fiercely. "You are shameless." The second prince laughed, and then suddenly became gloomy, his eyes creepy. "You'd better do as I tell you. Otherwise, I will let you know what regret is." After that, the second prince turned and left, not forgetting to order to continue to keep an eye on the person. Early in the morning, Zhao Yuan also received news that the second prince brought a female doctor in to see the emperor. Zhao Yuan put down his pen, stood up and simply washed his hands in the basin, while asking, "Has the female doctor been brought into the palace?" "Yes, in the side hall, outside the imperial study. The emperor is currently discussing political affairs with Lord Chen and others, and has not seen His Royal Highness the second prince for the time being." Zhao Yuan nodded. His father was a person who took political affairs to heart. Whatever happened in the court, he would discuss it again in the imperial study and with the ministers. Zhao Yuan himself had to go to court every day, and the emperor's memorials and other memorials never avoided him. So he roughly knew what the emperor was worried about recently, and how long it would take. What about the second prince? Is he also waiting in the imperial study? No. Just now someone from the Ministry of War called the second prince away. The second prince used to work in the Ministry of War. Although the second prince is now disabled, the emperor did not forbid him from participating in any political affairs because of his disability. On the contrary, the second prince's responsibilities are not much different from before, and he is still a normal person. So it is normal for the Ministry of War to come to the second prince for something. That's a coincidence, Zhao Yuan said, throwing the handkerchief he used to dry his hands. Go and have a look. Needless to say, this is naturally to see the female doctor. The door was pushed open, and the sunlight shone in from outside. The female doctor raised her head and squinted slightly under the sunlight, and then her eyes widened slightly in surprise, and her voice was a little stuttering. Ninth prince. She never expected that she would be able to meet the ninth prince in advance. Zhao Yuan's eyes fell on the other person, and he immediately found the injuries on his body. He frowned slightly, then strode forward, and in an instant, his eyes were stained with a trace of heartache. Are you injured? Did the second prince torture you? How do you feel now? He wouldn't. His eyes swept across the doctor's arms and legs. The second prince himself had crippled arms and legs, and perhaps such injuries would appear on the doctor's body in the same way, or even more. The female doctor saw what Zhao Yuan meant and quickly explained, I'm fine. Although the second prince had me tortured, he didn't break my arms and legs. In fact, the second prince had this intention. His own arms and legs were broken because of this female doctor. How could he remain indifferent after catching someone? He just wanted to bring the female doctor to the emperor to accuse the ninth prince. He was worried that the injury was too severe and the emperor would think he was too cruel. This was temporary. But this didn't mean that he really let the female doctor go. After accusing Zhao Yuan, he would naturally take the female doctor away to let the other party taste what it was like to live a life worse than death. Zhao Yuan's eyes became even gentler when he heard that. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the doctor's cheek. The doctor's heart skipped a beat, and she held her breath, expecting those hands to fall on her face. But Zhao Yuan took his hand back as if he didn't dare to touch her. It's me who implicated you. If I hadn't taken you with me, you wouldn't have been hated by your second brother, and you wouldn't have been tortured like this now. The female doctor felt a little disappointed because she didn't touch Zhao Yuan's hand. After hearing what Zhao Yuan said, she had to pull herself out of her emotions and answered, What does this have to do with you? I was the one who insisted on following you, and I was the one who attacked Yu Ming. It has nothing to do with you. It was the second prince who insisted that I say you were the one who ordered everything. I won't listen to him. Hearing the female doctor's series of answers, Zhao Yuan felt relieved, but still asked tentatively, Is it because you didn't agree that he tortured you like this? Since you didn't agree, why would the second prince want to bring the female doctor here? Wouldn't it be better to torture her more? The female doctor was not really ignorant. She knew that the ninth prince had no feelings for her, but his behavior today was obviously beyond that limit. Even the question he asked. She suppressed her sadness and explained, You sent someone to rescue me last night. But the second prince said he would not give anyone a chance to rescue me. He also said that my appearance in the capital was inseparable from you in the eyes of outsiders. I'm sorry. It should be me who dragged you down. If she hadn't appeared suddenly, the ninth prince wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Zhao Yuan didn't have any opinion on the female doctor because of this. As long as the female doctor didn't betray him in front of her father, everything else would be fine. Besides, he had intended to take advantage of her girl's feelings and deliberately let her take action. Now the situation can still be controlled, and she might be useful in the future. So, he said to the doctor gently, In that case, it's your fault that I didn't find you earlier. I was too busy during this period after returning to Beijing, so I didn't leave the palace. Okay. He smiled. Now let's not think about who is sorry to whom. Don't worry. I will definitely save you safely later. Now you can be patient for a while. Okay? The doctor nodded. Zhao Yuan asked again. In addition to torturing you, did the second brother threaten you with anything else? If so, tell me as soon as possible so that we can solve it. He could see that the doctor still had feelings for him. But for Zhao Yuan, this kind of emotion was not reliable. He didn't even know why she was so deeply in love with him. In comparison, he felt that helping people solve all their worries was an important condition to ensure that the doctor would not turn against him later. The female doctor nodded and shook her head, and said hesitantly, He said that if I don't obey, he will attack my people. But I have already put a poison on the second prince. If he really dares to do it, he will definitely die before my people. Their Ling clan is not easy to mess with. It's just that Tianqi is powerful now, and the emperor has the intention to unify the world. The little strength of the Ling clan is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot for the entire Tianqi. So she didn't dare to directly expose that she had used a poison on the second prince. After all, if the emperor knew, no matter for what reason, he would not want his son's life to be in the hands of a foreign woman. But the ninth prince was different. She knew that the ninth prince wanted the second prince's life. That's why she dared to say it in front of the ninth prince. And also to show that she was not a person who could only drag her down. But after she said it, she regretted it a little. Would the ninth prince not want to keep her around because she knew these terrible things? After all, it was really dangerous to have such a person around. No one knew when she would quietly poison someone. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes, and she added anxiously, "Don't worry. I will never use these methods on you. The Ling clan has a thing called the Holy Goo. After getting it, any goo insect will avoid you and be useless to you. I am lucky to have cultivated it successfully. Later, I will give it to you." Holy Goo. Xiao Yuan read the word, and the smile on his face deepened. He gently touched the doctor's hair. "Good girl." He stood up. "It's getting late. I should leave. Otherwise I will be discovered. See you later." The second prince returned quickly after handling the matter at the Ministry of War. When he reached the door of the side hall, he asked, "Has anyone else entered just now?" In fact, a more specific statement is whether the ninth prince has entered. The guard shook his head. To reply to the second prince, "No one has entered." The second prince nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and saw Zhao Yuan's figure. He was startled. What is the ninth brother doing here? He thought a little uneasily. Could it be that Xuzhou really saw the female doctor just now? Zhao Yuan raised the memorial in his hand and smiled. Since returning to the palace these days, my father has asked Xuzhou to accompany him every day. Isn't it normal for me to appear here? He and the second prince had been enemies for a long time, so he didn't show mercy when he spoke. Moreover, he knew what the second prince wanted to do this time. The second prince was indeed stung by Zhao Yuan's smile. Of course, he had heard how favored the ninth prince was after his return, but he had just forgotten about it in a panic. When he realized that he was panicking because of Zhao Yuan, he suddenly felt embarrassed. So he sneered. I hope that ninth brother can still smile like this later. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for Zhao Yuan to answer. Zhao Yuan looked at his back with heavy eyes. It seemed that his second brother had lived too long. Sure enough, he shouldn't have ignored the other party before. If he had dealt with it earlier, such a thing would not happen again. He sighed inwardly, but he didn't care too much. Xinbu followed him inside. In the imperial study, the emperor had already discussed with the ministers and was handling official business. When he heard the news that the second prince wanted to see him, his hand holding the pen paused, but he still said, "Let him in." Xuan went out and said, "Your Highness, the second prince? Please come in." The second prince limped into the imperial study. Behind him was the free and unrestrained ninth prince. The second prince heard the noise, looked back, and then saw Zhao Yuan, who came in casually. Zhao Yuan was used to coming to the imperial study since he was a child. When he was young, he didn't ask him to report. When he grew up, the emperor was very clingy these days, so he didn't need to report, and he could go in directly if he wanted to. But the gap between the two princes was revealed at this moment. For a moment, the second prince couldn't help but have a question in his heart. Can he really succeed today? But this question was quickly suppressed by him. The reason why the father favored Xuzhou was that Xuzhou had always been innocent and likable in front of the father. When he exposed Xuzhou's true face and let the father see the other's unbearable inner side, the father would definitely not favor Xuzhou so much anymore. As for the throne, forget it. He himself is already like this anyway, and he has no chance to fight for the throne again. But he must pull the ninth prince down. A trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the second prince, because he was about to pull the ninth prince down. He had waited too much for this day, so he couldn't help but get excited at this moment. He walked forward and knelt on the ground. "Father, I have something to report to you." The emperor looked at the second prince kneeling on the ground. His expression was hard to read. He had known for a long time that the second prince had brought people in and locked them up in the side hall. And he knew what the second prince was going to do next. Thinking of this, he looked up at Zhao Yuan, who came in from behind. Zhao Yuan met his father's gaze, and instantly a big smile appeared on his face, looking very sunny. And he waved his hand enthusiastically. Emperor. He breathed a sigh of relief with some tiredness. Xiao Jiu is here too. He. Yes. Father. Zhao Yuan said, while walking straight to the chair in front, intending to sit down. This familiar posture. You can tell at a glance that this is not the first time he has done this. But when he walked to the second prince, he looked at the second prince, as if he hesitated for a moment, and felt that it was not good for him to be so careless while his second brother was kneeling. So he looked at the emperor, wondering if he should also bow. The emperor saw what his son was thinking at a glance, and he waved his hand unhappily. Okay. Don't bow. Come and sit if you have anything to say. Zhao Yuan immediately rushed over and took the seat closest to the emperor. The emperor was angry and amused. This child, at this age, is still the same as when he was a child. He really thinks that everyone is fighting for these bits and pieces like him. But he didn't say anything in the end. Then he put his eyes back on the second prince. The second prince did not stand up, but bent down even lower. He raised his voice and cried, "My son is wronged. Please help me. Father!" Zhao Yuan looked at this scene and whispered to the emperor, "Father, how about I hide for a while?" It seems that the second prince wants to use a big move. Of course, Zhao Yuan actually knows this very well. "Emperor," the emperor said, "no. You sit down. I'm here to attack you." Zhao Yuan. Father is speaking more and more directly now. Zhao Yuan sat firmly. The emperor's eyes were always on the second prince. He knew everything about what the second prince wanted to say. The main reason was that the second prince had submitted a memorial to him since he came back from the border. There were even officials in the court who had reported Xiao Jiu for this. But they were all suppressed by the emperor. Before, Xiu Jiu was fine at the border. But now that he is back, the second prince can't hold back. The second prince said, "Father, my ninth brother disregarded the brotherhood and rescued me on the surface. But in fact, he secretly asked people to do something to anger the enemy's general, causing my hands and feet to be disabled. Please help me." The emperor glanced at his son beside him, and saw Zhao Yuan's face full of surprise. He couldn't tell from his expression that there was anything fishy. The emperor sighed in his heart and asked the second prince, "What you said? But is there any evidence?" "Report to father." The second prince said, "After my ninth brother returned to the capital, the Ling clan doctor who released the poisonous snake to anger Chu Ming also followed him to the capital. The Ling clan has always been isolated from the world. If it weren't for her close relationship with my ninth brother, how could she, a weak woman, come to the capital alone? Please be clear." "Father," the emperor said, "bring the people up." Of course, the second prince didn't have to go there himself. After hearing the emperor's order, Xuan had already led the guards to bring people over. The father and his son were all in the room. The emperor looked at his son. "Xiu, do you have anything to say about your second brother's words?" Zhao Yuan was angry and looked at the emperor with grievances. "Father, I didn't. Although Xiu and the second brother had some quarrels on weekdays, how could I joke about such things? In order to rescue the second brother, I took people to the Xia military camp to rescue the second brother. Is the Xia military camp a place where anyone can enter and exit at will? I took such a big risk. And then I was chased by the soldiers of Xia. If it weren't for my uncle waking up and bringing people to rescue me, I might never see my father and mother again." At the end, as if he remembered the thrilling scene of that day, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the ninth prince. The emperor's heart softened suddenly. But he still remembered that his second son had gone from being healthy to being disabled. It was not easy to comfort Xiu in front of others. So he had to look at the second prince again. And his meaning was quite obvious. Zhao Yuan's words could not move the second prince. The battle between the brothers was the throne. The second prince knew what he would do to his brothers for the throne. He also knew the ninth prince's malice towards him. So even if the ninth prince did it perfectly on the surface, he knew that the other party was just plotting something bigger. You see, the father was deceived by the ninth brother. The second prince laughed sarcastically. "General Feng is my uncle. And the doctor is close to me. When will General Feng wake up? Isn't everything under my control?" That night seemed thrilling. But in fact everything was under control. But it must be said that his ninth brother, although he couldn't tell from his appearance, was surprisingly decisive and swift when he took action, and was not afraid of taking risks at all. The second prince's words implied not only his suspicion of the relationship between the doctor and Zhao Yuan, but also his suspicion of whether Feng Ji had long been a member of the ninth prince's party. As everyone knows, Feng Ji has always been a royalist and a man of the emperor. But Feng Ji's involvement with the emperor was too deep, so it was normal for people to be suspicious. The second prince didn't care whether Feng Ji could keep his heart, but he didn't like this general, who had been particularly good to his ninth brother since childhood. People are not plants. Who can be heartless? Feng Ji watched his ninth brother grow up from a baby to this age. When faced with a real problem, wouldn't he be biased towards his ninth brother? For the second prince, Feng Ji is actually no different from the ninth prince's party. In short, he is not doing well now, and he hopes that everyone will be in trouble. Zhao Yuan said, "Second brother, have you forgotten that in addition to the female doctor, so many imperial doctors sent by the emperor will also help Uncle's pulse every day?" The imperial doctor said that there is a high possibility that Uncle will wake up in those days, but it is not certain which day it will be. Since the second brother thinks that the ninth brother wants the second brother's life, does the second brother think that the ninth brother would use his own life to plot against you? You clearly know that General Feng has made great contributions to my Tianqi. Although my father is wise and brave, he is reluctant to let the second brother go. But he will definitely not agree to the absurd decision of using General Feng to exchange for the second brother. The second brother just said that the female doctor and I can control when General Feng wakes up. In this case, why didn't I wait for another day and let General Feng wake up directly, so that the burden of the second brother's arrest would not fall on my head? As long as General Feng wakes up, all things should be borne by General Feng. I just need to wait. If the conditions of the surname Chu cannot be met, it is still possible to threaten the second brother. Isn't this better? The second prince was speechless, but he clearly remembered the malicious smile that the ninth prince gave him, and he would definitely not remember it wrong. He knew that the ninth prince did it on purpose. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he finally said, "Ninth brother is eloquent, and second brother is not as good as you. Please believe me, father. This is really my ninth brother framing me." The emperor closed his eyes in disappointment. Regardless of whether Xiaojiu did it or not, the evidence of the second prince was not enough. Even if the second prince's hands and feet were still intact, it would be useless. Zhao Yuan curled his lips slightly. The second brother was really boring. I thought he would come up with something shocking after brewing for half a year. Unexpectedly, it was just like this. Now even if the female doctor came out, as long as she didn't turn against us, the rest would not be of much use. Zhao Yuan glanced at his father's expression, and his heart became more stable. Soon, the female doctor was brought in. Zhao Yuan sneered, looking at the injury. "Second brother, you are not going to torture her into confessing, are you?" The second prince wanted to kill Zhao Yuan with his eyes. "My hands and legs are disabled because of her. If I really want to torture her into confessing, how can she stand here in peace?" "Ninth brother, don't worry. Your little lover has deep feelings for you. For you, a little girl went to the capital alone. Unfortunately, ninth brother is so heartless. She has been in the capital for so many days, but she can't see you. Just for this, she is still keeping your affairs secret and refuses to reveal a single word." The emperor, who had always been expressionless, changed when the second prince mentioned his little lover. When the second prince said that the ninth prince was heartless and had never seen the female doctor, the emperor's heart was relieved. Xiaojiu was so young and had not done many official things yet, so how could she consider these love affairs? Zhao Yuan didn't know that his father was so thoughtful. He only said indifferently to the second prince's words, "Second brother may think too far. I am still young and have not thought about these things." The emperor was more satisfied when he heard this. Even if Xiaojiu wanted to get married, he should carefully select the most suitable one among the ladies in the capital. It was definitely not a small girl from the Ling family who could be with Xiaojiu. The doctor's eyes dimmed when she heard this, but she quickly covered it up by lowering her head, so that no one could notice. She didn't want the ninth prince to be harassed by the second prince because of her. So she bowed to the emperor and explained, although Lingyin is a member of the Ling clan, she doesn't stay in the clan all the time. Lingyin has been practicing the art of medicine since she was a child, and often goes out to see patients and improve her medical skills. She came to the capital this time because the ninth prince promised to give Ling Yin some medical books collected in the palace, because Ling Yin saved General Feng. The emperor glanced at his son. And Zhao Yuan nodded. That's right. When she was there, she often discussed this with those imperial doctors. In fact, this really happened. But it was not because the female doctor saved Feng Ji, but because he was interested in her witchcraft. So he exchanged his own. But he didn't expect that she would agree to it as soon as he opened his mouth, and didn't care about the exchange at all. Of course, Zhao Yuan later realized that the female doctor was attracted to him, and wanted to spend more time with him. Not really for those medical books. This also led to Zhao Yuan forgetting about this matter after he came back. The emperor knew whether he had discussed this with the imperial physician, and he could find out by just asking casually. And there was no need to lie to him. He noticed one thing at this time. Ling Yin. Ling. Is it possible that the girl is the saint of the Ling clan? There are only a handful of people in the Ling clan who can directly use Ling as their surname. And the Ling clan saint is one of them. To be able to become a saint, the other party's poison and medical skills are definitely extraordinary. And her talent in these areas must be quite amazing. Otherwise she would not be able to become a saint. Thinking about how this person could save Pingyan, the emperor also felt that such an identity was indeed suitable for her. After confirming her identity, the words of the female doctor became much more credible. If she had not been gifted in medical skills, and was not obsessed with them, she would not have become a saint. The female doctor said, when Ling Yin attacked the general of CF, it was because he had used the Ling clan and dragged the Ling clan into the war, causing many casualties in our clan. So Ling Yin could not help but attack him. But she did not expect that the other party could hold on, and even took out his anger on the second prince. It was Ling Yin's fault. The second prince did not want to hear this. Do you dare to say that you did not deliberately provoke Chu Ming for Xiao Jiao, and let Chu Ming take out his anger on me? He had already seen that this female doctor had a special feeling for Xiao Jiao. When they were at the border, Xiao Jiao did not hide her ill will towards him. So the second prince was sure that Xiao Jiao had deliberately instructed the female doctor to do this. But he could not produce more evidence. After the debate just now, the second prince had already understood this in his heart. The female doctor was gentle in front of Zhao Yuan. But in fact, she looked difficult to approach, mysterious and dangerous. After hearing the words of the second prince, her expression did not change. Your Highness, the second prince? You are overthinking. Ling Yin did not think too much at the time. She thought that killing Chu Ming could not only avenge my people, but also help Tianqi. It was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. So she did this. The second prince sneered, glanced at the calm ninth prince, and said to the doctor, do you think that if you protect Shujio, he will really remember your kindness and marry you? You are just a woman from a small tribe. The reputation of a saint sounds good, but it will not play any role in my Tianqi. Even if you become a concubine, I am afraid that you will be insecure because of your tricks. Do you really want to do this? Compared to putting the ninth prince on a high position, it is better to pull him down. The doctor's wish is more likely to be realized. The second prince also reminded the doctor of this early. But he didn't expect that the doctor would never say that she was instructed by the ninth prince. Now the second prince also knew that his evidence was so bad that he was already at a disadvantage. But even so, he did not give up completely. After all, in this kind of situation, even if he could not produce clear evidence to convict Xiao Jiao, as long as his father believed his words, it would be better than anything else. He absolutely did not want the ninth prince to really climb to the throne. Therefore, he kept provoking the female doctor with his words, wanting to see the female doctor reveal her flaws. He believed that with his father's keenness, he would definitely be able to find the problem. In this way, his goal was achieved. But under the gaze of everyone, the female doctor's eyes did not change at all, as if the words of the second prince had no effect on her. She frowned slightly. It is still uncertain what will happen in the future. But Ling Yin is still young and has not thought about these things. For me, it is still the most important thing to study my own Gu technique. The second prince's defense was broken. This kind of person clearly knew who the enemy was. And the other person had deliberately revealed in front of him that he was deliberately trying to harm him, crippling his hands and feet and making his life hopeless. But he couldn't do anything about them. And this female doctor, when he mentioned Shujio before, her expression was obviously affected. But now in front of his father, she didn't react at all. His face was red with anger, and his breathing was rapid. How dare you say that you don't have the slightest love for the ninth prince? And there is no possibility of being with him in the future? In this era, such oaths may not be believed by everyone. But they are definitely taboo to say. This is the case with the female doctor. She has a girlish mind for the ninth prince. After listening to what the second prince said, she was a little nervous about whether she could be with the ninth prince. Now she was asked to say such curse-like words in person. And she couldn't open her mouth. Xiao Yuan himself didn't mind at all. It was just a few words. If the oath was so useful, the world wouldn't be so complicated. What's more, he didn't have any feelings for the doctor. So it didn't matter whether they were together or not. But he knew that people in ancient times were different. He didn't even look at the doctor. He was ready to change the subject. But before he could, the emperor took the lead and said, "Okay, second brother, is this your evidence?" Half a year ago, he couldn't produce concrete evidence. Half a year later, it's still the same. There's no improvement. Even though he indulged the second brother because of his situation, he still looked down on the other party's performance. "Father," the second prince said sadly, "this matter is really that my ninth brother deliberately angered Xie Chuming. The purpose is to let him kill me. My ninth brother suspected that I was related to the death of the prince. And he was avenging the prince. He acted carefully. And I can't produce any obvious evidence. But he once revealed it in front of me in private. When I returned to Beijing, I was assassinated several times. I think, if it weren't for those who protected me, many of them were General Feng's men. And my ninth brother didn't want to hurt General Feng's men. I'm afraid I wouldn't have come back long ago." It must be said that the second prince was right. But so what? Xiao Yuan looked at the emperor with grievance. "Father," Xiaojiu didn't. In the silent air, everything seemed to become heavy. The second prince looked at the emperor with expectation, hoping that the emperor would realize the viciousness of the ninth prince and do him justice. But Xiao Yuan didn't give the emperor too much time to think. He pulled the emperor's clothes and tugged. And his face was a little angry. "Father!" The emperor couldn't help but sigh helplessly when he saw his son like this. "I have spoiled you." Xiao Yuan laughed proudly and happily, hugged the emperor and said, "Second brother is talking nonsense." He muttered, "Whoever competes with him. He doesn't like it. It used to be the prince brother. And now it's Xuzhou." The emperor thought about it, and it seemed to be true. In the past, the second prince and the crown prince had always been fighting each other. The crown prince was gentle and always gave in to the second prince. But the second prince was not moved at all. Later, he pushed Xuzhou to the court. And the second prince and Xuzhou became the most likely candidates to seize the throne. However, the point is that the emperor's eyes fell on his son's fair face. And the expression on it was lively and innocent. This is the child he raised since he was a child. He has a gentle nature. Even if he poisoned Xiaoshu and others, he was only driven crazy by the death of the crown prince. He moved his eyes back to the second prince. "Since you said that Xuzhou was avenging the crown prince, then, did you really intervene in the death of the crown prince?" For a moment, the second prince felt a chill piercing his bones. At a glance, his father looked at him with a dignified look, but without any warmth. Not to mention that his words were obviously biased towards the ninth prince. He knew that Xuzhou had been favored by his father since he was a child. But he did not expect that his father would still not doubt Xuzhou's possibility even though he was disabled. "Father," the second prince murmured, and he did not forget to remove himself from the prince's affairs. Murdering the prince was not a trivial matter. "Son, of course I did not murder the prince," the emperor hummed. "If that's the case, how could Xuzhou retaliate against you because of the prince's death?" The second prince wanted to say, couldn't it be that he was the most suspicious? So even if Xuzhou didn't find out about him, he still chose to take action against him? But he held back. On the one hand because he saw that his father treated the princes differently. And on the other hand, he really took action. Just because Xuzhou couldn't find out, it didn't mean that his father couldn't find out either. In fact, he didn't know whether his father really didn't find out about him at the beginning. So he didn't dare to gamble. The emperor's eyes moved to the female doctor again. And he made a conclusion in a few words. "Your hands and feet were disabled. First, you should blame yourself for being arrogant and falling into the conspiracy of the enemy country. Second, it's also because Chu Ming is a vindictive person. Don't worry. Ping will definitely take this person down to avenge you." As for the problem of the female doctor, it was not a big deal. The main reason was that Feng Ji had a high status in the emperor's heart. The female doctor had saved Feng Ji first. At this time, the emperor could not directly say that he had fallen out with her. On the other hand, he did feel that the main problem was not with the female doctor. If the female doctor really did it on purpose, then the mastermind behind the scenes might still be his son. But the second prince could not accept this. In the eyes of the emperor, is Shizhou the only child? What are you talking about? The emperor was unhappy. As a prince, if he was fighting, he should accept the possibility of losing, instead of using emotions at this time. After so many years of education, such a child was raised. The emperor was a little skeptical about his life. It's not that he doesn't care about the second prince's injury, but he also has to see what kind of messed up evidence the second prince has produced. If everyone just says a few words, then who should he believe? He has dozens of children. As an emperor, it is normal to have bias. In comparison, the second prince has received much more attention than the other princes. This female doctor is not just an ordinary woman. She is the saint of the Ling clan. The Ling clan has always been united and exclusive. They have produced several figures in history. It is not good to suddenly deal with a female doctor. The emperor is not really afraid of the Ling clan, but they are not a big deal. So there is no need to create more trouble. Under the emperor's cold gaze, the second prince's courage just now deflated instantly. After finishing the matter, the emperor kept Zhao Yuan, seeing the second prince and the female doctor go out. Zhao Yuan asked curiously, "What does father want me to do?" Although he was asking like this, he was actually nervous inside, wondering if his father had suspected him. The emperor pondered for a moment and organized his words. "Do you have any feelings for that female doctor just now, While asking, the emperor looked at his son firmly, not wanting to miss any change on his son's face. Zhao Yuan was stared at like this. Of course he felt something. His heart was lifted, and he tried his best to conform to his natural appearance in front of the emperor, and said with a nonchalant look, "How old am I?" "Father, you are really... Why do you think so much?" Seeing that his son really hadn't figured it out, the emperor finally felt relieved. He touched his son's head and said earnestly, "You are right. You really shouldn't think about these things at your age. Women outside are not necessarily good. Your father and your mother will help you choose your wife in the future. Don't be fooled by other women outside. The Ling clan saint is not a simple character at first glance. Don't get too excited and put some poison on your son. That would be troublesome." Seeing the genuine worry on the emperor's face, Zhao Yuan suddenly felt that his worry just now was a bit redundant. His father didn't doubt him at all. Or maybe he really doubted it, but chose to suppress it. Zhao Yuan was amused and touched, so he nodded seriously at the emperor's worried look. "Father, don't worry. Xiaozhou will be obedient." "Okay." The emperor smiled. Since his son didn't understand, he didn't dwell on it. "Father asked you to stay because there is something I want to discuss with you." "Xiaozhou, are you willing to sit on the throne of the prince?" "Ah?" Zhao Yuan was shocked by the emperor's straightforward words. The throne of the prince?" "Yes." The emperor nodded. "I know you have a good relationship with your brother, the prince, but sooner or later someone will sit on the throne of the prince. You should think about it carefully when you go back. The position of the crown prince?" Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor in confusion. "Shizhou?" In the past, he certainly felt that his father wanted him to take the throne. But what Zhao Yuan never expected was that this day would come so early. In his cognition, he might need to fight with the second prince and others. And when everything is clear, his father might really raise his position. In short, it can't be now. He hasn't even started to fight yet. But then he thought again. The princes ahead of him now are only the second, seventh, and eighth princes. The second prince has been abolished, and the seventh and eighth princes have never had much presence. Although the princes behind are gradually growing up, they are still young in comparison. But even so, his father would not let him become the crown prince so early. This is not a cabbage, and he can give it to whichever son he likes. Yes. The emperor was in a good mood and pinched his son's face. Well, although it was not as soft as when he was a child, it still felt good. Zhao Yuan said, "But I am still young." The emperor said, "You are not young anymore. When your father was your age, he also did a lot of things. For so long, you have helped your father to read memorials and go to the battlefield for training. You have performed very well. Just like when your father was young. You were brought up by your father. Whether you are suitable or not, your father knows it very well. Zhao Yuan still hesitated, and did not agree immediately. The emperor did not urge him. The position of the prince is not something that can be decided on a whim. Compared with other princes, Xuzhou does not have a good maternal family to support him. Although the two brothers of the Lu family look good, their foundation is still too weak. Once Xuzhou takes the position of the crown prince, many people will focus on him. There will be more dangers in the future. These emperors are quite clear that the power of the mother's family is nothing. The emperor feels that he has him as a backer for his son. And Xuzhou does not need to rely on the outside family. But Xuzhou has to face other things by himself. The position of the emperor is not so easy to sit. This is the inevitable path for every emperor. Even if the emperor is worried, he does not intend to pave the way for his son in everything. You have to go through many hardships to become a qualified emperor. But even though the emperor wants his son to take the throne, this matter depends on his son's own wishes. This road is not easy to walk. If something happens, Xuzhou will be in a difficult situation in the future. He knows that when the crown prince was still there, Xuzhou was afraid that he would never think of taking this path. So he now gives Xuzhou the right to choose. Zhao Yuan didn't agree directly in front of the emperor. I need to think about it again. Yes. The emperor touched his son's head and said gently, don't worry. Tell your father when you have thought it through. It's still early now. The second prince has been abolished, and the other princes are still young. I think the voices in the court urging the establishment of the crown prince will not be too loud. After leaving the imperial study, Zhao Yuan was still a little confused. He walked and thought all the way. Now that his father asked him this question, he couldn't keep delaying until Xiaohu grew up. That's unrealistic. If his father knew his plan, he would not agree with his idea. Zhao Yuan did not doubt his father's love for him, but he also did not doubt his father's strictness in handling serious matters. In the final analysis, everything is based on Xiaohu's own ability. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan looked up and found that he had unknowingly arrived at the gate of Chongwen Hall. He was stunned for a moment, remembering that he had not had the opportunity to check Xiaohu's homework for so many days since he came back. Now that he was here, he might as well take a look. It was almost time for get out of class to end. After entering Chongwen Hall, Zhao Yuan did not go directly to Xiaohu. He went directly to ask Xiaohu's teacher about the situation. Zhao Yuan had only been away from the palace for a year, and Xiaohu's teacher had not changed. He easily found several teachers and asked them one by one. In the classroom, Xiaohu was poked, and his friends pointed out the window. Is His Highness the Ninth Prince asking the teacher how you did this year? I saw them looking here several times. Xiaohu looked out, and sure enough, he saw his dear Uncle Jiu standing in the yard and talking with the teacher who taught their class. His Uncle Jiu had been very good at his studies since he was a child, and he entered the court early. He didn't think that his Uncle Jiu came back just to chat with the teachers in Chongwen Hall. Thinking of his performance this year, Xiaohu felt his eyes go dark for a while. My life is over. After class, Zhao Yuan stood at the place where he used to pick up children from school. Everyone knew that it was His Highness the Ninth Prince who came to pick up Xiaohu from school again. Everyone's envious eyes fell on Xiaohu. These days when the Ninth Prince returned to Beijing, he strongly announced that the Emperor's favorite prince was still the Ninth Prince. It's been so long, and the Ninth Prince still seems to have such a good relationship with Xiaohu. Only Xiaohu felt differently. He grabbed his sleeves, came to Zhao Yuan hesitantly, and whispered, Uncle Jiu. Yeah. Zhao Yuan didn't want to give Xiaohu a cold face outside, lest these people in the palace think that his relationship with the East Palace has cooled down, and they will add insult to injury to the East Palace. So he forced a curl of his mouth. Let's go. Zhao Yuan walked in front, and Xiaohu quickly followed. This time, they went to Zhao Yuan's own residence in the palace. The princes all lived here when they grew up, but Xiaohu was the son of the prince, and had always lived in the East Palace. Arriving at his study, Zhao Yuan raised his chin and gestured, Tell me, what have you learned this year? When I left before, I remember you said you would study hard. Right? Xiaohu shivered with fear at the light words and cold expression. Jioshu. He tried hard to recall what he had learned this year. Zhao Yuan opened his book. I won't test you if it's too long. Just the ones you've learned recently. Start from here and recite them. Xiaohu recited the poem with a stammer, and his eyes were red. After a long time, Zhao Yuan still couldn't figure out why Xiaohu who was born to the prince, was so stupid when he was in Chongwen Hall. Then, he examined Xiaohu's martial arts. Zhao Yuan was silent. To be honest, Xiaohu was far inferior to him, let alone the second and third princes. Uncle Jiu. Xiaohu looked at Zhao Yuan with tears in his eyes. It's Xiaohu's fault. Xiaohu shouldn't be so playful, and didn't do what he promised. When Uncle Jiu left, he really wanted to learn every subject well. But later, as time went by, he couldn't help wanting to play with everyone. He wasn't interested in those lessons, and no one was strict with him. So he gradually got worse. Zhao Yuan looked at the pitiful Xiaohu and sighed. Uncle Jiu is too anxious. You are still a child, and it is your nature to like playing. Before Xiaohu could breathe a sigh of relief, he said, but you should also remember that being born in the palace means you have to sacrifice something. Your father is the crown prince, and you will. Xiaohu pouted and said, but now everyone is saying that second uncle is like that, and you are the favorite child of the emperor, the most likely to become the next crown prince. I have Uncle Jiu, so why should I work so hard? I really don't like studying. I only like wielding swords and guns. It would be nice to go to the battlefield for Uncle Jiu and guard the border in the future. Zhao Yuan hesitated to speak. Putting aside other things, he felt that Xiaohu's martial arts were not that good. His talent was still good, but it depended on who he was compared with. At least, he was far inferior to him. If he let Xiaohu go to the battlefield in the future, he was a little worried that he would die on the battlefield one day and would not be able to come back. It would be better for him to fight on the battlefield by himself, and Xiaohu would stay in the palace. He squatted down, looked at Xiaohu and said seriously, even if Uncle Jiu becomes the prince, how many princes have really sat in that position in the past and present? In the future, Uncle Jiu will become an eyesore. At that time, you have to rely on Xiaohu. So, Xiaohu should study hard. Okay? Touching Uncle Jiu's cautious eyes, Xiaohu seemed to feel an invisible pressure in it, making him nod his head involuntarily. Zhao Yuan smiled and touched his head. Your father is outstanding in talent and knowledge, and he is more brilliant than all the princes. As his son, you must not lose your father's face. After leaving Uncle Jiu, Xiaohu returned to the East Palace. Not long after, Xiaohu heard the palace maid calling him. His mother asked him to come over. Xiaohu hurried over. Du Yuling was setting up the meal here. I heard that you cried when you came back. Why didn't your uncle pass the homework? When she said this, she was quite sure that the ninth prince would not bully Xiaohu. She knew that the ninth prince had not checked Xiaohu's homework these days since he came back, and she had guessed that this would happen. Have you eaten yet? If not, eat a little with mother. Xiaohu shook his head, sat down and took the chopsticks. After taking 2 bites, he looked up at Du Yuling, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Seeing this, Du Yuling told the maid in the room, you go out first. After everyone went out, she asked, why? Do you have anything to say to mother? Xiaohu approached Du Yuling and whispered, Mother, Uncle Jiu seems to want me to be the crown prince. With a snap, the chopsticks in Du Yuling's hand fell on the table. Hearing the sound, she hurriedly picked up the chopsticks and slapped her son's head in annoyance. What are you talking about all day long? Kid? What kind of words can you say casually? Do you think it's good to be a crown prince? Of course, she didn't believe what her son said. She just thought that her son was thinking that his father was once the crown prince. But his father died, and their eastern palace fell into the current situation. So the child got angry and vowed to be the crown prince himself. As for what Xiaohu said that Uncle Jiu wanted him to be the crown prince, Du Yuling didn't believe it. Why did the ninth prince not take up a good position himself and support this idiot of his own? Ah! Xiaohu covered his forehead and complained. Mom, can you be gentler? I can't concentrate on my studies because you hit my head every day. Du Yuling sneered. Xiaohu shut up. But then, he continued to go over and tell her what he had discovered. Mom, I didn't lie to you. Uncle Jiu seems to really want me to be the crown prince. When he was confused before, he didn't take Uncle Jiu's words to heart. He just thought Uncle Jiu's words were sometimes quite profound, and he couldn't understand them. But combined with what he understood now, he understood it too well. Seeing this, Du Yuling didn't think her son was really talking nonsense. She became serious and said, What's going on? Talk to Mom. Xiaohu then told him what Uncle Jiu had just said to him, and also told him what he had heard from Uncle Jiu before. Du Yuling was in a trance for a long time, looking at her own child. Her thoughts seemed to go back to the time when the prince was still there. She remembered that before she entered the palace, she heard that the relationship between the ninth prince and the prince was very good. Among so many princes, the ninth prince only gave face to the prince. She remembered that after the marriage, the ninth prince often stuck with the prince. She also remembered that after the death of the prince, the ninth prince protected his own little tiger like a chicken, and thought of those who harmed the prince. It seems that now all of them have a miserable end. Mother! Mother! Little Tiger pulled his dazed mother. What are you thinking about? Do you think that Uncle Gio meant that? He was a little sad. He really didn't want to be the prince. In his heart, Uncle Gio was so smart and so powerful. Uncle Gio was the most suitable person for that position. How could he be the prince if he was so stupid? Dueling came back to her senses. She looked down at Xiu. She really couldn't imagine her stupid son sitting in that position. However, she said, don't think about that position. If you really get there, I'm afraid you will be played around by those ministers. Xiu's expression relaxed. The feeling of not having to bear the burden made him feel much better instantly. But, Dueling said, you must learn well what you should learn. Mother! Xiu stretched out his tone. Not very willing. With Uncle Gio around, why should he work so hard? Dueling stood up and walked to the window. Her eyes seemed to be looking into the distance. But it seemed that she was not looking at anything. She turned her back to Xiao. My mother, father and brother are all dead. The Du family has no power. Your uncle is the same. He only has the favor of your grandfather. But favor is illusory, and it will be taken away at any time. By that time, no emperor can tolerate the existence of a deposed prince. Xiaohu, your uncle seems to be having a hard time. He is alone. You should show some courage and help him. If possible. Dueling certainly hopes that her son can have a relaxed and happy childhood. But she also knows that this is the palace. And there are many people who are helpless. They can live such a stable life now, relying on the ninth prince. Their fate is linked to the ninth prince. If the ninth prince is good, they are good. If the ninth prince is defeated one day, they will not be able to get anything good. To a certain extent, Dueling is not the kind of person who only thinks about clearing her responsibilities and protecting herself. The ninth prince is sincere to her son and protects them and their mother and son. How can she not be touched in her heart, recalling the death of her father and brother, and how she could not do anything? Dueling's eyes became painful. If possible, she never wanted to experience the days when she couldn't resist again. So whether it was for the sake of the mother and son or for the ninth prince, Dueling felt that they should all work hard and accumulate strength. It's better for the child to suffer a little now than to suffer for the rest of his life when he grows up. Xiaohu lowered his head a little depressed when he heard this. Yes, mother. I know. After making up her mind, Dueling was more energetic than before. She mainly used this energy to supervise her son. He had to study the lessons of Chong Wangwen well and polish his martial arts. Dueling thought that her father and brother still had some influence in the military camp. It just so happened that Xiaohu had some talent in martial arts. If he grew up, Xiaohu would take over the power of the Du family in the army. That would also be a help to Xiaojiu. As for the risks, since the decision had been made, Dueling stopped thinking about them and just tried her best. So, Xiaohu's life began to fall into dire straits. Zhao Yuan was not aware of Dueling's thoughts, but he was quite happy to see Dueling's control over Xiaohu. Xiaohu himself was not stupid, but his self-control was not strong. Without anyone to control him, he would gradually lose the motivation to make progress. He himself was also very busy on weekdays, and it was impossible for him to watch the child every day. Now it's just right. Soon, Zhao Yuan gave the emperor a reply. Father, I have thought it through. I want to be the prince. Xiu is too young and has no competitive ability in terms of grades. Since someone will take this position sooner or later, why not let him take it himself? The emperor smiled and patted his son on the shoulder. Okay. It's best if you can figure it out. Given his son's current situation, only by choosing this aspect can he ensure that he can live freely in the future. Otherwise, with the title of the emperor's favorite son and a mediocre relationship with other princes, the emperor can rest assured that after he dies one day, the next emperor will allow Xiuzhou to live freely. From the emperor's current thoughts, he does not want his son to suffer any grievances in the future. Then the best result is to hand over this position to his son. Seeing the emperor's jubilant look, Zhao Yuan also laughed. He could feel the emperor's care and love for him all the time. And he also knew that the other party pushed him to the position for his own good. Not to balance anything. No matter whether it will change in the future. At least at this moment. He was touched. Father. He pulled the emperor's arm and said confidently, I can be the prince or not. If you don't want me to be the prince in the future, I won't be the prince. But you can't forget that you promised me that Xiaojie will always be your favorite child. The emperor laughed. Of course. He understood what Xiaojie was saying. But he didn't think that such mutual fear and suspicion would happen between them. Father. Remember? You will always be your favorite child. Okay. Zhao Yuan was very satisfied when he saw his father like this. He said he wanted to make him the crown prince. But in fact, the emperor did not directly announce this matter in the court. On the contrary, many people knew that the emperor seemed to want to make the ninth prince the crown prince. This was done deliberately by the emperor, to see how many forces were hidden behind it. Zhao Yuan also knew it well. Once the news came out, it immediately caused quite a stir. Needless to say, there was a commotion in the harem. Many of the concubines who were ranked high had their own princes. After all the efforts of the previous prince died, the emperor was actually going to establish another one. How could this be possible? That was the ninth prince. No one expected that he would reach such a level just by relying on the emperor's favor. Although the ninth prince was smart since he was a child and seemed to be good at fighting. He was born to a woman who was a palace maid. Everyone felt incredible that he was suddenly promoted to such a high position. The harem was full of jealousy. In the imperial garden, some good friends gathered together and couldn't help but say, if you say that the ninth prince was just raised by concubine E for a few years when he was young, and it was so clear at the beginning, now he is still trying to link him with General Feng. General Feng's family is not without princes. This refers to the seventh prince. For so many years, concubine E still has not given birth to a biological child, and has only one seventh prince. Yes. Another concubine followed up and said, I really don't know how the ninth prince became the crown prince. You said, the ninth prince was on good terms with His Royal Highness, the former crown prince. Could it be that the Duke of Ingno? It's not impossible. The crown prince is gone. And the 10th prince is gone. The Duke of Ingzhou only has the ninth prince, who was once on good terms with His Royal Highness the crown prince. The more these words are said, the more they seem to be true. Lu Hanwan stood behind the rockery and listened. Xiao Yan listened to those speculations and got angry. Master, do you want me to teach these people a lesson? Lu Hanwan is already a concubine. There are not many people with higher status than her in the harem. Obviously, the person who whispered in the rockery is not one of them. Lu Hanwan shook her head. Xiao Yun was a little confused. Master? Lu Hanwan said, let them guess. She knew that Xuzhou did not have the power of Feng Ji and the Duke of Ingwa mansion behind her. But she thought it was quite good that these people guessed so reasonably. At least there is a smoke screen on the surface. And everyone will be more afraid of Xuzhou, so as not to let some people act too outrageously. Besides, if this rumor spreads too much, it may come true. The Duke of Ingwa mansion has been in decline since the Queen was imprisoned, and they will need this opportunity to climb up. Back at Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan was worried about her son's current situation. After thinking for a while, she asked Xiao Yun to call her son and gave him a lot of instructions, fearing that if she didn't pay attention, her son would be killed. Zhao Yuan comforted Lu Hanwan for a long time before leaving. He said to his men during this period, keep a close eye on the second prince. If he has any movement, report to me in time. He wanted to ascend to the position of the crown prince. And the second prince would definitely not be able to bear it. In fact, there would definitely be many people from other forces who wanted to attack him. Zhao Yuan felt that the second prince had lived long enough to come back alive from the border, and it was time for him to go down to accompany his brother the crown prince. Taking this opportunity, putting the blame on others, or letting the second prince suffer the consequences, are both good methods, so that the father will not suspect him. In the second prince's mansion, after hearing the news, the second prince was so angry that he smashed everything in the room. Why? Xuzhou was the one who caused him so much misery. Even if he didn't have clear evidence, did the father really have no doubts in his heart? But even so, the father didn't hesitate at all and wanted to make Xuzhou the new crown prince so quickly. Then, what is he? At this time, The second prince completely forgot that he and the emperor were not only father and son, but also monarch and minister. And he also forgot that he had done something to the crown prince. His eyes were full of ferocity. Shujio, this prince will never allow you to stand in that position so easily. You want to get away with it after harming him? You're dreaming. He called someone and gave him some instructions. Such movements, big and small, happened in more than one place in the capital. The emperor had previously pushed the young ninth prince into the court. Everyone thought that this was just to use the ninth prince to balance the second prince, who was the only one in the family. But who could have thought that the emperor would really let the ninth prince become the crown prince after the second prince was gone? The emperor's actions completely panicked those families with good power, the harem and the prince's families. It felt like everything was about to end before anyone made a move. Changchun Palace. More than a year had passed. As the queen's bedroom, Changchun Palace looked much dilapidated, and the furnishings in the room were also much older. Baiji approached with a bowl of medicine, and heard a heart-wrenching cough from inside the room, accompanied by panting, as if she was about to choke. Baiji hurriedly walked in, put down the medicine bowl, and then rushed to the tent, supported the queen, and anxiously asked, my queen, how are you?" After coughing, the queen fell back exhausted, her face covered with fine beads of sweat. She said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine." Her body has been like this for more than a year, and now it is estimated that she can't hold on for much longer. Baiji turned around and brought the medicine bowl on the table. "Your Majesty, the medicine is here." The queen looked at the medicine bowl for a long time without moving, feeling a little annoyed. "What's the use of drinking these? I haven't seen any effect after drinking it for a year." "Your Majesty." Baiji's heartache was about to fall. After a while of silence, the queen stretched out her hand. "Okay. Stop crying. Give me the medicine." Even though she knew she was going to die soon, the queen naturally didn't want to die since her enemies were still alive and well. She didn't have much time left, so she had to hurry up. After drinking the medicine in one breath, she frowned and said, "Why hasn't there been any news from Xuan? Ask someone to urge her. If she doesn't take action, don't blame me for being ruthless." The palace was closely monitoring her, and the queen couldn't find any other way to deal with the 12th prince and Song Shuqing. She knew that her illness was not a real illness, but that the emperor wanted her life. So she didn't dare to take action before she was completely sure. She was in the palace every day, pretending to feel guilty and miss the prince. And she also missed Xiaoshi very much. She seemed a little abnormal in her mind, so she barely survived in Changchun Palace. Recently, the people who were watching her relaxed a little, so she found an opportunity to threaten Xuan to take action against Song Shuqing. After all, Xuanping's murder of Dunpin and the secrets hidden behind it were not easy to spread. But until now, there has been no news of Song Shuqing's accident. The queen sneered. Her eyes were extremely fierce. Is she thinking that I am too sick to get out of bed? And she wants to delay time, preferably until I die. Then she is wrong. The queen said the last sentence lightly, but the tone and expression made people feel terrified. Baiji has been taking care of the queen since she was a child, so she is naturally not afraid. She shares the same hatred with the queen. That Xuan is really hateful. She dared not take the queen's words to heart. Should we teach Xuan a lesson? There was no smile in the queen's eyes. Now is different from the past. I will warn her temporarily. If she dares to delay again, there is no need to give her another chance. Yes, Baiji agreed. By the way, Your Majesty, Baiji was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly remembered the news she heard outside. She had come in to tell the Majesty this news just now, but because the queen coughed at that time, she forgot it for a moment. I heard from the palace people that the emperor seems to intend to make the 9th prince the crown prince. The 9th prince used to bully the 10th prince of the queen. Now the 9th prince is going to be the crown prince. I don't know what the queen will think. The queen was indeed very surprised by the news. She paused. Make the 9th prince the crown prince? Yes, Baiji said. Before, there was a dispute between the 2nd prince and the 9th prince. After the 2nd prince's hands and feet were disabled, only the 9th prince was left. Of course, this is not the case. The emperor is in his prime, so he doesn't need to rush to appoint a crown prince. The remaining princes, such as the 11th, 13th, and 14th princes, all have strong influence from their mothers' families. These princes are not much older than the 9th prince, and they can enter the court soon. Even if they want to appoint a crown prince, they can choose from these princes. But the emperor still chose the 9th prince, which shows his preference for the 9th prince. This was the point that the 10th prince was most dissatisfied with at the time. As the legitimate son of the central palace, he was not as good as the 9th prince in every way. So Baiji didn't say this directly in front of the queen. It was not for the 9th prince's good, but Baiji knew that her own queen cared about the 10th prince the most. Now that his body was so broken, she didn't want to say too much to ruin the queen's mood, fearing that too much stimulation would accelerate the decline of the queen's body. But in fact, the queen was not as angry about the news as Baiji imagined. To be honest, the queen had absolutely no good feelings for the 9th prince. The 9th prince had beaten her Xiaoshi. The queen just couldn't help but think of the crown prince. She ordered someone to kill the crown prince. But this didn't mean that the queen didn't have much affection for him, especially after the crown prince's death. During the days when the queen was lingering on, what she did most every day was to turn over the memories and chew them over and over again. Now that the crown prince was dead, those memories became more precious. She knew that the 2nd prince accused the 9th prince of deliberately crippling her hands and feet, saying that the 9th prince was avenging the crown prince. In fact, the queen was more inclined to believe this news, because the 9th prince beat Xiaoshi several times, each time to protect the crown prince. She was silent, and then said, "Don't worry about these. Don't make trouble. The most important thing for us now is to kill Xu Fei and avenge my Xiaoshi." Yes, Baiji knew what the queen meant, so she did as she ordered. Watching Baiji leave, the queen leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the scenery outside the window with lifeless eyes. Suddenly laughed. Her hand stroked in the air, as if tracing the outline of someone. She chuckled and murmured, "You protected him tightly back then. Now you see, you really didn't protect the wrong person. It's just a pity that the 2 brothers, who are so sincere and affectionate, are not the crown prince and her Xiaoshi." She thought, maybe she was wrong back then. If she hadn't been too stubborn and ignored the crown prince, maybe they wouldn't have gone to the point of separation and life and death later. As for Xuan, after sending away the people who came to warn her, the expression on her face became completely gloomy. The queen knew her secret. If it was exposed, not only would her life be in danger, but even her family would be implicated. Although Xuan was not her family's biological daughter, she had been spoiled by her family all her life. It was her family who saved her, and she could not let her family be implicated because of her. But for Xuan to obey the queen's words and kill Xuan was also a dead end. More importantly, she could not guarantee that after she killed Xuan, the queen would really keep the secret for her. It's really uncomfortable to have your life and death in the hands of others. In comparison, Xuan wanted to kill the queen directly, so that no one would know her secret. This method is certainly a permanent solution. But the queen is not a pushover. Changchun Palace is locked up and cannot be easily entered or exited. So Xuan can't reach that far. Since she can't do it, Xuanping's eyes are heavy, so she should find someone who can do it. Zhao Yuan was naturally unaware of these disturbances in the harem. His attention was now focused on solving the 2nd prince's problem. After monitoring the 2nd prince for a long time, Zhao Yuan found that he only got angry twice, smashed some things, and then there was no movement. He was a little disappointed. He had seen the 2nd prince full of resentment towards his father before, and thought that the 2nd prince would rebel in anger. After all, the 2nd prince had worked in the military camp in the capital before, and there must be his people in it. As a result, he got angry. He knocked on the table. "It seems that I have to create more opportunities for my 2nd brother to take action." Soon, the opportunity came. The eldest prince is about to hold a birthday banquet. The eldest prince is the eldest brother of the emperor. He was also arrogant in the past, although he was detained in the capital by the emperor in recent years. On the surface, the emperor still treated these brothers with many preferential treatments. So it was only natural for princes like Zhao Yuan to appear at the other party's birthday banquet. For a while, the treasure pavilion in the capital was quite lively. If there was no suitable gift at home, everyone would buy it in advance. Therefore, it was not surprising that the news that the 2nd prince spent 3,000 taels to buy a treasure in the treasure pavilion would be known to Concubine Jang. Concubine Jang asked someone to call the 2nd prince over. "Your son pays respects to your mother." As soon as the 2nd prince entered the room, He saluted Concubine Jang. In the past, when the second prince came to see Concubine Jang, his expression was extremely lively, whether he was happy or angry. But now, the second prince's face was only numb. It can be seen how deeply the crippled hands and feet affected him. It has been nearly a year, and he is still immersed in it, and can't get out. It was not the first time that Concubine Jang saw her son in this state, but every time she saw it, her heart ached. However, no matter how much she comforted him, it was useless. She said, "Get up. Come and sit down. Mother has something to ask you." Concubine Jang dismissed the servants in the room. The mother and son sat opposite each other at the table. The second prince lowered his head and said nothing. Concubine Jang had always been patient, but it was useless to compare these with her son at this time. She asked directly, "The eldest prince held such a grand birthday banquet this time. Did you reach some goal with him behind the scenes?" There was nothing wrong with the prince's birthday celebration, but previous years were not as grand as this year. There were many officials and others who wanted to go. Fishing in troubled waters is the easiest time to go wrong. The second prince was calm and said, "Mother, you are worrying too much. It is normal for the eldest prince to want to celebrate his birthday. Well, this is a good reason." And Concubine Jang did not dwell on it. She just stared at the second prince. "Well, mother asks you, are you planning to attack the ninth prince at the birthday banquet?" The second prince was silent for a moment. Concubine Jang had already guessed the answer. She knew her son's temperament very well, but she could guess it roughly, since the emperor intended to make the ninth prince the crown prince. She had a bad feeling. Now her son's performance confirmed all this. She couldn't help but half stand up and grab the second prince's arm. "No! Hao Sheng. You also said that the ninth prince had deliberately targeted you before. He just wanted to avenge the crown prince. Now is a time of trouble. There must be many people who want to attack him. They are waiting. If you really dare to do it, the ninth prince can just catch you and avenge the crown prince." The second prince still didn't say anything. Concubine Jang knew that his mind had not changed. She had to continue to persuade him earnestly. "Let's wait a little longer. Okay? After this time, we can slowly plan. Even if the ninth prince can defend for a while, he can't defend for a lifetime. Can we take it slowly?" The second prince raised his head and sneered. "Take it slowly? Mother, I have endured it for a year. Do you know how uncomfortable it is for me to wake up every day and find my limbs disabled? Do you know how difficult it is for me to wake up even in my dreams? Wait. I don't want to wait anymore. You want me to watch my enemy happily ascend to a high position while I can only watch from below. I can't do it." He said the last few words word by word, and the anger in his heart can be imagined. It seems that there is a fire burning in his eyes, wanting to burn everything to ashes. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Concubine Jang was also annoyed in her heart. "You are uncomfortable. But do I, as a mother, feel better? But what can I do? Do you want to give up your life in vain without causing any harm to the ninth prince? Can you be willing to do that?" Concubine Jang has always known that her son's temperament is actually too impulsive and reckless. But when nothing serious happens, he seems to be smart enough. But after suffering such a big loss, it is obvious that her son can't calm down. Concubine Jang didn't know that she was a person who could hide for years without being moved. But she could give birth to such a hot-tempered son. The second prince didn't take Concubine Jang's worries to heart. He smiled with a hint of madness. "Mother, don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I know all these. Ninth brother. He must not come back alive. I will be safe and sound. Killing the ninth brother is one thing. The second prince did not intend to die with the two of them. There is an old saying that it is better to live than to die. Although the second prince did not think about it, his behavior meant so. For so long, no matter how painful it was, he didn't really want to die. Although he said so, Concubine Jang was not at ease. "Mother knows that my son is smart. But although the ninth prince is small, he is really cunning. We have to be on guard. There are so many people who don't want to see him become the crown prince. There is no need for us to do it ourselves. We just need to wait quietly for a few more days. And people who want to make trouble for the ninth prince will naturally appear. They just need to seize the opportunity and give a push from behind at the critical moment to make the ninth prince fall into an irretrievable situation." The second prince was impatient. "Mother, do you think that my hands are broken and my legs are lame? So I can't compare to the ninth prince in anything? He would personally avenge his vengeance. If someone else got there before him, what kind of revenge would that be? He couldn't wait any longer. Mother didn't mean that. Concubine Jang explained that the second prince had always been her pride. How could she think he was worse than anyone else? It was just that her temperament destined her to be more cautious and thorough when she took action. In that case, the second prince stood up. Then it's settled. How Sheng? Concubine Jang shouted loudly. The second prince stopped and turned to look at her. The mother and son looked at each other. Concubine Jang had a lot to say. For example, she wanted to say that she could slowly plan to poison the ninth prince. Sometimes, death was not the only thing that was the most tormenting. She could give the ninth prince a sterilization drug, etc. If the ninth prince cannot have a child in the future, he will be under great pressure as the crown prince. But facing her son's eyes, she couldn't say anything. After a long while, she nodded silently. Okay, go ahead. Mother supports you? The second prince's face showed a faint smile. The second prince left. Concubine Jang sat on the chair, looking into the void, not knowing what she was thinking. Time soon came to the day of the eldest prince's birthday. As usual, Zhao Yuan was in the palace with the emperor to deal with memorials, etc. And he got up when everything was almost done. As soon as he walked out of the imperial study, he saw a maid from the Chaoxia palace not far away. Zhao Yuan walked over and said, "Your Highness, the queen invites you to come over." "Yeah." Zhao Yuan responded and walked in front. It was still early, so it didn't matter if he went to see his mother first. As for the prince, the relationship between the prince and the emperor was not good anyway, so it didn't matter if he went early or late. Apart from his parents and the prince, Zhao Yuan didn't care if he was rude or not. Even if the prince was dissatisfied, he couldn't do anything to him. If it wasn't to lure the snake out of its hole, he might not go to the prince's birthday banquet. When he arrived at Chaoxia Palace, Zhao Yuan shouted loudly, "Mom, you looking for me?" "Shujio?" Lu Hanwan stood up after hearing the noise. "Is there something that Mom wants to talk to me about?" Zhao Yuan was a little confused. Lu Hanwan said, "Are you really going to the prince's house today?" "Yes." Zhao Yuan nodded. Lu Hanwan hesitated. Zhao Yuan naturally knew what his mother was worried about. He smiled helplessly and comforted her. "Mom, don't worry about me. Since I have decided to go, I have already made preparations." "Shujio?" Lu Hanwan called out. But she didn't know what to say. The child is grown up now, and many things will not be told to her one by one like when she was young. This time Shujio went to the birthday banquet of the prince. She didn't know what Shujio's specific purpose was, but she knew something would happen in her heart and was worried. "Do you have to go?" Zhao Yuan said, "Even if you don't go this time, you can't avoid it later." "Yes." Lu Hanwan thought a little dejectedly. When Shujio becomes the prince, countless conspiracies will come to Shujio, and it is impossible to avoid them. In the end, she could only say, "Your father is the father of all the princes, and even the emperor." Sometimes, you have to leave yourself a way out. The news of making Shujio the prince has been circulating for a while, but there has been no real movement. Lu Hanwan doesn't understand what the emperor means. Maybe it's just a trick to fool Shujio. Anyway, Lu Hanwan still doesn't dare to believe that the emperor really wants to make her son the prince. She knows her own weight. Obviously, there are too many concubines with good family backgrounds in the harem. Zhao Yuan didn't react much when he heard her words. It was not the first time Lu Hanwan said this. He understood his mother's worries, but he also trusted his father's feelings. He knew that in the current environment, no matter how much he told his mother, she would not understand. Zhao Yuan smiled and said, "Yes, I know." After talking to his mother, Zhao Yuan left the palace and headed towards the Grand Prince's mansion. When he arrived at the Grand Prince's mansion, it was already very lively. But despite this, when Zhao Yuan arrived, no one dared to ignore him. Since he was born, he has been the most beloved prince by the emperor. Later, when he grew up, he followed Feng Ji to fight at the border and made some fame. Now, there are rumors that the emperor is going to make him the prince. No matter from which aspect, everyone looked up to him. The ninth prince has arrived. The person who opened the door shouted. Every time a character came, there would be this. Hearing the voice, everyone looked over. Zhao Yuan looked around the scene and saw that his second brother had arrived as expected. The eldest prince, as the protagonist, also came to greet him. "Little Nine is here." Come in and sit down. Zhao Yuan's relationship with the eldest prince has always been average. But there has not been much conflict on the surface. In fact, because the emperor does not like these people, all the princes have a close relationship with these princes. But no matter for the future. Or what? The eldest prince will not ruin his relationship with Zhao Yuan at this time. Zhao Yuan took a seat. And soon, many officials came to talk to him. When he showed that he wanted to stay alone, everyone dispersed with tact. The seat next to him happened to be an acquaintance. The second prince. When Zhao Yuan was alone, the second prince sneered and said, "Your Highness, the ninth prince is really in the limelight now. Everyone is around you." In the past, when he appeared, he was surrounded by people. But in the past year since he came back, things have changed. Just now, he and the ninth prince sat together. But the officials who came and went all came to see the ninth prince, and did not even look at him. This strong contrast made the second prince hate the person who caused him to fall into such a situation even more. Zhao Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Second brother is wrong. I have always been so glorious. Zhao Yuan has always been so convinced of this. Because it is the fact. Because his father treated him differently since he was a child. He was the most important among all the princes. Naturally, his status in the hearts of others was high. This is also one of the reasons why everyone is so cautious about him after he may become the crown prince with such a family background. Otherwise, all those who have ulterior motives should have looked down on him in front of him, and would never be so respectful to him. Second prince? It's annoying. Shizhou always says this. I feel annoyed when I think that what he said is true. He snorted. Standing high is nothing. But standing firmly is hard to say. There should be many people who want to pull my ninth brother down. I should think about it carefully. With your family background, can you really become the crown prince? Zhao Yuan's face was full of sincerity. Second brother, you don't know what it feels like to be the crown prince. Right? He looked down and fell on the hands and legs of the second prince. Unfortunately, my second brother probably won't have this opportunity. Sure enough, whether it was the position of the crown prince or the problem of hands and feet, they were the second prince's Achilles heel. When Zhao Yuan said this, the second prince lost control of his emotions immediately. Fortunately, the second prince looked at Zhao Yuan's relaxed and comfortable smile and forced himself to hold back his temper. After all, he had watched Xiao Jiu grow up, and knew that this little prince was very good at pretending to be well-behaved. If he dared to get angry in public, the ninth prince would dare to pretend to be innocent in public, and make sure to put all the blame on him. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, "You should really sit on the throne of the prince first, and then come and talk to me." After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Yuan to speak again, he turned his body to the side, and turned his eyes to the other side, unwilling to talk to Zhao Yuan anymore. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan still had a faint smile on his face. It's good to be angry. He was afraid that the second prince would not dare to attack him. In this case, the second prince would have to live for a while longer. This was not what Zhao Yuan wanted. There were not many people who could be entertained by the eldest prince. At most, there were a few princes and a few princes. For example, those who held heavy troops or had powerful families only had people send gifts. But they were not allowed to show up in person. After all, these princes were still determined to resist the emperor. How could any important official dare to make friends with them openly? The banquet started soon, and the eldest prince said some polite words. My nephews are here today. I am happy. Come on. Bring up the pot of wine that I finally got. The eldest prince is a wine lover. Since he said it was a treasure, the wine must be good. Its value must be high. Not long after, the wine was brought. The second prince took the wine pot from the servant and poured himself a glass first, and then poured for Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan looked at the wine glass on his desk and hesitated to make a move. The second prince asked, Why? Ninth brother. Are you still afraid that the second brother will poison the wine? Zhao Yuan lowered his eyes and said nothing. The second prince sighed lightly, brought the wine on his desk, put the two glasses of wine together, and said sarcastically, Ninth brother is overestimating your second brother. I am afraid that I don't have the courage to poison the most beloved prince of my father in public. Since you are afraid, I will give you my wine in exchange. Is that okay? The eldest prince at the head noticed that there seemed to be some conflict between them. So he said, My wine is intoxicating. Shuzhou is young and probably has never drunk wine. If you are not good at drinking, forget it. Today is his birthday, and the eldest prince does not want to make trouble. Especially, the second prince's hands and feet are said to be disabled by the ninth prince. The eldest prince is also afraid that these two people will do something bad. The incident happened in his mansion. If he is dragged into the water, it will be troublesome. On the other hand, although he has always been arrogant and loves to go against the emperor, he has been detained in the capital for so many years by the emperor. Deep in his heart, the eldest prince is also a little confused about whether they can return to their fiefdom. So subconsciously, he wants to find a way out for himself. Therefore, he was quite polite to Zhao Yuan. This was also a relief for Zhao Yuan. The fourth prince came over when he heard the noise. What's going on? He looked at the table. Why are there 2 glasses of wine? The second prince looked at Zhao Yuan provocatively. His eyebrows slightly raised. Why? Ninth brother is so old and still doesn't dare to drink? As he said that, he grabbed the glass of wine that originally belonged to Zhao Yuan on the table and drank it. And then turned his wrist and turned the glass over to show that he had finished drinking. Many people at the banquet also noticed that the atmosphere here was not right and looked over secretly. Zhao Yuan just looked at the second prince for a long time. Then he smiled, picked up the glass on the table, and drank it down. He had never drunk alcohol in his previous life. But he did in this life. It wasn't long before the border war, and the conditions were tough. Most soldiers liked to drink, and Feng Ji also drank, but he was not addicted. Zhao Yuan followed Feng Ji, so he naturally had the opportunity to drink. He was old enough to drink alcohol at the moment, and Zhao Yuan knew that as a prince, he would need to drink alcohol in the future. Instead of adapting to it at that time, he might as well learn from Feng Ji. After all, Feng Ji favored him at the border, so there would be no problem even if he got drunk. Fortunately, he was not bad at drinking alcohol. Seeing Zhao Yuan drink it, the second prince said good. The second prince picked up the wine pot and poured it for himself and Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was second, and the second prince drank several cups himself. Soon he was a little drunk, and said, Xiujiu, don't blame me for wronging you before. I just couldn't accept that I became a useless person for a while. Now I have figured it out. At this point, his voice was a little choked. There seemed to be a trace of tears in his eyes. From now on, you are the prince, and I have nothing. But I still have to live. I still have my mother and children. I offended you before, and now I apologize to you. I only ask you to look at our brotherly feelings, and don't care too much about me. And the Crown Prince. I know you have a good relationship with His Royal Highness. But the Crown Prince's death really has nothing to do with me. I was fighting at the border at the time. How could I care about these things? Zhao Yuan's eyelashes drooped, covering the coldness in them. The second prince poured another glass of wine. Zhao Yuan smelled the faint aroma of wine in the air, which was mixed with some other faint smells. The smile on his face unconsciously grew. He picked up the wine glass and said modestly, What are you talking about? My second brother? We are brothers. How can I care about these things? My father has already explained to me the matter of the Crown Prince. It was me who was young and ignorant before. I should not care about it. The second prince smiled and drunkenly patted Zhao Yuan on the shoulder. Okay. Let's not worry about each other. We are all good brothers. After saying that, he drank the wine in his hand again. In the palace, Concubine Jang was a little restless. For some reason, she was extremely anxious. She couldn't help but order, Go outside and ask someone if the banquet in the palace has ended. Yes. The maid responded and left. In the palace of the first prince, Zhao Yuan and the second prince were drinking. Seeing that they were drinking well, the fourth prince didn't join them and went straight back to his seat. The two of them didn't mean to fight, and the first prince didn't interfere. Of course, he didn't want to get close. When these two were together, the first prince always felt that something was going to happen, so he simply stayed away. Gradually, a lot of time passed. The banquet should be over. Zhao Yuan and the second prince got on their own carriages. As soon as they entered the carriage, the drunken second prince pushed away the person who was supporting him. His eyes were sober, and there was no sign of drunkenness. Zhao Yuan's eyes were also sober. One of them went to the palace, and the other went to his mansion outside the palace. Inside the palace, the person said to inquire about the news finally came back. My queen, the banquet at the palace has been over, and His Royal Highness the second prince has also returned to the palace. Really? Concubine Jang forced a smile. It's good that he's back. Where's the ninth prince? The palace servant replied, His Highness the ninth prince has also taken a carriage back to the palace. Concubine Jang nodded. Returned to the room. Sat down. And then couldn't help but stand up. Obviously, everything today had ended peacefully. But for some reason, she was still worried. What did the second prince do today? In the second prince's mansion, the second prince returned to his room, and the second prince's wife came to greet him. His Highness is back. I asked someone to make sobering tea for His Highness, and I'll have someone bring it over right away. It's normal to drink alcohol when attending a banquet. So the second prince's wife arranged these in advance, and after smelling the alcohol on the second prince, she asked someone to bring it out. The second prince nodded randomly. He sat at the table, thinking about the glass of wine Zhao Yuan drank today, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. He finally waited for this day. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest, a sweet and fishy taste in his throat, and something spurted out instantly. Ah! The second prince's wife had just taken the sobering tea brought by the maid and was about to give it to the second prince herself. When she turned around, she saw this scene and screamed in fear. The servants in the room were also panicked. The second prince covered his chest and spit out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. He opened his lips and tried his best to speak, but only made two meaningless sounds. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? The second prince's wife rushed over and screamed. Quick! Go and ask the imperial physician to come. No one in the second prince's mansion dared to conceal the news that the second prince had died of poisoning and vomiting blood. And the news was quickly sent to the palace. What? Concubine Jang sat up from her chair. Your Majesty, the second prince has died of poisoning. The palace servant who reported the news was also very nervous. If the people above got angry after learning about this bad news, the people who reported the news, would not be in a good situation. But for a long time, there was no response from Concubine Jang. When he looked up, he saw that Concubine Zhuang's eyes rolled up, and she fainted directly. Your Majesty, the palace maid in the room hurriedly helped Concubine Jang to lie on the bed, and then went to find the imperial physician. After a while, the panic scene disappeared. On the other hand, Zhao Yuan entered the palace and got the news that the emperor wanted to see him. He knew that his father was worried about him. They all knew that Zhao Yuan was in great danger during this period. The emperor did not approve of Zhao Yuan going out of the palace at this time. It was just to give him a chance. He just wanted to know where everyone stood, but did not want to risk his son's life. But Zhao Yuan insisted on being spoiled, so the emperor had to agree. It's not that the emperor thought Zhao Yuan's behavior was right, but he felt that his son should grow up. No matter what kind of road it was, his son had to go through it himself. Even if it was a detour, it was better than him, as a father, clearing all obstacles. But this did not affect the emperor's worries behind his back. Zhao Yuan walked towards the imperial study, thinking about what happened at the banquet. At the beginning, the wine poured by the second prince was all good wine, so it didn't matter whether the two of them exchanged wine glasses or not. The wine with real problems fell after drinking for a while. The only strange thing was that the wine with problems was not poured for him, but the second prince's own wine. But what's interesting is that the poison in the wine was actually an uncommon secret poison from the Ling clan that Zhao Yuan knew. Of course, it's uncommon, but there have been many people in the Ling clan who have caused bloody storms since ancient times. So if you look carefully, you can find the description of this poison. The reason why Zhao Yuan knew this was, of course, because he had learned from Ling Yin, the holy girl of the Ling clan, who is also a medical girl. Of course, when he was learning from others, he also showed some of his rare medical books to the medical girl. If you only cherish your own medical skills, your progress will not be good. He was also learning, but he was confident that he would learn better, even if others were better than him. It was his own problem. Zhao Yuan did not reject others to improve themselves. Medical skills might be needed by someone around him one day. It was better than being powerless at that time. Now everyone knew that there was a holy girl of the Ling clan around him. If the second prince died of that poison, even if the emperor favored Zhao Yuan's reputation would inevitably be frustrated. and even the position of the future prince might be shaken. Behind this, it was Zhao Yuan who was coming. Of course, he looked at the second prince. He didn't seem to know about it. He guessed that the second prince thought that the poison was for him to drink. It was a pity that the second prince was tricked by the person behind him. But Zhao Yuan would not sit and wait for death. He directly detoxified the second prince while the second prince was not paying attention, and changed the poison for the second prince. He looked at the sky, and at this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up. The second prince should be poisoned by now. However, since the person behind the scenes was coming for him, even if he changed the medicine, it would endanger him at that time. He took out a pill and swallowed it. When he arrived at the imperial study, the emperor heard the noise, just raised his eyes, and saw his son coming in. The smile on his face was just hanging, and his expression suddenly became terrified. Shujio. The emperor rushed over, and his legs hit the table heavily without feeling it. He ran over to hug his son and shouted loudly, "Imperial physician! Imperial physician! Go and call the imperial physician!" Zhao Yuan fell into the emperor's arms, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan's eyes went dark immediately after hearing the news that her son vomited blood. She staggered, but finally held on. "Quick! Where is Shujio? Take me there quickly." She wanted to see her child with her own eyes. When Lu Hanwan arrived, the imperial physician was already treating him inside. The poison in the ninth princes is overbearing. Fortunately, the amount taken by the prince was small. Otherwise, he would not have survived until this time. Now that the prince has taken the medicine, his life is not in danger for the time being. If he wants to fully recover, he still needs a long period of recuperation. The emperor looked at his pale son lying on the bed, his eyes dark, and great anger kept gathering in his chest. He stood up. "Take good care of the ninth prince. If he gets into trouble, you don't need your head anymore." Outside the door, Lu Hanwan rushed in. "Shujio? Shujio?" As soon as she entered the room, her eyes were completely glued to her son on the bed. When she rushed to him, she remembered to look at the emperor. "Your Majesty, how is Shujio?" The emperor was a little depressed. Shujio is not in danger of life for the time being, but he still needs to be well trained. He regretted pushing his son to the front so early. He was too impatient. In the past 10 years, Shujio was raised by him too innocent and harmless, and he didn't see so many conspiracies and tricks. Although his son was smart, it was normal for him to not react to all this maliciousness. But anyone who dared to attack Xiaojiu and murder her life must be unforgivable. The child was not awake yet, and this was not the place to deal with things. The emperor walked out and said coldly, "Where is the second prince? Let that bastard come to the palace to see me." He knew that this matter must be related to the second prince. Reply to the emperor. Xuan only remembered at this time that a guard had come to report the second prince's matter. But at that time, the emperor was immersed in the safety of the ninth prince. Xuan could not find a chance to talk about it, so he did not speak. At this time, the emperor asked, and he hurried out and knelt down and said, "Just now, someone from the second prince's mansion reported that the second prince suddenly vomited blood and died after returning home. The time was too short. The second prince died immediately. He couldn't wait to find a doctor. The doctor who went there reported that the second prince was poisoned by the same poison as the ninth prince. But the second prince took too much poison, and the doctor was powerless to save him. The person was already dead when he went there. What else could he do?" The emperor frowned. He didn't expect this to happen. Let the person who accompanied Xiaojiu to the banquet come in. He wanted to ask what happened. Since Zhao Yuan went to the border, the emperor gave him a lot of people, including some secret guards. After Zhao Yuan returned to Beijing, he didn't want to return these secret guards, so the emperor didn't take them. Of course, the emperor did not give these secret guards to monitor his son. They were originally just to protect his son. Now that his son did not want to return, he continued to give them to his son. In the emperor's heart, his son had a weak foundation and needed more manpower. He wanted to give everything to his son. This time, the people who accompanied Zhao Yuan to the banquet happened to be the secret guards given by the emperor. This was also specially arranged by Zhao Yuan. Sometimes, it is more convenient to do things with secret guards. For example, this time, Zhao Yuan did not need to explain much. The emperor naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the pot of wine poured by the second prince. Sure enough, after listening to the report of the secret guard, the emperor did not know what to say to his second son for a while. The secret guard handed over the thing in his hand. This is the pot of wine poured by the second prince for the ninth prince. The ninth prince signaled his subordinates to pay attention to this. Therefore, after the wine pot was taken down, the subordinates saw someone trying to destroy it. So they knocked the person unconscious and took the thing back. There is a mechanism in this wine pot that divides the wine into two halves. The person pouring the wine can control which side of the wine to pour at will. The emperor took the wine pot and looked at it. After a while, he frowned and cursed in a deep voice. What a fool! The second prince poured the wine all the time, and Xiaozhou did not touch it. The second prince also exchanged wine glasses to lower Xiaozhou's vigilance. He did it in public, just to force Xiaozhou to drink the wine. The emperor was sure that the second prince should think that there was nothing wrong with the 2 glasses of wine at the beginning, so it didn't matter which one he drank. But in fact, all this was just a mantis catching a cicada while the oriole was waiting behind. Someone took advantage of the second son and sold him out. Now, the second son was poisoned to death, and the emperor was almost laughing. Of course, the second son made a mistake about which side was poisonous and then poisoned himself. But the emperor refused to think about it. Thinking of his son, who was still unconscious in bed, the emperor was even more angry. Dare to get rid of my 2 sons directly. It's really a big burden. Go check. I want to know who dares to stretch his claws behind my back. No matter who it is, he will chop off the other party's claws and head. In the bedroom, the doctor has left. Lu Hanwan is holding her son's hand and crying silently. Now her son needs to rest. She refuses to cry out loud. Only some sporadic and tiny sounds can tell her worry. Suddenly, Lu Hanwan feels something in her hand moving. She paused in her crying and looked down. Zhao Yuan quietly pointed at Lu Hanwan again. Lu Hanwan. She wiped her tears and said, the imperial physician said that Xiaozhou needs to rest. It's not good to have too many people in the room. You should go out first. I am here to accompany Xiaozhou. The maids looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and obeyed the order and went out. This is the biological mother of the ninth prince. She is different from others, so she naturally has to obey. After everyone left, Lu Hanwan looked at her son nervously. She whispered uncertainly, Xiaozhou? Zhao Yuan quietly opened his eyes and smiled at his mother. Lu Hanwan cried with joy and couldn't help but hit him, whispering, What's wrong with you, kid? Do you know that you scared your mother so much that she doesn't know what to do? Seeing her son wake up, she couldn't stop crying. She hurriedly took out her handkerchief and wiped it. Mom, I'm fine. Zhao Yuan told Lu Hanwan about the matter. My second brother poured me wine at the banquet. There must be a mechanism in his wine pot. One side is poisonous, and the other side is not poisonous. But he was probably deceived and thought that he poured me poisoned wine. In fact, the side he drank was poisonous. The second prince would definitely not make a mistake in such a matter of life and death. There must be something wrong behind it. And this poison is a secret medicine of the Ling clan. Someone must want to frame the second prince's death on me. So I calculated the time and took some poison myself. I know my physical condition well, and there will be no problem. After recuperation for a period of time, I can return to normal. Ling clan secret medicine. After hearing this, Lu Hanwan knew that someone really wanted to frame Xiaozhou. She murmured, If that's the case, why didn't the person behind it just do it to you, Xiaozhou? Before Lu Hanwan finished speaking, she reacted by herself. She guessed that the person behind the scenes wanted to push the matter onto Xiaozhou, and that person should know the second prince, and was worried that the second prince would give him up afterwards. Otherwise, directly poisoning Xiaozhou would be the most permanent solution. But Lu Hanwan began to think, who is cooperating with the second prince behind the scenes? Xiaozhou, you are young, have a good temper, and have never offended anyone. Zhao Yuan. He thought that he had offended so many people. So, it should be the people behind the princes who did it. Lu Hanwan first ruled out the correct answer and continued to analyze. Zhao Yuan did not interrupt his mother's thoughts. But he had a different idea from his mother. He did not think that ordinary people would dare to cooperate with the second prince at this time and kill the second prince. The second prince had no intersection with the princes and concubines who came after him. He lived outside the palace and was old. He could not see the concubines in the harem at all. As for the second prince's mother, Concubine Jang, She was a venomous snake-like figure hiding in the dark. And no one dared to provoke her easily. No one would really go to Concubine Jang to tell her about this. After all, Concubine Jang couldn't just watch her own son being killed. The person behind the scenes should have directly found the second prince. Of course, Zhao Yuan did not completely rule out the suspicion of these people in the harem. But in comparison, he felt that the sixth prince, who was tricked into the battlefield and had not yet returned, and the third prince, who was tricked by him and had to live with the guards in the palace and lost face, were more likely to be involved in this. Of course, it is not impossible that the other princes, such as the first prince, the fourth prince, and the seventh prince, disliked him and wanted to kill him. When he was in Chongwen Hall before, he bullied these children. And the land reform he proposed later even shook the foundations of these princes. With such a big conflict of interest, those princes definitely want to kill him. Thinking of the scene when the second prince persuaded him to drink, Zhao Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. At that time, it seemed that the fourth prince had been paying attention to them and even came to see them. However, the fourth prince has always been a timid fence-sitter. It is still unknown whether he did it. All those who know about the poisoning of the second prince and the ninth prince are wondering who did it. Outside the palace, two people have also broken their defense. The first prince had just heard the news that the second prince vomited blood and died after returning to the palace. Before he had time to recover, he learned that the ninth prince also vomited blood and fell into a coma after returning to the palace. Now the imperial doctor is rescuing him. I don't know if he can be saved. Never before has the eldest prince hated his strong physique so much, causing him to be unable to faint even if he wanted to. He slapped his thigh. Heartbroken. I knew it. I knew it a long time ago. Those two little bastards would never get along well. This second prince is really a beast. If he doesn't want to live, why don't you find another place to die? You went directly to the ninth prince's residence to kill people. And you ran to my birthday to do this. It's really a betrayal of your teacher and ancestors. Extremely unfilial. Now someone is in trouble in his house. And the wine is the fine wine he provided. He can't wash it off even if he jumps into the Yellow River. The emperor himself disliked these princes. And now it has given people a reason to attack him. The eldest prince was sad. Who could be so unlucky as him? He had to deal with all this on a happy day. Now he couldn't even rest, and had to go to the palace to clean up the mess. Mainly to explain to the emperor that he really didn't do it. And the other one, the fourth prince, was also doubting his life. He didn't understand. He obviously only poisoned the second prince. So why did the ninth prince also get poisoned? Could it be that the second prince had a change of heart at that time? Or was afraid, and didn't dare to kill the ninth prince? So he didn't use that mechanism. That shouldn't be the case. With the amount they drank at that time, the poison half alone was not enough. He was puzzled and wanted to see what was going on up close. So he went to find the eldest prince. Brother, something big has happened. Do you know? The eldest prince was like a bereaved mother, and said unhappily, do you think I don't know? Such a big thing. I'm afraid everyone who should know has already known it. The fourth prince took a look at his dress and asked knowingly, Brother, are you planning to go to the palace? Yes. If you don't go, I don't know what crime the fifth brother will accuse you of. The eldest prince said that the fifth brother was referring to the emperor. The fourth prince hurriedly followed, then brother, I'll go with you. This is also the purpose of his coming here. He wants to see what happened to the ninth prince. He has always been good friends with the eldest prince. And the two of them appear together wherever they go. When something like this happens, of course he has to be with the eldest prince. So he is not worried that going to the palace with the eldest prince will arouse any suspicion. Inside the palace, the prince knelt on the ground and swore to the emperor that he definitely did not do it. But the prince did not have any favorable evidence. So the matter was deadlocked. The emperor did not explicitly say that he believed the prince. And the prince himself thought that it was impossible for the emperor to believe him with just a few words. But no matter what, his attitude had to be made clear. In silence, he asked, I wonder how Shuju is now. The emperor was silent for a moment, and said, he is still unconscious and has not woken up. Finally, several people went to see Zhao Yuan together. Zhao Yuan heard the voice from a distance, gestured to his mother, and then closed his eyes and lay down. Lu Hanwan reacted immediately, and tears fell instantly. Fortunately, she had cried all the way here when she heard the bad news about her son. and her eyes were still red. So there was no flaw. When the emperor, the first prince, and the fourth prince came in, they really didn't find anything wrong. The emperor asked, "How is Xujiu?" Lu Hanwan shook her head with tears in her eyes. "He hasn't woken up." The fourth prince comforted, "Fortunately, the ninth prince is a lucky person, and his life is not in danger. This is a good thing." After saying that, he asked tentatively, "By the way, has the imperial physician found out what poison Xujiu was poisoned with?" This is actually a reminder. He prepared the secret medicine of the Ling clan. In the capital, only the ninth prince was involved with the Ling clan, and that person was the saint of the Ling clan. The emperor said, "It is Qianxi. Qianxi is also a secret medicine, but it does not have the previous label of being specially supplied by the Ling clan." For a moment, the fourth prince was shocked, and his expression almost couldn't be tensed. How could it be Qianxi? He obviously didn't prepare this. He wanted to ask if the poison that the second prince was poisoned with was different from that of the ninth prince. But fortunately he held it back. If he asked such a question, it would be too easy to arouse suspicion. Anyway, it's not a difficult thing to find out. Once he gets out, he will know it sooner or later. But his heart was still like being scratched by claws. And he was eager to know what went wrong and why the poison he made changed. Has someone discovered him behind his back? Will the other party expose him? Just thinking about these is enough to make the fourth prince sweat profusely. What's wrong with the fourth prince? Why is there so much sweat on his face? Lu Hanwan asked in a somewhat strange way. It's not hot that day. The fourth prince quickly wiped his face and wiped off the sweat, explaining, "I was in a hurry to enter the palace and ran all the way in. It's indeed a bit hot." Although he is an old shaman, the fourth prince has been hiding behind the first prince for many years. He himself is not a very unscrupulous person. Or rather, he dares to be unscrupulous only when he is hiding. When he knows that he may lose his life, he will also feel very scared and timid. At this moment, he was shocked by his own guess. After seeing Zhao Yuan, the two said goodbye. After leaving the palace, the fourth prince immediately asked someone to inquire, and found that the poison of the second prince was the same as that of the ninth prince. How is it possible? How is this possible? He walked around the study anxiously, biting his fingers. It shouldn't be like this. Why is the poison different from what he prepared? He called the butler. "Have you dealt with a wine pot before?" The butler looked a little hesitant. "Your Majesty, the wine pot. The wine pot seems to be missing." After all, the place where the banquet was held was the first prince's mansion. Even if the first prince was on good terms with the fourth prince, they were not that close. So the wine pot was taken back. And it was not so blatant. Waste. Waste. The fourth prince was furious in an instant, his body trembling with fear, wondering who had discovered his problem. In the end, he could only comfort himself that the second prince and the ninth prince were both poisoned, and the second prince died directly, which showed that the goal of the person behind the scenes was actually the same as his. So the other party should not expose his affairs to the emperor. Maybe they can continue to cooperate in the future. In addition, the person he sent out was not someone close to him, and maybe that person didn't know who was behind him. The fourth prince kept comforting himself. But despite this, it seemed that he couldn't feel at ease recently. In the palace, Zhao Yuan had already suspected the fourth prince and had someone monitor him. As for him, he did not wake up that day, and only woke up the next day at the speed that a normal person should. The emperor was very happy about this. But although everyone in the harem knew that the ninth prince would not die, they were still a little disappointed when they really heard the news. After sending off the emperor, who came to see him, Zhao Yuan picked up the medicine bowl placed beside the bed. The bitter taste spread in his mouth. But Zhao Yuan did not delay at all. After drinking it, he put down the bowl. But Zhao Yuan suddenly laughed in a daze. The second prince is dead. The person who killed the prince's brother. Now only the queen is left. However, for Zhao Yuan, this matter has come to an end, and he will not do anything to the queen. The queen and the second prince are two different situations. The second prince was also in pain after his hands and feet were disabled. But after so long, the pain was relieved a lot. After all, even if he was disabled, he was still a nobleman, with the love of his father, a noble status, and countless servants serving him. Even in the future, the next emperor will not have the slightest fear of the second prince, and will treat him well to show the emperor's generosity to his brothers. But the queen is different. The queen cares most about two things: status and sons. As a result, he is now locked up and cannot go out for life. And the 10th prince died early. For so long, the queen has never come out. Without these, every day of the queen's life can only be painful. Of course, the most important thing is that the queen herself will not live long. So Zhao Yuan gave up on her. Elsewhere, in the bedroom, Concubine Jang suddenly woke up and sat up. "My queen." The maid guarding the bed hurried over. Concubine Jang grabbed the other's arm with great force. Her nails dug into the flesh. "Second prince? Where is the second prince?" She seemed to have a nightmare, in which someone said that the second prince was poisoned and vomited blood and died. Concubine Jang hoped that this was really just a nightmare. But the maid's reaction made her understand that this was not a dream. Her son was really dead. Her fingers gradually loosened, but her expression became ferocious. And she gritted her teeth and said, "Ninth prince." Concubine Jang could guess that the 9th prince had been prepared for a long time. When her son poisoned the 9th prince, the 9th prince must have directly replaced him. So now, her son is dead. Although it was her son who first tried to kill the 9th prince. Emotions are so unreasonable. Concubine Jang hated Zhao Yuan to the core, and felt that it was him who killed her son. Where is the 9th prince now? She looked over with a vicious look, which frightened the maid's heart. The maid replied, "The 9th prince entered the palace yesterday, and he vomited blood and fell down as soon as he saw the emperor. His life was hanging by a thread. I heard that if the imperial physician had come a little later, the 9th prince might have died directly. Fortunately, the amount of poison he took was a little smaller, so he didn't die directly. Now he has been in a coma, and it is not clear when he will wake up." The maid had gone out yesterday to find out about the poisoning of the second prince, knowing that Concubine Jang would definitely ask about it when she woke up. However, the news that Zhao Yuan woke up this morning had not spread so quickly yet, so the maid was not aware of it. How could it be? Concubine Jang frowned, not expecting the situation to be like this. She and the second prince were mother and son. The second prince had told her in person that the 9th prince had malice towards him when they were at the border, saying that the 9th prince wanted to avenge the crown prince. Between them, Concubine Jang naturally believed what her son said. That's why Concubine Jang's first reaction after her son died was that it was the 9th prince who did it. Do you know what poison they were poisoned with? Is it the same as the poison of the second prince? The maid said. Both princes were poisoned by the dagger. Dagger? Concubine Jang thought. Of course she had heard of this poison. This dagger was a banned drug in the previous dynasty. It should be impossible to find it. Although Lu Hanwan sat on the throne of the concubine, it was not easy to find this poison. And how did the second prince get this poison? Concubine Jang had a hunch that someone was definitely using the second prince. Who was this person? She took a deep breath, wiped the tears from her eyes, and said calmly, "Tell me everything you have learned about the banquet that day." As she listened, Concubine Jang was thinking. She felt that the 9th prince should have exchanged the 2 wine glasses. But she couldn't figure out why the 9th prince was also poisoned. And the imperial physician meant that her son drank more poisoned wine, and the 9th prince drank less. She was not involved. And she did not know that the wine pot had such a sophisticated mechanism. So she could not figure out what operation could lead to the current situation. So far, she can only wait. With such a big thing happening, the emperor will definitely send someone to find out the truth behind it. Only then can she know more. The emperor has been asking his subordinates to investigate since the incident. Unfortunately, the man who was bribed to send wine to the first prince's mansion has been killed. But even if there is no evidence, the emperor still pays a lot of attention to the first prince and the 4th prince. Although it seems that the prince's accident has little to do with the interests of the prince. The emperor knows that the land reform proposed by Shujio before made these vassal kings hate Shujio. It is not impossible to take advantage of the situation and create an opportunity for the second prince to attack Xiaojio. Everyone knows the hatred of the second prince for Shujio. At the same time, the emperor also thought that the wine was the treasured wine of the first prince. It was not so easy for the second prince to put poison in the first prince's wine in advance. But in the emperor's view, no matter who was behind the scenes, it would be much more useful for only one of the 2 princes to die than for both princes to die at the same time. If it was the second prince who died, Shujio, who had disputes with the second prince and drank with him, would be more likely to be suspected. If it was Xuan who died, the second prince would be more suspicious. There was hatred between them because of the crippled hands and feet and the death of the crown prince. But if the two princes were in trouble at the same time, the person behind the scenes would increase the risk of being exposed. And judging from the fact that the second prince was more poisoned by the wine, the emperor was more inclined to believe that the person behind the scenes wanted to kill the second prince. It is very likely that the second prince and the person behind the scenes knew each other and formed an alliance. That person was the one who helped the second prince put the poison in the great prince's collection of fine wine. Only when the second prince died could the person behind the scenes hide deeper. At the same time, the death of the second prince could also cripple Xuan. The crime of fratricide is not a simple matter. So the result that both of them were poisoned at the same time was very strange. In fact, Xuan drinking the second prince's wine did not conform to the emperor's perception of Xuan. Xuan is not someone who will yield to a few words. When he knew that the second prince hated him deeply, he still drank the wine handed to him by the second prince. The emperor thought it was strange. He knew that if Xuan wanted to refuse, with his intelligence, he could either directly block it or fight back according to his character of not giving face to anyone. But Xuan accepted it, which means he knew the matter. Thinking of this, the emperor closed his eyes. Even if he had doubts in his heart, what could he do? It was the second prince who attacked the prince first and had ill intentions towards Xuan. Now Xuan was still lying on the bed with a pale face. What could he do with Xuan? Xuan was willing to gamble his life and still wanted to avenge the prince. What else could he say? The emperor didn't want to experience the silence of his son in his arms yesterday again. So he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb and continue to investigate other things. Check the fourth brother carefully to see if he has any other unusual movements. The only one who could contact the eldest prince's house without arousing suspicion was the fourth brother. Although the fourth brother has always been cowardly and incompetent, the emperor who grew up in the palace does not trust any of his brothers. If it was really the fourth brother who did it, then the fourth brother's temperament seems to have a big plan. No one believes that he doesn't want to rebel. The emperor might not investigate the fourth prince so quickly. But Zhao Yuan knew something about the fourth prince a long time ago. After all, his subordinates had a big business and were exposed to many things. If the fourth prince wanted to rebel, he would definitely need the support of money. It was not surprising that Zhao Yuan knew something. Moreover, Zhao Yuan had read the plot and naturally knew that compared with the arrogant first prince, the fourth prince hiding behind the first prince was the real person who did not show his true face. Although this person could not stir up any waves, that was it. Knowing that the emperor was investigating the fourth prince, Zhao Yuan asked his men to release the news. Although he concealed the matter of killing the second prince from the emperor, his heart was true to the emperor, and naturally he wanted to be biased towards the emperor in everything. In the palace of the great prince, the great prince had been worried for several days, and had been thinking about what exactly happened. He thought that if he could find the real culprit, he would not have to take the blame. Otherwise, the emperor would have to take this opportunity to weaken his power. Just as he was thinking, he saw the fourth prince coming in. The great prince's mind suddenly turned. Fourth prince? I remember that you reminded me to hold a big birthday party before. Right? The fourth prince was startled and immediately said dissatisfiedly, Brother, what do you mean by this? You are the one who is struggling with whether to hold a big party or not. I just said it casually and didn't say much. How can you blame me for this? The first prince thought about it, and it seemed to be the same. After all, this was his 50th birthday, and the first prince was a little hesitant about what to do at the time. After all, the emperor and the empress dowager have been advocating frugality in recent years, and it would not be good if he was too extravagant. In fact, he would not think about these things before. He specifically opposed the emperor. But in the past 2 years, his temper has changed a little, and he is not so arrogant. Seeing that the first prince was fooled, the fourth prince was relieved. At this time, a report suddenly came from not far away. Prince, someone is coming from the palace. The two looked over and saw that the leading eunuch was looking at them. First prince? Fourth prince? The emperor invites you. The fourth prince was startled. The first prince was happy. But has the matter of my two nephews been investigated? The first prince could certainly be justified in doing something he had not done. He hoped that the emperor would quickly find out the truth and clear his name. The eunuch kept silent. I don't know about this. Please. My two princes. The first prince rolled his eyes. These damn eunuchs. They always act like this. The two went to the palace together. In the imperial study, the emperor was already waiting. After the ceremony, the fourth prince looked up and saw the emperor looking at him with a smile. The fourth prince's heart tightened, and he subconsciously showed a flattering smile. Your Majesty. When his eyes fell on the table in front of the emperor, looking at the familiar wine pot on it, the fourth prince's pupil shrank suddenly. He originally thought that the person who took the wine pot was the one who replaced the poison in the wine. But since this thing appeared here with the emperor, it means that all his previous guesses were wrong. The emperor walked down. Does this thing look familiar to you, fourth brother? Your Majesty. The fourth prince swallowed nervously and was about to quibble. But the emperor did not let him continue, but took a stack of things and threw them in the fourth prince's face. The smile on his face widened. Look, I didn't expect that my fourth brother, who has always been honest and harmless, would give me such a big surprise. He occupied the mine, killed all the people around, made weapons privately, amassed a lot of wealth, raised private soldiers, and this dragon robe. Fourth brother prepared everything. Every time he said something, the fourth prince's face became paler. When the dragon robe that was originally hidden in his secret room, and he only dared to wear it occasionally in the middle of the night to satisfy his craving, was taken out, the fourth prince was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Without any strength in his body, he knelt on the ground, suddenly took 2 steps on his knees, and grabbed the emperor's pants. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me this time for the sake of our brotherhood. I promise that I will be absolutely law-abiding and obey your orders in the future. As he spoke, his tears kept falling, and he looked extremely embarrassed. The emperor looked at him with disgust and pulled his legs out with force. He was worried that the fourth prince would stick his snot on his legs. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The fourth prince shouted and wanted to hug the emperor's thighs. But unfortunately, he was pressed to the ground by 2 guards and could not move. The fourth prince was very ambitious, which was undoubtedly true. Being ambitious did not mean that he would be as courageous when facing life and death. He would hide behind the first prince for half his life. In addition to being scheming, it was because he was timid and wanted the first prince to stand in front of him. Now that he was exposed, he couldn't stand it. The fourth prince had enjoyed a lifetime of high status, and he didn't have the courage to face his own death. The first prince was also shocked. As a vassal king, he and many other vassal kings had rebelled before, including the current emperor, their fifth brother, who also sat on the throne through rebellion. At the beginning, everyone rebelled together, but they were not as good as the emperor. But since this happened, the first prince would of course think that he would succeed next time. But even he couldn't do as much preparation as the fourth prince. And even in the past 2 years, he had retreated a little. But he never expected that the brother who had been by his side, supporting him in his rebellion and praising him, was actually using him completely. It was a bit far-fetched for the royal brothers to talk about family affection. The first prince would not really have no suspicion of the fourth prince. But it had been decades, and at least there was some affection. He was still a little bit unbelievable when he found out that he was deceived. The fourth prince was in no mood to care about the first prince's thoughts at this moment. He was wholeheartedly expecting the emperor to forgive him. But as time passed, looking at the emperor's unchanged cold expression, the fourth prince's heart gradually became cold. Yes, how could the emperor let him go? What about brothers? Wasn't the second prince executed by the emperor before? What the emperor lacked was the opportunity to deal with them openly. The emperor did not directly say the treatment of the fourth prince. He still had questions to ask. Did you do what happened to the second and the ninth at the banquet? Yes. The fourth prince just remembered that he seemed to have forgotten this. He was just busy with his rebellion and was discovered, with the reputation of killing the prince in front. How could he still survive? The fourth prince pulled a corner of his mouth. And finally, he was completely desperate. At this point, there was nothing to hide. Yes, I did it. The second prince wanted to attack the ninth prince. I just provided him with an opportunity. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something funny, sat on the ground, looked at the emperor and laughed, and said, speaking of which, it is still the son of the fifth brother who is capable. The second prince wanted to kill the ninth prince, and the ninth prince was not much behind. He took the second prince's life with a trick, in order to get rid of suspicion. He was so cruel that he poisoned himself and almost lost his life. Great! Great! The fourth prince clapped his hands. He had previously thought that the wine in the wine pot was replaced by someone else. But the wine pot appeared on the emperor's desk, which meant that his guess was wrong. There was no one else. It was still them. Then, excluding all the impossibilities, there was only one possibility left. The emperor looked at the fourth prince with a heavy look and said nothing. But death was imminent. And the fourth prince did not need the emperor to react too much. He directly told what he knew. Originally, the poison in the wine pot was a secret medicine of the Ling clan. But I couldn't figure out why the poison changed later. He turned his eyes to the wine pot that the emperor placed on the desk. Today I understand that there was no one else. But the ninth prince detoxified and quietly poisoned others. Haha. He is worthy of being the son taught by the fifth brother himself. He is decisive and ruthless to his blood relatives. Speaking of which, the ninth prince is only 16 this year. With such a character, he is really better than his father. Maybe in the future. Unfortunately, I am afraid I will not have the chance to see that scene. He looked at the emperor provocatively. The words that were not directly said in the middle could be understood by everyone present. It was nothing more than saying that the ninth prince was so cold-blooded and ruthless that he might kill his father and brother for the throne in the future. At the same time, this was also a mockery of the emperor. The emperor himself did not take family affection seriously. He killed his own brother at will. The most beloved son taught by the emperor himself also learned this point 100% from the emperor. Everyone knows that the power struggle in the royal family is full of blood and sacrifice. But as a father, he may not be able to tolerate his children killing each other. Everyone knows that the ninth prince is favored. The fourth prince stays in the capital all day. After so many years, he can certainly see that his fifth brother's favor for the ninth prince is not fake. So what he said at this time is of course to poke the emperor's heart. He looked at the emperor's expression, wanting to see the emperor's reaction. But what surprised the fourth prince was that there was no anger on the emperor's face. He just said calmly, "These are just your guesses. Xiaojiu has a gentle nature and would never do such a thing." He had been mentally prepared for this matter a long time ago. And now that the fourth prince mentioned it again, it would not cause any shock to him. As for patricide, the emperor had never worried about it. First, he felt that he could suppress all resistance directly. And second, he never thought that he and Xiaojiu would develop to this extent. Xiaojiu killed the second son just to avenge the prince, which just proved that Xiaojiu was loyal. In Xiaojiu's heart, he was more important than the prince. The fourth prince couldn't believe it. Even at this point, the emperor still didn't care. He wanted to say more. But the emperor had already asked the truth and didn't want to listen anymore. Take him to the Tianlao and serve him well. After all, he killed his own son. And he also tried to frame Xiaojiu. The emperor didn't have a deep relationship with these brothers. So he naturally didn't care at this time. He deliberately emphasized the word good, and the people below naturally knew what he meant. But only after the torture did he send the fourth prince to the west. The fourth prince was taken away. And only the emperor and the first prince were left in the hall. At this time, a gust of wind blew in through the window. And the first prince shivered suddenly. The emperor sat back in his seat, and his eyes fell on the first prince. The first prince said, "Your Majesty, I really know nothing about what the fourth prince did. Please investigate. He and the fourth prince have always been inseparable. Who can believe that he didn't know what the fourth prince did?" At this time, whether he had anything to do with the rebellion was just a matter of a word from the emperor. In the midst of anxiety, the emperor finally spoke. "Of course, I want to believe that my eldest brother will not rebel." But the eldest prince's heart was lifted. After a while, the eldest prince walked out of the imperial study and looked at the sky outside. He couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that after this time, the power under his command would be much weaker. "At least my life was saved," he muttered. Just after walking a few steps, someone came towards him. The eldest prince immediately remembered what happened in the imperial study just now. The emperor looked at him with a warning. "Brother, what the fourth brother said was just his personal speculation, which is not credible. Regarding the matter of the ninth prince, I don't want people to hear any rumors." The eldest prince knew that the emperor was going to protect the ninth prince. Looking at the young man walking across from him, he looked back at the imperial study and felt a little emotional. The father-son relationship between the fifth prince and the ninth prince was really deep. Even when something like this happened, the fifth prince still indulged him. "I just don't know how long this relationship will last as time goes by." The young man in front of him saw the eldest prince and showed him a simple smile. "Uncle, Is the emperor busy inside? Facing this smile, the eldest prince was a little dazed. Such a well-behaved boy really didn't seem like someone who could do such a crazy thing. His smile can be sweet to the heart. And he is also very motivated. No wonder the fifth prince always protects him. If this was his son, he would probably do the same. With mixed feelings, the prince forced a smile. I'm not busy now. How is Xuan now? It's all because of the uncle. He didn't take good care of the people in the mansion. So Xuan was hurt. Zhao Yuan waved his hand. And there was no haze in his smile. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Xuan is much better. If you want to blame someone for this, you can only blame those who deliberately made trouble. How could they blame the uncle? It was the uncle's birthday. It's too much to make trouble on it. Yes. The prince was upset. He was so good to the fourth child. But the fourth child made such a big fuss on his birthday. The two exchanged a few simple greetings and then separated. Zhao Yuan entered the imperial study. Father, I'm here. The emperor put down the pen and ink in his hand, with no abnormality on his face. How is it today? Zhao Yuan said, it's fine now. The imperial physician said that the rest needs to be adjusted slowly. And there is no rush. That's good. The emperor said. You have to pay more attention to your own health. Don't act recklessly because you are young. When something really goes wrong in the future, it will be too late to regret it. I know. Zhao Yuan dragged out the words. The matter of the second prince was over. And no one guessed that it was the ninth prince. The fourth prince took all the blame. The death of the second prince did not stay in everyone's mind for too long. But no one forgot that the position of the future crown prince had not been officially decided. In Chengqiu Palace, Song Shuqing frowned. I didn't expect that this matter had nothing to do with the ninth prince. She originally thought that the ninth prince secretly replaced the second prince's wine glass, which led to the second prince's poisoning and death. If this is the case, even if the ninth prince simply counterattacked the second prince, once the second prince died, all the problems would be the ninth prince's. Such a ninth prince would never be the crown prince. And the ministers would not be willing to do so. Now that the result is out, Song Shuqing is still a little disappointed. My queen, are we going to watch the ninth prince ascend to the throne of the crown prince? Qianru asked anxiously. Their Chengqiu Palace has always been at odds with Rongfei's Chaoxiao Palace. Now Rongfei's ninth prince is going to be the crown prince. As Song Shuqing's personal maid, Qianru certainly doesn't want to see the enemy so arrogant. Song Shuqing shook her head lightly. Being on the throne of the crown prince is not necessarily a good thing, especially for those who don't have the ability to ascend to the throne. If possible, she certainly doesn't want the ninth prince to be the crown prince. But if she thinks about it from another angle, if it's not the ninth prince, it will be someone else. But it can't be her frail 12. If 12 wants to have a place on the throne, he must first restore his health. But even so, the power of the other concubines is not so easy to deal with. So it is better to wait and see. She could almost imagine that if the ninth prince became the crown prince, he would face a siege. Lu Hanwan would never be so free in the harem again. Maybe it won't be long before Lu Hanwan's position as a concubine will be unstable. Thinking of that scene, Song Shuqing's lips curled up with a smile. We are not the ones who should be anxious about this matter. Let's just wait and see these people fight each other. Qianru knew what concubine Rong would encounter. And she also laughed. Our queen is still smart. Wenqin, who was standing aside, was relieved when she heard Song Shuqing's plan. She was the emperor's person. But Song Shuqing treated her well. If possible, she still wanted Song Shuqing to have a good ending. The ninth prince is the person the emperor values the most. If Song Shuqing intends to take action against the ninth prince, it would be too difficult for her. When the master and the servant were talking and laughing, someone suddenly came in to report, Master, Concubine Xuan is here. Song Shuqing heard this and said, Let her come over quickly. Concubine Xuan is a concubine with whom Song Shuqing has a good relationship in the harem. Concubine Xuan has never taken advantage of Song Shuqing before. She is taciturn and bookish. She is not much involved in the harem struggles and has 14 princes. Because the relationship between the 12th prince and the 14th prince is pretty good, the relationship between Song Shuqing and Concubine Xuan has also changed. At first, the two of them only communicated because of the children. But after more contact, Song Shuqing found that Concubine Xuan is really a good person. Although she seems silent, She actually takes your affairs to heart. The two of them became closer. Soon, a beautiful woman in plain clothes came in, with a food box in her hand. Song Shuqing stood up and smiled. Why are you here today? Shuqing. Xuan called out, and smiled at Song Shuqing. The two sat down, and she opened the food box. It's a bit hot today. I remembered that you said you didn't have much appetite before, so I made some sour plum soup for you. Xuan took out the sour plum soup from the food box. In the harem, it is generally not good to eat other people's food. But sometimes, if the other party really drugged, it would be too obvious, and it would be just harming oneself. Song Shuqing had eaten Xuanping's food twice, but this was when they had a good relationship. And Song Shuqing thought that she had nothing to be harmed by Xuanping. It has been so many years, and she is old. She is not the most beautiful and favorite person in the harem. If she wants to have a child, she has the 12th prince. At this age, there is no need for anyone to harm her. But at this moment, facing this bowl of sour plum soup, Song Shuqing was suspicious. It was because Xuanping's expression was too obvious. Her hands were shaking. Her lips were trembling nervously, and she didn't dare to look at her. Song Shuqing was suspicious, but she still smiled. It turned out to be made specially for me. Water is the best. I have to taste it well. Water is Xuanping's maiden name. As she said this, Song Shuqing's heart sank. She didn't expect that she treated Xuanping sincerely, but Xuanping wanted to harm her. She didn't know what was in this bowl of sour plum soup. Just looking at Xuanping's red eyes, it was obvious that there was something wrong. She decided to give him another chance to see if Xuanping was really determined to hurt her. She held the bowl and pretended to put it to her mouth. But at the moment she got close, her hand was firmly grabbed by someone. Song Shuqing felt relieved and looked up as if she knew nothing. What's wrong? Xuanping looked at her and trembled even more. She trembled and said, No, you can't drink it. There was a crying tone in her voice. The next moment, as if she was afraid that Song Shuqing didn't understand, she directly reached out and knocked the bowl in Song Shuqing's hand to the ground, and then lay on the table and cried. Water. Water. What's wrong with you? Song Shuqing asked anxiously. What happened? Tell me. We can find a solution together. After a long time, Xuanping looked up at Song Shuqing with red eyes. Sobbing, yes. I'm sorry. Shuqing. I put medicine in that bowl. That bowl. I deserve to die. I betrayed you. When Song Shuqing really heard this, she felt complicated. Even though Xuanping didn't dare to really harm her, she made such a decision and brought the bowl over, which made Song Shuqing feel a little scared. She put aside these emotions and asked Xuanping what happened. She knew that there must be a conspiracy against her behind this. Otherwise, Xuanping would not treat her like this. Xuanping told everything. It was the queen who threatened me. If I didn't kill you, Shuqing, she would report me, and then my family would be implicated by me. I really have no choice. Of course, Xuanping did not directly say that she was the blood of the previous dynasty. Nor did she say that she had killed Dumpin. She only said that the queen had important evidence against her, and she had to do what the queen said. I can't bear to implicate my parents, but I don't want to harm Shuqing. I've thought about it. Xuanping looked determined. I would rather die by myself. As long as I die, nothing will happen. Song Shuqing was startled and hurriedly stopped him. Don't. Why are you talking about death? Let's think of a solution together. Xuanping shook her head. Tears kept falling. There is no way. The queen is seriously ill, and I don't think she will live much longer. If I don't do what the queen says, she will not let me go. Song Shuqing calmed the person down. Xuanping was her ally, gave birth to the 14th prince, and had a good family background. How could Song Shuqing watch Xuanping die? Besides, Xuanping's death would not solve any problems. Song Shuqing knew that the source of everything was the queen. Even if Xuanping was not there today, there would be others. The queen had blamed her for the death of the 10th prince, and now she was at the end of her rope. It would be strange if she didn't try her best to take her away with her. Song Shuqing concentrated on thinking of a solution. Xuanping was still crying silently, sobbing from time to time. Looking at Song Shuqing's thoughtful expression, Xuanping knew that she had made the right move. She didn't want the queen to hold her handle all the time. Even if the queen was about to die, the queen had so many enemies. Who knew if the queen would give this secret to someone close to her before she died? so that people could control her to continue to help the queen get rid of all her hatred. Xuan seemed docile on the surface, but in fact, she was quite decisive in her bones. When she encountered such a thing, with endless consequences, she would definitely find a way to send the other party away first. She herself couldn't reach into Changchun Palace, but Song Shuqing couldn't. Song Shuqing sent Xuan back first. Don't worry. I will find a solution as soon as possible. You just need to wait for 2 more days. Don't worry. Xuan was very grateful, and looked at Song Shuqing with a pair of eyes full of trust and guilt. Shuqing, I know you are good to me. I really don't know what to say. You saved me. Even if you want me to die in the future, I have no regrets. Song Shuqing smiled and said softly, Okay. Why are you saying these? You must be tired after crying for so long. Go back and have a rest. She knew that Xuan would be completely hers in the future. Xuanping's 14th prince followed the 12th all day long, and it would be good for him to help the 12th when he grew up. She had a weak family background, so she should really win over more talents. Xuan left with peace of mind, leaving Song Shuqing to worry about how to solve the problem of the queen. Changchun Palace. Baiji leaned over to the queen and said, People below said that Xuan seemed to have cried when she left Shufei's palace. It was worth pondering why Xuan cried for no reason, especially after they had just threatened Xuan. Xuan had always been on good terms with Shufei, and she was timid. If she couldn't stand it when she encountered something, it was not impossible for her to speak out directly. After all, Song Shuqing had a special status in the palace, and on their side, the emperor had confined the queen, and the strength of the Duke of Ying's mansion was not as good as before. In fact, Baiji knew that the queen's current serious illness was inseparable from the emperor's order, and the emperor was not prepared to let the queen continue to live. With such a comparison, it is normal for Xuan to make a choice. The queen's expression did not fluctuate much. Sure enough, there is no truly innocent person in this harem. Xuan made up her mind right after being forced. It seems that Shufei should have decided to help her. Such a mentality and means are not something a weak woman who knows nothing can do. Baiji frowned and asked, Your Majesty, are we going to spread the news about Xuan? No. Wait a little longer. It would be meaningless to say it too early. After all, someone is waiting for this news now. In Changzhou Palace, Qianru asked Song Shuqing, Your Majesty, are we really going to help Xuan? There was some reluctance in her tone. Xuan wanted to poison her own queen, so it didn't make sense for them to help Xuan. Qianru felt that if Xuan wasn't timid, she wouldn't have used so many tricks. Otherwise, the bowl of sour plum soup would have been drunk by the defenseless queen. Okay. Song Shuqing smiled, looking at Qianru helplessly and amusedly. After all, the queen wants to target me. Even if we don't take action, the queen will think of other ways. Xuan has a handle in the queen's hand, which endangers the lives of the whole family. It's not surprising that she would do this. She didn't think that she could be compared with Xuanping's family and Xuanping's heart. Xuan has a good family background, but she is timid and can't even do bad things. I feel more at ease with such a person around me. Xuan herself is not ambitious, and the 14th prince she gave birth to is also the same. Such a person is easier to control. Song Shuqing tried to persuade Qianru, and she pouted. Okay, madam, you are always right, and I will listen to you. But the queen is now locked up in Changchun Palace, and no one is allowed to enter and leave at will. What should we do to solve Xuanping's problem? Speaking of this, Song Shuqing was also a little worried, and she didn't have a good solution. She couldn't just tell the emperor directly that the queen was still determined to harm her. If the emperor asked, Xuan would be exposed. She didn't know what Xuanping's secret was, but Xuan said it was so serious at the time. And thinking about Xuanping's behavior, she thought it was very likely that Xuan had her own lover before entering the palace. Anyway, there are only so many things in the harem. A few days later, Song Shuqing's eyes fell on the imperial physician who came out of the Changchun Palace Hall, and asked thoughtfully, That person, is it the director of the imperial hospital? Qianru also looked over and nodded. Yes, it is estimated that the queen's condition has worsened again. Song Shuqing's mind flashed. For so long, the queen's illness has always been treated by the director of the imperial hospital. But the director of the imperial hospital basically only treats the emperor on weekdays, and is the emperor's man. Despite such good medical skills, the queen's illness has not been cured, and she is even on the verge of death. Song Shuqing took a deep breath. She knew that the queen started to get sick after 18 died. Although there was no clear evidence at the time that the queen killed 18. The queen has been sick since then. This is probably the emperor's instruction. The emperor did not intend to let the queen survive at all. In this case, it is easy to kill the queen. In any conspiracy, as long as the queen is involved, the other party will definitely die. Soon, Song Shuqing fell ill. No, it should be poisoned. It was not until she coughed up blood that it was found to be wrong. There is no doubt that this poison was Song Shuqing's own collection. It was given to her by the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing. At that time, the poison in her palace was basically searched away by the emperor. But a small part of it was kept because it was placed on her body. This medicine is one of them. It seems dangerous, but in fact, as long as you take the antidote later, you will recover quickly. The emperor asked people to investigate. But of course, they didn't find any clues. This is normal. After all, Song Shuqing took the medicine herself. Your Majesty, it's the queen. It must be the queen who wants to harm me. Song Shuqing looked anxious. The queen has always believed that I killed the 10th prince. Now she is seriously ill and won't live long. She will definitely not be willing to die like this. Your Majesty, it's the queen who wants to harm me. Her tears fell down. The emperor looked at her. Although he knew that Song Shuqing was pretending, and that Song Shuqing's target was the queen, he couldn't get angry with Song Shuqing when he heard about the 10th prince, because he knew that Shuzhou was the one who killed the 10th prince. And Song Shuqing was just taking the blame for Shuzhou. And 12. The queen will definitely not let me go. She has already killed one of my princes. Why won't she stop? If something happens to 12, I really don't know what's the point of living. Finally, under Song Shuqing's pleading, the emperor nodded and agreed. Don't worry. I will find out everything. Seeing that the emperor seemed to have listened to her words, Song Shuqing was relieved. The emperor no longer had much affection for the queen. Who knew how many people would be dragged into the water by the queen's dying counterattack? The emperor would never watch the queen threaten 12. So the queen had no choice but to die. Even the confidant that the queen relied on would not survive. The emperor went to Chongqing Palace. Seeing the emperor coming, the queen did not seem to be surprised. She looked at the emperor quietly for a long time, and said, Your Majesty, are you going to take my life? The emperor stood in front. Do you have anything else to say to me? He didn't know what secret Xuan had. But maybe the queen should know. The queen whispered, If I say that Shufei's poison was really not done by me? The emperor did not speak. The queen understood what he meant. It didn't matter whether she did it or not. The emperor wanted her life at the beginning. She was lucky to be able to survive until now. Now, if there is any disturbance, it will be her death. The queen laughed crazily. She looked at the emperor's cold appearance. She didn't know when tears had already flowed out. Once upon a time, she also kept the handsome and majestic emperor in her heart. She was his wife. For so many years. Did the emperor have any feelings for her? Originally, she wanted to tell the emperor that Xuan seemed to be related to the previous dynasty. But seeing the emperor's ruthless look, she suddenly wanted to see him come to accompany her early. The queen fell to the ground in a daze, staring blankly at a place. It seemed that the queen was not going to tell him about Xuan. The emperor felt a little disappointed. But it was okay. If she didn't say it, he would let someone check it himself. The emperor left. That night, the queen passed away. Song Shuqing and even Xuan were relieved when the queen died. Half a month later, Song Shuqing woke up from the sickbed. She sat in front of the mirror and Qianru was combing her hair behind her. Since the queen's death, both of them were in a very good mood. At this moment, Qianru was arranging Song Shuqing's hair and praised her with a smile. It's a good thing that the queen is sick. Look, her skin has become smoother and brighter. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Shuqing was also happy to hear the praise. But she still said angrily, I am not a little girl anymore. Why should I care about these things? Qianru said dissatisfiedly, How can I talk nonsense? Wenxin, come and see. The queen looks better than before. She is indeed more beautiful. When Xian took a look and said, Qianru is right. Your Majesty's skin seems to be better. Really? Song Shuqing leaned in front of the mirror and looked at it. She also felt that it was indeed a little better. But she didn't care. She had been taking care of her body during this period. In addition, the queen died, and the stone that was pressing on her heart finally fell to the ground. People are in high spirits when they are happy. It's normal to look younger. For several days in a row, Song Shuqing felt that she looked good. Even Xuan asked, Shuqing, have you changed your skincare recipe recently? It's okay. It's the new product of the store that everyone often buys. What Song Shuqing was talking about was a place outside the palace that specializes in selling rouge, powder, and skincare ointments. It has been many years. And because the effect is not bad, the concubines in the palace like to let people buy things from that store. That place is actually the shop that Zhao Yuan asked Su Gaoli to open. He did not show up. Of course, even if there are many concubines in the palace who have things in the shop, he will not start from this to the people in the harem. There is no need to cause trouble and ruin the reputation of the shop. After returning to Chengqiu Palace, Song Shuqing was a little confused. Is the new product of Tinglan Pavilion so effective? It shouldn't be. Although the price of the new product is a bit expensive. She also gritted her teeth to buy it. But as far as she knows, there are many concubines in the palace who like Tinglan Pavilion very much. It's not that there are no concubines who can take out so much money to buy it. They must have used it earlier than her. But I haven't seen anyone in the palace change so much. Song Shuqing's face changed instantly. Qianru, hurry up. Go ask the imperial physician to come and see me. Song Shuqing was of course happy to become more beautiful. But it was definitely abnormal for her to be so abnormal for no apparent reason. Chaoxia Palace. Lu Hanwan was also talking to Zhao Yuan about this matter. Shufei's changes are too big. I don't think there is a problem. Or she got some secret recipe. I haven't heard of this either. Zhao Yuan came to pay his respects to Lu Hanwan and eat here. He swallowed the food in his mouth and said casually, it is not ruled out that a secret recipe was used. But there was a poison in the past. Called Red Beauty Drunk. This poison would make a woman die when her face was the most beautiful. It seemed that she was getting more and more beautiful. But in fact, she was on the road to death. Zhao Yuan found this thing in the medical book given by the female doctor. Of course, this is not something from the Ling family, but some medical skills that the female doctor collected when she was treating patients outside. Knowing that Zhao Yuan was interested in these, she showed them all to Zhao Yuan. Lu Hanwan got goosebumps when she heard this. How can there be so many of these mysterious poisons? It's hard to guard against. Having guessed about Song Shuqing's changes in her heart, Lu Hanwan didn't mean to remind Song Shuqing kindly. Just kidding. The two of them have a grudge. She wished that Song Shuqing would just die soon. Lu Hanwan put Song Shuqing's affairs behind her. She asked with concern, has the emperor mentioned your becoming the crown prince to you recently? She was still wary of the emperor playing tricks on her son. Zhao Yuan nodded. In these few days, father will confirm it directly in the court. The emperor did tell him about this. Seeing that there was still a follow-up, Lu Hanwan breathed a sigh of relief. For her, the position of the crown prince was like falling from the sky. Before she really got it, she was a little restless. On the contrary, Zhao Yuan had no such concerns. He knew his own abilities best. He understood what kind of successor the emperor wanted and his feelings for him. Under the premise that the position of the crown prince was vacant, it was normal for him to take this position. Of course, the fact that the emperor was so decisive and wanted to put him on the throne so early was beyond Zhao Yuan's expectation. He thought that this would be decided after many years, when all the princes had reached a conclusion. On the second day, the emperor announced in the court that the ninth prince Rong Haoyuan would be the crown prince. Under the emperor's power, no one dared to really object. The matter was finally settled. Just waiting for the enthronement ceremony. After learning about this, the biggest reaction was actually from the seventh prince, who ran directly into the Yishou Palace in a hurry. Kailan went in to report. Your Majesty, the seventh prince is here. Concubine E rubbed her eyes sleepily. What is he doing here? That being said, she didn't really want to hear any answer. Let him in. After the ninth prince was taken back by Lu Hanwan, Concubine E raised another prince. The seventh prince. Not long after, the seventh prince came in. He forced himself to suppress his eagerness and bowed, saying, Your son greets your mother. Get up. Concubine E said. The seventh prince stood up and couldn't help it anymore. He said anxiously, I wonder if your mother knows that your father said at the morning court today that he wants to make the ninth prince the crown prince. The morning court had just ended not long ago. Concubine E really didn't know that this was the position of the crown prince. Thinking of the child who gave her flowers that year, Concubine E couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. She sighed. The emperor has already said it at the morning court. The seventh prince? Why does the tone sound wrong? Concubine E is not anxious at all. Thinking that Concubine E did not hear clearly, the seventh prince said again, yes. Father has already announced it at the morning court. The ceremony of enthronement will be held soon. Once the ceremony is over, the matter will be completely settled. It is said that it will be held immediately, but it certainly does not mean that it will be held right now. The ceremony of enthronement of the prince is more cautious. You have to choose a good day recently, and then offer sacrifices. Announce to heaven and earth, ancestors, etc. After a series of ceremonies, pay homage to the imperial temple. And then it is over. Concubine E nodded. She did not have her own biological children, so it did not matter to her who became the prince. It would be the best if Xiuzhou could be the prince. The seventh prince couldn't bear it. He was the adopted son of Concubine E. In his heart, Concubine Yi's power and Feng Ji should belong to him. Now that the second prince is dead, he, the seventh prince, is the real eldest prince. It is said that the eldest son should be the heir, and he is the eldest son. He feels that his ability is no worse than that of the ninth prince, and the power behind him is much stronger than that of the ninth prince. Even if a crown prince is to be appointed, he should be appointed. Seeing that Concubine E didn't understand what he meant, he couldn't help asking, can mother just watch the ninth prince become the crown prince? Concubine E rolled her eyes. What else can I do? Can she change the emperor's mind? She still knows her own weight. She has her current status thanks to her uncle. And her uncle, will not pay attention to her in such important matters. The seventh prince said anxiously, the ninth prince can become the crown prince only because he has a good relationship with his uncle. The emperor loves his wife and his wife. Mother, you have your own children. Why do you need the ninth prince to rely on your uncle's light? Concubine E frowned and finally understood. She thought that her uncle seemed to have always disowned the seventh prince and called him uncle. But she was surprised and asked, do you want to be the crown prince? The seventh prince heard this and straightened his body with a confident smile on his face. Mother, I am your child. And now I am the eldest prince in name and reason. I should be the crown prince. Concubine E shook her head. You can't. First, she didn't have the final say in this matter. Second, even if she had the final say, she would never let the seventh prince become the crown prince. She didn't even bother to talk about the little tricks that the seventh prince and his mother did under her all day. The seventh prince was not even a bit better than Xiuzhou, and he dared to speak so arrogantly in front of her. The seventh prince didn't expect Concubine E to refuse. Mother, I'm your son. He and Concubine E were on the same team. When he became the emperor in the future, Concubine E would be the empress dowager. Why didn't Concubine E stand on his side? I really want to be the crown prince. As long as mother can help me, I will be filial to you and obey you in the future. While making the promise, he was thinking about what was going on. I will always remember the kindness that mother has shown me. I will never let you down in the future, he said indignantly. I thought about how good mother was to the ninth prince. But when he faced his biological mother, he actually forgot all the kindness mother had shown him and chose his biological mother. He is such an ungrateful person. After hearing this, Concubine E glanced at Kylon. Both of them felt guilty. Concubine E was not kind to the ninth prince at all. The ninth prince's body was almost ruined by her. Concubine E actually knew that Xiuzhou should remember what she had asked the palace servants to do, and deliberately made Xiuzhou sick to win favor. So after the initial paranoia, Concubine E felt guilty and didn't dare to see the ninth prince. She would avoid him if she could. The seventh prince didn't know about this and continued to complain about the ninth prince, trying to ruin his image and causing Concubine E to be dissatisfied with him. As far as I know, the ninth prince's mother, Concubine Rong, often embarrasses you. If the ninth prince really becomes the crown prince, Concubine Rong will suppress you. Concubine E was indeed a little obsessed with Concubine Rong. Xiuzhou chose Concubine Rong instead of her. It was reasonable. Concubine E knew that she didn't do well enough, but she still felt resentful. She hoped that she could surpass Rong Fei in Xiuzhou's heart. She also hoped that she could suppress Rong Fei all the time, so that it would seem that she did not lose so badly. Compared with Rong Fei, she could provide more help to Xiuzhou. Xiuzhou's decision not to choose her was the most wrong choice. Seeing Yi Fei lost in thought, The seventh prince spoke more vigorously. Kai Lan was afraid that Yifei would be led astray. For so many years, they had been focusing on studying the ninth prince in Isho Palace all day long. Kai Lan had long known how outrageous the emperor's favor for the ninth prince was. The ninth prince was able to be made the crown prince. And it was definitely not because of the so-called consideration for General Feng or love for the whole family. Moreover, Your Highness, Rong Fei's family background means that her position as a concubine will end soon. And she seems to give it every time she has a conflict with you. The main reason is that the 18th prince died before. And Xu Fei insisted on blaming the ninth prince. After being scolded by the queen, Rong Fei's attitude towards the queen changed greatly. When Yifei heard this, she thought of Lu Hanwan's current attitude and felt a chill. Whatever she said, the other party was tolerant. Like punching into cotton. Which made Yifei very angry. It was better to be angry with her before when she was sharp-tongued and made her chest hurt. She scolded Xu Fei for Xiaojiu. But it had nothing to do with Rong Fei. And she didn't want to help Rong Fei at all. She was still full of hostility towards Rong Fei. This was the person who took her child away. And even the person who took the emperor away. It would be strange if she liked him. But whether she liked Rong Fei or not, Yifei could still distinguish between her and Xiaojiu. She came back to her senses and looked at the still chattering seventh prince impatiently. If you have these thoughts, go and tell the emperor yourself. I won't care about these. The seventh prince couldn't believe it. Mother? Mother! Mother! Yifei was impatient. Your mother is in the side hall. Let your real mother help you to plead. How can I, who hinders your mother and son from reuniting, be called the mother of the seventh prince? The seventh prince's face turned pale instantly. Because this is what his mother Wu Guiran thought privately. The seventh prince himself actually favored his biological mother Wu Guiran. But because of the rules and thinking about the power behind Yifei, he would come to Yifei first to pay respects. I always feel that I have wronged my mother. When the mother and son were together, they talked a lot. They felt that they understood each other, and their friendship couldn't be deeper. Now, when the seventh prince heard what Concubine said, he didn't get angry. It was all because Concubine, who always said some unclear things in front of him. Now, Concubine knew about it. This ruined him. The seventh prince was sent away. Concubine didn't feel anything about it. She was not the kind of person who liked children. Even if the seventh prince was really obedient, she was not a child who would really have feelings for him. So for Concubine Wu's little actions behind her, she was disgusted at first, and wanted to compete with him in a rebellious way. At that time, she really spent some time on the seventh prince. But as time went by, she was too lazy to move anymore. Instead, she really wanted to see if the seventh prince would regret it in the future. Now it seems that the seventh prince regretted it. Boring. Xiujiu, that kid, never regretted it. Why didn't he know how to regret it? Concubine turned over and buried her face underneath so that no one could see it. The news of Xu Fei's poisoning spread quickly throughout the harem. The poison she was poisoned with was quite peculiar, and it was not unknown in the world. Although the imperial physicians of the imperial hospital could not cure it, they still knew about it. Then what? Lu Hanwan was a little shocked to hear that the poison was indeed the red beauty drunk that her son mentioned that day. She did not expect that her son had guessed it right. She asked, "Did the imperial physician say how to cure it?" Xiaoyan shook her head. The imperial physician said that this poison has been lost. They just heard about it, and did not know how to cure it specifically. In the whole world, I am afraid that only the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing can cure it. Luo Huaqing. Upon hearing this name, Lu Hanwan couldn't help but complain. This guy is really good at hiding. It's been so many years, and no one knows where he is. I heard that he likes to travel in the deep mountains and forests. It's so dangerous there. Could he have been in trouble? Such a guess is not good. But Lu Hanwan really can't help thinking about it. She knew that Song Shuqing had a lot of interactions with this miracle doctor in the past. Over the years, Song Shuqing must have been looking for him. This is not her guess. But the 12th prince is so sick and broken. No matter what the reason is, Song Shuqing must want to find a miracle doctor to save her son. At first, the emperor even posted a notice to find him. But this genius doctor who had a good relationship with Song Shuqing did not show up for more than 10 years. It was like this. So it was no wonder that people thought that Luo Huaqing was in trouble. Qiaoyan nodded in agreement. Whether he was in trouble or not, just don't come out during this period. Without Luo Huaqing, Song Shuqing would not survive. Xu Fei had always been at odds with their Chaoxia palace. As people in the harem, some enemies were of course better to leave as soon as possible. Lu Hanwan had the same idea, but she didn't take Song Shuqing too seriously, and soon turned her attention to other things. As time passed, Song Shuqing's condition became worse and worse. She would fall into a coma most of the day, and the imperial hospital was still helpless. In such a situation, it was useless for the emperor to be anxious. Suddenly, Xuan came in from outside, with a look of surprise on his face, and reported, "Your Majesty." A guard came to report that the miracle doctor Luo Huaqing was waiting outside the palace gate. The emperor stood up and said, "Why don't you let someone in quickly?" Generally speaking, the emperor was not a cold-blooded person. Song Shuqing had been with him for so long, and she was an old man in the harem, and she also gave birth to a child for him. In the absence of major faults, the emperor certainly hoped that everyone would be safe and sound. Luo Huaqing was soon invited in. Although nearly 20 years had passed, and Luo Huaqing had aged a lot, his face had not changed much. The emperor recognized at a glance that this was the miracle doctor Luo Huaqing. "You come just in time. Concubine Shu is intoxicated by the beauty. Can you cure it?" Although the emperor had met Luo Huaqing, they were not very familiar with each other back then. At this moment, the emperor also skipped the small talk and asked directly what he wanted to know. Listening to the emperor calling Song Shuqing Concubine Shu, Luo Huaqing glanced at the emperor, but didn't say anything after all. He just nodded and said, "Take me there. I have a way." "This is great." The emperor took Luo Huaqing to Changqiu Palace. Song Shuqing happened to wake up at this time. Seeing the figure coming in at the door, Song Shuqing was stunned. "Huaqing. You are Huaqing?" Luo Huaqing approached step by step. His expression changed a little. "It's me, Xiaoshu. I'm back." Looking at Luo Huaqing's caring expression as always, Song Shuqing felt a sore nose for a moment. Tears fell like rain. "You're back. You're finally back." Song Shuqing cried more and more aggrieved. For herself and for her child. She was weak and struggling on the edge of life and death many times. She hoped that Luo Huaqing would suddenly appear and save her child. Unfortunately, she sent so many letters and never got a reply. Now, if Luo Huaqing appeared a few days later, she might not survive. Looking at Song Shuqing, who was crying heartbrokenly, Luo Huaqing felt distressed and at a loss. For so many years, he had been drilling in the mountains and forests. At first, he encountered a difficult and complicated disease. The family trapped him and wouldn't let him go. He was also interested in new diseases and had been studying them. After he was cured, he was let go. He went to the snowy mountains to cultivate a rare herb, which took him more than 10 years. He only communicated with the people nearby when he went down the mountain. Although he was called a miracle doctor, Luo Huaqing was actually very poor. He did not have any property all over the country. When Song Shuqing married the king of Yin, Luo Huaqing was hit hard and left directly. He did not go home for many years, so he did not see any of the letters sent by Song Shuqing. When he successfully cultivated the herb some time ago, he returned home and found that Song Shuqing had written many letters to him. There was even one recently. After knowing Song Shuqing's situation, Luo Huaqing hurried over. Fortunately, he caught up this time, and he didn't know how to explain. "Yes, I'm sorry. I thought the emperor would treat you well." At that time, Song Shuqing and the emperor were in love, and he thought that the emperor was powerful and would definitely take good care of Song Shuqing. But he didn't expect it to become like this now. The first time he saw Song Shuqing, Luo Huaqing knew he was wrong. Song Shuqing was not living well at all. When the emperor spoke before, he didn't call her Shuqing or Qing, but Xu Fei. Luo Huaqing immediately felt the change. "Emperor," he followed behind, and for a moment he felt that he should not be in the room. But seeing that she had almost finished crying, he interrupted and said, "Shu Qing's health is the most important thing. Dr. Luo should help her check her physical condition first. If she needs medicine, just let the imperial hospital prepare it." Luo Huaqing came back to his senses and treated Song Shuqing. Before coming, Luo Huaqing already knew what poison Song Shuqing was poisoned with. He took some of the herbs and prescribed the rest for the imperial hospital. When everything was almost done, the emperor left first, thinking that they had something to talk about after a long separation. But there were still maids in the room, so he would not suspect anything else. Or rather, they didn't care that much about this aspect. The appearance of Dr. Luo could not be concealed in the palace. Not to mention that no one concealed it at all. And everyone soon knew about it. Lu Hanwan muttered in Chaoxia Palace. I don't know if Dr. Luo can cure this poison. Zhao Yuan was also in Chaoxia Palace at this time. And he said, it should be possible. The main thing is that this poison also appeared in the plot. And it was Luo Huaqing who cured it. Lu Hanwan curled her lips. How did he appear so timely? Zhao Yuan couldn't say this. Mom doesn't want Song Shuqing to live? Lu Hanwan instantly became alert. Although her son was well-behaved and sensible. Although there was no evidence. Lu Hanwan knew that her son was not that simple. She didn't want to think that her son would find a way to achieve it just because of her casual words. In her heart, her son is indeed excellent. But the emperor is more powerful. And her son may not be able to hide from the emperor. Even if the father and son have a good relationship now. It will be bad if the emperor is old and can't stand his son and settles the score with him. So she quickly said, it's not about whether I want to or not. They can live or not. It doesn't affect me anyway. It's interesting to watch them fight. By the way, I still don't know how Xu Fei was poisoned. Who in the harem took out this thing? Could it be that the queen prepared it secretly? She changed the subject. In fact, after Song Shuqing got into trouble, the harem had already discussed this matter privately many times. And everyone agreed that it should be the queen's dying counterattack. Everyone can see the hatred that the queen has for Song Shuqing. The queen is seriously ill and is about to die. If she doesn't find a way to take Song Shuqing away, she will not rest in peace even if she takes her away. This must be someone arranged by the queen. For a while, the harem was a little panicked. After all, there was such a thing hidden in the palace. What if it was hidden next to them? How scary it would be. Zhao Yuan didn't know who the queen arranged. But he knew who had the red beauty drunk. Concubine Jang. But why would Concubine Jang target Song Shuqing? Zhao Yuan didn't quite understand this. Logically, Concubine Jang should target him. After all, he drank with the second prince. And the second prince died in his own conspiracy. But Zhao Yuan survived. Zhao Yuan couldn't tell his mother directly that it was Concubine Jang who attacked Song Shuqing. But he reminded her directly, Concubine Jang may hate us for the death of the second prince. So you should be more careful in the harem. He thought. Should he find a way to deal with Concubine Jang? But Concubine Jang is in the harem. And he is so old now. It is not convenient. And it is not good to interfere in the emperor's harem. Lu Hanwan waved her hand after hearing this. Don't worry about the affairs of the harem. Mother can handle it. You have so many things to do in the previous dynasty. Just do your own thing. Harem fighting is definitely not a scary thing for Lu Hanwan. On the contrary, she may have a kind of energy in her nature that she enjoys fighting with others. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan smiled slightly and agreed. Okay. Shijiu got it. With the presence of the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing, Song Shuqing's poison was indeed cured. It is said that Luo Huaqing will not leave the capital in the future. And he is now recuperating for the 12th prince. Perhaps, in the near future, the 12th prince's body can really be adjusted. And there will be an additional opponent on the road to succession. But this is not important to Zhao Yuan. The most important thing at the moment is that his prince's enthronement ceremony is about to be held. The emperor is serious about enthroning him as the prince. The emperor is strong and powerful enough. So the ministers cannot interfere with his serious decisions. The enthronement ceremony was held on time. The 7th prince and other princes looked down at the 9th prince, who was wearing a royal crown and looking very imposing. The 7th prince's eyes were full of jealousy. After all, it's little 9 who is good. He has been loved by his father since he was born. When he grew up, he even coaxed his father to give him the position of crown prince. What's so good about him? The 8th prince on the side lowered his head and said nothing. He wanted to move his feet to the side. He was very desperate. Why was he ranked behind his 7th brother? Every time he faced his 7th brother's stupidity. As for the other princes on the side, they had all kinds of unclear expressions in their eyes. There was no truly simple person in the palace. Now these princes were not young. Many of them had good maternal forces behind them. They were all capable of competing for the throne. So they naturally had ideas about the positions above. But no matter how powerful they are nothing in front of the powerful emperor. So now everyone has no ability to resist. They can only wait and wait for the opportunity in the future, and then act at their convenience. Even if he becomes the crown prince, he may not necessarily become the emperor. Right? The ninth prince is not the first crown prince. The crown prince's enthronement ceremony did not have any twists and turns, and it was successfully held smoothly. For everyone in the harem, most of them may not sleep well tonight. It is said that becoming a crown prince will be targeted by all parties, but if possible, they are also willing to enjoy this targeting. Concubine Jang stood in front of the window and had not moved for a long time. After a while, she spoke as if sighing. The ninth prince has become the crown prince. It's great. It's good to be alive. The second son of her family should have been alive. But unfortunately, he died after drinking. And the ninth prince survived. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clench her fingers, and her nails were digging into the flesh without feeling any pain. Xuan, bitch. As early as when the second son became disabled, she knew that they had lost the right to compete for the throne. However, even if he was disabled, he was still her child. How could she be indifferent to the death of the second son? She has been looking for the real murderer who killed the second son. Although the emperor's investigation showed that it was the fourth prince who killed the second son, Concubine Jang felt that it was not just that. The fourth prince was a prince. What was the point of him harming the two princes? Even if he wanted to rebel, he didn't need to get involved in these things and cause fear for no reason. There must be someone else who was killed behind this. Sure enough, the queen found her and said she would tell her who the real murderer was. But the premise was that she needed to kill Song Shuqing. Xuan was a smart woman. She knew that the queen would not live long, and she was afraid that time would be up by then. So she acted very decisively and directly used Hongyanzui on Song Shuqing. She was not afraid that the queen had lied to her. Anyway, even if she had lied, the death of Song Shuqing was just a small matter for Concubine Jang, and it would not cause any fluctuations in her heart at all. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. What if she really found the real murderer? In that case, she could help her son get revenge. When Song Shuqing was exposed to be poisoned, Concubine Jang was surprised. It was impossible for her to poison so quickly, and it would not be discovered so early. In an instant, she realized that it must be Song Shuqing's own doing, and the target was the one who was in solitary confinement. She hurried and finally saw the person before the queen drank the poisoned wine and died. The queen told her directly at that time. Xuan, the previous dynasty. Concubine Jang instantly made up the whole story. Xuan had a relationship with the previous dynasty, and the pot of poisoned wine that killed the second son happened to be the secret medicine of the previous dynasty. Regardless of whether Xuan was the mastermind behind the scenes, Concubine Jang decided to kill Xuan because she was in the harem and had a relationship with the previous dynasty. Regardless of whether it was Xuan or Song Shuqing, even if they racked their brains, they could not imagine that there was a Concubine Jang who had set her sights on them. On the other hand, after becoming the crown prince, Zhao Yuan's life obviously changed a lot. Specifically, the emperor obviously relied on him very much and wanted to have more people around him intentionally or unintentionally. Under this trend, the prince's party around Zhao Yuan was also growing. In this regard, Zhao Yuan did not reject it. He was happy to accept every bit of kindness from the emperor, because it meant his father's care for him, and his foundation in the court was indeed much weaker than that of other princes. Whether he wanted to fight with those princes in the future, or whatever, he needed his own power. As for the fact that his power was so great that the emperor was afraid of him, it was still too early. It had not reached that level. After becoming the crown prince, he was more legitimate in handling memorials. Many memorials were first reviewed by him, and then sent to the emperor. After reviewing them, if there was no problem, they were directly sent out. To be honest, the emperor's trust and decentralization made the people below feel very scared. Zhao Yuan also felt something was wrong. He asked tentatively, "Father, don't you think it's too early for me to review these memorials now?" He didn't think the emperor wanted to do something to him. He thought the emperor was secretly holding back something. Hearing this, the emperor laughed. "Shizhou, this is also for the purpose of training you. You see, your father is so old. You have to grow up quickly, so that your father can hand over everything to you with confidence." Zhao Yuan frowned. What nonsense was his father talking about? He was obviously in good health, and could live for another few dozen years. Why did he talk as if he was going to die soon? "Father." Before Zhao Yuan could finish his words, he heard the emperor continue, "Father, at your age, if you don't fight on the battlefield, You will be too old to kill. Zhao Yuan was stunned. The emperor was full of emotion. The happiest days of his life were the time when he was reckless on the battlefield. He always felt that even if he was going to die, he should die on the battlefield. For so many years, he had always wanted to go back. But due to various reasons, he couldn't do it on impulse. But after having Xiujio, the emperor thought that this idea was not a bad idea. Xiujio was extremely smart, and was very good at handling memorials. With a little teaching, he could handle it. After teaching Xiujio well, he returned to the battlefield. Father, do you want to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? Zhao Yuan asked. Why? No. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Don't look down on your father. Although your father is old, his skills have not declined. Now is the time for our Tianqi and Xia to fight. How can your father not let Xia see how powerful your father is? Although people now say that Ping'an is the god of war of our Tianqi, your father was not inferior to him when he was young. Your uncle was taught by your father himself. I was only a teenager back then. The emperor had a lot to say when talking about his time on the battlefield. In fact, when Zhao Yuan was young, he also heard the emperor talk about his glorious days. He also knew that the emperor was definitely a fierce general as good as Feng Ji. But after becoming emperor, he didn't have many opportunities to go to war again. Even if the emperor wanted to, his ministers would still hold him back. It's not that the emperor hadn't told him before that he wanted to go to the battlefield again. But the emperor was almost half a century old, and he didn't expect the emperor to be ready to take action as soon as possible. But looking into the emperor's eyes, Zhao Yuan knew that what his father said was true. He nodded heavily and promised earnestly, Father, I will study hard and strive to make your wish come true as soon as possible. Looking at his son's serious face, the emperor smiled even more happily. He ruffled his son's hair. Okay. Don't keep your father waiting for too long. Since then, Zhao Yuan has arranged his time more fully. In addition to handling affairs, he will learn from the emperor and some people such as the Minister of Revenue to learn from many aspects. At the same time, the emperor also handed the Jinui to Zhao Yuan for care. Of course, there is more than one leader of Jinui. Or in other words, Zhao Yuan is the leader on the surface. But in fact, Jinui also has people who can directly meet the emperor. And some of Zhao Yuan's things can also be reported directly to the emperor. But generally speaking, this is definitely a good thing for Zhao Yuan. After all, the Jinui supervised all officials. And all the civil and military officials were worried that some of their handles would fall into the hands of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So they were naturally more respectful and reverent to Zhao Yuan. In addition, Zhao Yuan also controlled a part of the people in the camp outside the capital. This was not only because the emperor trusted his son, but also because the emperor knew that Xiujio's power was weak. When he left the capital to fight in the future, Xiujio alone, if he did not have enough power, might not be able to control the court. The emperor did not want his son to be coerced by his ministers, even though he knew that Xiujio would definitely be able to struggle out. But why did he have to let the child suffer that? He wanted to watch his son grow up. In the 3rd year, the emperor announced in the court, I have decided to leave the army in person and leave the prince as regent. Your Majesty? No. The ministers were shocked. No one expected that the emperor, who was already 50, could still have such an idea. For a moment, they could not accept it at all. At this age, if he was not careful, he would die on the battlefield. The royalists could not accept it, and some ministers could not accept it either. However, they were not all worried about the emperor's safety, but that the emperor had given the prince enough manpower. If the emperor really died on the battlefield, then the prince's ascension to the throne would be a legitimate matter. But what should the remaining princes, who had just grown up and were eyeing the throne, do? The emperor had made up his mind, and the opposition in the court could not shake him in the slightest. This matter was soon settled. Xiujio, this court, father will temporarily leave it to you. Before leaving, the emperor told his son. 2 years later, Zhao Yuan, who had grown up, had grown much taller, with a clear profile and a faint look in his eyes, but with a compelling sense of oppression. The emperor looked at his outstanding son in front of him, and his pride was incomparable. This was his son, and he taught the child himself. There was still a trace of worry about the emperor going to the battlefield in Zhao Yuan's eyes. Father, don't worry. Xiujio will not let you down. The emperor was certainly relieved. He had watched Xiujio grow up in the past 2 years. At this moment, he looked at his son with satisfaction. He patted his son on the shoulder. Okay. Don't worry about your father. You know how powerful your father is. Or do you think your father is really old? His face became serious as he spoke. Zhao Yuan was certainly not afraid of the emperor's behavior. He knew that the emperor was just pretending. But he was not a spoiler. Things were already a foregone conclusion. No matter how much he said, it would not have any effect. He smiled. What are you talking about? Father? You are going to go on a long journey. And you don't allow your son to worry about you. The emperor laughed out loud when he heard these somewhat dissatisfied words. And his mood became even better. Seeing the father and son having fun together. The other princes standing by had different thoughts. The seventh prince stepped forward and complimented him. Father is so brave. He was great in leading troops to fight in the past. Now he will surely defeat Xia. Ninth brother. You are too worried about father. There was silence for a moment. The emperor stopped smiling. And Zhao Yuan also looked at the seventh prince, who was speaking. Before speaking, the seventh prince wanted to show off in front of his father. But when the two people's eyes fell on him, he couldn't help but want to retreat. He was afraid and wanted to tremble. The 14th prince couldn't help but sigh in a low voice behind him. Seventh brother is so brave. He dared to say such a thing as Brother Jiu. Several princes nodded in agreement. The seventh prince is indeed very brave. For so long, he has been putting on airs because he is the eldest son. He doesn't even think about it. From the beginning, the favored princes in the palace were ranked according to age. The emperor looked at the timid look of the seventh prince and looked down on him. But the seventh prince was never someone he considered. So he only glanced at him and looked at the row behind him. After I leave, you should behave yourself in the capital and listen to your brother Jiu. If I know that you are making trouble, I will not forgive you when I come back. More than a dozen princes immediately responded. Yes, father. They are used to such treatment. In the past 2 years, everyone has clearly realized how stable the position of the prince is. But it doesn't matter. Since the emperor announced that he would go to the battlefield, everyone has realized that the father's trust in the prince and the power he gave him are just to let the prince quickly control the court, so that the father can free up time to fight. But the father is old. How many years can he stay on the battlefield? When the father comes back, he is already old. Can he really accept the power of the prince in the court? The current prince seems to be in great glory. But in fact, most of his things are given by his father. If one day his father wants to take them back, can he still keep them? Zhao Yuan is not clear about the prince's thoughts. Even if he knows, he will not care. For so long, with the tacit consent or even explicit instructions of his father, the power in his hands has naturally grown a lot. However, if that day really comes, he will not argue with his father over power. Watching the emperor leave with the team, the official said hello to Zhao Yuan and dispersed. Zhao Yuan was also ready to return to the palace. At his age now, he could have his own mansion outside the palace. But he had been named the prince 2 years ago, so he naturally had to live in the palace. His deceased brother, the crown prince, was canonized as the Prince of Rui, and a prince's mansion was built outside the palace. The crown princess just moved out with Xiuhu some time ago. I don't know how the crown princess feels, but Xiuhu is very excited to move out. Since he was born, he could only take him out of the palace a few times when Uncle Jiu was free. Now he lives outside the palace and can wander around whenever he wants every day. He can get in touch with more interesting things. For a child, isn't this the biggest temptation? Before Zhao Yuan left, the princes naturally did not leave first. Perhaps seeing that the emperor had left and Zhao Yuan had no one to support him. The seventh prince became bolder and said in a yin-yang tone, "Oh, the ninth brother is so impressive now." Zhao Yuan stopped and looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince was subconsciously afraid, but he reacted and quickly raised his chin. He was a little angry and embarrassed. He was afraid because his father was there. Now that his father was gone, what was there for him to be afraid of? He was the adopted son of Concubine Yi. Feng Ji was his uncle. Zhao Yuan was just someone who had left Yishou Palace a long time ago. But he still couldn't bear to leave General Feng's power and kept pestering him. It was obvious that the seventh prince was timid, and Zhao Yuan didn't intend to argue with him. The seventh prince's thoughts had been very obvious in the past 2 years. But it was a pity that he was neither good at literature nor martial arts. And he really didn't pose any threat. After taking a look, Zhao Yuan continued to leave. His father had just left, and he had a lot of things to do. so he didn't have time to play house games with the 7th prince. When the 7th prince saw that Zhao Yuan didn't take him seriously, he immediately jumped up in anger. "Stop!" Zhao Yuan sighed inwardly and turned around. "7th brother, is there anything else?" The 7th prince sneered and strode to Zhao Yuan. "Even if you are the prince, you should still understand the principle of brotherly love and respect. Right? What was your attitude just now? As soon as the emperor left, you stopped pretending and didn't take us brothers seriously?" Zhao Yuan was a little surprised. When the emperor was here, did he take the 7th prince seriously? Hasn't he always had this attitude? The 7th prince continued, "You can become the prince, but you rely on General Feng's power. You should understand that I am the son of Concubine Yi." After saying this, the other princes all looked over here. "7th brother, you are really brave." Everyone secretly looked at Zhao Yuan's expression. But Zhao Yuan was not as angry as they imagined. He smiled lightly and looked at the 7th prince with interest. "Why didn't you say this in front of the emperor?" The 7th prince was speechless. Of course he didn't dare to say. "Anyway, do you dare to say that you became the crown prince without General Feng? This is really not the case." Zhao Yuan absolutely understands the emperor. In this regard, he is much more perceptive than anyone else. This is also one of the reasons why he sometimes takes too many risks. It's nothing more than being favored and always fearless. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a while, the 7th prince became proud. "So, you'd better respect me. Logically, I should be your elder brother. The elder brother is like a father. When the father is not around, sometimes you should listen to the elder brother's teachings." "Eldest brother?" Zhao Yuan murmured the word. "Yes," the 7th prince said, "generally speaking, our ranking should be rearranged. After all, I am the eldest son and your elder brother. The eldest son is the legitimate heir. As the eldest son, with the powerful mother family of Concubine Yi, the 7th prince feels that he can be more arrogant. In his opinion, Xuzhou is just relying on the favor of his father and the influence of the Feng family. But who knows how long the emperor's favor can last? It's just a castle in the air. If the 9th prince has a brain, he should please him more. And one day, he can also have more mercy on his 9th brother." He said smugly, "If you ask me, we should have rearranged the order a long time ago. Otherwise people who don't know would think there are many ahead of us." Zhao Yuan didn't listen to what the 7th prince said later. He just kept staring at the 7th prince, thinking that he was extremely hateful. Big brother. He only has one big brother. That is his brother the crown prince. And no one can occupy the position of the crown prince. When a person dies, even his existence will be erased? He sneered and turned away. The 7th prince has been unexpectedly active after leaving his father. As for whether he is the eldest son, 6 of the previous ones have already died. Why don't we wait a little longer? The 7th prince was stunned. He watched Zhao Yuan walk away. And then he jumped up and down. What does he mean by this? Is he looking down on me and cursing me to death? My father asked him to take care of the court. And he did this? Does he want to kill me? Despite his shouting, the 7th prince didn't really think that Zhao Yuan dared to kill him. Am I not the eldest son? What's wrong with what I said? If I want to fight for the position of the crown prince, it's not certain who will get it. He selectively ignored the fact that Concubine Yi was unwilling to pay attention to him on this matter. As early as 2 years ago, after Concubine Yi had a showdown with him, the 7th prince had been living in a cautious state. He had long regarded Concubine Yi's power as his own. Suddenly, he found out that Concubine Yi knew about the little calculations between him and his mother, and he couldn't hold it back in an instant. The more this happened, the more he acted outwardly, as if only in this way could he feel more secure. He knew how big the difference was between the son of Concubine Yi and the son of Concubine Wu. No one responded to the 7th prince's words, but no one took him seriously. Being stupid or not was one thing, but no one wanted to offend Concubine Yi and Feng Ji. Anyway, the 7th prince looked like a fool, and such a person had no competitiveness in the fight for the throne. It was okay to give in a little. It was just right to watch the excitement. A few days later, the 7th prince fell into a cesspool in the middle of the night and almost lost half his life. After having a high fever for 2 days, when he got better, the 7th prince immediately rushed into the palace. He was a few months older than Zhao Yuan and had just moved to a mansion outside the palace some time ago. 9th brother, did you do it? At this time, the morning court was over. Zhao Yuan was dealing with memorials in the imperial study. And Shen Ping, the Minister of Revenue, was also reporting to him. The emperor was gone, and the crown prince was the regent. Although the emperor believed in his son's ability, Zhao Yuan was too young after all. The emperor asked him to consult with several important officials in the court if he had any problems. Shen Ping was one of them. Zhao Yuan looked over and asked curiously, "What are you talking about? Seventh brother?" The seventh prince was furious. "Did you ask someone to do the thing that made me fall into the toilet? I felt it at the time. Someone pushed me from behind. You just said that so many princes died before, and it was not certain who the eldest prince was. And then I was pushed into the pit. And you still say it was not you?" Zhao Yuan looked innocent. "Brother, what I said was just a casual remark. After all, we princes are indeed. And since I said that, it is even more impossible for me to do such a thing. This will only cause trouble for myself. Besides, there were many people who heard that at the time. Is it possible that someone..." Zhao Yuan hesitated to speak. Although the seventh prince's brain was not very good, he still had some political awareness. Xuzhou was the crown prince, and now the crown prince was the regent. If such a thing happened, it would be a denial of the crown prince's ability. Maybe after hearing about it, the emperor would regret handing over the court to the crown prince. Xuzhou really didn't seem like he could do such a thing. On the contrary, he knew that his other brothers were all very ambitious. After tricking the seventh prince away, Zhao Yuan retracted his gaze. Just looking at the seventh prince's expression before he left, he probably felt like his brain was going to burn when he returned. Zhao Yuan did what happened before, but he didn't want the seventh prince's life. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. After all, no matter how loud the seventh prince shouted, it couldn't change the fact that he was the seventh prince, and the emperor would never allow a re-ranking. After all, Zhao Yuan's position in the emperor's heart was not comparable to that of a mere seventh prince. No matter how big the aunt's words were, they were just a joke. It wasn't to the point of risking one's life. As for the crown prince's regent, it wasn't good to cause a big incident, lest the emperor mistakenly think that the crown prince was incompetent. Zhao Yuan never cared about this. Neither he nor his father cared about these things. Shen Ping, who was standing aside, lowered his head silently, turning a deaf ear to the fact that the seventh prince was pushed into the cesspool. He did not want to know about these royal struggles, nor did he want to participate. There were also many suspicions about this matter in the harem, but in the end, there was no result, and no one had to suspect Zhao Yuan. After all, normal people knew the gap between the two princes, and did not think that the ninth prince had anything to do against the seventh prince. On the contrary, it was very likely that other people were trying to fish in troubled waters, and throw dirty water on the ninth prince. The matter was over. The emperor arrived at the border, and the war broke out. When the people in Xi'an knew that the person who came to fight them was the emperor of the enemy country, they were also very excited for a while. But for the emperor, this was not a problem. His talent in fighting was not in vain. Moreover, the emperor led the army in person, and the soldiers on Tianqi's side were also in high spirits. Such a scene made the emperor more eager to fight. Good news continued to reach the capital. Whenever Zhao Yuan saw these battle reports, he would smile unconsciously. He sat behind the desk and wrote letters to the emperor, who was far away at the border. "Father, I am glad to see you. After several months of separation, I miss you so much. I heard that you are at the border." After a while, Zhao Yuan finished writing the letter with a lingering feeling and signed it. For this kind of thing, he couldn't help but start writing letters half a month after the emperor left. Later, when the emperor went to the border, he wrote a letter every few days. Each letter could fill a thick stack of letters, writing about what happened in the court, his complaints about someone, and even if he thought something tasted good, he would write it down to the emperor and have someone send it to the emperor. Of course, he also wrote down his thoughts about the emperor. It can be said that he was extremely disgusted. As for the emperor, although he said he disliked Xuzhou, he actually asked Xuzhou if she had any letters every 2 days, which showed his mood. After the battle, the emperor had to go back to the tent to write back to his son, and write about his situation here. The father and son sent a large stack of paper every time. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed, and the emperor was finally going to return from the border. Zhao Yuan was also full of expectations. When he received the arrival time of the team, he led the court officials and a group of princes to the outside of the city to welcome them. Watching the team approaching from a distance, Zhao Yuan's eyes became brighter when he saw the familiar figure. He took 2 steps forward, but he knew that at this time, it was not like usual, and he should not let his temper run wild. Shujio? The emperor looked at the figure standing in front of the crowd, standing tall and proud, like a crane standing out among chickens, and was very excited. He strode forward. Father. When Zhao Yuan saw the emperor coming, he finally couldn't help it. He took a few steps forward again and held the emperor's outstretched arm. At the same time, his eyes couldn't wait to look at the emperor's body. Father, you are tired on the way. Is everything okay? Good. Good. Father, everything is fine. Shen Ping, who was standing not far from Zhao Yuan, coughed. Zhao Yuan immediately came back from his excitement, saluted the emperor respectfully and full of admiration, and said loudly, "Your son leads all the ministers and princes to welcome the emperor back victoriously. Long live the emperor." The ministers behind him also shouted, "Long live the emperor." In such an official occasion, it is natural to say some words that are appropriate for a grand occasion. The emperor has long been familiar with these things. He briefly said a few words to the ministers, and then it was time to return to the city. The people in the city today also knew that the emperor had returned with a large army. The streets and the attics on both sides were already crowded with people. When the army entered, everyone cheered. The emperor rode a tall horse, and his heart was very happy. Such a scene of being surrounded and welcomed by the people had happened many years ago. Now they meet again. It seems like yesterday. Zhao Yuan followed behind at a distance, seemingly inadvertently, but in fact he was vigilantly observing both sides. In order to prepare for the emperor's return to Beijing, he had people check the people in the capital early. Now, in addition to the officers and soldiers who maintained order on both sides of the road, he also secretly arranged a lot of manpower. He would never allow the remnants of the previous dynasty to ruin such a happy scene for his father. It was obvious that Zhao Yuan's arrangement was not superfluous. Among the cheering and excited crowd, someone looked at the emperor in the middle with resentment in his eyes. When he couldn't help but want to shout, "The dog emperor! Die and rush out!" Someone grabbed his arm. "Calm down." His companion gestured to him to look at the person who looked inconspicuous, but actually had sharp eyes not far away. "There are too many people. I'm afraid you will be held down by someone before you rush over." The man had to hold back his emotions. Several people gestured to each other, and the decision, full of frustration, could only be forgotten this time. They had to work very hard to stay in the capital during the previous search by the Jinui. When the emperor entered the imperial city and the crowd gradually dispersed, several people planned to leave, but they didn't know when a pair of hands had quietly come to their side and clamped them. Let's not talk about these people being taken back to the Jinui prison. In the palace, Zhao Yuan discovered that the emperor was actually injured, and the wound was extremely dangerous. He almost hurt his heart and lungs. He was immediately angry. "Why didn't you tell me that my father was injured?" After all, he had studied medicine for so many years. Compared with most doctors, he was more confident in his medical skills. If he could tell him that his father was so seriously injured, he would definitely rush over early. If there is an emergency with him here, the possibility of saving the child will be higher. But unexpectedly, the emperor only reported good news and not bad news, and did not tell him such a big thing. The emperor looked at his son's angry and sad look, and felt guilty. "Father is afraid that you will worry, so I thought of not telling you for the time being. Look, father is still fine." Zhao Yuan held his mouth, with a trace of tears in his eyes. The emperor felt warm in his heart and joked, "You are so old. Xiaojio still wants to cry." Then he said, "Father knows you are worried, but it is so far away. Even if I tell you, it is too far. But the medicine you sent is good. This time, it is also thanks to your medicine that father can recover so quickly." When the emperor left, Zhao Yuan brought him a lot of useful medicines. When the emperor arrived at the border, Zhao Yuan, while busy with government affairs, was still trying his best to research some life-saving pills for the emperor to replenish his body and use on the battlefield. Once they were ready, they were sent to the emperor. The emperor also brought some imperial doctors with him. With their judgment, they could naturally see the power of the medicine he made. The emperor mainly felt that his son was considerate of him. But what made him more proud was that he had never fought such a rich war before. Now that he has a son behind him, His son is the only one who is afraid that he will not have enough military supplies. So he can always send a lot every time. This made the emperor extremely satisfied with the battle. If he had not been away from the capital for too long, he would have returned. The emperor wanted to stay on the battlefield, and would not return until he had conquered all of Xia. Don't even think about it. Zhao Yuan rejected the emperor's idea outright. I finally came back with such a serious injury. I just checked your pulse, and found that your health has also deteriorated a lot. You can't go to the battlefield again. You have to recuperate in the capital. Looking at the scar on the emperor's chest, Zhao Yuan was a little scared. He always felt that his father might get into trouble when he was out of sight. He couldn't imagine what he would do if his father died on the battlefield. He remembered that he had secretly decided that he would go to the battlefield with his father in the future. With him by his side, he could protect his father at any time. Unfortunately, at that time, he had his elder brother, the Crown Prince, to take the lead, and the Crown Prince handled the government affairs very smoothly. And now, thinking about his stupid nephew, Zhao Yuan felt a lump in his heart. Unable to get up or down. The name Xiaohu was really wrong. The child was really a fool since he was young. And he was still a fool when he grew up. He really didn't inherit the talent and intelligence of the Crown Prince. He frowned and thought, I wonder if it's too late for Xiaohu to change his name to Decoming now. In the afternoon, Xiaohu, who was inexplicably beaten by his uncle Jiao in the training ground, shed sad tears. When he returned to the prince's mansion, Xiaohu didn't understand why. He cried to his mother, Shouldn't Uncle Jiao be happy that Grandpa Huang is back? Why did he beat me so badly? Du Yuling skillfully applied medicine to her son and nodded perfunctorily. Yes. Yes. In fact, she could probably guess what Xiujiao was thinking. After all, Xiujiao seemed to have never given up the idea of letting Xiaohu take the throne for so many years. But Xiaohu just couldn't get it no matter how hard he tried. No wonder the ninth prince couldn't help beating people sometimes. When he was young, the ninth prince took care of the young and didn't like beating children. When he grew up, his tolerance for Xiaohu in this regard was not so high. This is normal. After all, Du Yuling herself is like this. When Xiaohu was a child, she would feel distressed when he was too tired from practicing martial arts. When her son grew up, she would only think that he was thick-skinned and should practice more. The return of the emperor also announced the end of the situation of the prince's regent. After a night's rest, the emperor began to meet with ministers, read various memorials, and understand the situation in the past few years. Of course, Zhao Yuan wrote a letter every few days. Although the emperor was far away from the border for the past 5 years, he was actually quite clear about the government. Even if Zhao Yuan did not write to him, he had his own people in the capital, and he would definitely report some things to him. However, we have to look at the details. And these actions of the emperor also deeply attracted the hearts of the former court and the harem. The emperor couldn't wait to care about the government as soon as he came back. Is he afraid of the prince? The emperor was actually just idle. He was an energetic man who liked to do business. He had been paying attention to the war on the battlefield before, and naturally dealt with political affairs after returning. If he really wanted to stay there for fun every day, the emperor couldn't stay. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhao Yuan was free. When the emperor was still there, he had to help the emperor with work. Now it was just relatively easier than the previous 2 years. In the following time, everyone didn't see whether the emperor was afraid of the ninth prince. Anyway, it seemed that he had no intention of taking back power. For example, the Jinui and so on were still under the jurisdiction of the ninth prince. Soon, another thing that was closely related to many people happened. That is, the princes were old enough to enter the court for training. 5 years ago, Zhao Yuan was 18 years old, and the only ones older than him were the 7th and 8th princes. These two also entered the court under the arrangement of the emperor. But the tasks they received were not big, and there was no movement for a few years. At that time, the emperor did not make any arrangements for the princes after Zhao Yuan. It was not until now, when the emperor came back, that this matter was put on the agenda. From the 11th prince to the 17th prince, they all reached the age to leave the palace and open their own houses and enter the court. Among them, the oldest, the 11th prince, is 22 years old, and the youngest, the 17th prince, is 19 years old. In fact, the 4 princes, the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th, are all about the same age. and it is time for them to leave the palace and enter the court. The 11th prince is born to Yu Pin's concubine sister. The 12th prince is the child of Shufei's Song Shuqing. The 13th prince is born to Ningpin. And the 14th prince is born to Shenpin. They are all from good family backgrounds. Everyone has ambitions for that position in their hearts. Whether it is the prince himself, or their mothers and families. Of course, they all want them to participate in the court as soon as possible, so that they can make friends with ministers and gain more support. Zhao Yuan had no intention of stopping these people. He wrote to the emperor about this. But the emperor, who was far away at the border, suppressed it. He knew that even though Xiaozhou had become the prince, the fight for the throne had just begun. Now that he was not in the capital, if he really let these people rush to the court, some trouble would inevitably come out. The emperor didn't want to worry about the situation in the capital while he was fighting hard. So he simply let these kids study for 2 more years. The emperor didn't agree. And these princes dared not say anything except to hold a grudge against Zhao Yuan. As for the princes leaving the palace to open their own residences, the emperor had no objection. The problem was that there was no money in the treasury. Fighting a war was a big expense. If Zhao Yuan hadn't subsidized it behind the scenes, the emperor's military expenses would not be so loose. It was unknown when the war would be over. At this time, Chen Ping, the Minister of Revenue, didn't want to spend a penny on insignificant things. So later on, those who were rich enough to pay for the construction of their own houses could leave the palace and open their own houses. Those who could not afford it could wait until the court had money, and then they could open their own houses. Of course, this was not that important. Many people were more concerned about the princes being able to participate in the court. Then came the marriages of the princes. Men in the capital were generally engaged at the age of 17 or 18. And when they really got married, they were around 20. Generally speaking, it was not too early. The emperor called Zhao Yuan over in advance. Shijiu, you are not young anymore. It is time to get married and have children. How about it? Do you have any girls you like in the capital these years? Tell me, and your father will make the decision for you. Zhao Yuan shook his head, thinking of the emperor's solemn admonition to him before, that he was young and should not care about love affairs. Compared with now, he wanted to laugh. No, everything is arranged by father. What kind do you like? The emperor looked at the girls of various families on the table, thinking about which one is more suitable for his own Shijiu. Zhao Yuan thought about it and still shook his head. I don't like anything in particular. Almost anyone is fine. The emperor was dissatisfied with the words. How can it be almost anyone? Of course, I have to find someone that Xiaozhou likes. Of course, he hopes that his son can live a happy life in the future. The choice of the crown princess must be carefully selected. She must have a good family background, good looks, and be able to bear the responsibility of a crown princess. Suddenly, the emperor paused. A few years ago, the holy girl of the Ling clan, Xiaozhou, was very fond of her. He thought, when Xiaozhou was young, if he met a passionate woman, it would not be impossible for him to fall in love with her. The emperor was a little worried. He wanted to give his son the best. But the holy girl of the Ling clan was obviously not the most suitable person for Xiaozhou, and could not give Xiaozhou much help. The court was about to stir up a storm. Obviously, choosing a daughter of a noble family for Xiaozhou was the most favorable choice for Xiaozhou. Otherwise, other princes had their mother's family, and had to marry some powerful people. But Xiaozhou had nothing, and was a little alone. He knew that Xiaozhou was capable. But sometimes, he also wanted his son to have a smoother path. With a marriage relationship, Xiaozhou would have more people to use. If you like her, you don't have to marry her. The emperor weighed his words carefully. He was afraid that Xiaozhou was too sentimental. But Xiaozhou just said that he didn't have a favorite woman, so it shouldn't be a big problem if he let him decide. Zhao Yuan laughed at this. Father, I really don't have one. Just choose whatever you want. He really didn't have that kind of feelings. And even after getting married, he didn't know if he could have that kind of husband and wife feelings for his wife. But he knew that he had no plans to go beyond this. Whether he liked it or not, he would get married and have children. Marriages in this era are not always like this. Most of them are based on the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Many people even know the other person's face before getting married. He may not be able to have love, but it is still okay to treat the other person with respect and respect the other person's due rights. In the backyard, if it is not necessary, He does not need to place a lot of people in it. One is enough. Of course, with Zhao Yuan's thinking, he will not feel guilty about not being able to give love to outsiders. Nor will he think that having only one person in the backyard is a compensation for others. He is not so kind-hearted. No matter who he marries, he will be like this. This is just the future he built for himself. The emperor was relieved to hear his son say this. The news that the crown prince and the princes below were considering marriage soon spread. And for a while, many families had unusual moves. Many aristocratic families have been waiting for a long time for the marriages of several princes. They had already planned it 5 years ago, when the emperor went to war. At that time, the 7th and 8th princes, as well as Zhao Yuan, were all 18 years old. At this age, of course, they could be engaged or even married. The 7th prince has the support of Concubine Yi and General Feng Ji. And the 8th prince is a little transparent for the time being. But the 9th prince is the crown prince. If you can marry your own child to the crown prince, then she will be the queen in the future. Who cannot be tempted? As for the fact that the 9th prince's mother's family was not prominent. At that time, it was not particularly prominent. Rongfei Lu Hanwan's brother, Brother Lu, was highly valued by the emperor. And he was also capable. So his official position was constantly rising. Brother Lu was also arranged to join the camp outside the capital. In time, the 9th prince's mother's family will grow up. As for the fact that the foundation is a little weak, their own family can just make up for it. Even if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne in the future, he may value them more because of their previous careful help. Nowadays, the newly appointed princes are also good. Of course, the most eye-catching one is still the Crown Prince. There is a natural chasm between the Crown Prince and the princes. Of course, some people also put their treasures on other princes. When Zhao Yuan left the palace, he was approached by someone. He raised his eyebrows and knew the other party's intention. He turned to a quiet empty room, and the people behind him followed him in. Ling Yin. Zhao Yuan sat at the table, drinking tea calmly. It was obvious that he had known who the visitor was. Ling Yin, who was at that time, had fully opened up at this time. Her face was beautiful, and the dangerous temperament on her body was still particularly fascinating. At this moment, this girl who was scary in front of others had slightly red eyes. I heard that the prince is going to get married. Zhao Yuan responded, took a sip of tea, and explained the matter more clearly. Father is going to choose a princess for me, and we should get married soon. At his age, although there are many people in the aristocratic families who get married at this age. As the crown prince, he seems to have a child. Ling Yin looked at him with red eyes, trying her best to hold back her tears. What about the crown prince? Did you agree? Her voice trembled. Zhao Yuan looked at her, and everything was quite clear. Ling Yin asked loudly, what about me? Since you were the 9th prince, I have followed you and helped you do so many things. Now it doesn't matter? Her tears kept falling. Zhao Yuan smiled, stood up and walked to Ling Yin's side, leaned over to wipe her tears, but his eyes were particularly cold. I remember I said a long time ago that I have no intention of you, and our identities will not come together. As for Ling Yin helping him with things, it was the other party who took the initiative to participate. After he refused, he saw that the other party insisted on doing so, and he was too lazy to entangle in it. Hearing these heartless words, Ling Yin was furious, but more of it was heartache. She thought that after so long, she could move the 9th prince, and the 9th prince would eventually like her. Obviously, occasionally, the 9th prince would gently praise her, but she didn't expect that after so long. The other party was still so heartless. She said stubbornly, could your crown princess really help you better than me? I can do whatever you want. After all, having been with the 9th prince for so long, Ling Yin knew that the 9th prince seemed approachable. But in fact, he was not. He still had a sense of alienation in his bones. I'm afraid that only useful people could arouse the 9th prince's interest. It must be said that Ling Yin's idea was actually correct. At other times, this method could really work in front of Zhao Yuan. He had no emotional needs for outsiders, and the main thing was to see if it was useful. But the matter of marriage was different. He listened to his parents. If Ling Yin's identity was suitable, he would marry her because she had been of great use to him in the past. But the problem was that his father's intention 2 days ago was that he obviously looked down on Ling Yin's identity. In this case, Zhao Yuan had no intention of disobeying his father. So, on the matter of marriage. No matter how much she said to Zhao Yuan, it would be better to say something in front of Lu Hanwan or the emperor. After all, Lu Hanwan or the emperor might consider the interests in her words, while Zhao Yuan only believed that his father and mother were unwilling. He had no intention of making things difficult for his parents for the sake of outsiders. He was completely indifferent to what Ling Yin said. I will get what I want myself. And my wife doesn't need to do so much. The fight for the throne does not depend on who marries a powerful wife. No matter how powerful a family is. Can it be higher than the royal family? Ling Yin was even more devastated when she heard this. Then why can't I? Since the 9th prince doesn't care about his wife's family background and status. Why can't she? With such broad conditions. Shouldn't she be able to barely meet them? Without being restricted by family background and so on? Zhao Yuan saw Ling Yin's sad look. And didn't hide it. And said directly, I said it a long time ago. The identity is not suitable. If he were an ordinary prince, it would be fine to marry a foreign woman. But since he was the crown prince, he would be more cautious in choosing a crown princess. Although Zhao Yuan himself thought this was not a big deal. There were also princes born to foreign women who ascended to the throne in the past few hundred years of Tianqi. This also happened in other dynasties 1,000 years ago. It was just that he didn't pay enough attention to it. Ling Yin had naturally considered this issue. The Ling people were all very emotional, and it was difficult for them to share their lovers. However, she looked at Zhao Yuan closely. For so long, has the 9th prince ever had any feelings for Ling Yin? Zhao Yuan shook his head directly. Never. This move completely dispelled Ling Yin's fantasy. Since then, Ling Yin has never appeared in front of Zhao Yuan again. And because the prince is about to choose a wife, there are more banquets in the capital. Many girls come from good families. If they can leave a good impression on the prince at the banquet, they may stand out in an instant. By contacting in advance, the girl can also understand clearly who she likes, which is also a good thing. There is no doubt that Zhao Yuan is the most popular among the princes, in addition to his outstanding appearance and ability. Of course, it is because of his title of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Who doesn't want to become the Crown Princess? And then become the Queen and Queen Mother in the future? Zhao Yuan had been to the banquet twice, and had seen a lot. He simply didn't bother to go again. Father, please let me know when you have chosen. The emperor looked at his son's evasive look and laughed unkindly. Really don't want to see more? No. Zhao Yuan firmly refused. The emperor laughed for a while, and agreed. Okay. Then I will choose a few and discuss it with your mother. Although he hoped that his son could be with a girl he liked. Since his son didn't care about these things, the emperor would not think there was anything wrong. After all, those who achieved great things and indulged in love all day long would not be favored by the emperor. As for himself, with so many concubines in the harem, he just likes some of them more. But it is a bit too far to say that he loves them, since his son does not have the one he wants. The emperor will act much faster, and the selection of concubines after many years will start again. Everyone knows that in this selection, the princes, princesses, and even concubines will be decided. Soon, the selection began. Zhao Yuan did not participate in these things. He only knew that in the end, the emperor decided for him a girl from a noble family with the best family background in this selection. It is said that she has a dignified and gentle temperament and is very talented. Zhao Yuan had nothing to object to. Although he had read the plot, there was not much description about the marriage of the princes in this drama, and it was basically not even on the stage. Moreover, the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, and even 18th princes, who were supposed to be the main contenders for the throne, have all died. In general, because of the survival status of the princes, it is not certain whether the current marriage will be the same as before. But in the original plot, no one in the prince's harem really made any big noise. So Zhao Yuan did not care who his crown princess would be. With a bang, Song Shuqing put the teacup heavily on the table. She stared at her son coldly. Why don't you tell the emperor that Miss Zhou also likes you? The Zhou family is a family of scholars, and there are many promising people in the family. Among all the concubines, her family background is the best one. Of course, many princes are also eyeing such people. The same is true for Song Shuqing, although her family background is higher than Lu Hanwan's. In fact, it is not really much higher. Her brother died of corruption in his early years. Her father's official position is not high. In contrast, although Lu Hanwan was just a palace maid, over the years, Lu Hanwan's eldest brother has become a big official. And the second brother also holds an important position in the camp outside the capital. It seems that the foundation of the ninth prince is slowly accumulating. On the contrary, there is no movement on her side. Without the emperor's favor and without manpower, how can she fight for the succession? Choosing a suitable concubine of the 12th prince is a very good way. If they had a noble prince consort, they would have helped instantly, and it would be more convenient to use the manpower they needed later. In the capital, there are only a few families with the right age and family background to be the prince consort. Song Shuqing certainly knows who is better to choose for her son. The 5-year absence of the emperor gave them the opportunity to plan and plot. After all, it was because the emperor was not there that they did not make an engagement for the 9th prince early. And it also gave them the opportunity to contact the young lady of the Zhou family. According to what 12 said before, although he and Miss Zhou did not do anything out of line, Miss Zhou obviously liked 12. Some time ago, the emperor tacitly agreed to let the princes attend the banquet in the capital. Everyone knows that it is to let the princes see if they can find a compatible partner. In general, since they are going to get married, they have to meet each other first, and know what the other person looks like. This is a good thing for both the prince and the woman. Following this, Song Shuqing took the opportunity to express to the emperor that the 12th prince had some contact with Miss Zhou at a banquet some time ago. She heard that Miss Zhou was gentle and good at poetry and books, which was just right for the 12th prince, who also liked poetry and books. She asked the emperor to grant the 12th prince and Miss Zhou a marriage. Song Shuqing knew that Miss Zhou's identity was destined to be scrutinized by the emperor when she made this request. But if both of them were really interested, the emperor would not grant a woman who had a lover to marry his beloved son. This matter would be successful. For the power behind Miss Zhou, Song Shuqing felt that it didn't matter if she suffered some dissatisfaction from the emperor now. As time goes by, the emperor will naturally forget about these things. Sure enough, everything was as Song Shuqing expected. After she made this request, the emperor did not immediately agree to her request, but looked at her in silence for a while, and then asked someone to find the 12th prince to question him. But Song Shuqing did not expect that the 12th prince would be shy and show that he did have a good impression of Miss Zhou, and hoped that his father would grant him a marriage. But he did not say that Miss Zhou was also interested in him. As if this was all 12's wishful thinking. Now the result is also very clear. The emperor could not go along with 12 just because 12 wanted it. Miss Zhou was granted a marriage to the prince. Song Shuqing was so angry that her chest hurt. She looked at her son coldly and taunted, "You know how important the Zhou family is to us. Why do you say that in front of your father at this critical moment? Do you expect your father to love you more than the 9th prince, and give you the woman with the best family background as a prince's consort? You are not a child of 4 or 5 years old anymore. Can you be more mature in doing things?" Seeing this, the 12th prince comforted her. "Don't worry, mother. I have my own plans for doing this." He smiled and looked deep. "Who said that we have to marry Miss Zhou to get the most? Marrying Miss Zhou would indeed bring him a lot of help. But there is one thing he would lose. That is the emperor's heart. Over the years, the 12th prince has long known that he is no match for the 9th prince. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that the Zhou family is the crown princess prepared by his father for the 9th prince. He actually intercepted it so early, which would only let his father know his wolfish ambitions in an instant. With this incident, not only will the care he had given her because of his illness be lost, but I am afraid that his father will also hate him. For the 12th prince, this is a bit of a loss. On the contrary, he only showed his one-sided admiration for Miss Zhou. Although his father rejected him, he felt more distress for him in his heart, and felt a little guilty about him. With this, it is much more important than other things. Of course, there is another reason. The 12th prince knows that Miss Zhou seems to be really distressed about his situation and likes him. But she does not have the courage to really go against the family's wishes and admit that she wants to become his prince's consort. Instead of this, it is better to let someone marry the 9th prince. In this way, he will have an extra spy next to the 9th prince. When necessary, maybe he will need to use Miss Zhou, who loves him, to defeat the 9th prince. The 12th prince knows Miss Zhou's temperament very well. People like the 9th brother, who are dazzling and cold wherever they go, will burn Miss Zhou. He is confident that after Miss Zhou marries the 9th brother, he will still control Miss Zhou. Moreover, it must be said that the 9th prince is too high up, whether it is ability or status. The 12th prince often feels powerless no matter how ambitious he is. He couldn't find any way to pull down the ninth prince. The ninth prince was indeed a qualified prince. So he could only comfort himself that the higher the ninth prince's ability, the more people gathered around him. And sooner or later, he would be feared by his father. The father and son of the royal family, when it comes to power, will always become different. And what he needs is to lie dormant and wait for the opportunity. The 12th prince told Song Shuqing some of his analysis. Song Shuqing was thoughtful, and at the same time had a secret pleasure. Look, no matter how glorious Lu Hanwan was, no matter how hard her son worked, and how he was spoiled by the emperor all his life, the woman he married in the end was not the one that his own 12th prince didn't want. I heard that the 9th prince didn't choose a concubine for the crown princess. It's funny that the woman who was so carefully protected had another man in her heart. Somehow, Song Shuqing felt that she could finally surpass concubine Rong. On the other hand, the emperor did check on the girl from the Zhou family. But it was not because of what Song Shuqing and the 12th prince said. There was nothing wrong with what Song Shuqing and the 12th prince said. It was mainly because they wanted to covet the Zhou family's family background. He investigated because there were many people who wanted to take advantage of the Zhou family. He wanted to grant Xiao Jiao a marriage. So of course he asked someone to check it out. However, the emperor was a little suspicious. After hearing what Song Shuqing said, he focused on checking whether the two people had any intersection. It turns out that the two have only appeared together at a few banquets in the past 5 years. They were all normal banquets in the capital, and there was nothing else. I didn't hear that the two had any contact. Coincidences like this would also happen to other princes. The Zhou family has a good family background. In addition to their own good abilities, they also rely on the emperor's love. The daughter of a well-known minister, the emperor would certainly trust the family before finding any problems. What's more, the emperor, who is obsessed with children, didn't think that anyone would dislike Shujiao, and liked the sickly 12 with his own little Jiao as a pearl. The Zhou family had no idea about the little tricks between their girl and the 12th prince. After learning that Zhou Luoxue was indeed married to the prince by the emperor, the family was overjoyed. That's the prince. The Zhou family is a decent family, and they are considered royalists. The head of the family has no intention of colluding with a prince in private to compete for the credit of following the emperor. But everyone wants to make progress. It's great to be able to get in touch with the prince directly, based on the experience of the Zhou family master as an official in the court. Mississippi. Only the personal maid who followed Zhou Luoxue knew who her young lady really loved. After following Zhou Luoxue back to the yard, she called out with some worry. Zhou Luoxue's eyes were slightly red, but she didn't cry. Siju, don't say any more. I already knew what I should face as the daughter of the Zhou family. She looked up at the sky, and tears finally fell from her eyes. My family wants me to marry His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Isn't it great now? Everyone is satisfied. Siju couldn't help but feel wrong for her young lady. But miss, why don't we talk to the master? The 12th prince is also a prince. I heard that Xu Fei is the person that the emperor really cares about. Maybe the 12th prince and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are not much different. Okay. Zhou Luoxue's voice was a little louder. That's His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Now that the marriage has been decided, how can she casually interfere? Everyone said that Xu Fei was the emperor's true love. But Zhou Luoxue, who had been with the 12th prince, knew very well that the 12th prince always looked melancholy. The emperor was indeed very good to Xu Fei. But later, he had changed. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince liked to occupy the emperor since he was a child. No matter which prince wanted to get close to the emperor, he would face the revenge of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Especially as the son of Xu Fei, whom the emperor once really cared about, he was extra targeted by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Don't mention this matter anymore. I'm the Crown Princess now. Mississippi. Siju knew that what she said was not easy. But she always thought that the master loved Miss very much in the past. And as an important official in the court, the master has always been favored by the emperor. In addition, if the 12th prince also went to the emperor to plead, maybe this marriage can really be changed. You and the 12th prince have been together for 4 years. Thinking of the melancholy and gentle 12th prince, Siju still couldn't explain her inner thoughts. The other party was so gentle even to her. A servant. As for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, of course, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was also very good. But when she thought of the banquet, when the young lady took her there, The other party was extremely cold and didn't even bother to look at them. His eyes were cold, and it was scary to look at him. Siju thought the 12th prince was better. In the palace, the emperor received the news from the secret guards. Zhao Yuan, who also sent secret guards. Wow! It must be said that the 12th prince was cautious enough. From the beginning of planning to meet Miss Zhou, he had thought about the future, so people could not see any clues during the investigation. But the emperor was different. He could not see any clues, but it did not prevent him from having more doubts in his heart. He directly placed secret guards around Miss Zhou. Unexpectedly, after investigating for so long without any movement, he heard such explosive news directly from Zhou Luoxue and the maid. For years, the emperor gnashed his teeth. Zhou Luoxue is only 17 years old now, and she was only 13 4 years ago. Bitch. He never thought that 12 would hook up with her so early. The focus of the investigation is in the past 2 years. 12's scheme is deep enough. Normal noble ladies are not even old enough to get engaged at the age of 13. 12 actually had the nerve to seduce her. Thinking about the temptation between Xu Fei and the 12th prince that day, the emperor was even more annoyed. They had a private affair but didn't say it directly. It was simply hateful to marry such a woman to Xiao Jiu. The emperor's eyes were heavy. Since 12 planned so early, he should have recovered his body long ago. Or he could recover. But he just kept a sickly appearance to seek sympathy and sit on the mountain to watch the tiger fight. The emperor had actually guessed this a long time ago. After all, that was Luo Huaqing, who was known as a miracle doctor. Of course, regardless of whether Zhou Luoxue was seduced by the 12th prince, the emperor was also very angry with her. She chose one of my 2 princes. The Zhou family really taught their daughter well. He didn't know that the Zhou family was more noble than his royal family. After being angry, the emperor should consider how to deal with the aftermath. Now that the Zhou family girl is in this situation, he can't kill her in time, let alone let her marry Shuzhou as the crown princess. Even if this is the case, how should he explain to Shuzhou? The emperor felt a headache for a while. Come on. Go and ask the crown prince to come. No matter how headache it is, the problem still needs to be solved. East Palace. When Zhao Yuan heard the emperor calling him over, he knew what it was for. It was because there were more people around Zhou's daughter than he arranged. And the timing was so coincidental. All the way to the imperial study, Zhao Yuan was called over by the emperor before he had time to salute. The emperor handed the things in his hand to Zhao Yuan. Take a look. It was nothing more than the matter of the 12th prince and Zhou's daughter. After reading it, Zhao Yuan's expression did not change much. He just raised his head and asked, how do you plan to deal with it? Father? The emperor's eyes turned cold in an instant. The person who dares to choose my son has not been born yet. Zhou's daughter's action was undoubtedly provoking the royal family, and not taking the royal family seriously. If it was other princes, the emperor would be dissatisfied and would deal with people. But his emotions would not fluctuate so much. Now, it is really hard to calm down when I think about the prince that I have carefully taught being insulted like this. Zhao Yuan nodded, without any intention of begging for mercy. He was cold-hearted in his bones. Not to mention that he didn't know the girl from the Zhou family. So of course he couldn't have other ideas. Then kill him. His position as the prince cannot be secured by relying on in-laws. If the Zhou family is offended, it is offended. If it doesn't work, then the Zhou family will be dealt with. The Zhou family didn't think so much. When Master Zhou hurried to the palace, he was still worried about what happened to his family. After all, the attitude of the eunuch who came to announce the oral order was not very good. Your humble servant kowtows to the emperor. When Zhou Hongqing came out of the imperial study, his spirit had collapsed a lot, and he looked like he had aged several years. He looked into the distance, wiped the tears from his eyes, and hurried home. Zhao Yuan went to Chaoxia Palace to tell Lu Hanwan that his marriage was not going to work out. Lu Hanwan was furious. The 12th prince? Xu Fei. These 2 bitches actually started to plot against their own children so early. Although the emperor did not say it explicitly, everyone knew that the daughter of the Zhou family was most likely the future crown princess. This prince's fight actually led to the fight for the wife's heart. It's so shameless. Zhao Yuan waited until his mother had finished venting her anger before comforting her. Mom, it's okay. It's already been discovered. And the emperor also knows what he did. Yes. Lu Hanwan calmed down a little. For a prince who wants to seize the throne, the emperor's heart is an indispensable thing. And the 12th prince will obviously disgust the emperor. But even so, it can't reduce Lu Hanwan's anger. That Xu Fei pretended not to care all day. And the 12th prince also looked sick. I didn't expect that his ambition was so big. I have to give them a good publicity. I'm afraid the 12th prince's body could have been cured long ago. But they planned to take advantage of the situation. So they pretended that it couldn't be cured. Anyway, the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing has a close relationship with concubine Xu. For a moment, Lu Hanwan was furious and wanted to kill Luo Huaqing directly. The 12th prince would have to be sick all his life. Let's see if Song Shuqing and the 12th prince will still use so many disgusting methods. But thinking that the other party was registered with the emperor, she endured it. After talking angrily, Lu Hanwan asked again, "What about your marriage? How to deal with Zhou Luoxue? You won't let her marry the 12th prince." When she said the last sentence, Lu Hanwan's tone was quite yin and yang. It was also because the daughter of the left prime minister deliberately made those things last time. In the end, the emperor really fulfilled her wish and gave the person to the second prince. But the whole family of the left prime minister was also taken away. It was the second prince who started it all. These people are willing to do anything to win the throne. In fact, the second prince was innocent at the time, because he didn't know that because he saved a woman, she fell in love with him. From the follow-up of marrying her, he was in big trouble. But the 12th prince was different. He took the initiative to seduce people. And this behavior was really disgusting. Zhao Yuan shook his head. No. The marriage is suspended. The Zhou family will announce that Zhou Luoxue died of an acute illness and send her to the temple. They will have nothing to do with each other in the future. Zhou Luoxue was dead on the surface, which meant that the living Zhou Luoxue had no relationship with the Zhou family. There is no such thing as the Zhou family making clear arrangements for others. Her son almost married the person who had been entangled with the 12th prince for 4 years. Lu Hanwan was not satisfied with the result. Since he was about to get an emergency, why did he have to be sent to the temple? Wouldn't it be better to die directly? The Zhou family has a good family background. But the current emperor is more capable, and will never be really shackled by the power of the court. There is no need to care about how the Zhou family will feel. Raising such a daughter, the Zhou family itself is deceiving the emperor, and is bold and reckless. Not stripping the Zhou family of their official positions is already merciful. By the way, thinking of this, Lu Hanwan asked, except for Zhou Luoxue, the Zhou family will not be completely safe. Right? This shouldn't be the case. The emperor has always loved Xuzhou. And Xuzhou's growth is inseparable from the emperor's personal education. How can the emperor tolerate the humiliation of his own child? Or is the emperor really beginning to be afraid of Xuzhou? And is setting up people in the court who are dissatisfied with Xuzhou? Zhao Yuan didn't know that his mother had thought so far in just one sentence. He thought of what happened in the imperial study at that time. And his expression was a little subtle for a while. Several sons of the Zhou family have been demoted in disguise. Lord Zhou has no problem. But it is still uncertain what will happen in the future. As for them, it is actually because their son begged for mercy. Plead for mercy? Lu Hanwan's voice couldn't help but rise. She frowned. They all humiliated you like this. Why are you begging for mercy for them? Is it to win over the Zhou family? Xuzhou needs to do this. Is it true that the emperor has changed his attitude towards Xuzhou? Zhao Yuan said, father originally planned to exile the Zhou family. Lu Hanwan. Ah. Is the emperor so cruel? Lu Hanwan stuttered. This is not the case. Right? Zhao Yuan nodded. Father seems to want me to show favor to others. In fact, this is not the first time. Back then, Zhao Yuan thought that being a prince would not be important for reputation. For example, some policies that offend officials but benefit the people can be proposed by him. In this way, although he is a prince, in fact, to some extent, he is just a lone minister. If it continues, he and his father will never reach an irreversible point because of power. But it seems that he is not the only one who is maintaining this relationship. The emperor also wants to give his son the best. So many times, he is establishing his kindness and majesty as the prince. Like this time, the Zhou family almost fell. And it was not so serious because of him. This matter is also the problem of the Zhou family in the final analysis. If the crime of despising the royal family and deceiving the emperor is really investigated, the Zhou family is really in danger of life. It would be strange if the other party is not grateful to him. And it is impossible for them to hate him. Of course, It seemed that his father's anger at that time did not seem to be fake. Zhao Yuan could feel that if he cared about Zhou Luoxua's affairs, his father would really be angry with the whole Zhou family. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan's mouth curled up unconsciously. It's great that his father likes him. This is why he spared Zhou Luoxua's life in a good mood. He didn't care whether Zhou Luoxua was dead or alive. And he was not angry. He said he wanted her life just because it was the rule. Zhou Mansion. Madame Zhou, the old lady, and her son were all waiting anxiously in the mansion. The attitude of the eunuch who came to deliver the oral order told them that the Zhou mansion was in trouble. Madame Zhou was so anxious that she turned around in the house. This shouldn't be. The emperor just made our Luoxua the crown princess. The emperor doted on the crown prince so much. Logically speaking, could it be that something happened to the crown prince? Otherwise, the emperor shouldn't treat their family like this. Zhou Luoxua, who was sitting on the side, heard this, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. If the prince was really in trouble, did it mean that she didn't have to marry the prince? Then, do she and the 12th prince still have a chance? But then she thought about it. The 12th prince had already been granted marriage, and her heart couldn't help but become gloomy. Why is it so difficult for lovers to be together? The 12th prince didn't really want to marry someone else. His melancholy eyes clearly told her his love. Zhou Luoxua was still thinking about it, and a bang broke all her thoughts. The old lady slapped her palm on the table heavily. Okay, can't we speculate on the affairs of the royal family at will? Although she couldn't help thinking about it. If it wasn't the case, given the emperor's love for the prince, it would be bad if they said that about the prince. Mrs. Zhou was a polite person, but she said the wrong thing because she was worried for a while. Now, under the reminder of the old lady, she quickly shut up. Coincidentally, there was a noise outside the door, and a maid reported in advance, "The master is back." Mr. Zhou strode in, and the old lady and Mrs. Zhou hurried to greet him. Looking at the expression on Mr. Zhou's face, they had a bad premonition in their hearts and trembled. "Master, what happened?" Mr. Zhou's eyes swept across the faces of his mother, his wife, and his son, and finally fell on Zhou Luoxua's face. Zhou Luoxua has always been very favored at home. Mr. Zhou's eyes made her a little scared for a while, but she couldn't tell why. Dad? But the prince is in trouble? She thought that the only person who could be related to her was the crown prince. But at the same time, she had another thought that frightened her. That is, her affair with the 12th prince was exposed. Before Zhou Luoxua could think clearly, Master Zhou had already slapped her. "Ah!" Zhou Luoxua screamed. "Master! Dad! Madame Zhou!" Zhou Luoxua's brother, and the old lady quickly surrounded her. Madame Zhou supported her daughter distressfully and said to Master Zhou, "What are you doing?" Master Zhou pointed at Zhou Luoxua and was so angry that he couldn't speak. It took him a while to recover and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "You taught your daughter well. Ask her what she did. She's going to kill our whole family." "Dad," Zhou Luoxua cried hesitantly, her heart sinking into an icy cave. She knew she was done for. She was discovered. Mrs. Zhou and the others looked at Zhou Luoxua. "Luoxua? What happened?" Zhou Luoxua covered her face and cried, not saying a word. But at this moment, just by looking at Mr. Zhou's much older demeanor, one could tell that something big must have happened. So everyone was very anxious. Mrs. Zhou was quick-witted, and she directly aimed her eyes at the maid standing behind Zhou Luoxua, suppressing her anger in her tone. "Siju, tell me, what is your young lady hiding from us?" Siju was their daughter's personal maid. She would accompany Zhou Luoxua no matter whether she went out or did anything. Therefore, if there was anything to ask, Siju would know it in all likelihood. Siju knelt down immediately, and did not dare to say anything for a while. However, seeing that her young lady had been crying and did not speak, she could not stand Madame Zhou's sharp eyes. To answer Madame, Miss had been with the 12th prince 4 years ago. Madame Zhou felt like fainting when she heard her daughter and other princes appear in the same sentence at the same time. And Siju's words did not let them go either. She had a private affair with the 12th prince. Miss and the 12th prince were in love with each other. Madame Zhou rolled her eyes and fell down. Mr. Zhou and others hurriedly helped her up, calling for help and pinching her rinzhong. After a lot of tossing and turning, Madame Zhou finally woke up. The old lady asked tremblingly, "Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" Her son was called into the palace just now. Mr. Zhou said. The emperor was very angry and wanted to exile our whole family. But fortunately, the crown prince pleaded for us, so we were barely saved. However, Heir's official position was demoted, and Quaner was also transferred to another place. The imperial edict is expected to come down soon. I don't know what will happen next. Mr. Zhou and Madame Zhou had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The 3 sons were well educated and all passed the imperial examination. Among them, Heir and Quaner are the eldest and second, and the third has just passed the examination. The most promising one among them is the eldest son, and the Zhou family has high hopes for him. After hearing what Mr. Zhou said, Mrs. Zhou and the old lady fell silent for a while. They were not empty-headed people. They knew that after this happened, the current punishment was not over yet, and their family had lost the emperor's favor. Mrs. Zhou also thought of one thing. From the beginning, when she heard that her daughter was involved with the 12th prince, she knew that her daughter would not end well. So she wanted to ask, apart from the Zhou family, what would happen to Luoxue? Her voice was hoarse, and before she could open her mouth, Zhou Luoxue was already very excited and said, all this is my daughter's own fault, and it shouldn't have implicated my family. I will go to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and explain it clearly. She rushed out, but she was grabbed by Madame Zhou, who was already in tears. It was the first time she knew that her daughter, who was usually gentle and taciturn, had been raised so stupid by her. She grabbed Zhou Luoxue, looked at Master Zhou, and asked with a sob, how will Luoxue be dealt with? She didn't think that she would be so careless after the incident was exposed because she had an affair with another prince and married the emperor's favorite prince as if nothing had happened. In all likelihood, she would die. Zhou Luoxue was stunned. And then she realized how difficult her situation was. The old lady was fine, because her son came back from the palace by himself instead of being escorted back, which was already good. As for Zhou Luoxue, after knowing that someone had committed such a beheading crime, she wished that there had never been such a granddaughter in her family. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Luoxue with cold eyes. It was not because his daughter had implicated the family, but because he felt suffocated when he saw that she was still ignorant even though she had reached this point. The emperor means that Luoxue can no longer live in this world. Zhou Luoxue's legs softened, and she grabbed Mr. Zhou's clothes in panic. Dad? Dad? Save me. I don't want to die yet. She never thought that she would die because of this. This matter of feelings cannot be controlled. She has already married the prince as everyone wants. Mrs. Zhou cried silently, knowing that there was no room for change. They can't even protect themselves, let alone their daughter. Seeing the family members like this, Mr. Zhou didn't want to keep it a secret anymore, and said directly, the prince has pleaded for mercy. In the future, if the daughter of the Zhou family dies, Luoxue can be sent to the temple to spend the rest of her life. The meaning is very clear. The Zhou family and Zhou Luoxue are no longer related. As for secretly arranging for someone to live comfortably in the temple and be served by others, that is impossible. Unless the whole Zhou family doesn't want to live anymore. With the previous death as a prelude, Mrs. Zhou was much more accepting of this result. But when she thought of her daughter's future life of meditation, she couldn't help but hug Zhou Luoxue and cried. There were women who were sent to temples in the capital, so Zhou Luoxue was also very afraid of this result. She had been spoiled all her life, and could not imagine leaving her parents and living alone in the future. Zhou Luoxue was ordered by Master Zhou to be taken back and locked up temporarily. And then he said with a heavy look, drag Siju, the traitorous maid, out and beat her to death. He didn't believe that Luoxue could have contact with the 12th prince without the cover of a personal maid. This deadly thing. Even when Luoxue went to the palace for this election, the maid didn't tell her in advance. Although he didn't like his daughter to be more interested in the sick 12th prince. If he had found out about this earlier, he would have apologized to the emperor early, and his family would not have fallen into such a situation. The affairs of the Zhou family did not attract much attention from Zhao Yuan. He only knew that the daughter of the Zhou family suddenly fell seriously ill and died, and Zhou Luoxue was sent away. Some families in the capital could also detect some clues from these changes in the Zhou family. Some people sighed. What a pity. The daughter of the Zhou family did not expose herself earlier or later, but waited until the marriage was over. It was really a lack of vision. If it had been earlier, maybe our family could have produced a crown princess. But now, the marriage decree for all the princes has been issued. and it is impossible to change people back for the crown prince. The emperor also felt unlucky. But this was not a big problem. After all, it was just a small-scale selection before. There were many people from other places with good family backgrounds. And some children were not old enough to be selected. It would still be possible to find a suitable one. But it would take some time to wait. You can take your time with the crown princess. How about your father choose 2 concubines or wives for you first? This is not so particular. Zhao Yuan refused directly. No. Well, the emperor will not force it. There is no problem with his son's decision. He is not going to die immediately. It is not a big problem that the crown prince has no children for the time being. When he passes the throne to Xiujiu in a few years, Xiujiu should have a child. If Zhao Yuan does not get married, the other princes, who have been granted marriages, will not be able to wait for him. Soon, the weddings of the princes began to be held in the capital. Zhao Yuan attended them one by one. The 7th prince smiled happily and patted Zhao Yuan's shoulder with pretended worry. Don't worry, Xiujiu. This marriage is always a good thing. It's just that there is no legitimate son. There will always be one in the future. But you still have to speed up. It's still unknown when Xiujiu will get married. And he is the eldest son of his father. He has been married to the 7th prince's wife for several months. She was found to be pregnant some time ago. If nothing goes wrong, the eldest grandson will be in his house in the future. He hoped that the prince would never get married in his life. Zhao Yuan looked at the 7th prince speechlessly. He was really not in a hurry in this regard. The 7th prince's words did not hurt Zhao Yuan at all. However, he was too lazy to see the 7th prince's smug look in front of him. So he asked, I heard that the 7th brother's mission this time was not going well. It was not just not going smoothly. It was simply played by the officials over there. However, they were all experienced and did not violate the rules. There were other princes behind them, so they didn't know where to find fault. The emperor scolded the 7th prince and complained a lot in front of Zhao Yuan. The 7th prince's face darkened. He held it in for a long time and trembled as he said, You don't have a legitimate son. Oh, Zhao Yuan said again, I heard that not long ago, the eldest son of the 7th brother pushed the 7th sister-in-law. And the 7th sister-in-law almost had a miscarriage. Now she is still in bed to take care of the baby? Although the 7th prince and other princes were engaged to their main wives late, it did not mean that they had no concubines around them. As early as when they were about the same age, their respective mothers had stabbed people. And there were also concubines offered by the subordinates, etc. The eldest son of the 7th prince was born to a concubine he loved very much. And now this concubine has been promoted to a concubine. After the 7th prince's concubine, the 7th prince's harem has never been peaceful. The 7th prince now has a headache when he goes home. He was so angry at Zhao Yuan's words that he left in anger. The 8th prince laughed secretly on the side. After so long, he entered the court and had more contact with Zhao Yuan. Therefore, he knew that their prince, who looked difficult to approach, actually had no ill will towards them. After all, they were brothers, and he would be a little more tolerant of them. Therefore, in the heart of the 8th prince, he had a very good impression of Xiujiu. He thought he was good-tempered and gentle. Every time he saw the scene where the 7th prince went up to provoke and was angry and left, he couldn't help but want to laugh. It took half a year, and all the princes who were supposed to get married had basically held their weddings. Recently, an important thing is that the war for so many years is a torture for both countries. Although a lot of Western Yu has been conquered, it is estimated that it is impossible to conquer it completely for the time being. So although the emperor is reluctant, he also knows that it is time to recuperate. Those conquered Western Yu territories also need time to manage. However, this is not a big problem. Tianqi and Western Yu were one family hundreds of years ago. What the people care about is whether they can have enough food and live a good life. However, Western Yu is a tyrant who exploits the people, and Tianqi is a wise and brave monarch. When Zhao Yuan was the regent, he had already promoted the high-yield crops, such as sweet potatoes obtained from overseas. Those people were looking forward to a better future, and few of them missed their homeland. Of course, the sweet potatoes were discovered by Zhao Yuan when he was doing business overseas. After returning, he mentioned them to the emperor. Because of the quantity problem, they first did experiments and kept seeds, etc., and then began to promote them on a large scale during the period when Zhao Yuan was the regent. Even so, Zhao Yuan mainly pushed public opinion to the emperor. It's just that as an executor, His reputation among the people is not bad. However, while recuperating, it also means the occurrence of another plot. That is, the young leader of the Chang tribe will return to Beijing. In the original plot, Fengji died early, so there was no plot in which the emperor personally went to the battlefield. The Chang tribe was indeed a warlike and powerful nation. In helping Tianqi fight the war against Xia, they did make a lot of efforts. So the court treated them well. As the emperor got older, and the generals of Tianqi were no longer effective, the presence of the Chang people became more and more obvious. Among them, the third young master, who had the deepest relationship with Song Shuqing, gradually gained the highest voice in the Chang people. With his help, Song Shuqing's son's bid for the throne was strengthened. Soon, it was time for the Chang people to return to Beijing. Among those who returned to Beijing, there were the generals of the Chang people, the third young master of the Chang people, and some soldiers of Tianqi. Although the Chang people were incorporated by Tianqi and mainly used as cannon fodder to attack Xia, it was impossible for such a large force to be tossed around by the Chang people in Tianqi. They were also managed by the generals of Tianqi. When fighting, it was not only the Chang soldiers who were fighting. So this time, there were troops from both sides. However, this time, there was no treatment for the emperor to lead the court officials to welcome them outside the city. Generally, they would wait until the court to reward them according to their merits. On the day when the army just returned, several generals came to the palace to meet the emperor. On the second day, during the morning court, everyone entered the court and officially received rewards. In Changqiu Palace, after learning the news of the return of the third young master, Song Shuqing's mood was visibly better. Qianru told her the good news. The court has temporarily stopped fighting. I heard that the third young master will stay in the capital for a while. The third young master is the most valued son of the Chang tribe leader. Keeping him in the capital can also serve as a hostage. Of course, there are many people around the Chang tribe who monitor them at the border. It doesn't matter whether the third young master is a hostage or not. After all, Fengji is alive at this time of Tianqi, and the emperor himself has not yet entered the stage of old age and wisdom. The Chang tribe was just a tribe that was almost exterminated by Tianqi and had to live in a cowardly way. That being said, in this life, because Fengji and the emperor were good at attacking Xia, the Chang tribe, who originally came here on the pretext of attacking Xia, had to work twice as hard. So their record was really good, and they were indeed much more useful than ordinary generals. It is said that people who have received favors will be short-handed, and people who have eaten favors will be soft-hearted. Many of Tianqi's ministers at the moment also had this in mind. The Chang people did so much work, and it seemed not good to disrespect them. Therefore, the third young master was doing well in the capital. Song Shuqing said, after so many years of fighting, it would be nice to have a break. But I am in this deep palace, and I am afraid that I can't see him. At the beginning, he was able to meet Luo Huaqing because he was a miracle doctor. Not only did the 12 need his treatment at that time, but even if he was the emperor, he couldn't offend Luo Huaqing too much. After all, who knows if he will ask for help from him one day. But the third young master is different. Not to mention that he is a Chang. Song Shuqing said it was a pity, but the expression in her lowered eyes was not as weak as her words. The matter between 12 and Zhou's daughter was exposed. The emperor had been increasingly disliking 12. It was said that after the emperor returned from the battlefield, he would definitely take back the power from the prince. But she watched coldly, and the prince was still furious. This made it difficult for Song Shuqing to judge when the day would come when the emperor would be afraid of the prince. No matter how long that day would be, Song Shuqing felt that she could not wait any longer. She could not watch the prince's power grow stronger. Otherwise one day, even if the emperor had a problem with the prince, he might be countered by the prince. The threat from the prince was too great. She couldn't let him grow any further. It had to be said that the third young master of the Chang tribe lived up to his name. Song Shuqing didn't need to speak up in person. He had known the situation in the capital for a long time, and was already displeased with Zhao Yuan and the others. Oh, so this is the prince. A clear voice came with a smile. Zhao Yuan and the others looked up, and saw a man opposite him with his eyes fixed on him. But he said casually, "He doesn't look that good. How dare you speak so arrogantly to the prince?" The guards around Zhao Yuan immediately drew their swords, and stepped forward. Zhao Yuan looked at the other person. He had seen this person before. The third young master of the Chang tribe. The The man raised his eyebrows. He had the capital to be proud. The Chang people were good at fighting, and he was the best among them. In recent years, he had even suppressed his brothers, and was about to become the next chief of the Chang tribe. Among the many generals of Tianqi, I am afraid that only Feng Ji and the emperor could suppress him. Besides, in the man's heart, Feng Ji and the emperor might not be as good as the other self who has grown up now. How could the man not be proud of this? Growing up on horseback and winning countless battles at the border. The third young master looked down on the unseasoned princes of Tianqi, and was far inferior to him. Even the prince in front of him thought the same. As for the battles that Zhao Yuan won on the battlefield when he was young, compared with the third young master's years at the border, they seemed too insignificant. What's more, it is still unknown whether the credit belongs to the prince or Feng Ji. After taking a look at the guards pointing their swords at him, the third young master of the Chang tribe certainly didn't want to really fight with the prince's men on the spot. Although he was arrogant, he wouldn't really cause trouble for himself. After all, if that happened, the fault would all be on him. Therefore, with a bohemian smile on his face, he raised the book in his hand and said innocently, "Your Highness the Prince, and you all have misunderstood something. I just read the plot in the storybook and said those words. I was definitely not talking about Your Highness the Prince." Zhao Yuan looked at him, and both of them knew that the third young master was saying that the so-called prince in the storybook was not very good. But in fact, he was provoking Zhao Yuan. But even so, at least they found a reason. The Chang tribe had just spent a lot of effort on the battlefield for Tianqi, and ordinary people would not give them no face. The atmosphere was a little stalemate for a while. Zhao Yuan looked at the other party. His smile widened, but it did not reach his eyes. He sighed and said, "Shu Fei's, little wild dog. For someone like the third young master, who has good ability, and is about to become the next generation leader of the Chang tribe, he is full of pride in his bones. The general direction can't poke his pain at all. There are only 2 points. One is that the Chang tribe was driven away by Tianqi like a dog that lost its home. But looking at the other party like this, it shows that it is a comparison with a person. Even if Tianqi is used to suppress, people may not be convinced, and still look down on them. The third young master is most proud of his ability on the battlefield. Zhao Yuan can't immediately spend a few more years fighting on the battlefield. Then the one who could irritate the other party the most is Song Shuqing. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, Zhao Yuan looked at the third young master with satisfaction. His face darkened instantly. The third young master looked at Zhao Yuan with murderous intent. How did the prince know the connection between him and Sister Song? When he appeared beside Song Shuqing, the third young master used the name given to him by Song Shuqing. The Chang tribe is also far away from the capital. Logically, they should not know him. He is not an ignorant person. He knows that the concubines of Tianqi have strict rules. If everyone knows that Sister Song has a close relationship with him, he will harm Sister Song. The third young master originally wanted to help Song Shuqing get rid of the person who stood in front of Sister Song. And now, he was even more anxious. The crown prince must be eliminated as soon as possible. At the moment, the third young master covered up and said, "I don't quite understand what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince means." Then he changed the subject. Zhao Yuan didn't mean to argue with the other party. After all, Song Shuqing was his father's concubine, so it was not appropriate to entangle with him like this. The two of them parted quickly. In the following time, the third young master was no longer in the mood to show his arrogance. His heart and eyes were full of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, wondering when the Crown Prince would be able to leave the palace, and when he would find an opportunity to assassinate the other party. As for going to the palace to assassinate the prince, the third young master gave up after just a second thought. The palace was heavily guarded. He wanted to kill someone, not to die. Although Zhao Yuan was the prince, he stayed in the palace most of the time, but he did not stay out all the time. Soon, the third young master noticed that Zhao Yuan went to a manor outside the capital. The third young master was ready to act immediately. That night, the third young master sneaked into the manor. He was very careful all the way. Fortunately, the patrol did not find him. Then, he came to the door of the room where the prince lived, took out a long tube-like thing from his chest, inserted one end into the room, blew in the smoke, waited for a while, and felt that the drug effect was about to take effect. So he took the knife and opened the door, stepping inside and standing in front of the bed. The third young master raised the knife in his hand. snorted and murmured, "You can't blame me for this. Who made you block the way?" As soon as the voice fell, the knife in his hand stabbed down neatly. But in an instant, he realized that something was wrong. There was a sound of breaking air behind him. He immediately turned around to avoid it. But his arm was still scratched by the sword. The two of them fought quickly, and their positions changed as they moved. With the light from outside the house, the third young master saw clearly that this extraordinary person, who almost forced him into danger several times, was actually the prince he had been looking for. He thought that the prince had discovered him a long time ago and set an ambush for him in advance. The moment he noticed that there was no one on the bed, he knew something was wrong tonight. No wonder he entered the prince's room without disturbing anyone. It turned out that someone did it on purpose. But knowing that didn't mean that the third young master would just let it go. He looked outside. Torches had been lit, but no one came in. There must be a lot of people ambushing outside. If he really went out, it would be difficult to get out safely. It would be better. The third young master set his eyes on Zhao Yuan in the room. "Your Highness, underestimating the enemy is never a good thing." He didn't think he really couldn't beat Zhao Yuan. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed forward at full speed. He wanted to use this hostage to escape, and he would take the prince's life tonight. Since Zhao Yuan appeared alone in this room, he was of course very confident. The sound of swords clashing could be heard from time to time, followed by a muffled groan. The third young master had already understood that he had really underestimated the enemy this time. He thought it was easy to kill a mere prince, and that the ones he needed to be most wary of were the guards brought by the prince. But he didn't expect that the one he needed to be most wary of was actually the prince himself. "Since you're here, then stay," Zhao Yuan said, swinging his sword so fast that the trajectory could not be seen at all. Under a series of attacks, the third young master couldn't resist and screamed. He broke through the door and ran out as hard as he could. Escape. Escape quickly. There was only one thought in his mind. As for killing the prince, taking the prince as a hostage, etc., the third young master didn't dare to think about it. He only knew that this was probably the moment he was closest to death. Fortunately, he didn't come alone. He just came in to reduce the noise. If people found out that they were Chang people, it would easily cause disaster to the tribe. Now this arrangement saved his life. Zhao Yuan stood at the door and watched people climb over the courtyard wall. He didn't know how many arrows were hit on his body. Some of the guards chased him out. The next morning, Zhao Yuan was not surprised to hear that the guards had not caught up with him. The third young master was indeed very powerful. It was not easy to find him at night when it was dark. When he returned to the palace, someone was already waiting when he arrived at the palace gate. "Your Highness, the Emperor ordered you to go there immediately after you return." "Yes," Zhao Yuan responded, guessing that his father must have known what happened last night. After going there, he heard the Emperor's question, and it was indeed the case. Zhao Yuan shook his head. "My son is not injured." The Emperor was not so worried. He often fought with his son, and knew his son's strength. Moreover, the prince would spend the night outside the palace. Of course, it was impossible for him to just take a few people with him. The defense was quite strict, and the possibility of problems was very small. But as an old father, he still criticized the child. "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Don't do this again next time. You have to do it yourself." Zhao Yuan found a seat and sat down. Complaining, "Father, you are the same. I told you not to go to the battlefield, but you never stopped once." The Emperor glared at his son, but Zhao Yuan was not afraid of him at all, and he had no choice. He had to change the subject. "What do you think of the murderer last night?" Zhao Yuan nodded. "Father, don't worry. I can handle this myself. The Chang tribe just brought their most capable young master as a hostage, and they said that they intended to kill the prince and got rid of him. It's not that it's not possible, but it sounds like a case of crossing the river and destroying the bridge. After all, who would believe that the young master of the Chang tribe had a deep hatred with the prince as soon as he entered the capital, and went to assassinate the prince of Tianqi in the middle of the night without any reason? As for the third young master doing it for a Tianqi woman, who was much older than him, it sounded even more absurd. The Emperor looked at his son and agreed. "Okay, since you know the situation, your father will be relieved." After reporting to the Emperor, Zhao Yuan stayed to handle government affairs. When it was almost noon, He asked someone to go to Chaoxiao Palace to tell his mother that he would go there for lunch. When it was time for lunch, he told her about what happened last night. That person is most likely the third young master of the Chang tribe. Lu Hanwan frowned. Why would the young master of the Chang tribe attack you? Could it be that the Chang people are not really loyal to our Tianqi and have a conspiracy? Zhao Yuan was amused by his mother's guess and laughed out loud. It's not that complicated. This third young master was saved by Xu Fei when he was dying before. And he has always felt very differently towards Xu Fei. Now that we are blocking Xu Fei's way, he will definitely attack us. Of course, he thinks that his direct provocation that day was also an important reason. Lu Hanwan was stunned for a moment. The third prince? The sixth prince? Dr. Luo. And now there is another young master of the Chang tribe. Xu Fei is so lucky. The people she knows are all very capable. After being shocked, she continued, I've heard that the third young master of the Chang tribe is a person who is arrogant. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. The Chang tribe was very powerful before. But in the hands of Tianqi, they are just something that can be manipulated at will. He dared to take the risk of exterminating his tribe just after entering the capital. I'm afraid it's not just for a love affair. Anyway, Lu Hanwan doesn't believe that someone would do this just for love. I heard that he is the most likely person to become the next leader of the Chang tribe. If the Chang tribe is in his hands, it will never be peaceful in the future. Zhao Yuan certainly knew that the Chang people would not be content. In the original plot, they were like a cancer. But they were covered with a veil of love. So they could be controlled for the time being. Once the third young master was gone, it would be hard to say what would happen to the people afterwards. Of course, he was the crown prince in this life. Without the Xu Fei incident, the Chang people would definitely not be content. Not to mention that they were trying to assassinate him now. He said to his mother, I know. I have been paying attention to them. He did not tell his father about this matter because he wanted to wait for an opportunity to directly drag the entire Chang people into the water. Catch all the people in one fell swoop. And eliminate the trouble forever. If the quarrel breaks out now, only the third young master will be solved. And there will be trouble left. There is no need for this. Lu Hanwan has always been confident in her son's ability. When she heard that he had noticed this aspect, she stopped worrying. She turned to Xu Fei. Lu Hanwan has always had a bad relationship with Xu Fei. Since the incident between the 12th prince and the daughter of the Zhou family some time ago, she has once again targeted Song Shuqing. After dinner, Zhao Yuan left. In the days that followed, everyone suddenly discovered that the third young master of the Chang tribe, who was extremely arrogant in the past, had not appeared for a long time. When he appeared in everyone's sight again, he had changed his appearance. One side of his sleeve was empty. The whole person's expression was no longer as arrogant as before. And there was a fierce aura in his anxiety. Of course he was anxious. He could imagine that once the news was passed back, his brothers would be so happy that his position in the Chang tribe would be completely reversed. He could never have imagined that he had failed to kill the Prince of Tianqi, who never left the capital, but suffered such a big loss at his hands. It's the third young master. Zhao Yuan stopped beside him on his own initiative for the first time. His eyes fell on his empty sleeves. What happened to your hand? The third young master looked at Zhao Yuan with a sharp gaze. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It was just that when I went out hunting, I was not careful and was bitten by the prey. Could he say that he wanted to assassinate the prince, but was killed instead? If he really said that, Tianqi would probably suspect that the entire Chang tribe had a rebellious heart. He couldn't even say that to his own people. Otherwise his father and his brothers would only accuse him of ignoring his people and acting recklessly. Now that he has a broken hand, his brothers might even hand him over to please the prince. This also means that he can only swallow the loss he has suffered now. Zhao Yuan looked at the energetic eyes of the third young master with satisfaction. He liked such an unyielding character. The more he hated him, the more capable he was. In this way, the possibility that the other party would use his people to plot against him in the future would be greater. And his chances of cleaning up the entire Chang tribe would be greater. It must be said that compared with the second prince, who was also crippled, the third young master's vitality is much stronger. His eyes were gentle, and he comforted her with a smile. Then the third young master should be careful next time he goes out. The third young master said, I will. Zhao Yuan smiled and walked away. In the harem, Song Shuqing naturally heard about the third young master of the Chong tribe, who suddenly lost a hand for some reason. The teacup in her hand suddenly fell, and her first reaction was to think of the prince. This is not that she has a problem with Zhao Yuan, but Song Shuqing knows the third young master very well. If the other party knew that she and the prince were not on good terms, he would definitely want to help her get rid of him secretly. This was also what she had thought of when she heard that the third young master had come to Beijing. But she didn't expect that the other party had no way to deal with the crown prince, and also lost himself. My queen, what's wrong with you? When Xuan saw the teacup fell and hurried over to clean it up. Nothing. I didn't hold it steady for a moment. Song Shuqing stood up, feeling a little uneasy. Such a big thing happened between the crown prince and the third young master. The emperor wouldn't know about it. Then, would the emperor think that she instigated the third young master? Step by step. Song Shuqing has long understood that at any time, holding a fluke mentality will not work, but ignoring it will make her lose the opportunity. Suddenly, she saw Wen Xuan, who was cleaning the table. Her eyes flashed, and then she sighed. Qianru also came in at this time and asked, "Why is the queen sighing?" Song Shuqing said, "You also know that people are talking about the third young master of the Chong tribe, who lost an arm for some reason." Qianru suddenly realized, "Are you worried about the third young master?" As a personal maid, she knew almost everything about Song Shuqing. Of course, she knew that the person Song Shuqing had saved was the third young master of the Chong tribe. My queen has always been kind-hearted. Now that the third young master has such a big thing, it is normal for the queen to worry. Song Shuqing nodded calmly. Yes, it must be so painful to lose an arm. I don't know who he had a conflict with. Qianru also didn't know who it was. In my opinion, he is just too arrogant. The Chong people used to target our Tianqi. Even if they have surrendered to our Tianqi now, those things can't be forgotten all of a sudden. Isn't he hated by doing this? Qianru complained a little. He was arrogant without looking at the place. Now, a good situation has become like this. Although she is not very smart, she can still think clearly about some basic things. Now she feels that the third young master is more likely to cause trouble than to help. They haven't done anything to him yet, but he is already depressed. If it were in the past, Song Shuqing would definitely say a bunch of words to excuse the third young master. But now she won't say it. The main reason is that there are only two people in this room. One is her personal maid, and the other is suspected to be the emperor. She just needs to care about the third young master a little, and show that she is a person who values feelings and nostalgia. There is no need to say a lot about it. If you talk too much, it will lead to misunderstanding. She brought out the real purpose of her conversation. The relationship between the Chong tribe and Tianqi still needs to be maintained. The third young master is left in the capital as a hostage. Even if he is arrogant, ordinary people should not touch him. I am afraid that he will confront a certain prince. Qianru didn't quite understand. What's wrong with the prince? Have they reached the point where they need to worry about state relations? Song Shuqing looked at Qianru helplessly. You also know that I used to have a good relationship with the third young master. If the one who clashed with him was a prince, I am afraid that people who don't know the situation will think that I instructed him to confront others. But we didn't do anything, and we are still misunderstood. After saying that, Song Shuqing looked at Wenqin calmly. To be honest, she didn't expect that Wenqin was still the emperor's person. She knew that Wenqin was given to her by the emperor. But Wenqin was not an important person around the emperor. She was just given to her casually. Moreover, she and Wenqin have been together for so many years. They have experienced so many things. She can see that Wenqin really cares about her, and has been moved by her many times. She has always treated Wenqin like her own sister. She thought that even if Wenqin was once the emperor's person, she should have become hers, after living by his side for so long. But she didn't expect that Qianru said she saw Wenqin talking to an unknown person twice some time ago. And it seemed that she saw that person and Wenqin in the same place more than twice. Song Shuqing's heart skipped a beat at that time. She had lived in the harem for so long, and she had long been sharp-minded. She asked Qianru to keep this a secret. And then she was still as good as Wenqin. But she was still on guard in her heart. At the same time, she also knew that having such a person around was a constraint. And sometimes it had other uses. Just like now. She could just use Wenqin to tell the emperor that she had not contacted the third young master. And if the prince had any problems, it had nothing to do with her. Although she knew that the emperor was very disgusted with her and 12 because they had arranged to hook up with the crown princess in advance. There was no need to take the blame since it was not hers. Otherwise, the more things accumulated, it might be that 12 really had no chance of ascending to the throne. Song Shuqing was sad at first about being ridiculed by the whole harem. But then she thought about it, and realized that the battle for the throne was about to enter a fierce battle. It might not be a bad thing for her, and 12 to make such a fuss at this time. When everyone had finished fighting, it would be the time for them to take action. Not long after the incident of the young master of the Chong tribe, another incident attracted everyone's attention. The 14th prince, who went out to work, came back, seriously injured, and had a deep scar on his face. When Xuan saw her son like this, she hugged him and cried. Everyone in the harem knew about this, and kept talking about it. Lu Hanwan was also quite surprised to hear the news. The face was destroyed? Doesn't this mean that the 14th prince has no chance to compete for the throne? Although Xiaojiu had suggested before that appearance should not be used as an important criterion for judging officials, the court would still use talented people. But prejudice is not so easy to eliminate, especially for princes. The status of the 14th prince's mother's family is not bad, but his mother Xuan is not favored, and he himself is not outstanding. Without his appearance, he really can't compare with anything. Thinking of Xuanping's timid appearance, Lu Hanwan guessed, could it be that Xuan and others don't want to be involved in the storm? So they deliberately did this? After all, his face was ruined, and the throne was not for the 14th prince. But the emperor certainly would not treat his son as a son because of this. He might even take extra care of him in the title of king out of pity. When the second prince was disabled, the emperor was particularly tolerant of the second prince because of his physical condition. Xiaoyan said, Xuan and the others are too reckless. It's hard to say. Lu Hanwan guessed casually. They spared the life of the 14th prince, but only destroyed his face. It is also possible that Xu Fei deliberately made him lose the qualification to compete for the throne in order to make the 14th prince follow her 12 wholeheartedly. Anyway, it's just a guess, and no one knows the truth now. On the other hand, Xuan looked at the wounds on her son's body and was very sad. The scars on the 14th prince's face were certainly not caused by their own discussion. Xuan actually had no intention of letting her child compete for the throne. But as a prince, the 14th prince also had the hope of ascending to that position. Even if he felt that the hope was not so great, he had such secret thoughts in his heart. With this idea, even if he didn't really fight, he wouldn't let himself fall into such a situation. He is a prince, and naturally he has a sense of pride in his bones. Xuan watched the imperial physician treat the wound on her son's body, and touched the spot on her son's chest with a trembling hand. If this sword is a little bit higher, maybe mother will never see you again. What happened? She never knew that she had been low-key in the harem for so many years, and 14 had always been behind the 12th prince. Why would she arouse such fear? Yes, her family background is not bad. 14 does have the possibility of winning the throne. But now the prince's power is still at its peak. These people did not attack the prince, but attacked 14 instead, even if it was to eliminate all obstacles. It was too early. The 14th prince described the situation at that time. His face was pale. If the guards of the government office had not arrived in time, and the masked man saw that his son's face was injured, he would not have retreated so easily. Xuanping's face was gloomy. Such an action must be related to these people in the harem. In fact, even if the 14th prince had not said these words, Xuan knew that the murderer was among the concubines and princes in the harem. After all, as a prince, the 14th prince did not really offend anyone, and the things he went to do were not very important. How could someone kill him inexplicably? The only person who could do this was someone who wanted to seize the throne. But who was it? Similar to what Lu Hanwan thought, Xuan immediately suspected Song Shuqing. After all, the 12th and 14th princes have always been good friends. But strictly speaking, the 14th prince is more powerful than the 12th prince in the fight for the throne. Now that the 14th prince's face has been destroyed, wouldn't you be able to assist the 12th prince better? Think about it carefully. Do those who did it want your life more? Or your face? Xuan asked. The 14th prince hesitated for a moment, thinking back to the situation at that time, and was not sure. It seemed that they did want my life at the beginning, but it was not certain afterwards. It was too dark at that time. But after that, no one chased me anymore. Xuan pondered. It was hard to say whether it was Xufei who did it. But they were mother and son, who had always followed Xufei. And they had no intention of competing for the throne. The 12th prince needed help because of the Zhou family girl. Even if he was not sure whether the 14th prince would really follow the 12th prince, there was no need to kill him directly. The fight for the throne had just begun. If that was the case, Xufei was a little too anxious. Who could it be? Xuan could not find a specific target. She felt that she had not really offended anyone in the harem. Could it be the dead queen? But the queen had been dead for so long. Shouldn't she have done it earlier? Xuan went to find Song Shuqing. Seeing that Xuan was still willing to come to her, Song Shuqing was relieved. She also heard the rumors in the harem. Everyone said that it was possible that she had done something to 14th in order to make 14th follow 12. But God has mercy on her. It was definitely not her who did it. Not even the third young master. She had already asked before. Some men just like to make their own decisions. She used to like them. But now it's different. At this time, she was afraid that she would capsize in the gutter if she was not careful. After knowing that it really had nothing to do with her, Song Shuqing's attitude toward Xuan became more natural. Xuan could naturally feel Song Shuqing's attitude, and her suspicion of Song Shuqing was reduced by 2 points. She talked about the situation with others. Song Shuqing frowned, and after a while, she said, "Actually, I have a candidate in mind." "Who is it?" Xuan was shocked and quickly grabbed Song Shuqing's hand. Song Shuqing analyzed. "Sister, you have never offended anyone in the harem. Most people shouldn't attack 14. Although 12 and 14 often play together. You know." Speaking of this, Song Shuqing showed Xuan a somewhat embarrassed smile, and continued, 12 is not liked by the emperor now. Even for that position. No prince in the palace looks up to 12. The implication is that 12's situation is unlikely to affect 14. And others should not attack 14 in order to weaken 12's support. Xuan was anxious to hear the result. But she suppressed her emotions and nodded. "Sister, you are right," Song Shuqing said with satisfaction. "Sister, I just heard from my younger sister that if 14's arm had not dodged in time, it might not be his face that was injured. And it is not certain whether his arm can be saved." Hearing this, Xuan was not stupid, and immediately understood what Song Shuqing wanted to say. "Sister, you want to say, the crown prince? Everyone knows that the second prince was disabled. And this matter was related to the crown prince. Not long ago, the third young master of the Chang tribe came and lost an arm. Yes, the atmosphere between the third young master and the crown prince can be guessed by anyone with a discerning eye. Maybe his arm was caused by the crown prince." Xuan was still a little puzzled. "But I don't have any grudges with the crown prince or Rongfei." Song Shuqing also knew that her guess had no clear evidence. She couldn't deal with the crown prince herself. So she naturally hoped that more and more people would have grudges against the crown prince. And it would be best if someone could pull the crown prince down. However, she knew that it would be difficult to gain people's trust if she just said something wrong. So she didn't directly deny Xuanping's words, but agreed, "It is true. But the crown prince has always been like this. And sister just made a random guess. After all, the crown prince's position is so stable. And now is the time for everyone to work together to pull the crown prince down. There is really no need to deal with others. And the prince will definitely not sit and wait for death. Anyone who threatens his position is his enemy. He will kill as many as he can. It's just a matter of convenience. But it's hard to say whether he is cruel or not. If he is cruel, the prince at least left everyone with a life. If he is not cruel, he directly killed people." Song Shuqing sighed, seeing Xuan fall into deep thought. She said, "Actually, sister is not sure about this. Sister, just listen to it. We still need to investigate the matter of 14th. Xuan agreed. It would be best to investigate it clearly. But 14th was far away at that time. There were no marks on those people. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find out who it was. At present, it is true that only the prince has the strongest motivation to take action." Xuan went back with a lot of emotions. In the days that followed, she kept her troops inactive. Song Shuqing knew about it. But she was not in a hurry. She had just planted a bomb for Rongfei and the prince. It would be best if it worked. But it didn't matter if it didn't. Lu Hanlan felt that it was a little subtle. She returned to Chaoxia Palace and still cursed. Xuan, this idiot, actually suspected our Shujio of the matter of 14. She didn't think about it. Who in the whole palace does our Shujio like? If she really wants to take action against someone, she shouldn't take action against her useless 14. The 14th prince was not good at his studies, and there was nothing outstanding among the other princes. He followed the 12th prince all day long. Even the 12th prince was disliked by the emperor. So who would take the 14th prince seriously? He really thought he was a big shot. Of course, Lu Hanwan would not be so mean under normal circumstances. But the black pot was put on her, and Xuan came to test her quietly. After she said it, she didn't seem to believe it. So Lu Hanwan felt upset. Go. Tell Shujio about this. Let him know, so that he won't be tricked by others by accident. You know. Xuan looks silent and looks like a pitiful little thing that is easy to bully. But her family is really good. And Xuanping's father is still working with Shujio. It would be bad if someone tricked Shujio. Yes. I'll go right away. Xiaoyun took the order and went out. After giving orders, Lu Hanwan asked people to keep an eye on Xuan. After the queen was gone, the emperor asked her and Ife to take charge of the palace affairs. Lu Hanwan took the opportunity to plant many of her own people. After thinking about it, she felt that Xuan would not think of Shujio for no reason. It was probably Xufei. This was an intuition. She and Song Shuqing had always had a bad relationship. But no matter what the truth was, it was right to take action against Xufei. In the harem, Lu Hanwan started to target Xufei again. But this was not unusual in the harem, because they often did this. This time was not much different from the past. Lu Hanwan still directly refuted the rumors and promoted Song Shuqing's methods. The last time she did this, it was because the 12th prince secretly seduced the daughter of the Zhou family. Song Shuqing didn't expect that she just mentioned the prince in front of Xuan. But Lu Hanwan knew it. And it seemed that the other party would not let her go during this period. Feeling the strange eyes coming from all around, Song Shuqing was so angry that her brain was about to explode. She couldn't help but glance at Xuan. Xuan knew what she meant, and waved her hand and said, I haven't told anyone about my sister's speculation. As soon as this was said, everyone understood instantly that Xufei was really secretly gossiping about the prince. Although everyone had various speculations, Xufei was just talking nonsense in front of the victim. And she regarded the person as the murderer without any evidence. Rather than saying that Song Shuqing really thought that the prince did it, it would be better to say that Song Shuqing disliked the prince and his mother because of her own personal grudge. Xufei looked at Xuan speechlessly. If she hadn't always been timid and taciturn, she would have really thought that Xuan had deliberately said that in public just now, letting everyone know what she had done. Xuan lowered her head, hiding the emotions in her eyes. She naturally suspected the crown prince, but she would not ignore Song Shuqing's suspicion. However, for now, she had not found out the truth. If it was really the crown prince's doing, it would be a good thing to have Song Shuqing as a helper. Of course, Xuan also listened to what Rongfei said. She herself did not think that the crown prince had done it. But given her situation in the palace, only the crown prince and Song Shuqing could barely have some motive to do it. So no matter who it was, she remained suspicious. There was no clue about the murder of the 14th prince. Xuan attached great importance to her son. After some hesitation, she contacted people from the previous dynasty to investigate. These people were elusive and sometimes knew more than imagined, especially as the 14th prince had the blood of the previous dynasty. Those people always valued the 14th prince. After all, even if Tianqi cannot be overthrown, it is good to have someone with the blood of the previous dynasty ascend the throne. Xuan knew that 14th prince might be followed by people from the previous dynasty on this trip. And those people might be waiting to see her bow her head. Things really happened as Xuan expected. And soon those people responded. The one who attacked the 14th prince was the crown prince. At this time, Xuan did not bow her head in front of everyone. She questioned in a tone. The crown prince's position is stable. Even if he wants to eliminate his opponents, he should have attacked the previous princes. Why did he attack 14th prince for no reason? This method should not be used on those key princes, but on the insignificant 14th prince. If it is exposed, it will be too unprofitable. The person on the other side laughed. Do you really think the prince's position is stable? Everything he has comes from the emperor. As long as the emperor no longer trusts him, everything he has will cease to exist. Now that these opponents have been dealt with, even if the emperor wants to choose in the future, he can only choose him. Besides, who says that the 14th prince is not as good as other princes? You are hiding so deeply in the harem. Doesn't anyone discover your true face and fear you? Hearing this, Xuan fell silent. She thought of Rongfei. Rongfei is not an ordinary woman. After being in the harem for so long, no one has really made her suffer. If Rongfei finds out, before Xuan could think for too long, the person in front of her said impatiently, "Okay, I should leave too. Think about it yourself." After the person left, Xuan let out a sigh of relief. She knew that those people really didn't need to lie to her. Her background alone was enough for them to control her. So they didn't need her to murder the prince as a handle. Looking up again, Xuan's eyes had become firm, and she slowly uttered two words from her throat. Prince. On the other hand, Concubine Jang was casually fiddling with the incense ash in her hands. And she was also thinking about the 14th prince. Of course, she did the 14th prince's thing. Her second prince died of poison from the previous dynasty. How could Xuan, the murderer, still live peacefully? The 14th prince was just the beginning. She would not let Xuan's parents go. She wanted to watch Xuan die after experiencing pain and despair. But she was originally planning to let the 14th prince die. But she didn't expect him to escape by luck. As for the fact that the former dynasty forces would find the prince, it was not surprising. Concubine Jang would not personally attack the prince. After all, the person who killed her second prince was not the prince. But the prince and the second prince drank the same poison. But the prince was lucky enough to survive. Concubine Jang was not satisfied. Why didn't her second prince survive? So in designing this kind of thing, without thinking, Concubine Jang led the suspicion to the prince. It would be best if the crown prince could be killed in a logical way. Zhao Yuan had heard from his mother that Xuan suspected him a long time ago. And after the people below found out that the person who attacked the 14th prince was implicated in him, he felt that the matter was even more interesting. He got up and went to the imperial study. The emperor said, "Do you want to use this incident to lure out those people from the previous dynasty?" "Yes." Zhao Yuan said, "The Zhang family served as officials in the previous dynasty for several generations. Those forces from the previous dynasty who want to restore the country may not have no connection with him. Otherwise those people would not have been related to Xuan. Now that the 14th prince is in trouble, Xuan will definitely do something. Now it is a good opportunity." Zhao Yuan had read the plot. And of course, he knew that the Zhang family was indeed related to the previous dynasty. Xuan was of the royal blood of the previous dynasty. Although Zhang's father adopted people, it was only because those people abandoned their children and ran away. It happened that his wife's child died young, and the timing was just right. But he himself did not want to get involved with those people who wanted to restore the country. And he had no intention of getting involved in those things. But this is not the point now. If there is no problem with the surname Zhang, the emperor will naturally check it out, and will not wrongly accuse people. The emperor thought for a while and agreed. Your ideas are getting bigger and bigger now. But no matter what, you have to promise your father that you must protect yourself. He didn't know that the 14th prince had the blood of the previous dynasty. So although he thought his son's idea of luring the snake out of the hole was a bit bold, he didn't think that the people of the previous dynasty would take revenge for the 14th too seriously. Xiao Jiao is a skilled martial artist, so he won't have any problems easily. Next, Zhao Yuan encountered several assassination attempts, but none of them succeeded. Those who came to assassinate him basically left their lives behind. He knew that if he wanted to make those people from the previous dynasty invest heavily, it would not be enough to prevent them from suffering more losses in the early stage. Obviously, Zhao Yuan's plan was successful. In a dilapidated house, several people were sitting inside. One of them was holding a corpse. His eyes were red. He had shed a lot of tears. His hair was messy, and his clothes were stained with a lot of dust and blood. It was obvious that this person must have come back after a fierce battle. At this time, the man choked up, and the hatred in his eyes seemed to be substantial. Xiao Doubao was so young, and was killed by the damn prince. Old Feng, I will not be a human being if I don't kill the prince in this life. The other people sitting around were also depressed, and they were very sad when they saw the body of the young man. This Xiao Doubao was a teenager. His father was also a member of the restoration forces, but he died early. Xiao Doubao grew up under the care of everyone. Although these people from the previous dynasty were full of thoughts about revenge, restoration, killing the emperor, etc., they were also human beings and naturally had their own feelings. In comparison, although Xuan had the royal blood of the previous dynasty, If we really compare the depth of feelings in everyone's heart, Xiao Doubao, a child who grew up under everyone's eyes, is naturally more liked by everyone. Xiao Doubao is usually active and likes to be naughty. While everyone complains, they also indulge him. This time, Xiao Doubao also insisted on following quietly. Everyone discovered him when they arrived at the place, so they had no choice but to let him follow. However, they didn't expect that this would be a farewell forever. Zhao Yuan didn't expect that his goal would be achieved so quickly. After seeing that the assassination stopped temporarily, he knew that he should proceed to the next step. After all, he killed so many people, and the loss to the former dynasty was definitely not small. These people would not really give up when they saw that it was impossible to do anything. Not long after, Zhao Yuan received the order and went to the former fiefdom of the third prince. The third prince had the intention of rebellion, and this time, he was also going to check the situation. If possible, he could also solve the third prince at the same time. At the beginning, the third prince wanted to frame Lu Hanwan for having an affair with someone, but Zhao Yuan tricked him into replacing the candidate with the third prince himself. And the third prince was still the lower one. This incident made the third prince ridiculed for so many years. Zhao Yuan didn't believe that the third prince didn't hate him, even if the third prince didn't know that he was the one behind the attack. The original victim was changed from Lu Hanwan to himself, so the third prince would always have doubts, and would not have a good impression of Zhao Yuan. What's more, this time, he was going to his fiefdom. Of course, in addition to these, there was the most crucial point. Zhao Yuan knew that the third prince had colluded with the forces of the previous dynasty. The two sides had the same goal, and it was impossible not to unite this time. The subsequent development was exactly what Zhao Yuan expected. After going there, the forces that wanted to kill him became even crazier. It was a pity that the people Zhao Yuan brought in advance were too strong, and these people couldn't get close to Zhao Yuan at all. But this only deepened those people's hatred towards Zhao Yuan, especially the third prince. Zhao Yuan came to investigate the situation of his fiefdom. He knew what he had done, but he didn't dare to let Zhao Yuan find out, so he exerted more force. It must be said that as the former fiefdom of the third prince, even though the court has taken back the power of these princes in recent years, the power of the third prince here is not easily dissipated. Soon, the emperor received news that the prince disappeared in the fiefdom of the third prince. With a bang, the emperor threw the things on the table to the ground and was furious. "What are you doing? How could the prince disappear? Go!" In anger, the emperor still maintained his rationality. "Pass on my order. Let Wuzhou Governor Fan Wentai and Wuzhou Governor Zhou Bing lead troops to Qinyang immediately. If the prince is lost in the slightest, I want all the officials involved in Wuzhou to be buried with him." Yes. The people below hurried to pass the order. Near Qinyang, Lingying also knew that the prince had disappeared. When Zhao Yuan rejected her, Lingying was heartbroken. For a moment, she wanted to kill all the women who had anything to do with the prince. But after being with the prince for so long, she also knew that this would only push the prince further away. Even when she became an obstacle, the other party would get rid of her without mercy. She couldn't suppress the prince, nor was she willing to suppress him. Fortunately, something went wrong with the girl from the Zhou family, and the prince's marriage was temporarily put on hold. While Lingying was happy, she also found hopeless that she still had no chance. She had no choice but to leave and go to various places to study different difficult and complicated diseases like before she met the prince, and use these things that she was interested in to restrain her emotions. But this method was only a drop in the bucket, and she would always think of him in her spare time. She thought, maybe one day she would not be able to resist and do something to the woman that the prince really wanted to marry. At that time, she would die in the hands of the prince. Or maybe he might not die. She had followed the prince for so long, and she didn't believe that she would be completely inferior to a strange woman. All kinds of chaotic emotions were running wild in Lingying's mind. And at this time, the prince was sent to Wuzhou. Lingying was entangled for a while, but she still treated people all the way and followed along. Then, there was the news that the prince disappeared. Although the Ling people lived in a corner, there were still many people who entered the world. But the territory of Tianqi was vast, and it was naturally impossible for the Ling people to be everywhere. Lingying sent a letter to the tribe, and saw that Zhao Yuan still had no trace. She couldn't wait any longer, even if she knew that she might only sacrifice one more person if she went alone. But she couldn't stay. She couldn't help thinking that as she was a little later, the ninth prince might encounter something unexpected. What if she could help? Lingyin packed her things and took out a fat white poisonous insect from the bamboo tube beside her. Then, as if she had received some information from it, she went in one direction. In order to please the ninth prince, she promised to give him the holy poison she cultivated. Later, she really gave it to him. The holy poison can indeed suppress all poisonous insects. But there is one thing she did not tell the ninth prince. That is, through this poisonous insect, she can know where the other party is. When Lingyin stepped into the deep mountains, she felt that she would find the ninth prince soon. But suddenly, she frowned and looked up at the group of people who suddenly came out. The old man in the lead said to Lingyin, "So you are the holy woman of the Ling clan who is an expert in medicine, poison and witchcraft." Lingyin's veil covered half of her face, leaving only a pair of cold eyes exposed. "Get out of the way. You are blocking my way." The old man smiled. "I heard that the holy woman has a special liking for the prince. But the prince was planning to marry someone else before. In my opinion, the holy woman might as well unite with us, so that the prince will definitely be the holy woman's man. In fact, he didn't really want to win over the holy woman. But this woman was a difficult character, and she was very good at using poison and witchcraft, making it hard to guard against. At this time, they didn't want to cause any more trouble. What's more, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If they can unite with the saint, they can directly send people to deal with the prince, which can save them a lot of energy." The saint's eyes darkened. Didn't she want to? The prince's poison was even more unpredictable than hers. It was true that she liked him, but if possible, she still wanted to live with him for a long time, rather than die decades earlier. She said coldly, "Get out of the way." Seeing that the saint did not cooperate, the expressions of the old man and others also changed. "Please don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty wine." The saint snorted coldly, and the sound of the flute sounded in her mouth. The rustling sound kept ringing around, and the group of people blocking the road immediately changed their faces. Not good. Everyone quickly dispersed. Many people rushed towards the saint, wanting to kill her directly. But Lingyin was not a pushover. She could walk outside, and her martial arts were not bad. She drove the poison while fighting with people. After a while, these people died or were injured. Lingyin stood in the middle, glanced at the people lying on the ground, and continued to walk quickly towards her destination. When she saw Xuan, he was blocked in the canyon with soldiers and horses. There were cliffs on both sides, and there was nowhere to hide. The two sides fought, and Xuan was protected in the middle. When she saw that figure still standing, Lingyin felt at ease in an instant. Her eyes were firm and bright. She used poison to clear the way and ran towards Xuan. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." When Xuan heard this familiar voice, he was a little surprised. He looked at Lingyin. "Why are you here?" He remembered that this person had disappeared for a long time. From Xuan's cold expression, Lingyin finally recalled that he had no private feelings for her. She was instantly depressed, but she still tried not to show it. "I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was missing, so I came to see." Xuan glanced at the crowd. The leader was Wuzhou Governor Zhou Bing. He was the third prince's man. Now that he had a falling out in front of Xuan, he would not and dared not let him leave Wuzhou. "You shouldn't have come." Lingyin's eyes suddenly soured, and she almost cried. She quickly looked away. "Anyway, I'm here. It's easy to come in and die, but it's not that easy to get out." Xuan's eyes stayed on her for a moment. A whistle sounded, and many figures appeared on both sides of the canyon. Not only on the top, but also on the exits of both sides of the canyon were surrounded by people. The prince and others who were originally surrounded were now surrounded by others. Xuan led people to retreat, and stones kept falling on both sides. There were too many people chasing them, and they couldn't move in the canyon at all. There were wails for a while. Zhou Bing rode on his horse and shouted, "Quick! Catch the prince! Go forward and catch the prince so that we can survive." People kept dying, and countless people were crushed under the rocks, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. When they finished walking through this long canyon, most of the people led by Wuzhou Governor Zhou Bing had been lost. The two sides fought again. Xuan didn't need to take action at this moment. He stood not far away and watched calmly. Occasionally, an enemy finally came to his side, but he easily solved it. Lingyin stood not far from Xuan. Her eyes stared calmly at the top of the canyon. where, above the prince's head, a huge rock was crumbling. Her heart was pounding fast, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, before Zhao Yuan noticed it, she rushed over and pushed Zhao Yuan away. She also tried her best to adjust her posture to survive. When she spit out blood and lay weakly in the prince's arms, her eyes were dim, but her heart was cheering. She knew that she might finally usher in the time when the prince would soften his heart. She weakly raised her hand and touched Zhao Yuan's face, tears falling down in a row. As long as you are okay, Your Highness, I really want to go back to the time when we first met. At that time, in order for Feng Ji to wake up, she and the ninth prince could stay in the big tent tacitly. They both sat aside and read medical books, occasionally talking for a few words when they had questions. She would also talk about the various things she encountered on the way to practice medicine. At that time, the ninth prince was the most patient and the one who listened to her the most. Zhao Yuan looked at her and felt very strange. She looked like she was afraid of death. He pursed his lips, felt the pulse, checked the injury, and took out a pill. Take it. You won't die. Lingyin obeyed obediently. But the tears and fear on her face never stopped. It was obvious at a glance that she didn't think she could survive. In fact, as the ninth prince's admirer, having been with him for so long, Lingyin knew better than anyone else the ninth prince's talent in medicine. So, what's wrong with a gamble? Evidence of the third prince's rebellion and collusion with the forces of the previous dynasty had been collected. Although even the governor of Wuzhou was the third prince's man, most of them still didn't have the courage, especially since the prince had brought a lot of people with him, who would dare to really rush up without the ability to silence them. He was the prince, the heir to the throne, and it was very easy for him to summon local officials. The emperor also sent someone to ask the governor of Wuzhou to follow the prince's arrangements. The governor of Wuzhou and other related people were also arrested and prepared to be interrogated after entering the capital. Soon, Zhao Yuan set out on the journey back to Beijing. After the previous danger, the emperor did not want his son to take risks again on this return trip, and arranged a lot of people to escort him. With this scene, even the other princes who wanted to attack the prince did not dare to move. The journey back to the capital was smooth and peaceful. Zhao Yuan met the emperor and his mother, and rested for a night. The next morning and evening, the emperor went to Chaoxia Palace for dinner. Zhao Yuan and Lu Hanwan were naturally there. During the meal, the emperor suddenly asked, I heard that it was the saint of the Ling clan who saved Xuzhou in a critical moment this time? How is she now? When Zhao Yuan wrote back before, he also mentioned that Lingyin saved him. But his narration was always simple and neat. And of course, the guard who reported to the emperor said more details. Yes. Zhao Yuan nodded. She is no longer in danger of life, and she will be able to return to normal after recuperating for a while. Lu Hanwan also knew about this, and was full of gratitude to the woman who saved her son. Miss Lingyin saved you. We should thank her well. You should also take care of her more, and take whatever she needs. When she recovers, why not bring her into the palace for mother to see? In fact, according to reason, they should go to see their lifesaver. But Lu Hanwan is a concubine and cannot leave the palace, so she can only say this. In addition, she has another guess in her mind. This Ling clan saint was by her son's side at the beginning, and she also abolished the second prince. She didn't expect that after so many years, she was still related to her son. This time, when her son was besieged, she saved people regardless of her own life. It is impossible to say that there is nothing between the two. The emperor can see that Lu Hanwan is full of affection for the Ling clan saint. He knows much more about Xuzhou and this saint than Lu Hanwan. Over the years, the girl has been following Xuzhou until Xuzhou was going to marry the crown princess. They probably broke up, and the saint left Xuzhou. But when Xuzhou was in danger, the saint followed her again. Therefore, knowing that the saint admired Xuzhou, and seeing Lu Hanwan's intention, the emperor's heart suddenly moved. Speaking of which, Xuzhou is already this age, and your brothers and sisters have married and had children. It's not a big deal to have no one around you. He used to mind the saint's identity, but after the incident with Zhou's daughter, he still felt that his son's wife had someone in his heart. What about marrying the crown prince, but actually having an affair with 12, admiring 12, etc.? It has to be said that the emperor was disgusted enough. The emperor's words were clear, and Lu Hanwan knew what he meant instantly. Why not wait until we meet Miss Lingyin and ask her what she thinks. The two of them decided after a few words. Mainly because Zhao Yuan did not participate in the last time the crown princess was chosen. They both knew that their son was the father and mother, and whatever they said would do. So they did not ask now. Zhao Yuan did the same. When he left the palace to deliver medicine to the saint, Zhao Yuan told the saint about this matter. Ling Yin's eyes widened. The emperor and your mother want to see me? Yes. Zhao Yuan handed her the medicine bowl. My mother said thank you for saving me. And it is not convenient for her to leave the palace to see you. So you could only go to see her. He did not tell anyone about the emperor's intention to grant them a marriage. Nevertheless, even though Ling Yin was always cold, she could not help but feel a little nervous when meeting the parents of her beloved. After all, she still had a secret expectation of marrying the 9th prince. In the days that followed, Ling Yin paid more attention to recuperation. When her injury was finally healed, she was eager to enter the palace. She thought that she might try to marry the 9th prince in front of his father and mother. Although she did not have a good family background, her witchcraft was very powerful, and her brother was also highly valued in Xia. So she might be able to help Tianqi conquer Xia faster. She thought about a lot of things. On that day, Ling Yin changed into her clothes and followed Zhao Yuan into the palace. Zhao Yuan first took her to Chaoxia Palace. Lu Hanwan was very enthusiastic towards Ling Yin. After testing that Ling Yin really had feelings for her son, the smile on her face deepened. Looking at Ling Yin, she felt that everything was good. Xujio was cold-tempered. She felt that perhaps only such a sincere and enthusiastic girl could really move her son's heart. She knew that perhaps for her son, having parents was enough. But she and the emperor would grow old day by day, and one day, they would die before Xujio. She didn't want to leave a son who was just a walking corpse at that time. As long as she thought that there might be such a day, she couldn't breathe. As a mother, she hoped that her son had more than just them in his heart. Lu Hanwan really liked her, and Ling Yin naturally had feelings for her. Under Lu Hanwan's enthusiasm, she became a little shy. At this moment, a maid suddenly came in and reported, Master, the emperor is here. Everyone stood up. The emperor came in, helped Lu Hanwan, who was about to salute, up, and looked at Ling Yin with a smile. This is Miss Ling Yin who saved Xujio. They had met a few years ago because of the second prince's disability. No need to be polite. Sit down. The emperor first talked about the saint saving his son for a while, and then changed the subject. Speaking of which, I was thinking before that Xujio should also have someone by his side. Ling Yin's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the emperor, not believing what he meant by that. The emperor seemed not to notice her movements, and continued to smile and said, Xujio is not very lucky. He chose a princess like that before. If he wants to choose another princess now, he has to wait for 2 years until the next election. But I think that the princess needs to wait. Maybe I can choose a concubine for him first. He said that he had to wait until the next election. But in fact, the woman with a good family background was not old enough now. Otherwise the emperor would have changed her directly. Hearing the emperor's words, Zhao Yuan looked up at him. Zhao Yuan died when he was still a child in modern times. But the modern monogamous mode of getting along left a deep impression in his heart. He subconsciously felt that this was the best. He did not have a favorite woman, nor did he plan to not marry in this life. But at the same time, he did not want to marry a lot of people. He knew that his father and mother wanted him to marry Ling Yin, and he didn't think there was a problem with that. It was just that after having one, he felt that it was enough. Ling Yin, who was standing aside, did not feel lost after hearing the emperor's words. Instead, she felt that the dust had settled. She had long been mentally prepared that the emperor and Rongfei would not let a woman of unknown origin become the prince's wife. Concubine's words. Ling Yin said, Ling Yin has admired His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for many years. I wonder if His Royal Highness. She was worried that the Crown Prince would not be willing. Zhao Yuan looked at her and saw Ling Yin's uneasy eyes. He looked at his mother's gentle expression again, and finally nodded. The emperor laughed. Okay. Since the saint is also interested, and now you and Xiaojiu are a match made in heaven, then I will grant you a marriage. After everything was over, Zhao Yuan went to see Ling Yin out of the palace. Along the way, the two did not speak. It was not until they left the palace that Zhao Yuan asked with some doubt, Is it okay to be a concubine? He knew the custom of monogamy of the Ling clan. Ling Yin pursed her lips. Of course, she also wanted to monopolize the prince. But she knew that this was impossible. If it is His Royal Highness, Ling Yin is fine. Zhao Yuan responded and continued to send people back. After the marriage was granted, there was still a long time before the wedding date, which was enough for many things to happen. The next day, the third prince and the Wuzhou officials who were escorted to the capital were interrogated. Some of the former forces who were captured were also interrogated, including Xuan Pin in the harem, who was also implicated. After that, those who should be confiscated were confiscated, and those who should be beheaded were beheaded. For a time, the capital was in a state of panic. Xuan Pin was only demoted to the cold palace because she gave birth to the 14th prince. Xuan Pin's mother's family, Zhang's father, took in the blood of the previous dynasty and kept it a secret. Fortunately, he did not participate in the affairs of the previous dynasty and was considered a good official who did practical things in the court. So he was only demoted temporarily. In the harem, Concubine Jang was full of disappointment, colluding with the previous dynasty and assassinating the prince. The Zhang family is still an official, and Xuan Pin was only demoted to the cold palace. Is the prince not so important in the emperor's heart? Or is the emperor getting older and softer? She originally wanted to use this incident to suppress the Zhang family after solving the 14th prince. But she didn't expect the emperor to find out in advance, and the punishment was just this. In fact, he didn't know that the punishment was actually decided by Zhao Yuan. Mainly because Zhao Yuan was quite satisfied with Zhang's father's job. When he was in the court before, he worked under Zhao Yuan for a period of time. After finding out that Zhang's father had nothing to do with the assassination of him, he didn't plan to really do anything to him. After all, Zhang's father's daughter assassinated him. Not his mother or his father. It only involved herself. And Zhao Yuan was willing to be more tolerant if he was satisfied with the other party. Xuan Pin was banished to the cold palace. The 14th prince had never been favored by the emperor. This time, his mother was even involved in the assassination of the prince. Everyone knows that there is no queen in the harem, and all affairs are managed by Yifei and Rongfei. Rongfei is the prince's biological mother, even though Lu Hanwan did not say what she would do to Xuan Pin and the 14th prince. In her position, there are some things that she does not need to say. The people below will naturally please her. The life of the 14th prince and Xuan Pin is not easy. Madam, I just heard that the 14th prince was beaten by someone. Qiaoyun put the fruit plate on the table next to Lu Hanwan and whispered, beaten by someone. Lu Hanwan was a little surprised. After so long, she naturally knew that the life of the 14th prince and Xuan Pin was not easy. But so what? Xuan Pin actually colluded with the forces of the previous dynasty and tried to kill her children several times. She just ignored Xuan Pin's situation, and it was good enough. Qiaoyun nodded. I heard that it was those eunuchs who humiliated Xuan Pin and fed her moldy and rotten food for a while. And they also used sarcastic words. This time, the 14th prince happened to see it. The 14th prince was young and hot-tempered, so he directly took action. But when the eunuchs saw this, they actually fought back. Several people pressed the 14th prince to the ground and kicked him, claiming that the 14th prince's mother was vicious and sent people to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Now that they are treated like this, it is already a blessing for them. There are also some other words, which are almost the same. The reason why Xuan Pin wanted to have His Royal Highness assassinated the Crown Prince was made clear before Xuan Pin was banished to the cold palace. It turned out that Xuan Pin believed that the Crown Prince was responsible for the assassination and disfigurement of the 14th prince. Lu Hanwan frowned upon hearing this. She didn't mind the people below bullying the 14th prince and Xuan Pin, but it was not okay to do so in the name of Shuzhou. Her brows turned cold. The real culprit behind the 14th prince's disfigurement has never been found. Now it seems that the person can't help but take action. Let's investigate and see who is behind this. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But the smile did not reach her eyes. Those people have been dealt with. But they can't make a big fuss to make the emperor think that I can't manage the harem well. Give orders to let people restrain Xuan Pin's methods. Qiaoyun understood. It was nothing more than using this incident to make the people behind the scenes think that the master was taking the emperor into consideration, and was afraid that it would affect the power of the harem. So he treated Xuan Pin and the 14th prince a little more normally. It was not that the master had any suspicion about this matter. That person was so covetous against Xuan Pin and the 14th prince, and he refused to give up even after they were sent to the cold palace. He must have hated Xuan Pin in his heart. If he saw that Xuan was still living well, he would definitely not be able to hold back. As long as he made a move, there would be traces. Lu Hanwan's eyes stopped in the air, thinking and muttering. Xuan has always been inconspicuous. Who did she provoke? There is no coincidence in the harem. If someone hadn't done it in the name of Xuan this time, Lu Hanwan would not have realized that the person behind the scenes really hated Xuan so much. She immediately linked the 14th prince's disfigurement to this incident. To be honest, she had always thought that the 14th prince's disfigurement was done by Xu Fei. After all, Xu Fei did have some people in her hands. The young master of the Chang tribe must be very willing to help Xu Fei. The 14th prince was disfigured, and he would be able to help the 12th prince more down to earth in the future. Otherwise, the 14th prince's family background is better than the 12th prince. And the 12th prince also aroused the emperor's disgust. When the two are together, it is really hard to say who is the main and who is the auxiliary. Xuan and Xu Fei are in the same group. But Xu Fei did not have this treatment. Xuan could draw such deep hatred from Xu Fei and let people attack her prince. And she was still unwilling to enter the cold palace. This could only mean that Xuan had done something more eye-catching than this. Or even hurt the other party's child. In the past 2 years, few princes have died. And the most recent one is the second prince. Wait! Lu Hanwan suddenly discovered something. The second prince died from the secret medicine of the previous dynasty. And Xuan was of the previous dynasty. At that time, Xujiu and the second prince drank poison together. The second prince died, but Xujiu survived. Xuan actually found out that Xujiu was responsible for the disfigurement of the 14th prince, who would hate Xuan and also hate Xujiu. There is one person in the harem, Concubine Jang. She originally thought that after the 4th prince was dealt with by the emperor, the matter of the second prince was over. After all, the secret medicine of the previous dynasty, although it was touched by the words of the previous dynasty, the person who could come into contact with the previous dynasty could not be just Xuan. For example, it was not surprising that the 4th prince had some secret medicine of the previous dynasty. Even in this harem, maybe someone has the secret medicine of the previous dynasty. It's amazing that Concubine Jang can accurately find Xuan. Could it be related to the previous dynasty? And Concubine Jang doesn't want to let it go. That's possible. If it were her, she wouldn't care about venting her anger on others. As long as someone might have harmed her child, she would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Let someone keep an eye on Concubine Jang and the 14th prince, Lu Hanwan said. If she guessed correctly, Concubine Jang would definitely take action against the 14th prince. It doesn't matter whether the 14th prince lives or dies. Lu Hanwan just wants to find something to hold against Concubine Jang. After all, Concubine Jang had framed her own son before. Who knows if she will hate Xujiu because Xujiu didn't die, but only the second prince died. Xujiu might be harmed again in the future. It is better to deal with this kind of person as soon as possible. Zhao Yuan didn't care about what happened in the harem. Time passed quickly. 4 months passed quickly. And it was time for Zhao Yuan and Ling Yin to get married. Although she was a concubine, she was the prince's concubine after all. So the wedding ceremony was also held quite grandly. And the emperor personally attended the scene. 2 years later, it was time for the selection again. In the imperial study, Zhao Yuan seemed to remember something. Father, Ling Yin just gave birth to a child. So the East Palace will not enter this selection for the time being. He knew that his father and his mother intended to choose a new crown princess for him in this selection. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and looked at his son with subtle eyes. Is it that I will not enter this selection for the time being? Or will I not enter anyone in the future? In fact, the emperor had already noticed that his son did not pay much attention to this aspect. He always felt that too many people would cause trouble. Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor calmly. If possible, don't enter in the future. He knew that his father wanted to give him everything good, and wanted him to marry more people, and also wanted to increase his power. He had to have everything that other princes had, and it had to be the best. But Zhao Yuan did not need these. In the past few years, his influence in the court was not small. Especially after getting married, he paid special attention to this aspect, just because he did not want his father to think that he was weak and force him to have more people. Of course, this was not because Zhao Yuan had a strong one-on-one concept. He worked so hard just to prove that he had the ability to not rely on those, and did not want to be disturbed by some external things in his life. But if his father and mother really wanted him to marry the crown princess, Zhao Yuan would agree. The emperor said, "You should know that Ling is from the Ling clan." Zhao Yuan asked back, "Father, don't you like people with the blood of the Ling clan to take this position?" The emperor shook his head. "That's not the case. There have been similar examples in Tianqi over the years. But I'm afraid he will have to endure a lot of doubts in the future. I'm afraid Shijiu's other brothers will not give up." Zhao Yuan didn't care about this. He said coldly, "If he is capable enough, what should be his will be his. If he is not capable, it's meaningless to force it. If my child is not capable, then there is still Xiaohu's child. Xiaohu is old enough. Father can choose a suitable person for Xiaohu." Emperor. He didn't take his son's words to heart. He thought that with Shijiu's ability, he would be able to help the child clear all obstacles in the future. But there was no need to worry so much about this matter now. He turned to answer another question. "He calls Xiaohu every day. Just like your own son. Father knows it. Since you don't want it, then father won't point someone to you this time. Love is mutual." The emperor has never been so authoritarian towards his son. Now Shijiu has a child, and has the ability to control the court. Since Shijiu doesn't like this, he won't force it. By the way, as he said this, the emperor remembered another piece of news. "I heard that in this selection, there is a woman who is of ordinary status. But she is beautiful, and has a stunning appearance. If you don't want a crown princess, then this." In Zhao Yuan's speechless eyes, the emperor's voice gradually stopped. "Okay, father, I won't say anything." The two finally began to talk about the business in the court. This time, they talked about the unrest of the Chong people in recent days. Not only did they have connections with Xia, but they also pulled down some local officials to collude with them. Zhao Yuan directly asked for orders. "My son is willing to lead 30,000 troops to wipe out the Chong people. Until now, the Chong people still don't know that the court wants to kill them." At the beginning, Zhao Yuan went to the fiefdom of the third prince to catch the big fish of the Chong people. It was a pity that at that time, except for the forces of the previous dynasty and the forces of the third prince to assassinate him, the Chong people did not take action. So he could only forget it for the time being. But this time, they had definite evidence that the Chong and Xia were colluding to betray Tianqi. The letters, evidence, etc. were all there. As for where they came from, it all started with Ling Yin's brother. The Ling clan had produced several people who had caused bloodshed since ancient times. Ling Yin's brother obviously had such a posture. Zhao Yuan only found out later that Ling Yin's brother was doing well in Xia, and was given the title of national teacher, mainly responsible for refining pills for the old emperor. Of course, no one knew the relationship between the Xia national teacher and the concubine of the crown prince of Tianqi. And no one even knew that the other party was a member of the Ling clan. And the other person's appearance had changed. This person is a bit of a troublemaker, and has a lot of courage. As a member of the Ling tribe, he naturally has little affection for Xia. Otherwise, he would not have been stirring up trouble in Xia all day long. After knowing that Ling Yin married Zhao Yuan, although he would not help Tianqi from then on, he was still reliable at critical moments. The news about the Chong tribe came from them. The emperor naturally agreed. "The Chong tribe is cunning. You should be careful." Zhao Yuan smiled. "Father, Shijiu knows." Not long after, Zhao Yuan secretly led his troops to leave the capital. Of course, there was another story on the surface. It took quite some time to wipe out the Chong tribe because of the participation of Xia. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. "Your Highness, a secret letter from the capital." Zhao Yuan took the letter, opened it, and then his face suddenly changed. He immediately stood up. "Come here. Prepare to return to the capital." It said that his father had been suffering from headaches and his energy was getting worse. Before, he was still busy here, so the emperor did not send a letter. But when the headache became worse, the emperor did not hide it anymore. In the palace, the emperor supported his head and did not look up when he felt someone coming in. He asked in a deep tone, "Has Luo Huaqing been found?" Originally, Luo Huaqing had been staying in the capital to take care of the health of the 12th prince, since he appeared a few years ago. But later, the 12th prince seduced the crown princess, and his ambition was exposed. Whether it was the emperor or the concubines in the harem, they didn't believe that so many people could not really cure the body. That weak body, I'm afraid it's specially used to lower everyone's vigilance. Otherwise, why would the 12th prince still covet the throne so covetously? You know, the genius Dr. Luo Huaqing is said to have a very special friendship with Xu Fei. For the sake of his sweetheart, it is not impossible to hide some things appropriately. I don't know if it was because he was exposed by everyone. Anyway, the health of the 12th prince really improved a lot. And he rarely got sick. And Luo Huaqing left the capital without knowing it. Until the emperor had a headache. He still couldn't find Luo Huaqing. Your Majesty, Dr. Luo has been found. Xuan's excited voice rang out in the imperial study. The emperor raised his head suddenly. It had been so long. And he couldn't find Luo Huaqing. This scene reminded the emperor of many years ago, when it was the same. He thought it would be the same this time. But he didn't expect to find him. Quick! Please invite him in, the emperor said with some excitement. There was no way. No one could calm down when they knew they were about to die. Especially the emperor, who was the master of all people and ruled the world. Luo Huaqing was brought in. Before he could salute, the emperor stood up and helped him up. My dear, there is no need to be polite, he said with a smile. I have been looking for you for a long time. And I didn't expect to find you. My head has been hurting more and more recently. And sometimes, I want to split my head open. The useless people in the imperial hospital can't find the problem. So now I can only rely on the ability of the miracle doctor. This is probably the first time in history that the emperor has spoken so kindly to Luo Huaqing. But Luo Huaqing didn't say anything. And the emperor's face gradually darkened. What does the miracle doctor mean? Luo Huaqing stood there. Your Majesty should know that I hate seeing dignitaries the most. The emperor also knew this. Although he and Luo Huaqing did not have a deep relationship, they were familiar with each other because of Song Shuqing. I remember that although you hated it, you did not really not want to show it to you. It's just that the conditions are much more stringent. Yes, Luo Huaqing said, it's just that I don't want to show it to you. Luo Huaqing did not come to the door by himself, but was searched out by the Jinui. He looked at me with sarcasm. I handed Shuqing to you at the beginning. I thought you could give her the life she wanted. But what happened? She became an inconspicuous concubine in your harem. You never treated her well. Even if she gave her life to protect you, you didn't have much preference for her. Of the children she gave birth to, only the 12th one is left. And you have doted on the 9th prince since you were a child. Hearing this, the emperor restrained his original enthusiasm and sat back in his chair. He was old, with gray hair on his head. His eyes were not as bright as when he was young, but they were still sharp. If you want? No. If Shuqing really wants to leave, I am willing to let her and you leave. He is not obsessed with a woman. In fact, he had long known in his heart that his purpose in choosing Song Shuqing was not pure. But Song Shuqing chose him. There was love. And there would be more or less other aspects of the consideration. Luo Huaqing was stunned. If possible, he would certainly be willing to take Song Shuqing away. But he was still angry for Song Shuqing. How can you say such a thing? Shuqing is willing to give up her life for you. But you can easily give up her. The emperor was silent. It was not easy to say. In the past, the emperor also felt that some people had true love for him. But as time passed, in this deep palace, those loves gradually faded away. For example, Song Shuqing was like this. He narrowed his eyes. A little impatient. Luo Huaqing. My patience is limited. Luo Huaqing stiffened his neck. So what? I only have one life. If the emperor wants it, just take it away. The emperor said, you don't care about your life? Then you don't care about Song Shuqing's life? Luo Huaqing sneered. Not giving in at all. It's not a bad thing to let the emperor be buried with us. The emperor felt his head start to ache again. But from what he meant, Luo Huaqing must not want to die now. Everything still has room for maneuver. What do you want? Luo Huaqing said, Shuqing is not happy in this palace. I want to take her away. Hearing this, the emperor suddenly laughed. Luo Huaqing frowned and asked unhappily, what are you laughing at? You have let her down a lot. Letting her be trapped in this deep palace for so many years. And you don't like her. So why let her continue like this? The emperor laughed for a long time. In fact, he knew that Song Shuqing had feelings for him at the beginning. But that was for him as a prince. Not just for him personally. The longer he stayed in this palace, some things gradually revealed themselves. And he slowly saw clearly. After a long while, he stopped laughing. Okay. I promise you. As long as she is willing. He looked at Luo Huaqing with a trace of pity. For some reason, Luo Huaqing couldn't understand the emperor's eyes, but he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He was not very happy when he heard the emperor's promise, but was angry for Song Shuqing. Before, Shuqing was willing to risk her life to protect you. She has been with you for so many years and gave birth to a child for you. But you have no attachment to her. You are worthy of being a person who has ascended the throne of the emperor. You are really cold-blooded and ruthless. He was full of sarcasm. The emperor's expression did not fluctuate, and he just looked at Luo Huaqing quietly. Luo Huaqing was getting more and more angry. You despise the sincerity of others. Do you think someone like you will really be loved by others? Apart from Shuqing, is there anyone in the harem who only loves you as a person? I'm afraid all your princes would wish you would die this time. Right? He became more and more excited as he spoke, and the emperor finally frowned. Perhaps you want me to regret it? Seeing that his expression finally fluctuated, Luo Huaqing felt better. He said, taking Shuqing away is only the first condition. There is another one. If you want me to save you, then beg me. Luo Huaqing looked down at the emperor sitting on the chair, as if from a high position. He couldn't stand the emperor's arrogance. He treated the person he wanted to hold in his palm like a worn-out shoe. But he still held power, lived a life of drunkenness and dreams, and lived a good life. This is so unfair. The emperor looked up at him. Their eyes met. Neither of them gave way to the other. At this moment, a familiar voice came from afar. Father. The voice was slightly panting. Just listening to it, it seemed as if a little person could be seen running over from a distance. And he couldn't wait to yell before he even got to the place. The emperor stood up subconsciously, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was Shujio who came back. Shujio often did this when he was a child. Now he still couldn't change this habit when he was anxious occasionally. The emperor took a few steps to the door. Luo Huaqing saw all this, but he felt even more sorry for Song Shuqing and the 12th prince. The emperor didn't love the people who really liked the emperor, but liked a person who came out halfway. When he treated the 12th prince for his weakness, he often saw the 12th prince's lonely and longing look. They were all children, and they also longed for fatherly love. But all of this was forcibly taken away by the 9th prince. And Rong Fei often bullied Shuqing in the harem. Your Majesty, why don't we make a bet? Luo Huaqing spoke for some reason. Outside the hall, Zhao Yuan rushed in. When he entered the door and saw the emperor, his eyes couldn't help but soar, and tears fell. Father. He had only been away for a few months, and the emperor seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, with a tired look and a lot of white hair. Hey. The emperor agreed, smiling uncontrollably, patting his son's shoulder. Don't cry. Don't cry. Zhao Yuan couldn't control himself at all. He sobbed and reached out to pull the emperor. I'll take your pulse and see what's going on. The emperor also smiled and let him do it. He knew his son had medical skills. When he was fighting outside, his son often sent him the hemostatic drugs he developed. But the emperor didn't dare to believe that he could be cured. His headache had been seen by the imperial doctors of the imperial hospital and even Lingyin. But they couldn't do anything. Zhao Yuan took his pulse, and his expression gradually became solemn. Although the emperor didn't expect his son to cure him, he was still a little disappointed when he saw his hope was shattered. He was about to speak when he saw his son's complexion slightly improved, and then said, Father, this situation is indeed a bit serious, but it is not incurable. Two voices rang out at the same time. Really? Nonsense. The first one was of course spoken by the emperor, and the other one was said by Luo Huaqing. Because of Song Shuqing and the 12th prince, Luo Huaqing did not have a good impression of the prince, who had a great reputation outside, and did not think that he could really cure the emperor. Whether it was an emperor, a general, or an ordinary person, they would experience birth, aging, illness and death. He was a miracle doctor, and this was the only way he could surpass the emperor. Therefore, he did not want the emperor to have a son whose medical skills could surpass his. Otherwise, it would make him look too pathetic. The emperor looked over and found Luo Huaqing. He greeted him lightly. Miss Luo. He had seen Luo Huaqing enter the palace before, so he recognized him. However, the two of them were just nodding acquaintances. Luo Huaqing was Song Shuqing's man, and he was always rude to Zhao Yuan. And Zhao Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to get along with people in this camp. Luo Huaqing asked, the prince just said that he could cure the emperor's headache? Zhao Yuan looked at him, then turned his head and looked at the emperor in confusion. Father, Is it possible that Dr. Luo can't cure your disease? Otherwise, why would the other party be so aggressive? He remembered that Dr. Luo was indeed worthy of the title of a miracle doctor. He liked to study various diseases. It was said that even if he didn't know how to cure some patients at the beginning, he would always find a solution by constantly experimenting in that direction. So no matter what the disease is, as long as Dr. Luo is willing to treat it, then basically you don't have to worry about your life. Now he is so angry. Zhao Yuan feels very strange. After hearing his son say that he can treat it, the emperor is also relieved a little. And his face, which has been uncertain for several months, also showed a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Dr. Luo hasn't seen the emperor yet. It's just that Luo Huaqing's past experience makes people subconsciously have absolute trust in his ability. Now that Zhao Yuan said it, everyone remembered this matter. Luo Huaqing strode forward and took the emperor's pulse. And then he looked confident. Your Majesty's illness. I can cure it. But it's hard to tell whether His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can really cure it or not. After all, the emperor's illness is really serious. If we delay time, it will be too late to regret it. And Zhao Yuan is the Crown Prince. If something happens to the emperor, the Crown Prince should take the throne. This meaning, everyone present is not a simple person. And they heard it clearly at once. The atmosphere became quiet for a while. The previous father and son were kind and filial. And now the father and son are suspicious, which made Luo Huaqing feel a lot more happy. He chuckled. Whether the emperor chooses to let me treat it, or the crown prince treat it, it depends on what the emperor chooses. But I also made it clear before that the emperor's health can't be delayed any longer. If the disease is delayed, it will really be too late. The emperor looked at Zhao Yuan, who nodded. It was not a question of whether it was too late or not. Delaying the treatment may indeed affect the lifespan of the emperor in the future. He always hoped that his father could stay with him for a long time. Seeing this, the emperor hesitated. If it were any other matter, he would definitely favor Xiao Jiao. But now it was about his lifespan. Xiao Jiao's medical skills were good. But he was still young and had not experienced much. He didn't even know how good Xiao Jiao's medical skills were. The only thing he knew was that the hemostatic medicine sent to the battlefield was very useful. As for Luo Huaqing, there was no need to say more. He was experienced and had the title of a miracle doctor. He was a man of real ability. And now he said directly that he could cure it. Choosing a son would be risky. But choosing a miracle doctor is very stable. But his son was standing in front of him and also said that he could cure it. This, although Zhao Yuan was possessive, he was not unreasonable. When his resume and Luo Huaqing's resume were put together, a normal person would choose Luo Huaqing. The emperor did not make a decision directly now, which was already emotionally entangled. So he said directly, in this case, then let miraculous Dr. Luo treat father. But I need to see the specific prescription. After all, Luo Huaqing was Song Shuqing's man. So he still needed to be on guard to prevent the other party from doing something at this time. He knew how to treat Luo Huaqing himself. So he could see if there was anything wrong with Luo Huaqing. The emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Then let Dr. Luo take a look. Luo Huaqing nodded, not trying to argue, but eager to see the next step. I already have a specific treatment plan in mind. Next, please invite all the princes here. Zhao Yuan? What does this mean? The emperor gave the order. At the current time point, all the princes are in the capital, not sent out to do things. Some are in the palace, and some are in the mansion outside the palace. At this time, the emperor asked people to come, and everyone came quickly one after another. Your son greets the emperor, father and brother. After the princes came in, they saluted. It is worth mentioning that in a few months that Zhao Yuan was away from the palace. The 7th and 8th princes were gone. Now, the 9th prince can actually be called the eldest prince. All the princes gathered together, and no one knew what the emperor wanted them to do. Everyone was watching quietly, and some people even had an idea after seeing the prince come back. Could it be that the emperor was really dying? So the emperor asked them to come. Was he preparing to abdicate the throne to the prince? No way. Apart from this, no one could think of anything else they needed. The emperor had told Zhao Yuan before that Luo Huaqing had never treated him before. So he naturally pretended to be unaware of what Luo Huaqing wanted to do, and said to Luo Huaqing, Dr. Luo, you said you wanted to invite all the princes here. What are you going to do next? You should be able to tell me. Everyone looked at Luo Huaqing. Luo Huaqing stood up without looking away. The emperor's headache can be cured, but it requires a precious medicine. What medicine? Seeing that he was keeping it a secret, a prince couldn't help but ask. Luo Huaqing, the heart blood of a blood relative. What? Many people exclaimed in surprise. Poking a hole in other parts of the body can lead to death. Not to mention the extremely dangerous place like the heart. For a moment, everyone looked left and right, looking at each other in bewilderment. Luo Huaqing's eyes swept across the faces of the princes present one by one, and the focus fell on the expression on the face of the prince. He slowly said, I wonder who is willing to serve as a medicine for the emperor. The emperor's condition can't be delayed any longer. Get the medicine as soon as possible so that the emperor can be cured as soon as possible. For a moment, no one dared to stand up. Everyone quietly set their eyes on the prince. First, the prince is the eldest prince. Second, the prince is the prince most favored by the emperor. Who else can they look at this time? Yes, everyone was justified for a while. The father didn't like them much, so it was normal that they didn't dare to stand up. But would the prince stand up? The princes who had no idea about the throne were even more calm. There were so many people. It was not their turn anyway, and they didn't need to please the father. Seeing that no one moved, Luo Huaqing's expression also changed a little. He looked at the 12th prince, a little anxious. Taking blood from the heart was indeed very dangerous. But with him doing it himself and taking medicine, he would not die. After that, his body would slowly recover. Luo Huaqing himself was quite confident. He made this request in order to make the 12th prince stand out among the princes. After all, when he was treating the 12th prince for his weakness, he deeply felt the 12th prince's desire and yearning for fatherly love. But every time, he could only watch another person surrounding the emperor. He was sad to see the emperor and the crown prince being kind and filial. When the emperor asked him for treatment, Luo Huaqing actually wanted to say directly that the condition was that the emperor abdicated to the 12th prince. But he knew that in politics, he and the 12th prince together could not beat the emperor. Making this request would only accelerate the death of the 12th prince. That's why he gave up. This is actually helping the 12th prince in disguise. But he didn't expect that the 12th prince didn't come out directly. After thinking about it, he said again, don't worry. Taking the heart blood is dangerous. But if I do it myself, I won't necessarily die. This sentence has a strong implication. If the 12th prince believes Luo Huaqing, he can just come out directly. But at the same time, even if Zhao Yuan wants to take a gamble, can he trust Luo Huaqing? Luo Huaqing is Xu Fei's man. In such a dangerous activity, a little trick can take Zhao Yuan's life openly, or make Zhao Yuan's body sick and unable to bear the heavy responsibility of the crown prince. It is not impossible. The 12th prince was also hesitant. Of course, he noticed Luo Huaqing's gaze, but that was to take the heart's blood. And if he wasn't careful, he would die. Could Luo Huaqing be 100% sure? He didn't want to die. None of the princes present was really brainless at this time. Everyone knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as they stood up and were willing to offer their father's heart's blood, they would most likely stand out from this in the future. But who would dare to take this risk? Not only Zhao Yuan would be afraid that Luo Huaqing was Song Shuqing's man, but other princes were the same. So even though Luo Huaqing was famous as a miracle doctor, no one dared to speak, and they were all waiting to see how the prince would react. Luo Huaqing was a little disappointed that the 12th prince did not take any action. But thinking about it, it was indeed not so easy for people to accept this matter in a short time. He quickly reacted and pointed the spearhead at the crown prince to buy time for the 12th prince to think. I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has always been the Emperor's favorite prince. I wonder what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince thinks about this matter. Zhao Yuan's smile slowly widened. As long as it can cure my father, it will be good. When Luo Huaqing mentioned the blood in his heart, Zhao Yuan instantly understood that this was actually a conspiracy against him. If he was not a superb doctor, he would definitely not dare to hand over his life to Luo Huaqing's hands. The grudge between his mother and Song Shuqing was not small. Song Shuqing kept forcibly blaming him for the death of the 18th prince. If he agreed, he would die. If he didn't agree, the emperor would doubt him, and that would also be death. Luo Huaqing paused. Did the prince agree? He confirmed. Then the prince means that he is willing to offer his heart to the emperor as a medicine? Yes, Zhao Yuan said straightforwardly. This made Luo Huaqing a little at a loss. How could the prince agree? The emperor laughed out loud. From the beginning, he never doubted that Xiao Jiao would be unwilling to sacrifice his life for him. Whether it was for the former prince or Lu Hanwan, the emperor knew how important these people were in Xiao Jiao's heart. At this time, two more voices sounded. I am also willing to sacrifice my heart and blood for my father. Everyone looked over and found that one was the 12th prince, and the other was the 14th prince. The 14th prince was the son of Shunpin. After Shunpin was sent to the Coal Palace, the 14th prince also kept a low profile. He was able to stand up, and in fact, we can guess his thoughts. Probably for Shunpin and the 12th prince. Now, there are a total of 3 princes willing to sacrifice their heart and blood for the emperor. But who should be chosen? After the 12th prince found that the 14th prince also stood up, he was relieved. In this way, whether in terms of favor or importance, he didn't need to be bled in the middle. And at the same time, he could get all the benefits. The 3 princes stood together, and the emperor didn't need to think too much. Just 10. Before he could pronounce the word 4, he was interrupted. Zhao Yuan shouted, "Father." The father stopped talking and didn't get angry because he was interrupted. What's wrong? Zhao Yuan smiled. Just use my heart blood. It's not nonsense to use the heart blood of blood relatives as medicine. In the current world, sometimes there is such an effect. But there is no doubt that the emperor's headache can't use this. He guessed early that this was just Luo Huaqing's way of finding true love from their group of princes. It's just a pity that Luo Huaqing's painstaking efforts did not make the 12th prince respond immediately. If he really used the 14th prince's hard blood, it would only make him suffer, and it would be useless. On the contrary, Zhao Yuan's own hard blood was really effective. He had always liked to experiment with various drugs on himself. Now, his blood was very different from that of ordinary people, especially the hard blood. If the emperor took it, it would be a very useful tonic for the emperor. So he simply went with the flow and agreed to this test. Xiao Jiao. The emperor was shocked. The other princes also looked at Xiao Yuan in surprise, thinking that although their brother, the prince, had occupied their father since he was a child, they did not expect that even at this point, the prince's possessiveness was still so strong. But this is good. If there is anything in the future, the prince can take the lead. Of course, there are still some people who want the throne. When they heard Zhao Yuan say this, they immediately felt very difficult and prayed in their hearts that the prince would die after taking the hard blood. Xiao Jiao. A loud voice came from the door of the imperial study. Everyone looked and saw Lu Hanwan walking in from outside. She walked to Zhao Yuan's side in a hurry, saluted the emperor first, then looked at Zhao Yuan worriedly, and called out softly again. There was a pleading look in her eyes. Obviously, Lu Hanwan had heard what was said in the room just now. She didn't understand why Xiuzhou had to show up when the emperor obviously wanted the 14th prince to come forward. Xiuzhou had been willing to stand up and express her willingness before, which was enough. Even if the 14th prince really donated blood, it would be impossible for him to take Xiuzhou's place in the emperor's heart. Mother! Zhao Yuan shouted. Lu Hanwan calmed down and didn't care whether some words should be said or not. She said directly, Xiaozhou and I are naturally willing to give everything for the emperor. But this Luo Shani is Xu Fei's best friend. Xu Fei and I have never been on good terms. If Xiuzhou is handed over to such a person, I am afraid that it will be more dangerous than good. Please understand. Your Majesty, these should not be put on the table. But Lu Hanwan is sometimes afraid of her son's persistence, because when her son made the right decision, she couldn't stop him at all. So she could only hope that the emperor could stop him. It must be said that the emperor did have the same idea as Lu Hanwan. It's not like Xiuzhou is the only one, so there's really no need to take risks. The 14th prince stood up again. Your Highness has been running around on the battlefield, and you should have a good rest. Your father's condition is urgent, so please use your son's. He actually helped out. Being in the situation, the 14th prince might not be unable to see his father's intentions. But if this can get his mother in the cold palace to be well, it's worth taking a risk for the 14th prince. The 14th prince had already taken the initiative to ask for it, so the 12th prince couldn't just stand there. I am willing to share your worries, so please choose me. Zhao Yuan immediately said. Oh, then let the 12th prince do it. The 12th prince was startled, and his expression couldn't be suppressed. He had made up his mind when he finally decided to stand up. But after the 14th prince also stood up, he felt much more relieved in his heart, knowing that he didn't have to take the knife. But he didn't expect that things would turn around, and he would be the one to do it again. Looking at the expression on the 12th prince's face, Zhao Yuan laughed out loud. "Excuse me. It was just a joke. I'll do it." The face of the 12th prince was as dark as it could be, and the other princes couldn't help laughing. After this, the impression that the 12th prince was willing to sacrifice his life for the emperor collapsed directly, and for a moment, he wanted to kill the prince directly. Xiujiu, Lu Hanwan couldn't help but hold her son's arm. The 12th prince's usual gentle mask was also broken, and he said sarcastically, "It seems that Concubine Rong doesn't want you, Your Highness, to help your father." Zhao Yuan responded indifferently. "That's because Dr. Luo and Concubine Shu have a close relationship. But it doesn't matter. Mother, you don't have to worry. Dr. Luo has the reputation of a miracle doctor. How could there be a problem with such a thing? If the son really died from taking the heart blood, then it must be Concubine Shu or the 12th who is behind it. And then the three of you will come together to bury the son." He actually said such arrogant words with a clear conscience. "You?" The 12th prince was furious. The divine Dr. Luo was found by the Jinui with great difficulty and brought to the capital. How could my mother and I be behind it? He was really afraid that the emperor would agree to the prince's unreasonable request. After all, he really felt that the prince was in danger of death. Zhao Yuan smiled and said, "12th brother, you are so cute and lively when you are so lively. Okay, don't be angry. Brother Prince is teasing you again. I will take the blood from my heart." He was unwilling to put his life in Luo Huaqing's hands, even though he knew that Luo Huaqing would not dare to do anything because of Song Shuqing. "No need. Go get something," he ordered. "Xiujiu," the emperor called out in a deep voice, already somewhat unhappy. He looked at the others. "You all go out first." Finally, everyone went out, leaving only Zhao Yuan and Luo Huaqing in the room. The emperor asked Luo Huaqing, "Does my headache really need blood from my heart to cure it?" Luo Huaqing nodded. "I have treated 2 such cases before, and it really requires the blood from my blood relatives. It has already begun, and there is no point in regretting it now. What's more, Luo Huaqing is still struggling whether to do something with the prince. He saw everything clearly just now. He really didn't expect that the 12th prince, who he thought was thinking about his father, didn't stand up immediately. But the prince? Although he didn't stand up immediately, but looking at his performance afterwards, he knew that he was really willing, without any reluctance. The emperor looked at Zhao Yuan, and his tone softened. "You know what I mean? But sometimes, there are other options. You don't need to take risks. What's more, I am not energetic now, and I need you to pay more attention to the affairs in the court." Zhao Yuan shook his head. "My blood is much more useful to you than usual, and I am very steady in this kind of thing. Nothing will go wrong." The emperor tried to persuade him for a long time, but it didn't work. In the end, he could only realize with disappointment that when Xiujiu got stubborn, it was really not easy for ordinary people to persuade him. Blood dripped into the bowl. "Okay, Dr. Luo can use it as medicine." The emperor's prescription was written after Zhao Yuan and Luo Huaqing discussed it together. Perhaps it was because Zhao Yuan was really unexpectedly willing to take risks for the emperor, and he insisted on doing so even though he could avoid it, which shocked Luo Huaqing. So after Zhao Yuan looked at his prescription and made some adjustments, he remained silent and had no other objections. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Luo Huaqing's prescription itself. It was just that he proposed to use hard blood as a medicine guide, which was originally a cover. In fact, it was useless. Therefore, his prescription could not maximize the medicinal effect of Zhao Yuan's hard blood. So Zhao Yuan raised his opinion. Fighting in such a dangerous place did have some impact on Zhao Yuan. In the days that followed, he began to rest in bed. The emperor's headache was gradually getting better. However, this disease is not so easy to cure. Otherwise the entire imperial hospital would not have been so restrained. If you want to really recover, you still need some time to recover slowly. Zhao Yuan's recovery ability is good. Not long after, he was able to get out of bed and move around. The government affairs of the court were gradually handed over to him again. After a month, he could even start to practice martial arts again. Changqiu Palace. The 12th prince looked gloomy, completely different from his image outside. In fact, when the 9th prince left the palace, the 12th prince could get a break. When the 9th prince returned to the capital, everyone would be overwhelmed. We can't wait any longer. Father has always trusted the crown prince. And this time the crown prince has directly donated his heart and blood. I don't know what father will think. The crown prince's position is getting more and more stable. No. It should be said that the crown prince's position has never been unstable. Father has always been protecting the crown prince. He didn't understand why his father liked the crown prince so much. In the past, the 12th prince was more or less happy when he heard the previous princes die one after another, which meant that he had one less competitor. But only now did he realize that perhaps it was the most beneficial for them to keep the princes alive, as they could at least restrain the 9th prince a little. After all, although his father's affection was given to the 9th prince the most, it was not without weight in the 3rd prince. Even the former crown prince, the 2nd prince, etc., the 3rd prince, and the 9th prince had been jealous for many years. But when it came to the princes behind them, perhaps because there were too many people, the affection became increasingly thin. Song Shuqing was no less anxious than her son. She had understood early on that she wanted to fight for that position, and she hated that the emperor did not love her as much as before. So she wanted to put on a show to get her son to the top, which would make her feel a little happier, as if she had taken revenge on the emperor. At the same time, she knew that she and Rong Fei had been at odds with each other for many years. If the person in power was the prince, she didn't think Lu Hanwan and the prince would let her and 12 live well. Either they would live in the hands of the enemy, or, one day, Rong Fei and the prince would easily kill them. No matter which one it was, Song Shuqing couldn't accept it. Her first half of her life was full of excitement. The people who liked her and pursued her were all famous and powerful. She herself came from an official family, but she was surpassed by Lu Hanwan, a lowly person who was born as a palace maid. As long as she thought of this fact, she couldn't help but want to go crazy. She slowly closed her eyes, thinking about the way out for the two of them. After a while, she opened her eyes. Since the prince is now so trusted by the emperor, why don't we add more fuel to the fire, and make a scene of flowers, and brocade even more blazing? The 12th prince realized something. Song Shuqing said coldly, the prince has achievements, people, and the emperor's trust. He can't be easily pulled down. The only one who can pull him down is the emperor. Therefore, the emperor must be afraid of the prince. She didn't believe that any emperor could really watch the power fall while he was alive. The 12th prince hesitated. But when my father went to war for 5 years, he directly handed the power of the regent to the prince, because he was afraid that the prince could not suppress the people below. He gave the prince a lot of people. Now my father is still in the palace. This trick, can it really work? At that time, they just wanted to make the emperor afraid of the prince. But in reality, the emperor didn't react at all, and treated the prince as before after returning. Song Shuqing stood up and walked slowly, but she smiled and her eyes were cold. Now it's different from the past. The emperor used to be young and strong, and the power he handed over could be easily taken back. But now the emperor is old. The ministers below will also have their own ideas. Seeing that the emperor's time is coming, everyone will find a next home for themselves. The ministers in the past were handed over to the prince by the emperor on the surface, but they were actually the emperor's people. Now those people may not be. In the past few months, the emperor's temper has become more and more strange and irritable because of the headache. Even if he can be cured this time, the older he gets, the worse his health will be. In this situation, can we still treat the prince the same way as before? The 12th prince lowered his eyes. I know, he said with some shame. It's all my fault. I should have been more decisive when I took the blood for my father before, and not had a fluke mentality. Otherwise we would not have fallen into the current situation. After the blood incident, the 3 princes who stood up, the crown prince, needless to say, the 14th prince's status in the palace jumped up. Although Shupin was unable to leave the cold palace, but with the 14th prince as a son, her treatment was much better. Only he, who was also willing to donate the blood for his father, was ridiculed by everyone because of his performance at that time. Song Shuqing, in particular, was often laughed at by the people in the harem. Those who didn't stand up were more upright than those who did. But Song Shuqing was very angry. Hearing her son's words, Song Shuqing waved her hand. It's dangerous to take the blood from the heart. It's normal for my son to hesitate. It's not your fault. So many people didn't stand up. But since he had decided to take this gamble, he was still hesitant, which really made her feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, after learning from Luo Huaqing that the matter of taking the blood from the heart was originally a bet he made with the emperor to see whether the princes were sincere to the emperor, Song Shuqing regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If I had known this, I might as well have firmly agreed to it. In the end, I could have left the blood from my heart alone. But my son has always been excellent. He is not familiar with Luo Huaqing and certainly does not trust him as much as I do. So Song Shuqing can't blame him for this. What's more, my son has been in poor health since he was a child. Even if she was there, I'm afraid she might not be able to settle down and really take risks with her son. The only thing that made Song Shuqing feel better was that Luo Huaqing did not tell the emperor that he didn't need to really take the blood from his heart. Instead, he let the prince bleed. I guess after this, the prince's health will definitely be affected. Song Shuqing and the 12th prince discussed how to bring down the prince. Their power was not to be feared, and it had no impact on Zhao Yuan. In the early stage, the development of things went as Song Shuqing and the others imagined, mainly because the prince himself had a high reputation in the court, and the emperor had always indulged him. This time, he saved his father with his own blood. For a time, the court and the people were very cooperative with the prince. It was impossible not to cooperate. It was not that no one wanted to make things difficult for the prince before, but the prince got back at them. At the same time, the ideas of Song Shuqing and her son were also shared by other princes who were vying for the throne. Therefore, Zhao Yuan felt a little strange that even the mothers of other princes became polite to him. It was not that they were not polite to him before, but it was different now. Lu Hanwan also realized the reason. Your father's headache has improved. Shijiu, you should be more restrained. Let your father make decisions on those important government affairs. Return what should be returned. Don't accept everything your father gives you. Now you have given him your heart and soul. The emperor will trust you very much. But when the novelty wears off, the emperor's mind is unpredictable. If this goes on, sooner or later there will be problems. Lu Hanwan knew that the emperor liked Shijiu. But at the same time, she had also experienced the emperor's mood swings during the past few months of headaches. During that time, the emperor did not give face to the old people in the harem, and some lost their status and were sent to the cold palace. As a result, she did not dare to speak casually. The officials in the court were even more trembling, fearing that they would anger the emperor. No matter how wise the emperor was, he would always change when he was old. And the current emperor was no exception. Zhao Yuan nodded in response to his mother's worries. Mom, I will pay attention. Lu Hanwan sighed inwardly, hoping that Shijiu could get through this hurdle safely. By the way, Lu Hanwan suddenly remembered something. There is someone in the palace. Maybe you should pay attention to her. Zhao Yuan asked curiously. Who? Lu Hanwan said, Lady Lan. Lady Lan? Zhao Yuan was a little puzzled. Why a concubine in the harem needed his attention. Lu Hanwan said, she was selected in the previous election and sent from the south. She is extremely beautiful and gentle. Your father likes her very much. During the period of headache, basically only when she was around would your father's temper be slightly better. Your father dotes on her very much. It is not an exaggeration to say that Concubine Lan is the new generation of favorite concubine in the palace. Many concubines in the palace dare not put on airs in front of Concubine Lan. Oh! Zhao Yuan responded half-heartedly, and didn't take it too seriously. He didn't think his father valued beauty so much. Seeing him like this, Lu Hanwan didn't know what to say for a moment. Judging from the emperor's performance, maybe his son would not necessarily lose if he faced Concubine Lan. After leaving Chaoxia Palace, Zhao Yuan prepared to go to the East Palace. Passing by the Imperial Garden, he saw a concubine passing by not far away. It was not that Zhao Yuan had to stare at his father's concubine, but from the first glance, the concubine's beauty was indeed amazing. Is that Concubine Lan? Just heard about this person from his mother. Zhao Yuan's first reaction was that this might be Concubine Lan. However, after just a few glances, Zhao Yuan turned his eyes away. Although Concubine Lan was beautiful, Zhao Yuan was not the kind of person who cared much about this. Not to mention that his wife Lingying was also a beautiful woman. For Zhao Yuan, if he liked a girl, it would definitely be determined by time and emotion, not by appearance. The palace servant behind him answered, Yes, Your Highness. That is the Concubine Lan who was very popular in the palace these days. Zhao Yuan nodded and continued to walk towards the East Palace. On the other side, Concubine Lan also saw that figure. She stopped and looked at Zhao Yuan's back as he walked away, stunned and a little dazed. The maid beside her followed her gaze and explained, "Master, that should be your highness." "Your highness," Concubine Lan called softly. "Master, let's go back first." The maid supported Concubine Lan and said to people, "Your highness is the emperor's most beloved prince. If we meet his highness, we should not be too arrogant." This is not because the maid is too talkative. The main reason is that she knows that the master she serves is naturally sweet-talking and tender in front of the emperor. But in fact, he has a very bad temper behind the scenes. He doesn't care about the concubines in the palace at all. The maid is a palace person herself. So of course, she knows the importance of the prince in the emperor's heart. Fortunately, Concubine Lan treats her maid who serves her personally well. Since she follows Concubine Lan, she certainly wants her master to be able to go for a long time. Otherwise, if Concubine Lan falls, it will not be good for them. So now that she meets the prince, even though she knows that Concubine Lan's people in the harem are basically not compatible with the prince, but people who cannot be provoked, she still has to inform Concubine Lan in advance. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will hit the iron plate. Lan Guiran snorted lightly, not angry at the maid's words, just lazily said, "Okay, go back." Seeing this, the maid felt relieved. She knew that Lan Guiran had listened to her. Although Lan Guiran had a bad temper, because she was bold in her words around Lan Guiran and pointed out everything in the palace in time. Lan Guiran had never thrown anything in her face. Since then, Zhao Yuan's life has continued as usual. The only problem is that he once again met Lan Guiran after paying respects to his mother. They met on a narrow road, and everyone turned around. He couldn't just ignore her and leave, so he had to nod and greet her lightly. Lan Guiran. Although Lady Lan was the emperor's concubine and an elder, her position was not high, and the prince did not need to bow to her. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Lady Lan bowed gently to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan said, "I didn't know Lady Lan was here. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first." This place was a secret base that Zhao Yuan liked to play in when he was young. The prince brother also played here with him many times. Occasionally, after paying respects to his mother, Zhao Yuan liked to stop by and take a look. Lady Lan only sighed softly when she heard what Zhao Yuan said. If Zhao Yuan hadn't just passed by someone, he would not have heard this seductive sigh. Lady Lan continued to look at the water with a melancholy look, as if she was filled with countless sorrows and depressions. It makes people want to go up to her and wipe away the sorrow between her brows, so that the beauty can smile again. But Zhao Yuan did not have this impulse. He left without stopping. Behind him, Concubine Lan looked at the back of the prince leaving, her eyes flickering. "Master." The maid's voice came from behind the rockery. Concubine Lan put away the emotion on her face. When she turned to look at the person who came, she looked completely normal. "Master, the cakes you asked for are here for you," the maid said. On the other side, Zhao Yuan also noticed Concubine Lan's abnormality. He ordered the palace servants around him, "Go tell my mother that I will not go to pay respects for the time being." The reason, of course, was Concubine Lan. Adult princes and the emperor's concubines should avoid suspicion. It was not easy for ordinary princes to go to the harem. Zhao Yuan was used to running back and forth since he was a child. With the emperor's indulgence, he went a little more often, but he only went once every few days. He would also pay attention to avoid concubines when walking. But he met Concubine Lan twice when he came back. He knew there must be something wrong. After returning to the East Palace, he ordered, "Go and check Concubine Lan's affairs to see if she is related to one of my younger brothers or uncles." Concubine Lan wanted to seduce him. Once the matter was exposed, Concubine Lan herself would definitely not survive. She was so favored by the emperor. But she still did such a suicidal thing. There were only two reasons. Did Concubine Lan have a grudge against him? Or was she trapped by love? In fact, Zhao Yuan didn't think that love could make people sacrifice their lives. But some people he met before and after, including his wife Lingyin, really broadened Zhao Yuan's horizons. So his first reaction to Concubine Lan's matter was that she had an affair with his brother, and was instructed by someone to do so. After all, Concubine Lan couldn't have wanted to do this. It was not easy for Zhao Yuan to tell the emperor about this directly. After all, he couldn't tell people that your father was old. So your favorite concubine fell in love with me. Even if Zhao Yuan felt that he had a deep relationship with his father, he still felt that some aspects of this matter were easy to associate with, which was quite embarrassing. So the best thing is not to meet him again. Nothing else happened in the following time, and the emperor's headache went smoothly and got much better. When Zhao Yuan went to see the emperor, Luo Huaqing was talking about the emperor's condition. Seeing the prince stepping in, Luo Huaqing's eyes flashed. The emperor's headache should be almost gone in 2 months. It is normal to have some dull pain now. You need to recuperate slowly and work less. Zhao Yuan heard this and looked at Luo Huaqing with a little sensitivity. If the emperor doesn't work hard, it means the loss of power. This Luo divine doctor, whether intentional or unintentional, is quite dishonest in his words. The emperor probably didn't think much about it. He smiled when he saw his son and said casually, "With Xuzhou here, I don't need to worry about everything." Luo Huaqing said, "When the emperor recovers, there will be no problem." Zhao Yuan went over and sat beside the emperor, and also took the emperor's pulse to confirm the emperor's condition. Then he mentioned that the New Year's Day was approaching and there would be a banquet in the palace. After finalizing it, Zhao Yuan intended to tell the emperor about some important government affairs. The two of them had discussed this before, and the emperor did not completely ignore it because of the headache. But at this time, I don't know if it was because Luo Huaqing said that he should worry less. The emperor waved his hand and refused. "You can do these things as you see fit. You have been the regent for so long before. I know your ability best. There will be no problem." Zhao Yuan was silent and agreed. He was a little confused. He was not someone who had not read history books. He knew some of the plots in modern times, although he had been doing his best to protect them. He was not sure how far he and his father would go. His father had handed all of this to him now. Would he really start to be afraid of him one day? But he could not refuse these. Luo Huaqing had already left. The emperor looked at his son, who was seriously reviewing memorials at the table. An idea that had arisen in his mind long ago once again resurfaced in his mind. And this time, it was much more determined than before. He was really old. Soon, it was the New Year's Eve palace banquet. In winter, snow was falling. The palace was brightly lit, and the banquet was particularly lively. At this moment, a young concubine was on stage to perform for the emperor. Various talents were displayed. It must be said that these concubines were indeed very talented. Whether it was reciting poems, painting, singing or dancing, they were all outstanding. But among them, the one who amazed everyone the most was the newly promoted favorite concubine, Concubine Lan Guiran. After a dance, she was like a fairy descending to the earth, making people dazzled. Many concubines present were gnashing their teeth in hatred. Zhao Yuan drank a glass of wine and noticed that Ling Ying beside him was looking at him all the time. He looked over with some confusion. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Generally speaking, concubines cannot attend such a New Year's feast. But Zhao Yuan has always been alone with Ling Ying, and he has no intention of looking for the crown princess again. In addition, Ling Ying has already given birth to a child. So Ling Ying attends all occasions that require female relatives, and she is no different from a real princess consort. Hearing Zhao Yuan's question, Ling Ying's worries suddenly subsided. Lady Lan was so beautiful that she was worried that the prince would also be confused, even if the two of them could not have contact due to their status. As a woman, she always didn't want her lover to have another woman in his heart. But when she saw the prince's expression, Ling Ying knew that she was thinking too much. She couldn't help but smile. "I'm not uncomfortable. I just want to see His Highness." Zhao Yuan was silent for a moment, as if he realized something, and reached out to hold the other person under the table to comfort him. Ling Ying's smile became even brighter. The banquet continued. After a while, someone suddenly came over and leaned over to whisper something in Zhao Yuan's ear. "Your Highness." Someone downstairs said that they saw someone sneaking behind Concubine Rong, and they don't know what they want to do. Zhao Yuan's expression suddenly became cold, and he glanced at the familiar position. Sure enough, his mother was no longer at the table. During the banquet, Zhao Yuan noticed that his mother drank 2 more glasses of wine. Although there were people accompanying her, anything could happen in the palace, especially in this kind of occasion. Although he knew that his mother was always cautious, she was always anxious when it came to people she cared about. Lingyin also realized something and asked with concern, "What happened?" Zhao Yuan pulled out his hand, patted the back of her hand, and said, "I'll go out and change clothes. Don't worry." After that, he stood up and left. Lingyin knew that this was definitely not the case. But she couldn't continue with this situation. If it got out of hand in the palace, it would be even more difficult to end. She knew that many people in the palace were always watching and wanted to pull the prince down. So she could only maintain her usual expression and continue to sit and enjoy the singing and dancing, so as not to let people see the flaws. Zhao Yuan left the hall and followed the place where the servants reported. Across the pond, he saw a woman wearing the same clothes as his mother entering a room. The distance was too far, and the other party went directly into the room. Zhao Yuan couldn't tell whether it was his mother or not. Then, another man looked around furtively, and then opened the door. Zhao Yuan's heart tightened instantly. Growing up in the palace, he certainly thought about whether there was any conspiracy. But if that was really his mother, Zhao Yuan quickly went over and opened the door. Instantly, a strong fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Zhao Yuan frowned and realized what kind of medicine it was. Aphrodisiacs are always unreasonable. Even if his body is very resistant to poison, he couldn't help but feel a faint heat. He quickly walked into the room and saw a woman lying on the ground. The clothes were the same as his mother's today, and the figure was similar. He stretched out his hand and pinched the woman's arm, trying to see her face clearly. But as soon as she turned her face, Zhao Yuan knew that he had fallen into a trap. Because this woman was actually Concubine Lan, his father's new favorite concubine. Concubine Lan looked at Zhao Yuan with hazy eyes. She recognized him at first sight. She smiled foolishly and wrapped her arms around him. "Your Highness." Zhao Yuan had no doubt that someone outside must be instigating his father to come over to catch the adulterer. "But you are really not afraid of death. Who sent you here?" He had asked someone to check Concubine Lan's background before, but he did not find out who she had contacted. Now Concubine Lan was willing to die for her, so he naturally wanted to ask who was behind it. Concubine Lan tightly grasped Zhao Yuan's hand and tried to push her away. She lay on him, tears falling non-stop. Maybe it was because of drunkenness or the influence of the drugs in the room, which made her bolder and less clear-headed. "Does your Highness really not remember who I am?" Zhao Yuan looked at her coldly. Concubine Lan knew that this man definitely didn't remember. She cried even harder. "At the beginning, the Emperor clearly wanted to give me to your Highness. Why? Why did your Highness refuse?" Zhao Yuan, let go. He felt a little absurd. This woman was not seduced by one of his brothers to avenge him, nor was she willing to die for his brother. He pulled the person away and strode to the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he found that many people had come over there. It should be his father and others. He walked to the other side and pushed the window open a crack. Then, he couldn't help but sneer. This time, the people behind him were well prepared. There were also people coming over here. No matter where he went out, someone would immediately find him, and then make a big fuss and spread the news. In addition, Concubine Lan in the room was under the influence of drugs. Her clothes were disheveled, and she was in tears. Who could not doubt it when seeing it? At this time, Concubine Lan rushed over from behind and shouted, "The Emperor is old." Even though the Emperor was heroic and strong in his old age, and not unlike an ordinary old man, and his face looked much younger, Lan Guiran was only in his teens, and the Emperor was also very old to her. She had clearly been attracted to the young and vigorous prince, but she married his father. This feeling was really not so easy to describe, especially after she knew that the Emperor had intended to give her to the prince. But the prince did not accept it. She felt even more resentful. She hugged Zhao Yuan and cried. Zhao Yuan grabbed her wrist and was about to get rid of her when the door was kicked open. When he looked up, he saw the Emperor standing at the door, looking at this side with a fluctuating mood. "Father." As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a series of exclamations at the door. And Concubine Lan, perhaps because she had seen so many people and the effect of the medicine in the room was gradually reduced. She was frightened and her mind regained clarity, and she collapsed to the ground in an instant. "Isn't that Concubine Lan?" Princess Chun exclaimed. "That's the Emperor's concubine. Your Highness, how can you go behind the Emperor's back? It is said that since the Emperor became seriously ill, the court has almost become the prince's one-man show. But no matter what, Concubine Lan is also your elder. How can this be good?" Another concubine spoke up. And it was difficult to say anything more after she said the last part. Yes. Everyone expressed their opinions at once, wishing to convict the prince immediately. Shut up, the emperor said, looking at the emperor's gloomy expression. The eyes of all the concubines and princes were shining. The prince was afraid that he would be in trouble. I don't know which warriors could arrange such a thing. You know, the emperor loves Lan Guiran very much. In the past few months, no one in the harem can match her popularity. When they came just now, they faintly heard that the emperor was old. TSK. TSK. It's really exciting. If it were any other concubine, I'm afraid that with the emperor's love for the prince, this matter would be over with a lot of thunder and little rain. But if it was a favorite concubine, it would definitely be different. The prince and the emperor's favorite concubine are having an affair. Oh my god! Father! Just as Zhao Yuan was about to explain, he heard the emperor in front of him say with a look of hatred, "If you want it, you should have said it earlier. This woman is not the only pretty woman in the world. Even if his son likes it, it's not a good idea. After all, it will not be good for Shijio's reputation if it gets out." Zhao Yuan was speechless. He could see that his father was not angry at all. So his tone changed. "Father, I was led here by someone. You see that concubine Lan is wearing a cloak similar to my mother's, which made me misunderstand that someone wanted to harm my mother. Also, someone has drugged this room. You can ask the imperial physician to take a look. It's better to do it quickly. The effect of the drug is about to disappear." Everyone looked over. And sure enough, the cloak around the noble lady Lan was the same as that of concubine Rong. For some reason, the emperor was a little disappointed. He thought that although he would not be controlled by sex, he would also have women he liked, such as Song Shuqing, Lu Hanwan, etc., who he liked in his heart. Why has his son never opened up? When he was a teenager, he hoped that his son would be like this. When he was in his 20s, he wanted his son to break through in this regard. Otherwise it would be too boring to always look indifferent. Zhao Yuan said so, and the emperor stopped pretending. As an emperor, he certainly knew that Shujio was framed by someone in 9 out of 10 cases. Many times, the difference is only whether he is willing to believe it or not, and whether he wants to make trouble. He waved his hand to signal the Jinui to check. The imperial physician came and said, "Check the prince first to see if there is any damage to his body. I don't know if the medicine used by the person behind this is good or not, and the side effects are too severe." However, the imperial physician found that there was nothing serious after the examination. This medicine will only make people confused for a while, and then it will gradually lose its effect and regain sobriety. But by that time, there will be no trace of the medicine. Check it for me. I want to see who is behind these tricks to frame the prince. No one expected that the emperor was not angry at all that the prince had an affair with concubine Lan. Even if the prince might have been wronged, the prince really hugged concubine Lan in dishevel just now. Concubine Lan also said that the emperor was old. Even in this case, the emperor is not angry. If the emperor had any dissatisfaction with the prince, he could have convicted him today. But the emperor didn't. For a moment, everyone felt a lot colder. The people below were busy investigating the case, but they didn't expect the emperor to say something ambiguous. It seems that if this position is not settled, the prince will never have a peaceful life. Until the emperor left, everyone was still looking at each other, not daring to believe what they had just heard. The emperor meant that he wanted to abdicate to the prince? The light voice sounded in the air, and everyone's heart was instantly choked. No, it's impossible. The emperor is in his prime, and his headache is about to heal. Why should he hand over all his power? Elsewhere, Zhao Yuan followed the emperor, and knew that the emperor really wanted to abdicate. "Father." He looked at the emperor's expression, his face full of confusion. He had never thought that the emperor would give up his throne to him so early. "Father, are you worried about your health?" He organized his words somewhat at a loss. "Father's headache can be completely cured, because of long-term medication. My son's heart blood will be more useful than ordinary people. It will have a good effect on your health. Father will have no problem living for another few decades. So there is no need to give up the position so early." He knew that the emperor was a person who could not rest. So he could not imagine what his father would do in the next few decades after handing over the heavy burden to him. The emperor also knew about the effects of the hard blood, but he didn't really believe what his son said. After all, if it was really that effective, his headache wouldn't have healed so quickly. Of course, no matter what. He was very touched by his son's kindness. Shujio was willing to sacrifice his life for him. He just handed over the power to his son in advance. With him watching over it, his son could smoothly go through the handover period. Isn't that good? Why must he wait until his death to hand it over? In that case, there will be many conspiracies against Shujio. The emperor doesn't want himself and Shujio to become unrecognizable one day in the future. Moreover, with Shujio's personality, even if the throne was handed over, he would still do what he wanted as an emperor. And even more satisfied, he patted his son's shoulder and said, "Father has been busy for most of his life, and it's time to take a break. When people get old, they should cultivate themselves more, so that they can live longer. Don't you want your father to accompany you more?" Zhao Yuan couldn't respond to this, so the matter was settled. Soon, before the concubines and princes in the harem could figure it out, the news that the emperor was going to abdicate to the prince spread rapidly in the front and harem. No one dared to believe that this was true, but it was indeed true. The emperor did not delay this time, nor did he want to wait and see who would come out. He announced the matter in the court the next day, although there were still people who opposed it. The emperor was not old enough to be incompetent. He had been in power before, and the prince had always had a lot of power in his hands. So those little resistances could not stop the emperor's decision at all. Moreover, if the emperor did not abdicate to the prince, who else could he give it to? Isn't the prince the next heir? Are you so opposed because there are other supporters who want to participate in the fight for the throne? With the emperor's suppression, the imperial edict of abdication was announced directly. Because the incident happened suddenly, they were busy with things such as changing the size of the dragon rope, and they were just waiting for the coronation ceremony in half a month. Before that, the person who attacked Zhao Yuan and Concubine Lan was found out. In fact, it is not difficult to guess that the people behind it are Song Shuqing and the 12th prince. And the medicine was asked from Luo Huaqing. In the end, Song Shuqing was banished to the Coal Palace, and the 12th prince was imprisoned. As for Luo Huaqing, he was originally involved in the murder of the prince and had been disrespectful to the emperor before, so he should be beheaded. But the emperor thought of his medical skills and was reluctant to let him go. From Feng Ji's previous experience, it can be seen that the emperor is particularly tolerant of people who really have skills. Later, he simply put people under house arrest in disguise, and asked them to sort out all kinds of knowledge and experience about medical skills in their minds. At the same time, he sent many people to Luo Huaqing to learn, hoping to learn all of Luo Huaqing's skills. Otherwise, a great doctor of this generation would just be gone. I always feel something is not right. Zhao Yuan didn't care. Whatever the emperor thinks, it's a good thing for more people to learn from him. Then, after a series of coronation ceremonies, Zhao Yuan ascended to the throne and became the emperor. The days of becoming emperor were not much different from before. No. In other words, he had more things to deal with and was busier than before. But most of the time, Zhao Yuan still discussed some political affairs with his father. At this time, the emperor's headache was basically gone, and the effect of Zhao Yuan's hard blood was also reflected at this time, because the emperor looked much stronger and energetic, and he picked up martial arts again. That day, Zhao Yuan was handling government affairs, and the emperor beside him suddenly called out tentatively, "Xiao Jiu." Zhao Yuan looked over, and always felt that there was something hidden behind his father's tone. Sure enough, he only heard the emperor say, "Father thinks that now you are the emperor, and your health is good. It is not a good thing to stay in the emperor's room all day. What do you think? How about father going back to the battlefield?" He remembered that a few years ago, he fought on the battlefield, and Xiao Jiu was behind him to supervise the country, providing him with sufficient food and weapons. It can be said that he has never fought such a rich battle in his life. As long as he thinks about it, he can't help but have endless aftertastes. No matter. Zhao Yuan's expression changed, and he refused directly in a cold voice. "That's impossible." The emperor spoke kindly for a while, but Zhao Yuan was still unmoved, which made the emperor angry. "You unfilial son. Now that you are the emperor, you don't take your father seriously. Right? Whatever your father wants to do, he can't do it?" But no matter what the emperor said, Zhao Yuan still refused. Could it be that his father still thinks that he is a man in his prime? At this age, he can go to the battlefield, even if he looks good in martial arts. But Zhao Yuan is not at ease. "Why don't you wait until your grandson grows up?" And then your son will accompany you to the battlefield? The emperor said unhappily. Then the daylily will be cold. Who knows if he will still be there at that time? In the days that followed, the emperor tried to persuade him, but Zhao Yuan refused. When he got impatient, he cried in front of the emperor. The emperor was helpless. Finally, he sighed and said, Okay, father will not force you. By the way, father has prepared a gift for you in Qinshe town. Do you want to go and see it? Qinshe town? Zhao Yuan knew this name. In fact, this place has produced 3 capable officials in recent years, and Zhao Yuan likes it very much. When Zhao Yuan was still the prince, these 3 were quite close to him. Although the 3 people passed the imperial examinations in different years, it is said that they were all students from the same school. This year, someone from this place passed the imperial examination again. Therefore, Zhao Yuan really remembered the name of Qinshe town. The emperor said, Go and have a look. It may be a surprise for you. Your father will help you with the government affairs these days. Although the emperor said so, Zhao Yuan had no idea what his father wanted him to see. As for the emperor's help in handling government affairs, Zhao Yuan was not prepared at all. The throne was not as important as his father. Even if his father regretted passing the throne to him so early because of his good health and spirit, he was willing to return everything. With a little surprise and curiosity, Zhao Yuan set off for Qinshe town. Huh? The carriage was stopped, and the commander of the imperial guards in front of him said loudly, Sir, there is an inn ahead. Why don't we go in and rest for a night first? It only took 1 day to get here from the capital. Just when Zhao Yuan and his party were about to arrive, it began to rain and the sky darkened. The pedestrians on the street hurried and soon disappeared into the alleys. A low and magnetic voice came from the carriage. Go in. Not long after, Zhao Yuan and his party entered the inn. After a simple wash and a meal, it was getting late, so they rested. Before going to bed, Zhao Yuan was still thinking about what the surprise his father was going to give him. Why didn't he tell him directly, but asked him to find it on the street himself? Can he find it? On the second day, the weather cleared up. Zhao Yuan walked around the street for a few times, but found nothing. On the third day, he began to wonder. Maybe there is something famous here? He talked to the waiter in the inn, and the waiter said eloquently, Sir, if you want to say the most famous school here, it must be the school opened by Master Mu. The 3 students he taught are now officials in the court. I heard that he is very valued by the current emperor. This year, several of Master Mu's students have passed the exam. All the scholars here want to go to Master Mu's school. There are also many people around who want to enter Master Mu's school. Master Mu. Zhao Yuan murmured the title affectionately. After thanking the waiter, he left the inn and continued to look for the surprise his father had mentioned on the street. His father only gave him half a month, and if he didn't find it, he would let him go back. Zhao Yuan searched aimlessly. His eyes were empty, and he was obviously in a daze. Apparently, what the waiter said before evoked some memories of him. But after more than 10 years, there were some things that he dared not think about or expect. Until a moment, it seemed that a familiar figure flashed by, and Zhao Yuan immediately woke up and looked carefully. There were people coming and going on the street, and the hawkers on both sides of the road were shouting. But there was no shadow he wanted. No, he must have seen it just now. Zhao Yuan hurried forward, and the people behind him didn't know why the emperor panicked and hurried to catch up. Emperor, young master, what are you looking for? Zhao Yuan ignored him and just looked around. There was nothing. How could there be nothing? In the whole bustling world, it seemed that he was the only one left. Zhao Yuan continued to look unwillingly, turning back and forth on several streets. Finally, when he turned his sight back, he saw the figure again. Not far away, a man with a gentle temperament and a strong bookish air was buying things at a stall with his face sideways. The other party had a light smile on his face and talked to the vendor. Zhao Yuan stopped where he was. Tears fell. Brother Crown Prince. The man bought the things and continued to walk forward. Zhao Yuan followed him silently. Along the way, he watched the man greet people and saw that he was very happy living here. Many people in the town knew him and called him. They also wanted to give him some vegetables. But the man waved his hand and refused. Just walking like this, he came to an alley with fewer people, and the air became quieter. The man pushed open a door and walked in. Sir, should we go up and knock on the door? The former prince had disappeared for more than 10 years, and the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guards did not know him. But after following him for such a long distance, the commander of the Imperial Guards also saw that this was someone the Emperor cared about. But he was also a little surprised. He had never heard of the Emperor being so deeply involved with anyone before. Zhao Yuan wiped the tears from his face and said, "Let's go and see first." He wanted to see how the prince had been doing all these years. Why could he be so cruel, and not come back for so many years? Even if he was just a younger brother, the prince could ignore him. But what about Xiuhu? How could the prince not even care about his own son? Zhao Yuan wiped his face again and strode towards the front door. As he got closer, he could hear the faint sound of reading coming from the door. And above the door, there were 4 big characters written, Mu Family Private School. Zhao Yuan's memory was certainly not bad. He knew that the Mu family school mentioned by the inn-waiter was probably here. At the same time, the few useful ministers under his command were also trained by the prince. No wonder those officials had a good impression of him from the beginning. When he was still the crown prince, he was basically labeled as a member of the crown prince's party. So, it was the crown prince who helped behind the scenes. Then, the crown prince still cares about him. Zhao Yuan pursed his lips, held back his tears, and pushed the door. Maybe because this is a school, people come from time to time, so the door is only half closed and not locked. It opens directly with a push. Zhao Yuan walked in directly. The commander of the Imperial Guards and others followed quietly behind him. After entering the yard, there was no one in sight. But since they had found their home, Zhao Yuan was not so anxious. He looked around the yard. Strictly speaking, the yard was not small and was well maintained. It can be seen that the owner's life was good. That's right. The prince is so capable, and the students he taught are so good. How could he live in poverty? After looking around, Zhao Yuan slowly walked to the place where the sound of reading came from. When he got there, the sound of reading had stopped. The person he was thinking about was holding a book in one hand and holding the other hand behind his back, walking slowly beside the students' desks, teaching the course in a clear voice. Zhao Yuan stood outside and listened quietly, looking at the prince's appearance. He felt as if he was in another world. The people inside taught seriously, but some students discovered Zhao Yuan's presence first, and they whispered to each other for a while. It's not that they have to make a fuss. There are many people who come to the school to find Master Mu on weekdays. But the person outside today looks extraordinary, and is not a simple person. The people following behind him all seem to be from the military. The look in his eyes when he looked at the teacher was even more unusual. Master Mu knocked the book in his hand on the head of a mischievous student. Listen to the class. The student covered his head and howled. Master, look outside. Does that person know you? No one in Qingshi town knew the specific origin of Master Mu. Master Mu was not a local of Qingshi town. No one knew his specific name, whether he was a scholar, a Juren or something else. But everyone secretly guessed that Master Mu must be a child of a noble family. Perhaps his political views were not in line with his family. Or perhaps he was forced to marry by his family. So he ran away from home in a rage. The person outside might be Master Mu's relative. Master Mu looked in the direction pointed by the student, and his body froze in an instant. After a long time, he remembered to walk out, step by step. His heart was full of complexities and torture. It was a short journey, as if he had gone through mountains and rivers, and finally arrived in front of the other party. He looked at the person in front of him. He was still a young boy at the beginning, but now he has grown up. The prince's mouth moved, but he felt extremely dry. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. In the end, it was Zhao Yuan who spoke first. Brother Prince, you are here. There are thousands of words, and he has clearly thought about what he should say if he meets Xujiu. But at this moment, the prince can't say anything, and only said, You have grown up. The commander of the Imperial Guards and others behind him were all shocked when they heard the emperor address this man. Prince, this is actually the former prince. Didn't the former prince die during the disaster relief? The students in the classroom also looked at this side eagerly, scratching their heads and wondering what happened outside. The two of them changed places to talk. The prince took his younger brother to the room where he lived. The two sat down at the table. The prince looked at his younger brother several times without leaving a trace. His eyes were slightly red, but he lowered his head so that no one could notice. Did the emperor tell you about this place? He knew that Xiaozhou had ascended the throne, and if it was not necessary, He would not suddenly appear in this small town. In fact, as early as the day he was found by the emperor, he had thought that one day he would be able to see his brother. But he didn't expect that his father was much more heartless than he thought. When his father saw that he was still alive, he was not happy at all, and perhaps disappointed. He was even too lazy to see him more. After such a long time, he finally waited for Xiuzhou. He knew that he had never been the most suitable prince in his father's heart. Hearing the question, Zhao Yuan nodded. Yes. He asked me to come. Silence again. For so many years. What happened to you, Prince? And why didn't you come back? The prince looked at his brother's expression and could only smile bitterly. He knew that his brother had resentment towards him. He recalled the past. I did fall into the flood that year, but I was rescued by a family. At that time, my legs were also seriously injured and I couldn't walk. I don't know if it can be cured. Then now, Zhao Yuan stared at the prince's legs, wishing he could lift them up to see what was going on. And words of concern came out of his mouth. But he took his words back in annoyance. The prince had left him alone for so many years. How could he forgive him so easily? He turned his head away angrily and looked outside. Looking at his childish actions, the prince felt that everything was back to the past. He couldn't help but curl his lips and whispered, "It's all right now. At that time, I was being hunted down, and I didn't dare to show up casually. I had to hide all the time and didn't dare to be discovered." Zhao Yuan pursed his lips. "Then I came to find you. Don't you know?" He had clearly let people spread the news that he was there. And he also followed the people below to walk around, just to make the prince feel relieved after seeing him. "I know." Zhao Yuan was a little angry. The prince looked at him gently, and then looked at the sky outside. "Xiaojiu, the prince is different from you. You are kind, smart, and a genius. You can learn everything easily. But the prince can't. Since I was a child, I have been working hard to learn in order to maintain the prince's face. But even so, the second and third brothers would suppress me from time to time. My mother was not satisfied with me, and later she wanted to kill me. Even my father, he was not satisfied with me being the crown prince. If I had not come from the Duke of Ying's mansion, if it had not been for the relationship between the Duke of Ying's mansion and my father, I would not have become the crown prince. Even your sister-in-law was full of complaints about me after something happened at home." The crown prince reached out and touched his brother's head, smiling and said, "In the palace? Except for Xiuzhou, I'm afraid no one wants me to go back alive." Zhao Yuan pursed his lips, trying not to let the tears flow out. But it didn't work at all. After the crown prince brother's sad words came out, tears could not be controlled and rolled in his eyes. "The crown prince brother is too tired," the prince said. "I can't grow up to be a prince that my father is satisfied with. I can't see the way forward and can't hold on any longer. So I can only choose to escape. Everyone wants him to die. If he goes back, the dangers facing him and his children will only increase. The prince must admit that he doesn't have the ability and mentality to support everything. Perhaps his death is the greatest protection for the crown princess and Xiaohu. But the only person he feels sorry for is Xiuzhou. Of course, what he didn't say is that when someone was searching, he heard the discussion of someone who might be Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu is obviously a genius. But because he values family affection, he is suppressed by him, who is completely inferior to him. His death is actually a good thing for Xiuzhou. The prince would not doubt Xiuzhou's sincerity towards him. But he had taken care of his younger brother since he was a child. And he knew that what others said was actually true. His younger brother was a genius, and would satisfy his father much more than he would. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. Xiuzhou eventually became a prince that satisfied his father, and even passed the throne to Xiuzhou early on. "Xiuzhou, I'm sorry. Can you forgive the prince, brother?" the prince said carefully. Zhao Yuan couldn't hold it back after all, and rushed over to hug the prince and cried loudly. After losing and regaining, the prince also hugged his brother and cried silently. That night, Zhao Yuan slept with the prince, and the two brothers talked a lot. Zhao Yuan also knew that the prince brother had always been paying attention to him. The 3 ministers from Qingshi town in the court were indeed specially trained by the prince for him. The prince said, at that time, "I always thought that I would teach more people, just in case you can use them." Zhao Yuan smiled proudly. "I knew that the prince brother was the best since he was a child, and it was easy for him to teach these people." The prince said, Now there are 2 talented people in the school. But you are the emperor now. And you don't need this little support. The prince was still a little disappointed that he couldn't help his brother. Zhao Yuan said, I have seen it today. This courtyard is quite big. The prince brother is really amazing. He will not be trapped by money outside. He directly earned so much. The 2 of them were talking at cross purposes for a long time. After they were both sleepy and wanted to sleep, Zhao Yuan asked, Will the prince come back with me? The prince didn't speak for a long time. And then he said confusedly, I don't know. His wife doesn't need him. And his son is old. He has not taken care of him for so long. And now, he doesn't need him to take care of him. Zhao Yuan said to himself. Then tomorrow, Prince, pack up and say goodbye to these students. And then we will go back to the capital. The originally sad prince was made to laugh and cry by his words. What is it, brother? I haven't made up my mind yet. Zhao Yuan asked back. We have been separated for so long. Doesn't the prince miss me? Don't you want to go back to help me? The prince knew what his brother meant. But I was once the prince. If I go back... Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhao Yuan. You can also be the prince in the future. Or the emperor. Of course. It is estimated that Xiujiu can abdicate to the prince brother after the death of our father. After all, he still knew his father. While his father was alive, he would never agree to such a thing. The prince said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? This is the throne. Not something to play with. How can it be given away casually? He couldn't bear the burden of the prince back then. Could it be that he can bear it after all these years? The prince thought it was impossible. He said, Don't say such things in the future. Especially in front of the emperor. Zhao Yuan said, Xiao who doesn't want to be the emperor either. He wields swords and guns all day long and wants to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But Xiao who has also married a wife. In the future, our children can compete with each other. Whoever is more powerful will be the emperor. The prince frowned and felt something was wrong. He turned his face and said seriously, Listen, Xiaojiu. The throne is something you have fought for with your own efforts. It belongs to you. It has never been in the pocket of the prince brother. You have never owed the prince brother anything. You don't need to give things to your brother. Nor to Xiao whose children. Brother doesn't want you to sacrifice your own child for me. Zhao Yuan said stubbornly, Since it's my own thing, I want to give it to the prince. For the emperor and the prince, the best thing is the throne and power. He just wants to give the best things to the person he likes the most. It's okay that Xiu has no talent at all. But the prince is not bad. He used to be a regent and handled government affairs very well. Once upon a time, the prince also had a desire for that position. The only thing he lacked was firm courage. He didn't have much interest in the throne. Now if the prince can come back, it would be just right to give it to the prince. Such angry words made the prince extremely helpless. Anyway, don't say such words anymore. If you say it again, my brother will be angry. Zhao Yuan reluctantly said oh, and then quickly added, Anyway, you have to go back to Beijing with me. The prince had no choice but to agree. After being away for so long, he should go back and take a look. The Mu family private school announced on the second day that it would be closed directly. Mu is the surname of the prince's mother. When the prince travels outside, he always uses Mu as his name. All students, the school is gone while we are studying. And the teacher is going to run away. This news is absolutely a bolt from the blue for the students of the school. You know, Teacher Mu is the most famous teacher in this area. Yesterday, they were still discussing the relationship between the people who came and the teacher. But today the people are leaving. Facing the students' reluctance, the prince was also a little hesitant. In fact, these years in Qingshi town were the easiest days for him. It would not be appropriate for him to go back for too long with his identity. Instead of going back and doing nothing, it would be better to come back when the time comes. But Zhao Yuan did not give him time to hesitate and said directly, Since they are my brother's students, they are all very talented. In this case, let them all go to the Imperial Academy to study. The teachers in the Imperial Academy are all great scholars. Compared with the prince, of course, this one is better and more authoritative. The faces of several students suddenly lit up. That is the top place in the entire Tianqi. If the teacher wants to leave, it would be great for them to go there. But they were happy. But if the master was here, they would still like to be taught by the master. Therefore, everyone looked at the prince. Zhao Yuan had said so much. So the prince would not hesitate, and continued to announce his departure. Soon, the Mu family private school closed, and the group headed towards the capital. Zhao Yuan's visit to Qinshe town, and even the prince's return to the capital were not publicized. So when they came back, not many people knew about the prince's news. The ministers only knew that the emperor was back. As for his disappearance before, no one had many questions because the emperor was in charge. Everyone was used to it. The father and son were inseparable, so there was no need to worry too much. The prince went to his own prince's mansion to see his wife and children. But Zhao Yuan did not follow him. He went back to the palace directly. I'm back. The emperor, who was reviewing the memorials, said lightly, It's more than I thought. Zhao Yuan curled his lips and complained unconvincedly. Father is really a fool. He knew the news about the prince brother so early, but he didn't even tell Xiezhou. Hearing this, the emperor paused and was stunned for a moment. Then he raised his head, not because he felt that his son's complaints offended him, but he hadn't heard his son's lively and pure tone for a long time. It seems that the prince has a great influence on Xiezhou. If such a person exists, the emperor subconsciously thought of some dangerous things. But when he came to his senses, he felt that it was not necessary. Xiezhou and the prince are both people who know their limits. If the presence of the prince can make Xiezhou completely happy, it is also a good thing to let him come back. Regardless of his character, the prince's ability to do things can still be barely recognized by the emperor. He asked the prince to come back to help Xiezhou. Otherwise, he felt that he really couldn't convince Xiezhou to go to the battlefield. It can be said that to a certain extent, Zhao Yuan and the emperor's thoughts are still synchronized. Although the prince's return is surprising, it did not set off any big waves. After all, now they not only have a young emperor above them, but also an old emperor who is old at heart. With two great gods in charge, nothing can happen. Knowing that his son had just reunited with the prince and their relationship was hot, the emperor waited for a while. But after a while, he couldn't help but mention again that he was going to the battlefield. This time Zhao Yuan finally agreed. He went to the battlefield with his father. And as for the court affairs, they were handed over to the prince to preside over. And several regents assisted. The prince, who was suddenly thrown a bunch of things. Huh? The prince wanted to refuse, but was ignored. He had no choice but to start his hard-working work life. Until he was old, he didn't see his conscienceless brother help him more. Yangqing Palace. This is the emperor's bedroom. But as the master of the imperial city, the scene inside is not pretty. An old man who looks imposing but has gray hair, wrinkles on his face, and is very old, is covering his chest with one hand and pointing at the two people in front of him with the other hand. He keeps making unknown sounds in his throat, as if he wants to say something, but he can't speak because of the black blood that keeps spurting out. His eyes are wide open, and he didn't close them until he fell to the ground. He died with his eyes open. He's dead. The third prince stepped forward and stretched out his hand to try the emperor's breath, and then turned back to look at Song Shuqing with a little smile in his eyes. Although she knew that the emperor had taken poison and would surely die, she felt relieved and relaxed after hearing the news. She was nervous and a little scared about the dragon-slaying act before, but now she relaxed, and a feeling of fatigue swept over her body. She staggered and stood unsteadily. The third prince strode forward and embraced her, teasing, "Why? Are you scared?" Song Shuqing pursed her lips and pushed him, but the third prince did not let go of her hand. "What's there to be shy about? There's no one else here. We've already had the most intimate actions before." His words were ambiguous. Song Shuqing lowered her eyelashes, not letting her emotions leak out, and acquiesced to the actions of the third prince. The third prince was in a good mood. "Let's go. The emperor is dead, and the rest of the things have to be dealt with. It's time for our child to ascend the throne." The two left together. Afterwards, the dead emperor, for some reason, still had consciousness in this world. He listened to the two people's words and was furious. What does this mean? Isn't Xu Fei's child his child? The two had an affair a long time ago. And the 18th prince is the third prince's? But no matter how excited he was, he couldn't affect anything. He couldn't touch anything real, and no one could see him. After that, the emperor followed him and saw the 18th prince ascend the throne, and the third prince became the regent. The court almost became the one-man show of the third prince. But he learned from the conversation between Concubine Shu and the 6th prince that the 18th prince was his biological son, not the third prince's child, and that this was just a lie made up by Song Shuqing to use the third prince. But even knowing this, the emperor still did not feel happy at all. He did not care which prince ascended the throne. It was not like he had not killed his rebellious son before. If there were too many princes, they would be worthless. Moreover, Song Shuqing colluded with the third prince, the sixth prince, and others to murder him. It would be strange for him to be happy because of Song Shuqing's son ascending the throne. He watched coldly. Even if the third prince became the regent, he was not at peace. Even if Song Shuqing said that the 18th prince was his child, it was not as comfortable as being the emperor himself when his son was the emperor. There will probably be a lot of back and forth calculations after this. Just as the emperor was wondering how long he could maintain this. Should he wait until everything was finally clear? Suddenly, his eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he was sitting on a chair, and someone was reporting something to him. He looked around the room calmly and felt that it looked familiar. Then he suddenly realized that this place was his imperial study. It's just that some of the furnishings were not exactly the same. But wasn't he dead? He clearly remembered that he had been poisoned to death by Song Shuqing and the third prince. And the 18th prince had already ascended the throne. The emperor? The ministers below couldn't help shouting when they saw that no one responded for a long time. The man at the top came to his senses and waved his hand. I know. You go down first. He needed to confirm what his current situation was. The ministers below left. And there was no one else in the imperial study for the time being. The emperor then recalled his current memory and learned from his memory that this was actually him. But he was different from the original him. Many changes had occurred in this life, such as the time of death of the princes. Many of the princes in this life died relatively late. The 9th prince, who should have died in childhood, was still alive and well. But the 10th prince born to the queen had already died. Most of the princes ranked behind are still alive. In his previous life, these princes also fought fiercely, and did a lot of things, and even wanted to force the palace to rebel. But in this life, under the strong suppression of the 9th prince, these princes are as obedient as cats. Let alone rebellion. They dare not even speak loudly to the 9th prince in public. As for the 18th prince, who would have inherited the throne, he fell into the water and died early, while Xu Fei's 12th prince is still alive. For example, in this life, he retired from the position of emperor early and gave the throne to the 9th prince. At present, he has to go to the border with the 9th prince to fight, leaving the court to the former prince, who is not dead. The ministers below just told him about leading the troops to set off. The emperor stood up and walked slowly in the palace. After roughly sorting out the memories in his mind, he focused on his body. Before his death, his body was getting worse because of taking elixirs. Although he later dealt with those fake Taoists, his body could not be saved. He could feel his heavy breathing while walking, sitting or lying down. The constant fatigue constantly reminded him that he was already an old and dying man. This was absolutely intolerable for the emperor, who held great power. But now, the emperor could clearly feel the strength in his arms, legs and feet, and even his breathing was easy and smooth. Everything seemed like when he was young. This made his eyes full of color. Father! A voice came from outside the palace. The emperor suddenly raised his head and looked at the door, and even smiled unconsciously. When he realized this, he paused. This body had formed a conditioned reflex. When he heard the voice of the 9th prince, he couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that he really likes the 9th prince here. But even though the emperor got the memory of this body, and knew that this person might be another self, he had experienced so many people in another world and had his own consciousness. It was impossible for him to change himself into another person easily. He also didn't want to be as indecisive as the emperor in this world. When he thought about how he actually abdicated and became the emperor, handing over power to others, he felt that he was so ridiculous in this world. Father! The owner of the voice walked in, and a smiling face appeared at the door of the imperial study. The emperor looked at him calmly, and had to admit that he had a good vision here. This boy had a great demeanor, and was not an ordinary person. From his walking figure, it can be seen that he was definitely a martial artist with good martial arts. In fact, it can be known from memory that the 9th prince was gifted in leading troops in battle. When the emperor found the memory of the 9th prince leading troops in his memory, his figure paused slightly, because he realized that his Feng Ji Feng Pingan did not die early in this life, and was still alive and well until now. This touched him a little. But he soon ignored it. If he was young, Feng Ji would definitely be the person he cared about and admired the most. And he was not much different from the original in this world to the Ninth Prince. But for him, who was old and had died once, Feng Ping'an meant power in his eyes, and could help him take everything back from the new emperor. Those pure feelings were not worth mentioning. The old emperor did not believe in these. He thought a lot in his mind in an instant. But on his face, he did not show it at all. He followed the owner of this body in his memory, and showed a gentle smile to the Ninth Prince. Here you are, father. Zhao Yuan didn't realize that something was wrong at this moment. He chattered. The army is ready. We can leave the city tomorrow. He sat down beside his father, and picked up the fruit on the table, and started eating. This is the imperial study. After the emperor became the emperor, he did not completely cut off power. Anyway, his health was getting better and better. Zhao Yuan still let the emperor handle some political affairs. The emperor himself was not the kind of person who could leave everything behind. So everything was still the same as before. It was because they had agreed to prepare for the war that most of the political affairs were left to the eldest prince. That is, the crown prince, to handle. And the emperor watched from the side. The main reason is that the former crown prince has been in Qingshi town for so many years. The emperor was not completely confident in the crown prince's ability back then, let alone now. He still has to keep an eye on him. Fortunately, the crown prince is not really incompetent, and he handles all matters very well. This makes the emperor satisfied a lot. Hearing Zhao Yuan's words, the current emperor's heart tightened. He pretended to sigh and said, "These 2 days, father has been thinking about it, and feels that he is indeed a little older, and his energy is not as good as before. It's better for Shuzhou to go to the war by himself. Father is already old." He pretended to be melancholy. In fact, he was vigilantly watching the movements of the Ninth Prince. After all, he had just arrived here, and had handed over most of his power. He was still very wary of the Ninth Prince. After all, the Ninth Prince was the real emperor. If they noticed his plan and killed him directly, the previous dynasty would not notice the slightest problem. He felt that going to war was a good opportunity for him to regain power. The Ninth Prince, the new emperor, was out, and the crown prince had been missing for so many years. He had a general impression among the court officials. As a decisive and ruthless emperor, it would be easy for him to take back power. When the Ninth Prince came back, everything would be settled. Zhao Yuan did not show any abnormality, but smiled and said, "Father, are you still thinking about what your son said at the beginning?" It was Shuzhou who said the wrong thing. Father is in good health, and there is no problem at all going to the battlefield. Zhao Yuan knew that the emperor wanted to fight, so he didn't doubt what he meant. He guessed that his father was just being childish and needed to be coaxed. It is said that the older people get, the more they need to be coaxed. It is true. The emperor thought about it, and understood what the Ninth Prince meant. He gave his body to the Ninth Prince. After recovering from his illness, he clamored to go to war. But the Ninth Prince was worried that something would happen to him, and refused. At that time, his body said something like the Ninth Prince thought he was old. However, the Ninth Prince didn't take it to heart at that time. No matter what the owner of this body said, he would not agree. When the Ninth Prince got angry, he would cry. It must be said that he had completely mastered the body. Of course, the owner of this body was just saying these words out of anger. In fact, he had no real opinion of the Ninth Prince. He was annoyed that his son was so strict, but also happy about his son's care. It was simply a joke. The emperor looked down on him completely. Seeing that the Ninth Prince was not serious, the emperor said hurriedly, "Father is telling the truth. I still feel a little uncomfortable. I'm afraid I won't be able to be the same as before on the battlefield. People really have to accept their age." He was a little anxious. Mainly because he had to be anxious. Because he had to set off tomorrow. Zhao Yuan finally reacted when he heard this. He stood up anxiously. "Father, you feel unwell? Where is it that you feel unwell? It shouldn't be like this. The blood from your heart should be a great tonic for your body. Before, your father said that he had no place to use all his strength. It shouldn't be like this." The emperor was shocked. Only then did he remember that the Ninth Prince's medical skills seemed to be very good. He wanted to prevent the Ninth Prince from seeing him. After all, he had no problem. But the Ninth Prince was quick and grabbed his hand directly. So he couldn't force it to break free. He could only silently comfort himself. "It's okay. He is the emperor, not a concubine vying for favor. Even if he is healthy, there will be no bad consequences. After Zhao Yuan carefully felt his father's pulse, he concluded, "Father has been a little irritated recently, and eating light food will be fine." "Really?" the emperor said lightly, "but father always feels a little uncomfortable, and can't tell the details. In this case, who can directly say that he is lying?" Zhao Yuan felt his pulse again, but didn't find any other problems. So he could only say carefully, "Father may have been looking forward to leading troops to fight for a long time. But now that it is really about to happen, he is a little worried. His father was so majestic when he was young, and his physical functions must have declined as he got older. So it is not surprising that he would be a little worried, seeing that the ninth prince had no doubts about him." The emperor said quickly, "Why don't we postpone the departure for a while?" Even if the ninth prince had doubts in his heart, he had to say this. Otherwise it would be difficult to come back after leaving the capital tomorrow. As a father-control person, Zhao Yuan agreed directly. "Okay. Shujio will take care of your father's health during this period." The emperor felt relieved and agreed. After that, Zhao Yuan talked with his father about some political affairs and left first. Seeing the people leave, the emperor was relieved. Although he knew from his memory that his ninth son admired him very much and had thought about returning power to him, the emperor himself was a very suspicious person. So he did not believe that the ninth prince could really hand over all the power he had obtained. In the next few days, Zhao Yuan really took care of the emperor's health. The emperor had mentioned age, health and other issues many times before, which made Zhao Yuan focus on this. He thought, the history books were right. Even the emperor would be afraid of death. His wise and brave father was the same. Even in the plot, his father's health deteriorated in his later years due to aging, and his temperament changed drastically, becoming extremely cruel. But Zhao Yuan was not focusing on these things because he was afraid that his father's temperament had changed. He only felt sorry for his father and wanted him to live longer and accompany him forever. There are centenarians in the world, so why can't his father have such a long life? Zhao Yuan began to read various medical books conscientiously, and even did experiments on himself. Although the emperor was suspicious, his brain was still there. He knew from his memory that the ninth prince would never do anything to him in such a matter. Not to mention that the ninth prince had now ascended to the throne as emperor. No matter from which aspect, he didn't need to be afraid of him. The emperor who had always doted on him, especially since his body could recover so well. The effect of the other party's hard blood was really significant. As an emperor who wanted to live a long life, he would never let go of this possibility. Zhao Yuan was obsessed with the study of medical skills, which also gave the emperor time to get familiar with his memory better. That was when he finally discovered that Xu Fei, the sixth prince, and Luo Huaqing are still alive. The smile on his mouth widened, but his eyes were chilling. After the emperor took such action, Zhao Yuan also received the news quickly. At this moment, he was standing in front of the medicine cabinet, grabbing herbs one by one, while listening to the report from the people below. "You mean?" The emperor sentenced Luo Huaqing and Xu Fei to death. "And the 12th prince will also die of illness?" The 12th prince had been imprisoned before. After all, he was a prince, and it was not good to execute him directly. The emperor chose to let him die quietly. However, there were spies in these places by Zhao Yuan. So as soon as there was any movement, Zhao Yuan knew it. After the person who reported went down, Zhao Yuan packed up his things and went to the imperial study with the boiled medicine. "Father, it's time to drink the medicine." His face still had a familiar smile. "Xiaojiu is here." The emperor also smiled and reached out to take the medicine bowl. "Let the servants boil the medicine. Don't do everything yourself." Zhao Yuan smiled. "It's not a big deal. I like to do these things." The emperor drank the medicine. During this period, he had to drink the medicine every day and take a medicinal bath at night. However, he could feel that it was really good for his body. Therefore, he had no resistance to it at all, but was looking forward to it. Watching the emperor drink the medicine, Zhao Yuan smiled and asked casually, "I heard that my father sentenced Xu Fei and Dr. Luo to death." Xu Fei was in the coal palace, and Dr. Luo was also under the surveillance of the court. So it was normal for Zhao Yuan to know directly. Only the 12th prince, the emperor, arranged for his death secretly, and Zhao Yuan should not be so sensitive to the news on this. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for monitoring his father's every move. If it were in the past, Zhao Yuan would never be shy about this. He knew that no matter what he did, his father would automatically find a good excuse for him. But recently, he didn't know why. But he always felt that his father was a little strange. But he couldn't tell what was strange at the moment. Just subconsciously, he automatically concealed the news. When he said it, his eyes were gentle. But he was actually observing the expression of the Emperor seriously. But he didn't notice anything unusual. The Emperor put down the bowl of medicine he had finished drinking, and didn't explain seriously. I just feel that the punishment for them before seems a little too light. And it's uncomfortable to think about it. So let's just give them death. Zhao Yuan didn't see the flaw in his father's expression. After all, he couldn't insist that his father shouldn't do this. So he could only give up. As long as father is happy. The Emperor smiled dotingly. Under the seemingly calm expression, he was extremely vigilant. He didn't expect that he had tried his best to match the appearance in the memory of this body. But it still aroused the suspicion of the ninth prince. However, his body was indeed his own. He and the body were essentially one person. And they had each other's memories. So no matter how the ninth prince tried, he was fearless. Could it be that the ninth prince could see that his body had a different soul? Father, Zhao Yuan asked, do you still remember that time when Xiao Jiao was little? He asked several questions that only father and son would know. And the Emperor answered them fluently. In the end, Zhao Yuan had to stop and look at his father's eyes as always. He felt that he was thinking too much when he made these tests. Father was obviously the father. Seeing that the ninth prince was temporarily convinced by him, the Emperor smiled slightly in his heart. After this, the ninth prince should not doubt him anymore. This is something that only his body and the ninth prince know. It must be said that it was also thanks to the Emperor's good pretending. He and the original Emperor were essentially the same person. So some habits, small movements, etc., were exactly the same. And even some expressions when looking at Zhao Yuan were no different. This is also the real reason why Zhao Yuan can't really be sure whether there is a problem with his father. But no matter how similar they were, he always felt something was wrong. Another period of time passed. After Zhao Yuan fed his father the medicine, he couldn't help asking, Father, your physical condition has improved a lot now. Why don't we set off for the border? If we wait any longer, the daylily will be cold. The Emperor. The Emperor was thinking of a reason in his mind. But he caught a glimpse of the ninth prince staring at him intently. He suddenly got an idea and agreed with a big laugh. Yes, Xiujiu, you have a way. The medicinal bath is really useful. Father feels that he has a little more strength. This is true. For an emperor who was once very afraid of death, the Emperor was very clear about the changes in himself during this period. He knew that this body had always had the habit of practicing martial arts. He was actually like this when he was young. Only when he got older did he gradually change. But after coming here and knowing that he had such capital, he certainly would not give up practicing martial arts. The ninth prince was the one who often practiced with him. So the ninth prince knew his situation clearly. Hearing his father's answer, Zhao Yuan also laughed. Well, then I will let the people below prepare. And we will set off as soon as possible. Father has always liked to go to the battlefield and wants to unify the world. I think he can't wait, the Emperor said. The one who knows the father is Xiujiu. But when Zhao Yuan left, the Emperor's face darkened. He threw the memorials and other things on the table to the ground, picked up the teapot and raised it high. When he was about to drop it, he stopped abruptly. He didn't dare. He was afraid that someone was watching him and then reported to the ninth prince. It was really weird. He imitated the original owner so well. No one, whether the prince or others, found anything wrong with him. Only the ninth prince, who had verified whether his body was real many times when he was taking a medicinal bath, never gave up his suspicion of him. He also tried to test the ministers below to seize power. But those fools didn't understand him at all. They thought he was helping the ninth prince to establish his authority. And they all promised him seriously that they would listen to the ninth prince. The ninth prince and his people were all in close contact. He was afraid that these words would spread. So he didn't dare to really say it. Thinking of this, he envied the original owner a little. There was such an excellent successor in all aspects. The key was that this ninth son really had a deep affection for the original owner. He said he would take the blood of his heart. He pretended so well. But people still noticed the problem. His own princess had never had such a person. While envious, he also felt it was difficult. The original owner was a spoiled child. In his memory, he had a kind and simple impression of the original owner. But he was different. From the perspective of an observer, he could easily find that many princes in the harem, such as the second prince, the 10th prince, etc., had a relationship with the 9th prince in their deaths. He was sure that the 9th prince was definitely a ruthless person. When the crown prince died, all the people involved were liquidated by the 9th prince. There were also the forces outside the palace of the other party. When the war broke out, the other party revealed it to the original owner. The fact that they could support so much military expenditure, and the details of the other party showed that they had power. This is also the reason why the emperor did not dare to act rashly. The 9th prince could go crazy for the crown prince, and had the ability to go crazy at any time. He was afraid that the other party would know that the emperor was gone, and he didn't know what would happen to him. After finally having a chance again, the emperor did not want to die. Soon, the time to go to the border was set, and the emperor should leave with the 9th prince. Standing outside the imperial city, the emperor looked back at the crown prince, who led the ministers to see them off. And his eyes were almost red with envy. He wanted power so much, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. And this crown prince? It turned out to be so unpromising, cowardly, and had been away for more than 10 years. After returning, the 9th prince, who did not love power, handed everything over to the crown prince. This prince is so lucky, even though this is his own son. The emperor felt very sad. The reluctance in the prince's eyes was about to overflow. Father, Shujio, take care on this trip. The emperor looked at the prince seriously without saying a word. Boss, since Shujio has placed the power in your hands, you should not disappoint his expectations. Yes, I understand. I will guard the rear for Shujio, and not let him have any worries. The prince was not surprised by the emperor's face. His father had never favored him. Not to mention that after discovering that he had faked his death, his father disliked him even more. This is normal. The prince knows that he is far from the image of the prince that his father wants. A strong man like his father would not want to understand a coward. The prince is now middle-aged, with a wife, a son, and a younger brother. He no longer cares about fatherly love. So he automatically skipped the words of the emperor and focused on his younger brother. He started to instruct his younger brother. And he couldn't stop talking. The emperor said impatiently, "Okay, it's getting late. We should set off." The prince stopped talking reluctantly. After watching the army leave for a long time, the prince led the officials back. Time passed year by year. The retired emperor and the emperor, who had gone to the battlefield, returned to Beijing with victory reports one after another. The father and son won a lot of victories. The retired emperor's long-cherished wish for unification seemed to be visibly coming true. Father. Zhao Yuan looked at the retired emperor riding a horse towards him in the distance, whispering in his mouth with complicated eyes. Could this really be his father? Xiao Jiu, the retired emperor shouted. His smile was bright, and it was obvious that the retired emperor led the army to victory again this time. The opponent came closer, chattering and showing off his achievements to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan listened, looking at the retired emperor's profile. He thought, the father seemed to be more and more like his father, and the awkwardness that was hard to explain seemed to disappear. But where did his father go? When the emperor opened his eyes again, he saw the dim room and was still a little dazed. Hiss. The pain in his head made him cry out in pain. There was obviously someone in the room. After hearing the noise of him waking up, the person ran out, saying, "The emperor is awake. Go and inform the emperor." Not long after, another servant brought in porridge. The emperor took the porridge, but did not drink it. Instead, he frowned and asked, "What time is it now?" "To answer your question, it has been 3 days since you fell into a coma." The servant answered. 3 days? The emperor was a little surprised. "It's been so long," he asked in a deep voice. "Has the emperor found out who attacked me before?" He still remembered what happened before he fainted. At that time, he was talking to Shujio about the war. He was reluctant to go to the battlefield for 5 years. But he had no choice. With such an innocent but black-hearted prince by his side, people were still suspicious of him. How could he dare to have other ideas? He could only keep pretending. But as he galloped on the battlefield and conquered cities one after another, the original thoughts in his heart seemed to revive. Yes, when he was young, he wanted to return to the battlefield and conquer Xia with his own hands to achieve unification. Even the throne and power seemed to become distant. He thought less and less about the throne. As time went by, his mood changed even more. He even envied this body of his. He actually had such a caring son by his side. Sometimes he worriedly warned Shizhou, fearing that the prince in the capital would secretly attack Shizhou for power, etc. However, the ninth prince always ignored it, and he secretly asked people to help keep an eye on the prince. By now, his mood and that of this body were almost the same, and his feelings towards the ninth prince were almost the same. It was precisely because of this that the emperor was a little overwhelmed by the attack and coma 3 days ago. Could it be that the people from Xie were desperate and secretly came to assassinate him? Shizhou was with him at the time, so the emperor was not worried about his safety when he woke up, but just wanted to know what happened at that time. Just as the servant was about to reply, Zhao Yuan came in. Father. He sat beside the emperor's bed with worry in his eyes. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? The emperor shook his head. Nothing is uncomfortable. The injury should not be serious. He had just touched it, and he could not feel any pain on the place where he was hit on his head without pressing hard. Shizhou's medical skills are so good. He should have treated him during his coma. So the emperor was not worried about any serious consequences for himself. With Shizhou, he would definitely be cured. That's good. Zhao Yuan's face was full of worry. My father was in a coma for so many days. Shizhou was almost scared to death. The people who attacked my father this time were from Xie. They saw that they couldn't beat our Tianqi, so they secretly used this method. Fortunately, my father didn't get into any serious trouble. I have already dealt with the people. Yes, the emperor responded. If he didn't ask the assassin specifically about the outcome, it would be strange for Shizhou, who always kept him in mind, to have a good ending for the assassin. His long-term trust in Zhao Yuan made him too lazy to even ask about it in person. He firmly believed that Shizhou would handle everything. However, he touched his head again and said eagerly, Father's injury doesn't seem to be serious. There shouldn't be any problem going to the battlefield. Now his mind is full of thoughts of quickly conquering Xie and realizing his dream of unifying the world. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the ninth prince, who knew him very well. Zhao Yuan refused with a cold face. No. The injury is on the head. What if there is an emergency? We must wait until the injury is fully healed. The war will be temporarily stopped for a while. How can it be stopped? The emperor was a little anxious, to be honest, although he was a little unhappy when he heard that the ninth prince did not allow him to go to the battlefield. He also had a sense of certainty that it was as expected. Shizhou took him too seriously and would not allow him to take any risks. Having such a son made the emperor feel sweet and burdened. But when he heard that Shizhou was going to stop, he refused to do it. Father listened to you and didn't go to the battlefield, but you can continue to fight. It's not that he doesn't care about Shizhou's safety, but on the battlefield, Shizhou is basically the only one who protects him. He knows that his son is very capable, and there is no need to worry. Zhao Yuan smiled comfortingly. There is no rush to fight Xie. There is not much land left in Xie now. Father has always wanted to unify it by himself, so the remaining wars should also be participated in by Father himself. While talking and laughing, it seems that he doesn't take Xie seriously. The emperor laughed loudly when he heard the words, thinking that what Shizhou said was very beneficial. There is no rush to fight the war, so why not give Xie a little more time to breathe? In comparison, the process completed by himself is more important. He said loudly, Okay. Father will listen to Shizhou. Zhao Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this, and lowered his eyes that had been staring at the emperor, hiding the heavy emotions inside. The days that followed were not as smooth as the emperor had thought before. He originally thought that the injury on his head would take him 10 days and a half months to rest, and then he would be able to return to the battlefield and continue to capture every city in Xie. But he didn't expect that he was still a bit unlucky. He was just recovered, and he was stabbed on the battlefield. Father. Zhao Yuan noticed the movement and hurried to the side of the emperor, his face full of guilt. His eyes were distressed and about to shed tears. It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention to the situation on your side. The fight was still going on, and the guards around him didn't let the soldiers from Xie get close to the emperor. The emperor was not the kind of person who would complain when he was hurt, but he was very touched by his son's concern. He endured the pain and touched his son's head with his hand. Smiling widely, The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. Father has already gone to the battlefield. How can I need you to protect me everywhere? If that's the case, Father might as well just go back to the capital. Okay. Don't cry anymore when you're so old. Qinshan will laugh at you when you go back. Qinshan is the son of Zhao Yuan and Lingyin. Rong Yuchen. Having said that, the emperor still had a trace of doubt in his heart. Logically speaking, Shizhou's ability shouldn't really hurt him. Over the years, it must be said that although the emperor's own kung fu is not bad, his son's airtight protection has indeed saved him many times. But now his brain circuit is almost the same as the owner of the body. So this doubt was directly dispelled by him before he had time to think about it. After returning, the emperor fell into a coma again due to wound infection and high fever. This time the coma lasted longer than the last time. Zhao Yuan sat by the bed, looking at the person who was groaning in pain from time to time on the bed. His eyes were a little dazed. This time, with a high fever. Can the real father come back? Even if he is a superb doctor, he can't do anything about such things. Over the years, he also asked people to find monks and Taoist priests. But unfortunately, they were all liars, and none of them worked. In the end, he could only use this method. Perhaps, after a serious illness, his father would be able to come back. He chose to take action at this time, because there was not much territory left in Xia. In 2 or 3 years, it was estimated that Xia would be completely taken over. However, it had always been his father's dream to take over Xia personally. If the fake person did everything, the real father would come back and see all this. Even if unification was achieved, he would probably not be happy. Zhao Yuan wanted to give his father the best of everything, so he was not prepared to go to war again before the real father came back. He wanted to keep it for his real father. For half a month, Zhao Yuan also stayed by the side of the emperor like a self-torture. He wanted his father to come back. But he was also worried that he would do too much and kill this body, and his father would never come back. The physical and mental torture made him look extremely haggard. When there was movement on the bed, Zhao Yuan looked at the emperor with expectation. But after seeing the alertness in the other's eyes, his heart fell into an ice cave. This was not his father. His father had not experienced those things. When he was with him, he was always the most relaxed. Only the emperor in the original plot, who lived in suspicion all his life, would be like this. When he saw his son beside the bed, the emperor's eyes changed instantly, and he smiled unconsciously. This was almost an instinctive reaction. In the past few years, the emperor has also trusted his son very much. He called Shizhou. In such a state, Zhao Yuan blinked and a tear fell. He responded, "Father, what should I do to make my father come back?" When he noticed that his father was not right before, his father did not have any serious illness. It was as if he suddenly became a different person. Looking at his son's haggard look, the emperor felt very distressed. "You kid, your eyes are blue. How long have you not slept?" Zhao Yuan shook his head and said nothing. Tears could not stop coming. The palace servant heard the noise and came in to serve, and said, in reply to the emperor, "Since the day the emperor fell into a coma, the emperor has been guarding the emperor by the bed. He couldn't sleep well and would wake up in a while. Fortunately, the emperor finally woke up." The emperor was even more moved when he heard this. But Zhao Yuan didn't understand his emotions at all. After talking with him for a while, Zhao Yuan went to rest at the urging of the emperor. Lying on the bed, Zhao Yuan couldn't fall asleep despite his physical exhaustion. He stared blankly in the air, wondering what to do next. After many attempts, he already understood that the soul hidden in his father's body should not be just any stranger. After all, not everyone can have the same spirit as others after having other people's memories. His father was tall and majestic, a peerless genius, and the invisible temperament in his gestures was not easy to imitate. In addition, the two were 100% alike in terms of martial arts, leading troops in battle, etc. So after combining the fact that the other party killed Dr. Luo and Concubine Shu, Zhao Yuan thought that the other party was most likely the emperor in the original plot. Not to mention the death of the sixth prince later. You know, in the original plot, the emperor was most partial to the sixth prince, a quiet younger brother, and he was more caring for the sixth prince. In the end, the sixth prince not only hooked up with Concubine Shu, but also killed him. In the end, the sixth prince also helped Concubine Shu's children stabilize the court, etc. It would be strange if the emperor didn't hate the sixth prince. Did my father go to the world of the original plot? Zhao Yuan guessed. Then can he come back after the plot of that world ends? Or is my father still in this body? But he can't come out normally. Zhao Yuan gradually fell asleep with all kinds of possibilities in his mind. Before he went to bed, he was sure of only one thing. That is, the attack on Xia had to wait until his real father came back. So after the emperor recovered from his injuries, various accidents always occurred, and the attack on Xia was delayed. At first, the emperor didn't doubt Zhao Yuan. But after a long time, he was a smart man and realized what the problem was. Especially recently, he was imprisoned in the courtyard by the ninth prince in the name of recuperation and was not allowed to go out. When Zhao Yuan finally arrived at the courtyard, he was surprised that the emperor was not angry. The father and son stood apart for a long time before the emperor said, "You should have noticed it a long time ago." Right? This was said without any reason. But it was a secret that both the emperor and the ninth prince knew. Zhao Yuan nodded, with no expression on his face. I just felt something was wrong before. But it's not easy to make a judgment on such things. Later, it became clear. The emperor was sad and proud when he heard this. He was also vigilant at the beginning. But 5 years later, he had almost forgotten the past. Unexpectedly, someone had never forgotten. Zhao Yuan spoke slowly and with some difficulty. Is he okay? The emperor laughed loudly, but inexplicably gave people a feeling of sadness. I don't know. I came here inexplicably after I died. After death? Zhao Yuan instantly grasped this word. Since the emperor of that world is dead, is it possible for his father to exchange with others? He suddenly felt like something was grasping his heart. The emperor thought of the past, the talismans and the like that the ninth prince gave him, and he was afraid that those were to summon the soul of the original owner of this body. It was ridiculous that he ignored those in time. It turned out that he was old and soft-hearted. He said tiredly, "You want him to come back? I don't know what to do. If you have any method, just try it." He turned around and walked back slowly. Zhao Yuan's mind was slightly touched, but he quickly became firm. Of course, he knew that the emperor from another world later treated him as his own child. But the friendship between him and his father was not fake. If he could choose, he still wanted his real father. That night, the emperor fell ill again. The imperial physician diagnosed that he had caught a cold and was depressed. After that, the emperor was bedridden and never got better. Not long after, his body became extremely thin. After talking about it, Zhao Yuan did not visit him again. The doctor diagnosed the patient. After hearing the doctor say that the patient was dying, Zhao Yuan finally went over. "You will die if you continue like this." The emperor lying on the bed opened his eyes. "You are here." Zhao Yuan did not say anything. After talking about it that day, the relationship between the two had changed. The emperor did not care, but smiled and asked, "Are you worried about my death or your father not coming back?" Zhao Yuan was silent for a moment. "Aren't you afraid of death?" If he remembered correctly, in the original plot, the emperor was very afraid of death, even to the point of being a little crazy. It doesn't make sense that he would change completely after coming here. Although his father and this emperor are essentially the same person, his father's change is caused by different experiences over the years. But this emperor's temperament has been completely formed long ago. The emperor smiled. "It's not that I'm not afraid of death, but it feels like the time has finally come. Shizhou, your father seems to be back." After clearly seeing the surprise in the eyes of the ninth prince, the emperor felt a little disappointed. He was indeed afraid of death. In the original world, as an emperor, he was always lonely and dared not trust anyone. Everyone who came into contact with him wanted to seek something from him. The only thing he could hold was his power. But after coming here, he found that he didn't have to be strong forever. Although he was older, there were always people standing firmly behind him, protecting him and supporting him. Even the lifespan that he was most worried about, someone tried his best to extend it for him until there was no more way. Although all this was just a mirage for him, it also made him realize that he could have another way to live. With his character, he should not have been sick to the point of dying after his identity was known by the ninth prince. Although he did treat the ninth prince as his own child in the past few years and had feelings for him, it was not to this extent. However, he was indeed emotionally shocked for a while, and he did not have so many expectations for the future. It was obvious that Xuan did this on purpose. One was to let the owner of the body come back, and the other was not to let him occupy the other's dream of unifying the world. After that, he should not be able to do whatever he wants as the emperor. Maybe Xuan would be willing to let him leave and live a simple life in a safe environment. But such a simple life was not what the emperor wanted. He wanted to live a life of power, pursuit and fighting. Moreover, he could also feel that he really couldn't stay here anymore. And the original owner of the body seemed to really come back. What about him? He didn't know what would happen. Feeling the departure of the ninth prince, a tear fell from the corner of the Grand Emperor's eye. Although he was looking forward to his father's return, Zhao Yuan couldn't go to see when the Grand Emperor would die several times a day. After all, they had been together for so many years, and knew his feelings for him. It was too much to do so. He had to ask the servants to pay more attention, and inform him immediately if the Grand Emperor made any movement. He lived next door, and could come over any time he wanted. One night, Zhao Yuan was awakened by a knock on the door. He got up and ran out quickly. The servant said anxiously, "Your Majesty, the Grand Emperor is not well. The young man also cares about him." The man said before that he had a premonition that his father would come back. So it should be true. The exchange between the two was sudden. Now if he wants to exchange them back, he can only rely on this magical method. 1 second. 2 seconds. The air seemed to become quiet at this time. Looking at the person with closed eyes and no breath, the pulse stopped beating all the time. Zhao Yuan seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat. The longer the time, the more certain he felt in his heart. A huge despair instantly enveloped him. When he wanted to cry bitterly, his hand suddenly tightened. Zhao Yuan looked over in disbelief and met a pair of smiling eyes. Father. In the night, the father and son lay on the same bed. It had been 5 years since they last met. In the room, they had countless things to say to each other. So, Father, you have been in my body, but you just can't come out? Zhao Yuan was a little surprised. But he also felt that this possibility was indeed great. After all, the other person had died before coming here. So Father should have gone to his room. The Emperor responded with some emotion. Father didn't expect you to be able to detect the problem. He was able to come back. One possibility was fate. The time for exchange had come. And the other possibility was that the other person's desire to continue staying in his body had weakened a little. After that person came over, he got all his memories. And the Emperor also got all the memories of another person. They all knew that the two should be the same person in the same world. He was in his own body, and his observations were more thorough than that person. So every time the Emperor saw his son doubt, he was relieved and proud. Zhao Yuan said with a smile, Xiao Jiu has just checked, and the Emperor's body is recovered. The weakness at this time is only temporary. If you take care of it, it should be the same as before. It was normal for the Emperor's body to suddenly deteriorate before, and it is reasonable for it to suddenly recover now. Well, the Emperor knows. Don't worry too much. After these 5 years, and knowing the life of another unlucky and lonely person, the Emperor could be more open-minded. The two chatted for half the night, and finally fell asleep slowly. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye, and the Emperor's health was getting better day by day. In just 2 months, he had recovered to his previous state. After his health improved, the Emperor was idle again. The father and son took up their guns and horses again, and continued their journey to conquer the world. A year later, Xia was destroyed. On the other side, the Emperor woke up from the night. Xuan, the eunuch outside, heard his voice and hurried in. Your Majesty, the Emperor panted, and saw the person in front of him clearly by candlelight. His heart was shocked. This was Wang Yan, the eunuch beside him, who had always served him. But how come the other person has become so young? After all, he was a person who had been reborn once, and such a scene made him react quickly. Could it be that he had returned to his own body in another world this time? When Wang Yan saw that the Emperor did not speak, he remembered the name that the Emperor had called out when he woke up from his dream just now. Xuan. He did not expect that the Emperor would value the ninth prince so much. Yes, in the past, whenever the ninth prince was sick, the Emperor always went to visit Concubine Jang's palace. But the Emperor's favorite prince was not the ninth prince. But that was right. After all, he was his biological son. So why was the Emperor here? He gently comforted him. The ninth prince has passed away, and the Emperor should mourn. The emperor's heartbeat seemed to miss a beat, and he suddenly looked up at Wang Yan, and his sharp eyes almost scared Wang Yan to the ground. This time, the emperor was reborn. But he did not have the memory of his own body like last time. He looked at the familiar furnishings and familiar people in this room, and a premonition of a good thing rose in his heart. This should be his own world, right? But he is still young now. Shizhou. In his memory, the 9th prince was only 2 years old when he died. He choked up. You said Shizhou? He is gone? Wang Yan did not find it strange. Just thought that the emperor was too sad. So he said with a serious and sad face, the 9th prince passed away yesterday. Yesterday. Just 1 day away. If he could be reborn 1 day earlier, he could save the child. The emperor came up with a breath and fainted directly. In a daze, he only heard Wang Yan's call. Quick! Come quickly. Go and ask the imperial physician to come. Similar to the last time he was reborn. The reborn emperor did not shout and kill anyone this time. He silently figured out that this world is his world. He returned to his youth. But this world, without Shizhou, everything seems to continue the original route, is also the same place. His lifespan. In that world, after Xiaojiu nursed back his health, he occasionally had wild thoughts that maybe he would come back one day. So he remembered the medicine Xiaojiu gave him to drink and the prescription for the medicinal bath. It would be great to be able to return to his life. But looking at the remaining descendants, after seeing enough good people, he now always has a sense of fatigue that there is no successor. They are all crooked. And none of these descendants can make him feel at ease to hand over the power in his hands while he is alive, so that he can realize his wish of unifying the world in the future. So no matter how good his health is, no matter how hard he practices martial arts every day, he can only stay in this deep palace. By the way, the emperor seemed to remember something and asked the eunuch beside him. Rongping vomited blood before. How is she now? According to the storyline, the emperor of this period actually doted on Lu Hanwan. After all, Lu Hanwan had been trying to get promoted to the position of concubine quickly in the past 2 years, and then bring his son back. So she did a lot of things to win favor. If the emperor liked her, he would have given her the title of concubine. It's just a pity that the 9th prince died just after she was promoted to the position of concubine. Wang Yan replied respectfully. The imperial physician said that Rongping was too stimulated and needed to rest. The emperor thought for a while. Let's go. And go to Chaoxia Palace. The emperor who returned from old age to youth did not have much affection for Lu Hanwan. After all, Lu Hanwan died earlier than him. Even after being reborn to Xiaojiu, he was not interested in how to treat the concubine of the body owner. He was worried about how to go to the border to fight. After he followed Xiaojiu away, it was difficult for him to come back again. But because she was Shijiu's mother, the emperor thought it was better for him to go and see her. Moreover, he had a secret thought in his heart that since he could go to Shijiu, maybe Shijiu would come over one day? In this case, if Shijiu saw that his mother was doing well, she would be satisfied with him. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan's condition was indeed not good. She was a person who cared about children very much. In Zhao Yuan's life, she was even willing to take medicine to her body because of the child's ignorance, so that she could only have Shijiu as a child from then on. This was simply an incredible and incomprehensible thing in the harem. It can be seen that her character was relatively paranoid and stubborn. In the past 2 years, all her focus was on getting promoted to the position of concubine as soon as possible, and then taking her son back. During this period, her son was often sick, which always worried her. Although she was favored, she was also hindered by her son being under the command of Concubine Yi. So she was always humble in front of Concubine Yi, and paid a lot. At the last moment, the child was gone. This blow is definitely not something that ordinary people can easily accept. Lu Hanwan, who was in a state of anxiety at the moment, saw the emperor coming and simply wanted to salute. The emperor quickly asked her to continue lying down. You are not in good health, so you don't need to salute. Lu Hanwan continued to lie down. Her son was gone, and she was now dissatisfied with everyone, let alone trying to please the emperor. One of them was lying, and the other was sitting by the bed, looking at each other in silence. After a long time, the emperor looked at Lu Hanwan's haggard appearance and said, Don't be too sad. Maybe Shijiu is living well in another world. Lu Hanwan pulled the corner of her mouth perfunctorily. She didn't understand what nonsense the emperor was talking about when her son was gone. Another world? Another world in the dream. Lu Hanwan didn't say anything, and the emperor didn't know what to say. It seemed that nothing he said was right. These things were things he had experienced. Looking at them again, his mentality was completely different. But he knew that in his life, Lu Hanwan vomited blood and became mentally ill because of Shijio's death. He was finally able to come out after recuperating in Chaoxia Palace for half a year. After that, the former favorite concubine became an inconspicuous figure in the harem. Until later, Lu Hanwan killed Ife, who deliberately made Shijio sick to win favor. And even the queen was almost taken away by Lu Hanwan. The emperor thought about it, stood up and said, Xiaojio passed away. And my heart is also very sad. Pass on my decree to make Rongping Rongfei. And then, you should recuperate in Chaoxia Palace first. After that, the emperor left. After that, the decree that Rongping was named Rongfei spread throughout the harem. Many people broke a batch of things in their rooms. People may not be able to increase their status even if they give birth to a son. But Rongfei is so good. Her child died, and she was directly named a concubine. In addition to the sourness in her tone, you can also hear a strong sense of disbelief. This is also the idea of most people in the harem. I haven't heard that the status of a mother increased because her son died. If this is really the case, some people have also started to think about some small calculations in their hearts. However, after thinking about it, the emperor didn't seem to be much moved when other princes died before. So it must be Rongfei who is favored. The favored ones are different. In Isho Palace, Concubine Yi was furious. When the child was born, Concubine Rong was promoted. And now the child is dead. She is promoted again. She knew that Lu Hanwan, that woman, like the ninth prince, and Lu Hanwan would be sad when the ninth prince died. But the emperor promoted Lu Hanwan, which means that the emperor is worried about Lu Hanwan. This is what she can't accept. In particular, she waited for a long time, and the emperor did not comfort her except for promoting Lu Hanwan. The ninth prince was raised by me since he was a child. Why should she? Lu Hanwan. Kailan also knew what her master cared about. She looked at Concubine Yi's angry look and thought that it would not work if she continued like this. At that time, it would be the palace people like them who suffered. So she asked carefully, My queen, is it because after the ninth prince got into trouble, we didn't cry as much as Concubine Rong? So we angered the emperor? Concubine Yi stopped talking and felt a little empty in her heart. That was true. She didn't have much affection for the ninth prince. She usually gave him to the servants to take care of him. After he died, it was impossible for her to suddenly become affectionate. She must have behaved normally in front of the emperor. Lu Hanwan vomited blood and fainted when she heard the news of the ninth prince's death. How could she compare with him? Thinking of her own hand in the death of the ninth prince, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She didn't dare to make any more noise. She waved her hand and said, Forget it. Let someone clean up this room. The matter passed quietly. Although Lu Hanwan was named a concubine in this life, this position could not heal her pain of losing her child. She still rested in Chaoxia Palace. Until half a year later, someone told her that there was something fishy about the death of the ninth prince. Lu Hanwan rejoined the battlefield of the harem. Although she had no family background and disappeared for half a year before returning, she was no longer favored and did not need to be appreciated by others. But with the status of a concubine, no one dared to do anything to her. Year after year passed. Perhaps it was fate. Or perhaps Lu Hanwan herself did not want to. After recuperating for half a year, Lu Hanwan actually received a lot of favors in the harem. The emperor always liked to sit in Chaoxia Palace, so people dared not ignore Lu Hanwan. As for some of Lu Hanwan's eye drops, the emperor seemed to have no problem at all and satisfied her one by one. But Lu Hanwan has never been pregnant. Master. Xiao Yun served Lu Hanwan and whispered, As for Concubine Yi, her uncle won another victory. So the emperor restored her position. Lu Hanwan clenched her fingers and gritted her teeth. She has a good family. With Feng Ji, an uncle who is good at fighting. Concubine Yi will not fall down regardless of her position. Even if she is in a low position, the other party will always have enough confidence. I don't believe that Feng Ji can protect her for a lifetime. It is said that the emperor trusts Feng Ji very much. But Lu Hanwan is thoughtful, and has been with the emperor for a long time. She can see that the emperor is indeed very good to Feng Ji. But it is not as bad as the rumors say. It's just that Feng Ji is really useful. A talented person. And knows how to advance and retreat. so the emperor is more tolerant of him. Concubine E also benefited because the mistakes made by Concubine E were not too serious in the eyes of the emperor. So it didn't matter. If she planned it more carefully, one day, there might be a day when she could really bring Concubine E down. But, what should Concubine E do to be unforgivable in the emperor's heart? Lu Hanwan thought. It must be said that Lu Hanwan's guesses about the emperor were relatively accurate. The original emperor raised Feng Ji as his son, and knew Feng Ji's admiration for him. So he was relatively good to Feng Ji. In the original timeline, Concubine E also received a lot of preferential treatment because of this. But the current emperor is an emperor who has experienced old age and death. He is reborn, and his suspicion is not easy to change. He trusts Feng Ji, loves him, and is also on guard. Of course, this guard is actually nothing. Among the many civil officials and military generals, Feng Ji's treatment is still enviable. Feng Ji's side is not much different. But as Feng Ji's accompanying character Yifei, the emperor's patience is not that sufficient. This is also an important reason why Lu Hanwan is confident in getting Yifei. Speaking of which, Lu Hanwan still can't figure out how she, Lu Hanwan, can be promoted to the position of concubine in front of the emperor, and let the emperor always protect her. Although her elder brother passed the exam 2 years ago, and was favored by the emperor, he was not as favored as Feng Ji. If the emperor simply liked her, that was not the case. She knew that she was not that favored by the emperor. But that was the case. In the palace, as long as she did not violate the palace rules, even the queen could not do anything to her. This kind of honor was not something that ordinary people could do. The key was that Lu Hanwan herself did not know why. She wanted to explore it before, but later she could not figure it out. So she just let it go. Anyway, she got the benefit. So she would just live like this. It would be best if the emperor could maintain these special treatments for her until she avenged Xiaojiu. Xiaoyan also knew what her master had been worried about for so many years. But she also had other ideas. She asked tentatively, "Master, you said that after so many years, we should have a child. Even Concubine E. Concubine E also had a child. But it was a false pregnancy." Lu Hanwan hated Concubine E to the core. Her own child died. And of course she couldn't bear to see Concubine E have an easy life. She especially wanted to blame Concubine E's child for the sins her child had suffered, so that Concubine E would also know how painful it was to lose a child. But the problem was that Concubine E just couldn't get pregnant. But it didn't matter. Lu Hanwan knew that Concubine E wanted her own child very much. Since she couldn't get pregnant, she would just let her think she was pregnant. So Lu Hanwan gave Concubine E a fake pregnancy drug, and then got rid of the child. As expected, Concubine E, who lost her child, has been in pain for the past 2 years, and her temperament has become more and more sharp. You are right. When Lu Hanwan heard Xiaoyan's words, she instantly remembered these past events, and then immediately said, "Concubine E can fake pregnancy. So can we." Then framed Concubine E for the miscarriage. Although she didn't know why the emperor treated her so well, it didn't prevent Lu Hanwan from taking this out. Xiaoyan sorted out her indescribable mood and asked, "But master, don't we need a little prince or princess for the rest of our lives? We have to deal with Concubine E. If the master has a little prince, even if the matter is exposed in the end, the emperor should not pursue it too much for the sake of the little prince. On the contrary, if there were no children, it would not be impossible for the emperor to take their lives directly. After all, Concubine Rong had no backing. Brother Lu was now highly valued by the emperor. But the time was too short, and his official position was not high. He could not play a big role in major events." Lu Hanwan shook her head. "Xiaoyan, I know what you mean, but I am afraid that after I really have a child, I will have concerns. By then, maybe one day, no one will remember Shizhou anymore. For many people, a child who has not been raised is not important. But for Lu Hanwan it is different. That is her motivation for every progress and her spiritual pillar. In some way, she does not want to forget him." Seeing this, Xiaoyan didn't know how to persuade Lu Han. It was too late. What the two didn't know was that a shocking miracle was happening in Changchun Palace not far away. Changchun Palace. A thin but gorgeously dressed boy walked out of the palace, but bumped into someone at this corner. There was a sound of ouch, and then a vigorous voice started to curse. "Who is it?" After seeing the person he bumped into, the person didn't restrain himself, but looked at him with disdain and said, "You don't have eyes, Your Highness." The people serving the prince naturally saw that the 10th prince was deliberately scolding the prince, and they were very angry. "Why? You're not convinced?" The 10th prince noticed the dissatisfaction on the faces of the servants around the prince and asked, as if he knew what people were thinking. The 10th prince said arrogantly, "This prince can do whatever he wants at his own palace. Some people should keep their tails between their legs when they come to other people's places, and be careful not to offend the master. Don't you understand this little hint?" The little eunuch was furious. The prince came to pay his respects, but the 10th prince said it as if he had committed an unforgivable crime. The queen was so mean to the prince, and asked so many things. If the queen was not the prince's adoptive mother, they would not have come willingly. After the 10th prince finished speaking, he asked maliciously, "Your Highness, do you think what my brother said is right?" The two looked at each other, and the 10th prince was full of confidence, with no intention of giving in, and a calm smile on his face. On the contrary, the prince looked much paler and weaker. The prince stared at the person in front of him, and before he could speak, he heard a voice whistling past his ears, and then his eyes blurred, and the person in front of him twisted into a ball. "Fuck. Roan howling. You are asking for a beating again, right?" A child about 10 years old pressed the 10th prince to the ground and beat him wildly. No one reacted to such a scene for a while. After a while, the servants around the 10th prince screamed, "Quick! Save the 10th prince!" Everyone was busy trying to pull the child who was hitting the 10th prince, and then help the 10th prince up. They also wanted to deliberately pull the strange child to take sides with the 10th prince. But accidentally the 10th prince was grabbed by someone, and they got worried and beat him up. As a result, the 10th prince's attendants did not dare to do anything bad. Zhao Yuan was dragged by someone, and after he stood up, he looked at the prince with a bit of resentment. What happened to the prince today? He didn't bring his attendants today, so no one helped him during the fight. But since the prince was here, why didn't he help him secretly just now? He was beaten twice by those people in Changchun Palace who took sides. Could it be that the prince didn't love him anymore? Zhao Yuan pouted, feeling unhappy. He struggled with his arms and said unhappily, "All right. Let go. Are you arresting a prisoner?" Although he and the 10th prince had always been at odds, he was the 9th prince, who was the most favored by the emperor since he was a child. Even the servants in the queen's palace could not treat him like this. Now the fight was over. His tone was too righteous, and he had a noble air. It was obvious that he was not a child from an ordinary family. The servants let go unconsciously. However, the 10th prince's personal attendant was shocked after checking the injuries on the 10th prince's body. He said in a hanging voice, "Where did this child come from who was so bold as to attack the 10th prince? Why don't you arrest him quickly?" No matter how deep the background of this child who appeared in the palace was, could he be compared with His Royal Highness the 10th prince? Which minister's child really didn't want to live? The servant who had let go under Zhao Yuan's intimidation before also reacted now. Zhao Yuan felt that something was wrong. These people actually dared to catch him. You dare? What's there to be afraid of? Even if you are the young master of General Feng's family, you can't hit our 10th prince. The 10th prince's personal attendant sneered. Zhao Yuan couldn't believe what these people were talking about. He was obviously the 9th prince. How come these people didn't know him at all? Without time to think about it, he subconsciously ran to the person he trusted most. Crown Prince brother. Seeing people running over, the prince subconsciously protected them behind him. As soon as the prince took action, the servants following him naturally followed suit and stopped the people from the 10th prince's side. The 10th prince's face turned red with anger, and he said angrily, "He hit me. And the prince still wants to help him?" The prince pursed his lips and said, "We don't know whose child this child is. So why don't you make a decision after you find out?" Yes, just because this little brat dared to attack the prince directly. Everyone thought that this child was most likely the son of a favored minister or a prince. The 10th prince was even more angry. Whose child can be older than the emperor's? The prince still refused to give in. He looked at the angry and helpless look of the 10th prince, and a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. He turned a deaf ear to the 10th prince's words and continued his point of view. Why not report this matter to the emperor first? Children's fights can be big or small, based on his understanding of his father. His father would not take such a thing as a big deal. The 10th prince saw that he was so stubborn that his chest was heaving with anger. He pointed at the prince. "You?" He left with a wave of his sleeves. "Okay. I will let my mother talk to you. The 10th prince walked into the hall. The prince's eyes did not fluctuate at all. He squatted down and looked at the child hiding behind him. His expression was much gentler. Whose child are you? You just hit the 10th prince. He went to find the queen. You can't stay here anymore. Go to your parents immediately and tell them what happened just now. Okay? This matter is a small matter for the father. But it would be bad if it was handled by the queen alone. Zhao Yuan blinked his eyes. He looked at the prince seriously and made sure that his prince brother really didn't recognize him. None of those people knew him just now. In fact, now it seems that the prince brother's clothes have changed. They have just separated. And his figure is not right. And his temperament is different. The layout of Changchun Palace is also a little different. There are prince brother, Xiao Shi and other familiar people here. But not him. A guess arose in his mind. Zhao Yuan asked, does the prince brother know the 9th prince? The prince was startled, not knowing why the child in front of him asked this. But he still replied, the 9th brother has been away for many years. Then, Zhao Yuan asked again, where is the mother of the 9th prince? Does he have other children? He had just beaten the 10th prince. And the only person in the palace who could help him should be his mother. Zhao Yuan knew that his mother was a very capable woman. And asking her for help at a critical moment was not a bad way out. Rongfei lives in Chaoxia Palace. And there are no other princes. This was news known to everyone in and outside the court. And it was okay for the prince to say it. But after he said it, he couldn't help but remind him, you should leave. Otherwise it would be too late. Even if he was the prince, with the grace of raising him, it would be difficult for him to protect this child in front of the queen. Zhao Yuan smiled widely. Thank you, prince, for reminding me. Xuzhou will leave first. After saying that, Zhao Yuan ran outside. The 10th prince finally called the queen over there. When she came out, she saw Zhao Yuan running away. He was anxious instantly. Mother! The little thief ran away. Go and chase him. The prince stood up and looked at Zhao Yuan's back as he left. I don't know what he was thinking. Zhao Yuan was familiar with the way to Chaoxia Palace. His mother had lived in Chaoxia Palace since she was a concubine. As he ran over there, he was thinking, Rongfei, isn't this the world of the original plot? Why did my mother become Rongfei? Could there be any difference? Zhao Yuan grew up in the palace and was familiar with every road in the palace. After a while, he took advantage of the geographical advantage to get rid of the people chasing him. The patrol method in the palace and the Chaoxia Palace were still the same people. Zhao Yuan sneaked in. He found his original room and hid in it. Zhao Yuan sat on the chair inside. This is good. How is he going to live in this palace where no one knows him? He can't keep running around in the palace. But it's easy to run around in the palace. But it's hard to get out of the palace. Anyway, he feels that he can't get out. In addition, if my father, mother, and the prince know that he is missing, I don't know how anxious they will be. On the other hand, the noise of Changchun Palace searching the palace finally alarmed the emperor. He rubbed his brows and asked, what are the people making so much noise outside doing? Xuan hurried to find out. Your Majesty, Changchun Palace is looking for someone. A child suddenly appeared and beat up the 10th prince. Now he has disappeared. And the empress can't find out who brought the child in. The emperor was startled. You mean, that child beat up little 10? Was little 10 speaking rudely to the prince at that time? Xuan was a little surprised. How did the emperor know? He answered respectfully. Yes, His Royal Highness the prince was there at that time. The emperor laughed and stood up quickly. When she came, he knew that it was Xuzhou. He could go to Xuzhou's world. So it was normal for Xuzhou to come to his side. He strode out, and Xuan hurriedly followed. Your Majesty, the emperor said, go to Chaoxia Palace. Now in the whole palace. This is the only place where Xuzhou is most likely to go. All the way to Chaoxia Palace. Lu Hanan was still a little surprised. Why is the emperor here? The emperor stepped forward and grabbed Lu Hanwan's arm, his face showing visible excitement. Xuzhou is back. Lu Hanwan. She didn't know what crazy talk the emperor was talking about, until she was pulled by the emperor. The two quietly entered a room and saw a child sleeping soundly on the bed. This room was originally prepared by Lu Hanwan for her own child. But she had not been able to bring her son back, and the person had died. So no one had ever lived in this room. It was just that a palace maid would come in and clean it up every once in a while. At this time, someone had already lived on the bed in this room. When Lu Hanwan saw the child's face, her heart was shocked. This child looked so familiar. Maybe the emperor had been talking about Shizhou coming back before. Lu Hanwan found it ridiculous that she actually felt that this child looked a bit like Shizhou. When Shizhou died, he was only 2 years old. This child looks 10 years old now, and his appearance has naturally changed. But Zhao Yuan has completely combined the advantages of the emperor and Lu Hanwan, and their features can be clearly seen on his face. So even if someone directly said that this child is the child of Lu Hanwan and the emperor, no one would suspect that there is anything wrong. The emperor was still holding Lu Hanwan's hand at this time. He pulled her, and the two looked at each other. Lu Hanwan saw the emperor proudly said to her, "Look, I said that if Shizhou comes back, he will definitely appear here. No one else in the palace knows him. He likes his mother the most. Of course, his first reaction is to come to you. This is where he grew up. For him." Lu Hanwan looked at the emperor and said hesitantly, "Your Majesty." She wondered if the emperor had gone crazy. This child looked like Shizhou, but her Xiaozhou had died a long time ago. The emperor also said that this was where the child grew up. It sounded like the emperor had a memory that she didn't know about. Lu Hanwan was very sure that no child had ever lived in this room. The emperor could see that Lu Hanwan was hesitant to say something. But now that he saw Shizhou, he was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he pulled out a chair and sat down, pointed at the child on the bed, and said, "Look, doesn't he look like you and me?" Lu Hanwan nodded. "That's true. Strictly speaking, this child looks more like her." The emperor smiled. "I once lived in another place for several years in my dream. In that place, there are me, you, Shizhou, the queen, the prince and others. It's a world where everyone exists. But in that world, Shizhou didn't die early. He has always lived well. He died and came to his own body in another world." But the emperor naturally wouldn't tell Lu Hanwan about this. After waking up from the dream, "I always thought that maybe one day Shizhou could come to my world. And now you see, he really came." Lu Hanwan still felt a little bit unbelievable. But at the same time, she knew better that the emperor had no need to deliberately lie to her about this. Even if he wanted her to cooperate in doing something, he could just give her orders directly. She had no background or ability to resist. In an instant, some of the strange things the emperor had said in the past few years seemed to have their sources. She asked, "The dream the emperor said, was it when Shizhou died?" She vaguely remembered that the emperor was very sad about Shizhou's departure at that time. And even when he came to see her, he gave her the title of concubine. The emperor nodded. Now, Lu Hanwan knew what the emperor had been indulging her for so many years. She had never figured it out. She had no children, no backstage, and even the emperor's favorite person in these years was not her. Why did the emperor still treat her so well? Now it seems that it is because she has a son. It's just that this son lives in another world. When she thought that the child on the bed in front of her was her own Shizhou, even if it was Shizhou from another world, Lu Hanwan was greedy and reluctant to move her eyes away. She looked at the child's face and asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, can you tell me about the other world?" The emperor spoke. It must be said that the emperor would talk to Lu Hanwan about these things. Except that when he was there, he did have a good relationship with the ninth prince, and he needed someone to share his feelings. In addition, Lu Hanwan was alone and weak. The Lu family has no power, and all power comes from him, the emperor, so he can talk to Lu Hanwan without worry. The two of them were talking in a whisper, and Zhao Yuan, who was originally asleep on the bed, was finally awakened by the buzzing sound. When he moved, the emperor and Lu Hanwan stopped talking, and they both looked at the person on the bed. Zhao Yuan opened his eyes and saw that the emperor and his mother were there. For a moment, he didn't react to the fact that he had changed into a different world. He subconsciously smiled in a good mood when he saw the two of them, and called sweetly, "Father! Mother! Hey, Shizhou is awake." The emperor also smiled happily. In that world, Shizhou was still unwilling to recognize him, but now he obediently called him father, which felt really good, although he knew that the child might just be in shock for a while. However, he was also wondering, when he left that world, Shizhou already had a son. Now with this small body, he looked like he was not yet an adult. Would Shizhou still have any memory of the time when they were together? Zhao Yuan just felt that his father's smile was a little strange. Did something good happen? But immediately, he remembered what happened before he went to bed. He came to another world. For Zhao Yuan, it was just like a dream. How could he come to another world so casually? But as soon as he saw this house, this familiar house, he knew that he was not dreaming. He really came to another world. This room was his. But the furnishings inside lacked many traces of his years. And all the things he liked were gone. He looked at the emperor with a vigilant look. He had not forgotten that this person had just called him Shuzhou. The emperor smiled. Doesn't Shuzhou recognize his father? Even though Zhao Yuan was on guard, the person opposite him was like his father and mother, who loved him the most. And even looked at him with such a kind look. He couldn't say anything, but just asked in confusion, how do you know I'm Shuzhou? In this world, no one should know him. Even if he claimed to be Xiaozhou in front of the prince. But he beat Xiaoshi. The emperor shouldn't be so nice to him. Shuzhou, your father has been waiting for you for many years. The emperor repeated to Zhao Yuan what he had said to Lu Hanwan before. During this period, he also figured out that this Shuzhou was not the Shuzhou who had become the emperor in the past. The current Shuzhou was still a child. But it didn't matter. The emperor thought that Shuzhou of this age was also very good. At least, children at this age were obviously much softer and easier to fool. He didn't believe it. If he couldn't snatch Shuzhou, who was already an adult, could he not snatch a child? Zhao Yuan was half believing and half doubting what the emperor said. But he really believed that the other party might have been to his world and really saw him. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. He couldn't go back for the time being. So Zhao Yuan accepted the emperor's kindness. To a certain extent, he was a soft-hearted person. The person he cared about had been looking forward to him. He knew that his mother had been suffering from the pain of losing her son here, and that the prince was still oppressed by Changchun Palace, and his body had not been cured. He felt that he would be worried if he didn't solve these problems first, even if it wasn't that person. He hoped that they could live well in another world. So, everyone in the palace knew that a little prince suddenly appeared in the palace, and was extremely favored by the emperor. He was able to escape unscathed even after beating the 10th prince. Everyone was saying that this prince was born to the emperor outside the palace. And because he looked a bit like Concubine Jang. Concubine Jang transferred all her love for the 9th prince to this prince. In short, this new prince made everyone understand his status within a few days. This period of time was probably the happiest time for Lu Hanwan. She always liked to ask about Shizhou's life there. And Zhao Yuan never tired of telling her. Accepting Lu Hanwan was a very easy thing for Zhao Yuan. Much faster than truly accepting the emperor and the prince. Because even if they were separated by different time and space, his mother's love for him was still the same, without any other things mixed in. On the contrary, the prince and the emperor are not necessarily the same. But Zhao Yuan already has the best father and prince brother, so he is not disappointed. After testing the emperor's bottom line, he resumed his previous arrogant style and continued to be domineering in the palace. However, during this period, he did give out the prescription for the prince's health. After staying here for a while, the prince's health is gradually getting better. Lu Hanwan was originally determined to take revenge, but now she is happy and relaxed every day. But Zhao Yuan can't help but start to miss his home. I don't know if the time of the two time and space is the same. He has been away for so long. And his father, mother and prince brother must miss him. At night, Zhao Yuan had a premonition in his heart. He looked hesitantly at Lu Hanwan, who was about to go back after sending him to bed, and called out, "Mom." Lu Hanwan turned around with a gentle smile. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yuan thought about it and said, "I feel like I'm about to go back." "Going back? Where to go?" Lu Hanwan was stunned. And then tears fell one after another. Zhao Yuan was at a loss. He stood in front of Lu Hanwan and said anxiously, "Mom, don't be afraid. I should leave tomorrow. And if I go back, maybe I will come back one day." After a long time, Lu Hanwan wiped her tears and smiled to comfort her. "It's okay. Mother is just sad for a while. In fact, Mother has thought about it for a long time. You will definitely not stay here forever." Every day was Shizhou. She treated it as the last day and cherished it especially. But even if she had been mentally prepared, when this day really came, she still couldn't control her emotions. She looked at the worried look of the child in front of her and wanted to ask him to stay and not go back. But she knew that saying this would only add to Shizhou's worries. So she could only comfort the child in return. That night, Lu Hanwan couldn't sleep. She stayed in Zhao Yuan's room. The mother and son talked for a long time. Until the early morning, the child couldn't control himself. Lu Hanwan smiled and touched his cheek. Sleep. Sleep. Mother is here with you. Zhao Yuan's eyelids struggled for a few times. But he finally fell asleep. The next morning, while eating, Lu Hanwan suddenly remembered to tell the emperor that Xuan was leaving. Not long after, the emperor came hurriedly, and was relieved to see that he was still there. Why is Xuan leaving? When? Zhao Yuan shook his head. I don't know. I just have this feeling. It should be soon. The emperor was a little anxious. He was not as delicate as Lu Hanwan, and said directly, can't Xuan stay? Isn't father good enough to you? The throne. The favor. As long as you want. Father can leave it all to you. They are all your relatives. Why do you have to go back there? Since Zhao Yuan came here, the emperor never thought about letting people go back, and never thought that it would be so soon for Xuan to go back. He envied himself in another world, who had someone he could trust wholeheartedly, and was determined to follow the same path as himself. Xuan, can you stay with your father? He said in a pleading tone. The emperor thought a lot, and he always felt that the transformation of different worlds, in addition to their own connection, perhaps their own thoughts were also important. If Xuan really wanted to stay here, maybe this child could really stay. So he pretended to be pitiful in front of the child. He knew that Xuan was a person who would not tolerate hardship, especially when he was young, and he obviously did not have such a strong sense of vigilance. Zhao Yuan blinked, but still shook his head firmly. I've been out for too long. They may be crying in anxiety. The one he missed most here was his mother, because his mother here didn't have Xuan, and was still brooding over his death. The prince brother here was also good, but he didn't have that kind of feelings for him. It was just because of his good personality that he was gentle to him. In fact, he didn't want to get close to him. As for the emperor, he really doted on him. He could go anywhere in the palace without any problem, and it didn't matter if he made unreasonable troubles. In fact, maybe his father in the original world wouldn't dote on him to this extent, but he still felt it was wrong. Simply put, the father in another world would be willing to protect him behind him when he encountered danger, but the father in this world would not. The feelings between people are not determined by who can give more. Looking at the determined and clear eyes of the child in front of him, the emperor couldn't even get angry. He smiled bitterly. Yes, he should have thought of it earlier. If Xuan was so easily moved, he wouldn't be so obsessed with it. But the more he refused, the more the emperor wanted to keep her. But he didn't dare to force anything, for fear that the person would not stay, but also turn against him. In a moment of desperation, he said a lot of pitiful words. It must be said that Zhao Yuan was a little easy to fool when he was a child. In addition, the emperor and his father were strictly speaking the same person. Hearing what the emperor said, he nodded repeatedly with tears in his eyes. Father, I will think about coming back to see you again. And I will always think about you and mother. And I will never forget you. Several people talked in a whisper for a long time. Zhao Yuan suddenly raised his head, and the emperor and Lu Hanwan also looked in one direction. A few steps away, a circle of light like a door appeared. Zhao Yuan felt the attraction from that place, and he knew that he should go back. Standing in front of the circle of light, Zhao Yuan turned his head and called reluctantly, Father! Mother! Lu Hanwan had covered her mouth and cried so hard that she couldn't make a sound, while the emperor stared at the circle of light, wondering if he could really keep Xuan here if he held her back. He had a lot of random thoughts in his mind, but because he didn't understand such mysterious things, the emperor didn't dare to do anything. Zhao Yuan walked into the light circle, and in front of him was a familiar place. His figure disappeared, and Lu Hanwan could no longer hold back, sitting on the ground and crying. But this time, although she was sad, she was not desperate. On the contrary, Lu Hanwan's heart was much more energetic than before, because she knew that her little Jiao was living well beside her in another world, being loved by the emperor, and her future days would not be sad. And what she had to do was to live a good life and wait for the day in the future when Xiao Jiao might come to her again. Eastern Palace. The prince drank the medicine brought by the medical officer, and instantly remembered the child who suddenly appeared in the palace. This medicine was made according to the prescription given by the child, saying that it could nourish his body. He asked, Didn't the ninth prince come today? It has been a few days. He could see that the ninth prince liked him very much, and his eyes looked at him with intimacy. But he was already 17 after all, and he had experienced too much. So he couldn't really treat a 10-year-old child as close as his own brother. He didn't know why this prince, who suddenly appeared, liked him so much. The prince was instinctively a little defensive. But despite this, looking at the other's little eyes, the prince would always be soft-hearted and treat the other person more gently. Hearing the prince's question, Mu Wendy smiled and said, "Your Highness, do you really take that prince of unknown origin seriously?" Without waiting for the prince to reply, Mu Wendy continued to complain. It's okay for him to appear inexplicably. And he also took the title of the 9th prince. What's even more ridiculous is that Concubine Rong actually recognized him. Mu Wendy's tone was full of disdain for Rong Fei and the prince. In his opinion, Rong Fei had no background, and she was able to reach a high position by relying on these unremarkable means to please the emperor. She even gave up the prince ranking of her own son, and was so good to the prince, who took her son's ranking. It made people laugh. The prince frowned slightly. I heard that the 9th prince looks very similar to the deceased 9th brother, and also looks like Rong Fei. It's normal for her to transfer her feelings. Although he said so, the prince actually didn't like these things very much. In his opinion, no matter how similar they were not the same person. How could he let the new person take the position of the person he really cared about? But this is Rong Fei's own private matter. The prince has no contact with the deceased 9th prince, so he naturally won't care about it. Mu Wendy heard the prince's words. Prince, you are too kind. We don't know who gave birth to the 9th prince outside the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, he tried to please His Royal Highness the Prince. Every time he came, his eyes were glued to His Royal Highness. He knows how to choose people. He knows that among all the people in the palace, the emperor only values His Royal Highness the most. A prince with unknown origins naturally cannot become the next emperor. This person has sharp eyes, and comes to please the prince directly. The prince thought of the child's eyes, and didn't want to hear Mu Wendy slander him like this. But after all, they grew up together. It's not good to scold his little friend for a little time. The prince changed the subject. When the topic changed, he listened to the two friends talking, and he was a little dazed. Last night, he seemed to hear a child chasing after him in his dream, and the childish voice kept calling him Brother Prince. After waking up, he was still a little disappointed. But when he thought about it, no one had ever called him like that since he was a child. So he could only hide all those thoughts. At night, the prince knew that he was dreaming again. Brother Prince. He heard this crisp voice again, and he didn't know why. As soon as he heard the voice, he felt as if his whole heart softened. He looked at this place and recognized that it was a place near the Imperial Garden. A little off the beaten path. He followed the direction of the sound, brushed aside the branches, and saw a white and tender little baby inside, looking up at him and smiling, and sweetly called out again, "Brother Crown Prince." The Crown Prince felt that he couldn't help but smile, and he responded, "Xiaojiu." The Crown Prince had several dreams at night. Most of them were about Xiujiu. When they first met, Xiujiu didn't like to talk to him. And later, Xiujiu followed him and called him Brother Crown Prince. And when Xiaoshi was disrespectful to him, Xiujiu rushed up to help him beat him up. As he watched, the Crown Prince's closed eyes suddenly burst into tears. Of course, these dreams were not only about Xiujiu, but also about the queen and him, and his father. But in his later days, Xiujiu's presence was too much, so the most memories were about children. The next morning, when he woke up, the prince was still a little dazed. He was an extremely sensitive person. After having the dream, he instantly understood who the 9th prince in the palace was. Why did his father like him so much? And why did Concubine Rome accept him so easily? Because that was Xiaojiu. The prince remembered his father's irritable and forcibly patient eyes for so many years, and his father's hesitation to speak. He thought that his father should have had this dream a few years earlier than him. No, maybe it was more than a dream. If it was just a dream, people with his father's temperament would not care so much. It is very likely that it really happened. So even though his father had always looked down on him, and disliked his cowardly nature since he was young, and even liked the 3rd prince more, he suddenly became more patient with him later. Probably because of the closeness of Xiujiu in the dream. It was ridiculous that Mu Wendy said that the 9th prince wanted to curry favor with him. Unexpectedly, the relationship between them had always been reversed. But even if he knew everything, thinking of the happy and clear eyes of the child looking at him some time ago, The prince could not hate him. No wonder the prescription given by Xuan was so suitable for his body. Thinking of the scene in the dream, where the child clumsily took the pills, as hawthorn pills, and forced them into his mouth. The prince could not help but smile. He changed his clothes and ate faster. He thought, I don't know if Xuan is in Chaoxia Palace or with his father. He really wants to see him again. Tell the child that his brother, the prince, is back. That way, the child should also smile happily. The prince regretted his alienation from the child a few days ago. But it doesn't matter. He won't do that again in the future.